3 years ago, the Earth underwent a massive mutation, and creatures worldwide went into a crazy evolutionary frenzy. To keep the world from going to total ruin and maintain some peace, humans awakened the power to control monsters for battle. These awakened folks are called monster trainers. That red-haired lady lecturing at the blackboard is Murong Chu Ye, the homeroom teacher of class 11-3 at Chang'an No. 3 High School. While nagging them about what's going to be on the next test, the bell finally rings. But before letting them go, she makes sure to remind everyone about tomorrow's monster breeder competition. Anyone down for it can invite their parents to come watch. This 18-year-old dude right here is Gao Peng, a student at Chang'an No. 3 High School. For 18 years, his absolute dream has been to become a badass monster trainer. But lately, Gao Peng's been dealing with some weird stuff. He keeps seeing these freaky screens popping up inside his head, which honestly creeps him out, completely unaware that this is actually a god-tier cheat system meant for the main character. Congratulations, host, on binding with the Monster Evolution system. This system allows you to appraise any monster's info, so make sure to abuse this power wisely. Gao Peng wonders if he's just hallucinating from study stress. But as he's walking up the stairs, he suddenly spots a seriously creepy shadow lingering around the corner. Gao Peng's jaw drops as he stares at a massive, oversized spider crawling on the ceiling. Its two eyes are bloodshot like it hasn't slept in weeks, and its body is covered in sketchy stripes. Right then, that weird screen pops up again. Monster spotted gray spider, level 3, grade, normal, attribute wood type, status healthy and highly irritated. Weakness, fire. Seeing the name, Gao Peng remembers this spotted gray spider is actually the pet of his neighbor, Mrs. Chen. Besides, Ms. Murong did say these creeps are usually pretty chill. But just as he's planning to walk right past it, this supposedly chill spider suddenly lunges straight at him. Luckily, Gao Peng's got quick reflexes. He jukes the attack, sending the spider free-falling to the floor. Before the spider can recover, he books it up the stairs like crazy, screaming at the top of his lungs for Mrs. Chen, warning her that her pet spider has escaped and is trying to eat people. Out of the dust from its rough landing, two glowing red eyes lock onto Gao Peng. Thwip! It shoots a massive web of pure white silk, aiming to trap him in a net. But our boy miraculously dodges the trap. After running a bit, Gao Peng thinks he finally lost the damn thing, only to see the spider charging at him at warp speed. In a total panic, he remembers the system screen saying its weakness is fire. Lucky for him, he's a traditional smoker who doesn't use vapes. He whips out his lighter, flicks it, and chucks it right at the crazy spider hot on his heels. The flame flares up, making the spider do a backflip. It thrashes around in pure panic and pain, but that tiny lighter flame is way too weak to do any real damage to a beast that size. Pretty quickly, the fire dies out. Now the spider is absolutely pissed. It charges at Gao Peng with pure murderous intent, screeching in rage. Suddenly, his system interface flashes a bright red warning. Gao Peng realizes he just did something incredibly stupid. He books it again, sprinting up the stairs. Just one more floor to his apartment. Da Zi is waiting inside, so if he can just make it to the door, he's safe. Gao Peng runs for his life while the spider keeps playing this deadly game of tag. The gap between them is closing fast. The door is right there. But suddenly, the spider spreads its 6 legs and leaps into the air. Its sharp sword-like legs aim straight for him. Screaming at the top of his lungs, he yells, "Da Zi!" The apartment door violently bursts open as a massive, horrifying shadow lunges out. Gao Peng ducks instantly. That massive shadow whips right over him, slamming into the spider and sending the bug flying backward. Seeing this massive, long-ass creature slithering toward it, the spider suddenly loses all its confidence. Its screech turns into a pathetic whimper, completely losing that tough guy attitude, as if it just ran into its worst nightmare. Standing behind Gao Peng is a giant-ass centipede, making him look absolutely menacing. He glares at the spider with a smug smirk, basically asking, "You still want a piece of this, punk?" Before he can even finish his sentence, the spider is so terrified it jumps onto the ceiling and scurries away like a coward. Gao Peng doesn't even bother chasing it. He just pushes up his glasses and strikes a cool pose. Da Zi is his contracted beast companion. Ever since they bonded, they've been able to communicate through telepathy. Right then, Daisy nuzzles its head against Gao Peng's shoulder, reverting back to its non-combat form, and immediately starts nagging him for food like he owes it money. Monsters actually have 2 forms, combat and non-combat. In their non-combat state, they shrink their body size to save energy and can even slowly heal minor wounds. Seeing Da Zi acting like a hungry baby, Gao Peng chuckles, pats its head, and goes inside to prep some grub. He rolls up his sleeves and grabs a knife, ready to show off some chef-level blade skills. He masterfully slices the meat into ultra-thin pieces, then tosses a carrot into the air, slicing and dicing it mid-flight into perfect bite-sized chunks. Boom! A highly nutritious custom-made dinner for Da Zi is served. Staring at the bowl, Da Zi's eyes light up, drool dripping everywhere, as it dives in and devours the food like it hasn't eaten in 3 years. Gao Peng looks over at Da Zi, and the system screen pops up again with his pet's stats. monster, purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Level 7, grade normal, attribute yin type and poison type, status, healthy and happy. Weakness, lightning and fire. Staring at the screen, Gao Peng suddenly notices something new. There's an upgrade slot on the stat sheet. Wait, what? Dazi can actually upgrade from normal grade to elite grade? In this world, monster grades go from normal to elite, and then to perfect. A monster's grade determines its max potential. The higher the grade, the bigger its growth potential. Gao Peng gets super hyped. If Dazi can upgrade to elite now, that means it can eventually reach perfect grade later down the line. And a monster with perfect grade can break through the legendary bottleneck and evolve into a commander-tier beast. Just thinking about it gets him so pumped that he grabs Dazi in a tight hug. Even though Dazi is still chewing its food, Gao Peng is already dreaming about getting filthy rich off his pet. He confidently promises Dazi that he'll get it upgraded to elite grade no matter what. Dazi just keeps munching, looking completely clueless. He taps the screen to check the requirements for Dazi's upgrade. The system displays 3 specific materials needed for the elite rank. First up is yin-growing grass, a special herb found in creepy high-yin energy zones that naturally attracts yin-type monsters. He needs 10 of those. Next is lightning-struck wood, which is wood literally blasted by lightning. It carries both wood and lightning attributes, and he needs 1 piece of it. Finally, he needs a lightning core, harvested from lightning-type monsters, which packs a massive electrical charge. He needs just 1 of those. Looking at the list, Gao Peng does some quick math. The yin-growing grass and lightning-struck wood can be bought with a little cash. The real headache is that lightning core. Regular elemental cores already go for 8 credits, so a rare lightning core is going to cost him at least 10 credits. Grimacing at the steep price, Gao Peng swipes his hand to dismiss the system screen. Ever since the alliance was formed, the global economy has been running on alliance dollars and credits. Credits are the premium currency here. 10,000 alliance dollars will only get you 1 credit. Gao Peng remembers that after his parents' tragic accident, the government handed him 20 credits as compensation. Right now, he's only got 11 credits left in his account. While that might barely cover Dazi's upgrade, they'll literally be broke and starving afterward. Just as he's stressing over money, Dazi finishes its bowl, crawls back over, and starts begging for seconds. With a sigh, Gao Peng has to remind the greedy bug that it's a centipede, not a pig. Ignoring him completely, Dazi rears up and throws a tantrum, demanding more food. Gao Peng can only sigh in defeat and toss it another helping. Seeing Dazi scarfing down his food is great and all, but Gao Peng's head is spinning right now. Sure, he's got the cheat code to level up, but he's flat broke and can't even afford the materials. Then a wild thought pops into his head. If this system's upgrade method is legit, he could straight up become the god-tier monster breeder of this era. I mean, figuring out how to evolve monsters has always been the ultimate gate-kept secret among top breeders. But since he can see the recipes directly, he's basically got a VIP pass to the very top. Just thinking about it has Gao Peng grinning like crazy, already dreaming of the day he's swimming in cash. Speaking of breeding, Gao Peng suddenly remembers the official breeder exam is literally tomorrow. He whips out his phone to check the deadline, only to see there are only 3 seconds left on the clock. Gao Peng doesn't even hesitate, locking in his registration with lightning-fast reflexes. Fast forward to the next day, and Gao Peng is standing at a door with Dazi. When it creaks open, this girl in a super revealing, sexy nightgown answers, yawning her head off. This is none other than his neighbor, Tang Tang. Seeing her wearing next to nothing makes our boy blush hard. He clears his throat to play it cool and stammers out a greeting. Tang Tang has no clue why he's pulling up to her place at the crack of dawn. Gao Peng awkwardly explains that since he's taking the breeder exam, he needs her to babysit Dazi for a few days. Tang Tang nods and tells him not to sweat it and just focus on his test. Hearing that, our guy is stoked. Once Dazi is settled, Gao Peng waves goodbye and scurries off. But the second Gao Peng is out of sight, Tang Tang's sweet attitude vanishes. She throws a massive side-eye at Dazi, trash-talking him for being totally basic and ugly as hell, wondering how Gao Peng could even contract such a trash-tier monster. Dazi obviously takes that personally. He rears up, ready to pounce on her, but with just a single head pat from Tang Tang, the poor bug is completely frozen in shock for like 5 seconds. If his old man found out about this, he'd probably have a heart attack. Back inside, Tang Tang kicks her feet up on the couch and dials up the old man, warning him not to lose his mind over what she's about to say. Little Peng officially signed a beast contract, with a basic tier, purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede. Hearing this, the old guy on the other end completely loses his temper, yelling at her for not talking some sense into Gao Peng. Tang Tang sighs, getting up to walk to the window. And how was I supposed to do that? Your grandson is literally your clone. He acts like he doesn't give a crap about anything, but he's actually as stubborn as a mule. Turns out Dazi was a keepsake left behind by Gao Peng's parents. Twirling a lock of her hair, Tang Tang asks how things are going on his end. If it were up to her, she'd just wipe out anyone who steps out of line, and replace them with some loyal puppets. But she doesn't drag out the dark details, simply telling Gao Peng's grandpa, "Don't worry about the kid. As long as I'm around, Gao Peng is safe." With that, she hangs up. On the other end, an old man in a ridiculously fancy suit is staring out of a window. After pondering for a moment, he turns to his secretary and cold-heartedly orders, "Tell the lab they have exactly 5 months. If they don't fall in line, make them disappear. Also, tell Li Ye that the Qinghai branch mess needs to be cleaned up within 7 months." Shaking in her boots, the secretary bows and rushes off to carry out his orders. Once she's gone, he pulls out his phone and stares softly at a photo on the screen. "Little Peng, Grandpa will wrap everything up within a year and come find you. When that day comes, nobody will ever dare to lay a finger on you." Meanwhile, over at the Chang'an Breeder Association, the main square is absolutely packed with thousands of people. Gao Peng looks around at the massive crowd, realizing that being a breeder is seriously a highly coveted, dream job for everyone. Suddenly, someone calls his name. It's his classmate, Li Zigong, along with his mom and sister. Li's mom asks him why he's here watching the event all by himself. Gao Peng scratches his head and awkwardly mumbles that he's actually here to take the exam, which completely catches the three of them off guard. Then, Zigong's mom, Zhang Hong, pats him on the back, hyping him up and saying this is exactly the kind of energy the youth needs. She even jokes that we might see the youngest breeder ever born today. Gao Peng just blushes and plays it down, but suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through the air. "The youngest breeder in Chang'an? Since when did the bar get set so low that any random street trash can just show up and take it?" A short dude with shoulder-length blonde hair struts up, flanked by 2 absolute units of bodyguards. Li Zigong loses his cool instantly and gets ready to throw hands, but luckily, Gao Peng holds him back. Meanwhile, the blonde dude just keeps spitting shade and looking down on them. He probably thought he'd easily crush Gao Peng's spirit, but our boy just hits him with a completely unbothered look. If talking trash was all it took to become a breeder, you'd straight up be a grandmaster by now, old man. The blonde guy clenches his fists in pure rage and storms off, but not before throwing one last petty threat. Watching him leave, Zhang Hong instantly recognizes him. Turns out he's Wang Shu, a rich kid from the Wang Corporation, who has flunked this exam 4 times in a row. Right then, the doors swing open and security guards, holding long staffs, come out to keep the crowd in line. The chief examiner, Feng Shu, finally shows up. He announces that the official exam is now underway and tells everyone to line up and head inside. Once the crowd is settled inside, Feng Shu lays down the law. The exam is split into 2 parts, the theory phase and the practical phase. First up is theory, where they have to watch 3 video clips. Their job is to write down the exact details of the monsters shown in the clips. With the rules out of the way, Feng Shu officially kicks off the exam. The screen lights up with footage of a vast ocean, showing the faint outline of some massive beast near the surface. The camera slowly pans underwater, revealing a colossal shadow swimming and gliding through the depths. But just as it gets interesting, the screen suddenly goes pitch black. Feng Shu glances at his watch and announces that they have exactly 20 minutes to write down their answers. The second those words leave his mouth, the hall erupts into pure panic. Tons of candidates start losing their minds, clutching their heads in total despair because they barely even saw anything. Feng Shu loses his patience and snaps, barking. Anyone else who makes a peep gets kicked out immediately. That instantly shuts everyone up as fear sweeps the room. Wang Shu smirks like a villain, thinking about how this is the hardest exam in years. But he's not stressed at all because, surprise, surprise, he cheated and got the answers beforehand. He glances over at the next desk and is shocked to see Gao Peng looking completely chill. He scoffs, assuming Gao Peng is just acting tough. But while Wang Shu is busy being a hater, Gao Peng is actually low-key celebrating. His system literally read his mind and popped up a full stat sheet of the exact beast they just showed in the clip. Storm whale. Enjoys chill music, sunbathing, and eating small fish. Weak to dark attributed attacks, hates chaotic sound waves. Gao Peng just easily copies down everything the system laid out for him. The exam goes on, showing more clips of newly mutated monsters that barely anyone has ever seen before. But for Gao Peng, the system just dumps all their secrets right in front of his eyes. All he has to do is copy and paste. The third clip shows a sickle mantis, a super aggressive carnivorous monster that loves eating bugs and is weak to fire attacks. Just like that, the written phase wraps up. The papers are collected, and 1 hour later, Feng Shu steps up to announce who made the cut for the next round. Once he finishes reading the names, he drops some feedback, noting that while their answers were pretty sloppy and full of errors, they still managed to pass the bare minimum. Hearing this, Wang Shu turns to Gao Peng with a smug grin, mocking him since Gao Peng's name wasn't called. Meanwhile, Gao Peng is sweating bullets, gulping nervously. He's completely baffled. Did his system actually glitch and give him fake info? But then, Feng Shu speaks up again. "Oh, by the way, which one of you is Gao Peng?" Hearing his name called, Gao Peng flinches and slowly stands up, bracing himself for some bad news. Out of nowhere, Feng Shu started clapping, hyping him up for bagging the top score on the written exam. He wouldn't stop praising Gao Peng. The second those words left his mouth, the whole hall went wild. Just like that, Gao Peng became the center of attention. Getting his cool back, Gao Peng shot a smug look at Wang Shu. "Hey Wang Shu, did this perfect score disappoint you or what?" Wang Shu was so pissed he literally gritted his teeth, trash talk loaded at the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare spit it out in front of the examiner. With exam number 1 wrapped up, Feng Shu led the qualifiers to the site for exam number 2. The moment they stepped through those doors, a massive, brightly lit arena opened up before them. That's when Feng Shu started laying down the rules for the combat test. This combat exam was actually pretty simple. The rooms right behind Feng Shu were preloaded with monsters provided by the association. If a candidate could upgrade their monster's rank within 1 week, they'd pass. Plus, the association would cover the cost of all materials used during the test. But here's the catch. If you fail to upgrade your beast, you'll have to pay the association back for everything at market price. And even worse, the materials you get have a strict cap. Go too far over the limit and you fail automatically. Then, a proctor named Li Jin walked in and had everyone draw a room card. That's when it finally clicked for Gao Peng why a monster breeder license is one of the hardest damn things to get. With this random room drawing system, you have zero clue what kind of beast you're going to get stuck with. Standing right behind him in line, Wang Shu was already wearing that smug, punchable face of his, smirking at Gao Peng. The jerk was clearly plotting some shady scheme to humiliate him in front of everyone. When it was Gao Peng's turn, he drew a card while praying for some good luck. But there was one thing he didn't know. There was a familiar hiding inside the box, and the card he was about to pull had already been rigged. The proctor watched him pull the slip, wearing a wicked smirk like he'd just pulled off the perfect setup. Once everyone finished drawing, Feng Shu declared the exam officially underway. In no time, Gao Peng made his way to his assigned room, room 10. The guy in charge of this room, Zhou Yuan, walked up to shake hands and introduce himself. Gao Peng swiped his card, but the second the door swung open, his face froze in pure shock. Staring back at him from inside a cage was a monster so freaking terrifying it'd make anyone's skin crawl. Right then, the system popped up the beast's stats. Monster name, Flood Ape, level 10, quality, normal, attribute, wood type. Status, negative mutation, extremely depressed. Weakness, negative attribute, weakness. Gao Peng immediately asked Zhou Yuan what the hell was going on. Zhou Yuan dodged his gaze and admitted this Flood Ape had been used as a lab rat way too many times, leaving its body loaded with leftover toxic gas and conflicting energies. The Flood Ape was actually supposed to be scrapped, but the association supposedly had no other monsters left for Gao Peng to train. But Zhou Yuan knew the real deal. Just a few minutes ago, this whole setup was rigged by Proctor Li Jin. The guy had pocketed cash from that scumbag Wang Shu, so he made damn sure Gao Peng would fail this round. Zhou Yuan, being a nobody with zero authority, could only sigh helplessly, saying the only reason this Flood Ape had survived till now was sheer willpower. But upgrading it now? That was a pipe dream, way harder than a normal exam. He offered to help Gao Peng freeze his current scores so he could just retake the combat test next time. Gao Peng thought it over for a second, then turned to stare at the Flood Ape. After a moment, he turned down Zhou Yuan's offer. Zhou Yuan shrugged, speechless, and just wished him luck before walking out, leaving Gao Peng alone with the Flood Ape. Once Zhou Yuan was gone, Gao Peng took another close look at the beast. Its massive arms looked warped and deformed, with fluids swelling up in some places. The Flood Ape stared at the guy in front of it with helpless eyes, its body trembling, but its gaze was packed with a desperate hunger to evolve. But in the past, so many people had given up on it, saying it was a lost cause. Remembering all those rejections, the Flood Ape grabbed the iron bars and roared with all its might. Its painful cries echoed through the room. Tears streamed down its face as it looked at Gao Peng, probably expecting him to walk out too. But Gao Peng didn't budge. Instead, a warm hand gently rested on its head. Gao Peng flashed a warm smile and promised, "Don't worry, buddy. I'm gonna get you that upgrade." Gao Peng started checking out the upgrade paths, but the system notification totally blew his mind. There were actually 2 ways to evolve the Flood Ape. Option 1, Standard Evolution, which would purge the negative attribute impurities and evolve it into an elite-grade Flood Ape. Option 2, Twisted Mutation Evolution, which would absorb the negative attribute power, completely wipe out its negative type weakness, and carry a super high success rate of turning it into a brand new species, with the lowest quality being elite. But Standard Evolution required way too many materials, easily busting the exam's budget limit. After weighing both methods and their costs, Gao Peng decided to go with option 2. The system immediately laid out the steps. For the Twisted Mutation Evolution, he'd need half a pound of black bellygrass, to be taken 3 times a day for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, feed it 1 elite-tier undead monster core. Meanwhile, mix 3 ounces of luminous powder, 1 ounce of skull mushroom, and 3 drams of dried violet grass into an acid bath for the Flood Ape to soak in. Gao Peng jotted down the shopping list and handed it to Zhou Yuan. After reading it, Zhou Yuan hesitated, totally sketched out. He questioned Gao Peng because literally everything on the list was straight-up poison. The guy couldn't tell if Gao Peng was trying to breed the Flood Ape or straight-up murder it. Gao Peng just smirked confidently, saying, "Gotta fight poison with poison, bro," and told the staff member to relax because he knew exactly what he was doing. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving Zhou Yuan standing there with a face full of questions and a piece of paper. Zhou Yuan turned around, his attitude flipping instantly as he muttered, "Turns out, he's just a bookworm who only knows how to memorize crap." 3 days later, candidates for the combat test were dropping like flies. Some walked in with their chests puffed out but ended up getting carried out on stretchers. Others walked in with thick, luscious black hair and came out completely bald. Meanwhile, the Flood Ape had been chugging poison for several days straight, but surprisingly, its spirit was getting better and better. Even its old wounds were almost fully healed. The elite undead monster core was also starting to kick in. Now, there was only one final step left, soaking the Flood Ape in the acid bath to finish the job. But the real headache now was that monsters without a blood contract are extremely hard to communicate complex ideas with. Normally, the monsters provided by the association were pretty chill and wouldn't attack. But this Flood Ape had been experimented on and tortured at least 10 times, so there was no telling if it would snap. Gao Peng hesitated. Letting it loose now was a huge gamble, but giving up at the finish line meant all his hard work would go down the drain. At this point, his only play was to trust the Flood Ape. Gao Peng took a deep breath and unlocked the cage. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him like lightning. He thought the Flood Ape was going to tear him apart, but instead it just snuggled into his chest, acting all cute. Gao Peng gently patted it, then reached over to pull back the white curtain. Right there was a tub filled to the brim with a specially prepared green acid. The liquid was bubbling, sending up nasty black smoke. This was a toxic cocktail loaded with every crazy poison imaginable. He told the Flood Ape to suck it up and climb in, promising it a total makeover. Being a smartass, the Flood Ape plucked a tuft of hair from its butt and tossed it straight into the tub. Instantly, a puff of pitch-black smoke hissed out of the water. The Flood Ape freaked out, shaking its head like crazy, signaling there was no way in hell it was getting in there. Seeing this, Gao Peng patted its head to hype it up. He could give it power, but the beast had to find its own balls first. Hyped up by his words, the Flood Ape stood up, dipped a toe in, and then slowly lowered its entire body into the tub. The black smoke got so thick it ended up triggering the fire alarm. The moment the fire alarm in room 10 went off, the security team ordered nearby staff to deal with it ASAP to stop any fire from spreading. That bastard Wang Shu stood to the side looking incredibly smug, thinking his little stunt was the reason for all of this. Everyone figured Gao Peng totally screwed up and caused a fire. But when the security guys kicked the door down, the scene inside literally left everyone speechless. There wasn't a single spark of fire in the room, just thick pitch-black smoke. Gao Peng turned around and was completely clueless about why everyone was crowding around. Zhong Yuan had to point out the fire alarm, explaining that's why they all ran over to check on him. Gao Peng just laughed it off, admitting he was so hyper-focused on the Red River Ape that he completely tuned out the rest of the world. Once everyone saw everything was totally fine, they shut off the alarm and slowly cleared out. But all this noise definitely caught the attention of Chief Examiner Feng Tu. An assistant whispered to him, explaining that this crazy phenomenon was actually coming from a monster breeding process. The other candidates ran over to gossip, thinking Gao Peng had totally failed. Wang Shu looked around, saw no sign of the Red River Ape, and felt absolutely sure he'd successfully brought Gao Peng down. But right at that moment, the calm water suddenly started to stir. A skeletal hand wrapped in a purple glow burst out. Then a giant skeleton shining with that same purple light slowly rose from the water. 2 eerie flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets. The onlookers gossiping outside were scared out of their minds, like they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. The skeleton leaped right out of the tub, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. This monster's look was crazy rare, not a single shred of flesh or blood on its massive frame. Its joints were held together only by dense red threads. Everyone was totally shook, even Feng Tu was dumbfounded. Gao Peng didn't expect the system to be this overpowered, successfully pulling off a distorted evolution. The Red River Ape had evolved into a skull ghoul ape, reaching level 11 as an elite-tier monster with a perfect grade. It was currently in a weakened but super excited state. But this was just the first test. In the future, as long as he had the right materials, he could level up literally any monster. He walked around inspecting the skeleton, noticing that the purple aura around it was actually touchable, and its bones felt like solid metal. Li Jin said excitedly that this might be a completely new type of monster, and a super rare, priceless undead type at that. Hearing this, Feng Tu was secretly thrilled, because undead types were indeed extremely rare even within the Alliance. But what really got him excited wasn't this new monster. It was Gao Peng, the guy who actually created it. As Gao Peng turned to leave, the skeleton tugged at his shirt, giving him this pitiful look like it was terrified of being abandoned. Gao Peng spoke gently, lightly brushing its hand off. "I just upgraded your quality for you. What else are you unsatisfied with?" The skeleton just stared at him with big, sad eyes, like a kid about to be dumped. Standing nearby, Li Jin couldn't help but smirk. Usually, successfully upgraded monsters were handed over to the association staff. The previous monsters weren't worth his time, so he hadn't bothered to fight for them. But this one? He was definitely going to get his hands on it, no matter what. Seeing how attached the monster was to Gao Peng, Feng Tu decided to gift the skull ghoul ape to him. Hearing this, both Gao Peng and Li Jin thought they were literally hearing things. Gao Peng looked at the skull ghoul ape, then pointed at himself to double-check with Feng Tu if he was seriously giving it to him. Even though this was a new undocumented monster and its full stats weren't clear, the upgrade was obviously a massive success, so giving it to him was only fair. Gao Peng stared at the data panel, completely lost in thought. Originally, it was just normal grade. Now that it was upgraded to perfect grade, it only needed to break through 20 more levels to rank up to a Lord-tier monster. But looking at the stats, Gao Peng had a totally different take. The skull ghoul ape had basically met all the standards of a Lord-tier monster, and it was a rare undead type on top of that. Right then, Li Jin stepped forward to ruin the moment and interrupt everyone. He argued that this was totally against the rules. According to association protocols, successfully upgraded monsters had to be rewarded to the internal staff. Besides, this Red River ape had already been through 6 previous experiments, so there was no guarantee this specific trial was what actually triggered the upgrade. Before Li Jin could even finish, Wang Shu jumped in to throw fuel on the fire, claiming a kid like Gao Peng couldn't possibly upgrade a monster on the brink of death. He was dead certain Gao Peng had cheated. Feng Tu coldly shut down their little tag team show, demanding to know exactly how Gao Peng could have cheated. Li Jin couldn't give a straight answer, but he still stubbornly insisted Gao Peng cheated because the challenge was too damn hard for a novice tamer. He argued that Gao Peng probably just stumbled upon some random formula by pure luck and went all in, curing the monster through sheer blind luck. So this result didn't reflect Gao Peng's actual skills. With a totally blank face, Feng Tu asked if, based on Li Jin's logic, they should just disqualify Gao Peng right now. At this point, Li Jin stopped hiding his real motive. He suggested that they didn't need to disqualify Gao Peng and should still give him his certificate, except the monster had to be handed over according to association rules. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Tu burst out laughing, then turned to Gao Peng and apologized for his poor management making him witness such a joke. Powerful monster tamers in Chang'an were so rare that frogs in a well like Li Jin had absolutely no idea how out of their league they actually were. Gao Peng let out a long sigh. He had just come to get a certificate, not deal with this circus. Just because he was young didn't mean he cheated. Just because Li Jin was a failure didn't mean Gao Peng couldn't pull it off. If staying humble wasn't working, he might as well flex a bit. Gao Peng's casual expression turned dead serious, ready to school idiots like Li Jin. The Red River ape has river in its name only because it lives near the Red River. It has absolutely nothing to do with its actual element. Anyone who sees water in a monster's name and assumes it's a water type is beyond stupid. Based on its previous conditions, the idiots who experimented on the Red River ape had fed it a massive amount of water and yin attribute materials, completely clueless that its weakness was actually the yin attribute. Gao Peng took a sharp jab at Wang Shu, saying that if someone couldn't even grasp this basic common sense, they were just taking up space no matter how long they lived. Even though he wasn't named directly, Wang Shu felt totally humiliated and kept insisting Gao Peng was talking absolute nonsense, claiming the Red River ape's weakness was actually the wood element. Standing nearby, Feng Tu couldn't listen to his rubbish anymore. While the Red River ape does react fearfully to wood attribute, its actual weakness is indeed the yin attribute. And this is basic knowledge straight from the exam. Feng Tu's words completely shut Wang Shu's running mouth. Gao Peng kept explaining that because the chaotic energy inside the Red River ape had deeply seeped into its bones and blood, making it hard to eliminate, he decided to do the exact opposite of conventional methods. 3 days ago, the reason he had it consume black bamboo grass was to boost its soul strength, and then he fed it a massive amount of undead attribute materials. Finally, he used an undead monster core to trigger it. Gao Peng wasn't afraid to lay this all out, but he still warned everyone not to just casually try this, because the most crucial part was the exact order and precise ratio of the ingredients. The moment he finished speaking, Feng Tu started clapping and stepped closer to praise him. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. He felt that with Gao Peng's abilities, holding just a novice certificate would be a massive understatement. He told Gao Peng he would grant him the Intermediate Monster Tamer certificate. As for the advanced certificate, he'd have to take the exam at the Yanjing headquarters, but with his skills, that would be a piece of cake. As for the cheating allegation, Feng Tu coldly turned around, demanding in a threatening voice who the real cheater was. He glared at Li Tian with pure disgust. Like, did this clown seriously think a guild president like him didn't know what was up? Feng Tu turned around and demanded to know why the Red River Ape, which was supposed to be a discarded test subject, was even in today's exam in the first place. The moment he said that, Chunwen immediately called out Li Tian, exposing that he purposely slipped the Red River Ape onto the list. Why? Because he took a bribe from a candidate named Wang Thu, and all the evidence was logged right there in the beast records. Wang Thu was so scared he literally almost pissed his pants and collapsed onto the floor. This time, the guy was totally busted. Feng Tu was absolutely livid. Since they had both the witness and the proof right there, as the president of the Chang'an Monster Trainer Association, he officially disqualified Wang Thu from the exam and banned his ass from taking it again for the next 3 years. And the chief examiner, Li Tian, didn't get off easy either. He was kicked out of the association and blacklisted forever. Once everything was settled, Feng Tu politely turned to Gao Peng, apologizing for the embarrassing mess he had to witness. He invited Gao Peng up to his office for some tea, but honestly, Feng Tu just wanted to ask him for a little favor. Later, while waiting at the bus stop, Gao Peng opened his certificate to check it out. Dude, this thing was going to give him 30 extra points on his college entrance exam. As Gao Peng hopped onto the bus, he couldn't help but think he hit the absolute jackpot. Not only did he snag an elite monster, but he also got a sweet new identity token to boot. An hour ago in the office, Feng Tu had asked him to represent Chang'an City in the World Monster Trainer Championship. Honestly, the quantity and quality of trainers in Chang'an was pretty tragic. That's why Chang'an had been catching straight L's in other competitions for years. It had been 3 years since the New World mutated, and the World Championship didn't even have an age limit yet. Old heads, middle-aged guys, and teens all started from the exact same baseline. But when it came to growth potential, a young prodigy like Gao Peng definitely had a massive upper hand. After sitting through Feng Tu's endless yapping, Gao Peng just laughed awkwardly and waved his hands, trying to back out of the offer. Seeing his reaction, Feng Tu casually dropped that the top rankers got massive cash prizes. Like, anyone in the top 10 would walk away with at least 10,000 credit points. Sure, money can't buy happiness, but a whole load of cash is a different story. The second he heard about that fat prize pool, Gao Peng stood right up and cut Feng Tu off. Pressure? What pressure? With great power comes great responsibility. I'm totally in. Back in the present, while Gao Peng was lost in thought, 2 guys in the back row started whispering about Dumby. That was the new name of the skeleton following him around. A blonde dude sitting next to them heard them talking and actually tried to grab one of Dumby's bones to see what would happen. But within seconds, a bunch of red silk threads wrapped tightly around his wrist. Dumby started radiating a freezing, sub-zero chill and whipped his head 180 degrees around to glare at the blonde dude. The guy was shivering with pure terror, but his mouth was already webbed shut by the red thread. Dumby was about to drive his bony claws right into the guy's eyes when Gao Peng stopped him just in time. Sighing, Gao Peng muttered, "Man, to feed my kid and disciple, looks like Dad has to sell his soul to the grind. Dazi already eats like a horse, and looking at your frame, you probably have a massive appetite too. Dad's working overtime here." Even though he was complaining, Gao Peng grinned with absolute confidence, proudly bragging. Well, that's what happens when you're not only insanely handsome for your age, but also a total genius. While he was talking, 2 passengers nearby were whispering in disbelief. They were shocked that he could make a monster obey him so easily, without even signing a contract. Main character energy is real, huh? A bit later, Gao Peng got off the bus near his place, but just as he was heading to find Tong Tong to talk business, a creepy chill crept up his spine. Dumby immediately sensed something was off. Worried Gao Peng was in danger, he shoved him aside and effortlessly blocked the surprise attack. Clutching his aching back, Gao Peng stepped up and said, Chill. The thing that just jumped us is my disciple. We're on the same team now." But when he saw what was actually standing in front of him, his jaw dropped and he could only stammer out Dazi's name. Seriously, it had only been a few days, but Dazi had gotten ridiculously fat. Just then, Tong Tong walked over to greet him, mentioning that she and Dazi had come to pick him up. Seeing Tong Tong approach, Gao Peng pointed at the absolute unit of a centipede and stammered, asking what on earth happened to him. Tong Tong just giggled and asked if he thought Dazi looked way more robust now, proudly bragging that she had been pumping him full of premium supplements. Gao Peng was screaming internally when his system screen popped up with a warning that Dazi was suffering from severe overnutrition. Dumby glanced at Dazi, thinking that compared to that giant tub of lard, his own shredded body was way better. He was totally gloating inside. Meanwhile, Tong Tong patted Gao Peng's shoulder, asking how his exam went. Gao Peng rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, saying it went all right. He just casually ran into a level 6 monster, helped it evolve, and easily walked away with an intermediate trainer certificate. And then the association president just gave the monster to him. Gao Peng pointed at Dumby as he said it. Tong Tong stood frozen for a few seconds. She was completely blown away that he went in for a beginner's test and walked out with an intermediate license. Seeing her skepticism, Gao Peng immediately whipped out his official certificate. Tang Tong smiled softly, telling him that the speed of his growth was honestly mind-blowing. She added that there was something she had planned to tell him later, but today felt like the perfect time. Do you actually know why monster trainers hold such a crazy high status? Simply put, no matter how strong a trainer gets, their beast is still external. But there's a secret art called transposition of stars that lets you transfer all physical damage you take directly onto your familiar. Sure, it's got a limited range, and only the beast can choose to trigger it. But a monster's defense is on a whole different level compared to a squishy human. And as your beast ranks up, their life force and defense only get crazier. Once Gao Peng finished learning it, he could literally feel an invisible link binding him and his disciple together. Gao Peng started getting highly suspicious of Tong Tong's background, since she casually had a secret manual like this. While he was zoning out, his eyes landed on Dazi's chubby, swollen face. Honestly, the dude looked exactly like a giant purple sweet potato. When Dazi tried to argue, Gao Peng had Dumby bring a mirror over. Looking at his reflection, Dazi literally turned to stone, collapsing onto the floor like he had absolutely nothing left to live for. Gao Peng smacked his head, telling him to quit playing dead. He ordered Dazi to start working out to burn off that fat if he wanted to get his quality upgraded. Seriously, imagining himself trying to fly on a bloated centipede made Gao Peng's hair stand on end. The next day, Gao Peng met up with Tong Tong in downtown Chang'an. She had called him out because she wanted him to join her small monster training company. Turns out, her previous partner had recently made off with all the cash, leaving her completely understaffed. But before she could even finish, Gao Peng got suspicious. Like her company was located right in the fanciest part of downtown, so the rent had to be astronomical. Tang Tong flinched, stammering that they only rented this place back when business was booming. But ever since the trainers quit, business had been going downhill fast. Watching her laugh awkwardly and stumble over her words, Gao Peng felt like she was acting super sus compared to usual. With that, Tang Tang led him into the building, explaining that the studio was up on the 3rd floor. She offered him the highest industry pay rate, plus a 20% share in the company. Hitting the elevator button, she assured him this wouldn't mess with his schoolwork. He only had to show up on weekends, and honestly, the trainer gig was pretty chill anyway. Gao Peng felt a bit uneasy because the benefits were way too high. I mean, there were tons of trainers out there, so hiring a couple of randoms shouldn't be that hard. But Tong Tong insisted that being short-staffed was no big deal, but ruining their brand reputation was. For her, it was better to have nobody than to just hire some random scrubs. At this point, Gao Peng was already smelling something fishy. First, there was that insane monster taming technique, then she drops a prime location shop right in the heart of downtown with some ridiculously sweet benefits. He was calling BS, this had to be a trap. But the one setting this trap was none other than Tong Tong. He'd been grinding all alone as an orphan for 3 years, and without Tang Tang secretly looking out for him, things would have been rough. Thinking about that, he instantly brushed off the idea that she'd ever try to screw him over. Besides, if the pay was insanely good, so what? It's not like it didn't match his actual skills. He just made up his mind to secure the bag and make tons of cash for Tong Tong later on. He flashed a smile and told her he'd totally go along with whatever she had planned. Hearing that, she looked away and happily agreed to team up. But deep down, Tong Tong's heart was absolutely racing like a Category 5 hurricane, totally freaking out that Gao Peng might notice something was off. The two of them quickly headed up to the 3rd floor. Right then, a super cute girl came rushing over to them. Her name was Xuan Xuan. She was wearing a gray vest with a shoulder-length bob. Once Tong Tong introduced them, she quickly dashed into the elevator to get to work. Gao Peng let out a long sigh, thinking to himself that Tong Tong was a terrible liar who left way too many obvious clues. Xuan Xuan then helped Gao Peng put in his info. While typing away, she snuck a glance at him. Feeling pretty shocked by how young this guy looked to be a mid-tier monster breeder, she immediately figured her hopelessly naive, soft-hearted boss, Tong Tong, was getting played by some young dude again. Meanwhile, Gao Peng was thinking he needed to make some serious bank to repay Tong Tong, which meant he had to completely revamp his pricing strategy. He wasn't like those other basic monster breeders. As long as they did things his way, it was like every single monster was guaranteed to level up successfully. Since he was that good, there was no way he was charging standard rates. He wasn't some greedy guy, but if he undercharged, it'd be like disrespecting the system and his own cheat code. so he decided to compromise and settle for 3 times the highest rate of a mid-tier breeder. Just then, Xuan handed his certificate back to him. She double-checked with Gao Peng, asking if he was absolutely sure about charging 3 times the max rate. Since he had never worked in a firm before, she figured he didn't get that pricing shouldn't be so reckless. Getting clients was one thing, but if it ruined the office's reputation, that'd be a disaster. Gao Peng's face turned dead serious as he asked her what she meant, but right then, a guy burst through the door and cut him off. He demanded that Gao Peng prove he actually had the skills to back up charging 3 times the highest market price. His eyes were completely bloodshot as he lunged forward, desperately telling Gao Peng, "If you can cure my monster, I will pay you 10 times the rate right now." Mr. Ma pointed right at Gao Peng's face and yelled, "Do it! If my monster levels up successfully, I'll pay you 10 times that price." Right next to him, Xuan was stammering, trying to de-escalate the situation, saying, "Sir, please calm down." Gao Peng calmly faced Mr. Ma and replied, "Nah, no need for all that." He smirked, holding up 3 fingers, and said, "It's my first gig anyway, so let's treat you like a VIP. 3 times the rate is plenty." Mr. Ma's face darkened with disbelief as he asked, "So you're that confident you can cure my monster?" Gao Peng laughed, raising his hand, and calmly said, "What's the rush? Where is your monster anyway? I've got to check it out first before I can give you a straight answer." Mr. Ma grabbed a green box, turned to Gao Peng, and said furiously, "Fine, I'll trust you this once, kid." With that, he pulled a tiny, injured creature out of the box, which was shivering in his palm. Seeing the little guy, Xuan couldn't help but feel sorry for it and gasped, "Oh dear!" Meanwhile, Gao Peng stood behind them, observing its condition. The purple-furred creature had spreading red streaks all over its body, still trembling in Ma's palm. Mr. Ma, completely losing his patience, snapped, "Well, can you do it or not?" With that single question, the system popped up, displaying the info on the creature before him. Name, purple electric mouse. Condition, mutation conflict. Level, 19, grade, elite. Quality, excellent. Attribute, lightning type. Status, mildly injured, in pain. Weakness, mud type. As Gao Peng read the system data, his eyes went wide. He blurted out, "Wait a sec, this is..." Right then, his system screen flashed red with a danger warning. "Mutation conflict in progress. Please handle immediately." Gao Peng instantly demanded, "What did you feed this thing to mess it up like this?" Mr. Ma gasped, caught completely off guard. After a brief moment, his face darkened as he sheepishly admitted, "I fed it a blood jade Ganoderma. I just wanted it to evolve." Mr. Ma lifted his hands holding the purple electric mouse and begged Gao Peng, "Can you cure it, please? I'm begging you." Gao Peng rested his chin on his hand, thinking hard. Honestly, this purple electric mouse was already in the middle of evolving. It was just that the conflict between its blood and lightning attributes was causing this mess. The system displayed, "Mutation evolution. Take 5 shadow fruits, 1 scarlet maple tree core, and 50 grams of golden lightning leaves, grind them in a millstone, and boil them into a broth. Add 1 elite-tier blood-sucking bat monster crystal core into the broth," Gao Peng noted. So, by using the system's formula, he could turn the attribute conflict into a perfect synergy, helping this purple electric mouse complete its evolution. Gao Peng turned to Xuan and said, "Grab me 5 shadow fruits, 1 scarlet maple tree core, some golden lightning leaves, and an elite blood-sucking bat monster crystal core." "Move it!" Xuan quickly replied, "On it!" He then glanced back at Mr. Ma and reminded him, "You know how monster breeders work, right? We come up with a plan and we confront the materials for you, but you gotta pay for everything yourself." Mr. Ma immediately said, "No problem." Gao Peng looked gently at the shivering purple electric mouse and cooed, "Don't worry, little baby. With me here, failing this evolution is practically impossible." With the door shut, Gao Peng geared up with all the necessary equipment, pulling on his gloves under the bright exam lights. Xuan and Mr. Ma watched the scene, shivering. Mr. Ma asked, "Is this really going to make my purple electric mouse level up?" "Are you absolutely sure about this, Gao Peng?" Holding a scalpel in one hand and pinning the mouse with the other, Gao Peng casually replied, "Yeah, why? Is there a problem?" Xuan and Mr. Ma panicked, yelling, "You tell us!" Gao Peng just dropped the purple electric mouse straight into the boiling pot. Seeing this, Mr. Ma rushed forward to stop him, screaming, "No, don't!" Standing in the back, Xuan had a totally hopeless face as she tapped away on a calculator, muttering, "Man, how much are we going to have to pay in damages?" Inside the pot, the purple electric mouse floated up, getting stirred around until it was completely dizzy by Gao Peng's ladle. Gao Peng even tried to be friendly by scooping up a ladle of the soup, bringing it close to Mr. Ma's face with a creepy smile, and asking, "Want to take a sip of this mouse soup? It's great for your vitality." Mr. Ma held his head in agony, crying, "No!" Gao Peng opened the pot lid with a grin and said, "Chill out, I was just making a joke to lighten the mood." "Look, Mr. Ma." The purple electric mouse had already floated to the surface, looking incredibly cozy and enjoying its bath. Gao Peng explained, "I'm not cooking soup here. This is a custom-brewed medicinal bath for your monster. And boiling it just helps speed up the absorption of the medicine." With glowing eyes, Gao Peng darkly slammed the lid back on and said, Heaven's about to test this mouse, so we gotta cook it a couple more times. Let it simmer for another 10 minutes. Heh. Mr. Ma stared at Gao Peng's mischievous grin, chanting to himself, I gotta calm down. I gotta stay calm. There were only 2 advanced monster breeders in the entire city of Chang'an, and they were both massive big shots with crazy high status. Booking them was practically impossible. Mr. Ma glared, thinking to himself that his only choice right now was to let Gao Peng take a shot. At least the kid was a mid-tier breeder, but if things went sideways, he definitely had ways to deal with him. Time flew by, and 10 minutes quickly passed. Mr. Ma anxiously asked Gao Peng, Is it done yet, Master Gao? Gao Peng reassured him, Chill out, it's almost done. Right as the words left his mouth, he pointed at the pot and said, Here it comes. A loud noise rattled from inside the pot, making the lid shake violently. Mr. Ma just stood there, completely clueless. Suddenly, a loud boom went off, and a cloud of white smoke blew the lid right off. As the smoke cleared, the purple electric mouse slowly appeared, curled up inside the pot. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce red light. The purple electric mouse shot out of the smoke, sending the pot flying, then darted around, knocking over the keyboard and scattering papers everywhere before finally landing on the desk. Seeing this, Mr. Ma screamed in pure excitement, It worked! My monster actually evolved successfully. But Queen in the back wasn't vibing with this at all. She clutched her head in pure agony and groaned, Oh my god, not the treatment room. The system popped up a hologram of a purple rodent with red stripes. It's a level 20, elite tier purple lightning blood rat with perfect quality, dual attribute lightning and blood. Gao Peng grinned and said, Bro, you just hit the jackpot. This is a dual element perfect quality beast. With a little more training, it can totally evolve into a boss tier familiar. Mr. Ma cradled the purple lightning blood rat in his hands, staring at it in awe. He beamed and said, Man, I'm so sorry for being such a jerk earlier. I never thought my familiar could actually evolve like this. Seriously, thank you so much, Mr. Gao Peng. Gao Peng smugly slid the invoice right under Mr. Ma's nose and smirked. Don't sweat it, man. You pay, I deliver. It's just business. Oh, and by the way, this includes the damages to my office plus the consultation fee. Please settle it all in a bit. Mr. Ma didn't even hesitate and said no problem at all. Gao Peng turned to Quinn, handed her the invoice and instructed, Hey, use this list to deliver the materials to my house later. Just deduct the cost from my paycheck. Quinn was like, okay. Mr. Ma was practically drooling with admiration. Eyes sparkling, he held the purple lightning blood rat and stood before Gao Peng, pleading. Mr. Gao Peng, I have another familiar. Could you please check it out too? Do you have any slots open tomorrow? Gao Peng scratched his head, looking awkward. About that? Mr. Ma quickly flashed 3 fingers and said eagerly, Mr. Gao Peng, money is no object. I'll pay 3 times your rate. No, even more. Before he could finish, Gao Peng raised his hand to stop him. It's not about the money, bro. I've got school tomorrow, so I'm totally booked. Mr. Ma couldn't believe his ears. School? With your insane skills, you still need classes? Are we talking about some elite association training camp? Or are you studying under some legendary grandmaster? Gao Peng casually grabbed his jacket and scoffed. What are you even talking about? Slinging his white lab coat over his shoulder and picking up his bag, he stood by the door, looked back and said, Just regular old high school. Anyway, I gotta get home and do my homework now. Quinn and Mr. Ma stood there with their jaws on the floor. Mr. Ma muttered, Are high schoolers these days seriously this terrifying? Quinn whispered to herself, Sister Dung literally bought this whole office for a fortune a few days ago, fired all the trainers, and told me to keep it a secret from Gao Peng. I thought she was just a rich girl playing around, but is this guy actually a hidden beast training god just practicing here? Meanwhile, somewhere else, a hand held up a monster core and murmured, Not bad. This core is pretty high quality. Dung sat cross-legged on a chair, sipping a drink, while her phantom dragon lizard watched. She raised her hand holding the monster core and ordered, Take this over to him. The phantom dragon lizard rolled its eyes and let out a soft hiss. Sunbeams streamed through the window as the invisible lizard clung to the outside wall, keeping a close eye on Dazi's movements. The phantom dragon lizard dropped the monster core through the window. It clattered down and rolled right in front of Dazi. Curiously peeking out from under the chair, Dazi crawled over to stare intensely at the shiny core. While Dumby watched from behind in confusion, Dazi didn't hesitate for a second. It crawled over and chomped down on the core, but as it started chewing, its pure joy instantly turned into absolute disgust. Suddenly, Dazi started twitching violently, freaking out Dumby. Outside, Gao Peng was walking home carrying 2 bags of groceries, talking to himself. 15 kilograms of yin blood scallions. This should keep Dumby fed for a whole month. Now that Dumby is perfect quality, the next step in evolution is epic quality. An epic quality monster? I've only read about those in textbooks or seen them on TV. I think it's better to just build up Dumby's nutrition for a while before trying to push for the next evolution. Gao Peng's face suddenly tensed up with worry. He muttered, and as for Da Zi, we definitely can't rush things. If I want to upgrade him, I need a lightning-type monster core that's at least level 10. Those are insanely hard to find. Sighing in despair, Gao Peng added, and even if I did find one, there's no way in hell I could afford it. Suddenly, he noticed something felt totally off coming from his apartment. Wait, is that Dumby? His face darkened as panic set in. Oh crap, something bad is happening inside. Without a second thought, he ditched his 2 bags of groceries and sprinted toward his place. Flying up the stairs 3 steps at a time, he reached out frantically for the doorknob. Gao Peng slammed the door open and screamed, Dumby! Right in front of him, Da Zi was rolling around on the floor, foaming at the mouth, while Dumby just stood there watching helplessly. Suddenly, the system dinged, showing a notification. Purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede, currently evolving, common quality, level 8. Consume the flesh and core of a thunder diamond centipede, a monster of the same genus. Evolutionary path of the purple-backed, yellow-clawed centipede is currently shifting. Gao Peng stared at the system screen, his eyes wide with shock. Evolving? A thunder diamond centipede's core? Gao Peng knelt down beside the shivering Da Zi, rubbing his chin in deep thought. How the hell did he get his hands on such a priceless item? Who would even? He snapped his head toward the door. Sister Dung Dung. Dung Dung shuffled into view, carrying his grocery bags, coughing awkwardly. Gao Peng glared at Dung Dung and demanded, Sister Dung Dung, you fed that core to Da Zi, didn't you? He was starting to lose his cool. Stepping up to her, he said, Why would you even do that without telling me first? Dung Dung was totally speechless, only managed a weak, ha ha ha. Trying to play it cool, she held up the grocery bags and whined, Oh, come on, I just came to return your groceries. But deep down, she was thinking, Yeah, right. If I told you first, you'd never have accepted it. Setting the bags down, she scolded, Look at you, leaving your groceries in the middle of the hallway like that. She quickly bolted back toward the door, waving her hand cheerfully. Seriously, you make a little cash for a few days and you're already throwing food away. With that, she slipped out of his apartment, yelling, Anyway, get some rest. I'll leave you to it. Leaving Gao Peng frozen in place, unable to get a word in. All he could stammer was, Wait! Sister Dung, he sighed in utter defeat. Man, there is a special kind of need called Sister Dung Dung thinks you need it. Gao Peng turned around and flicked Da Zi's dizzy head. You greedy little glutton! Don't just eat whatever you find on the floor, got it? He sat cross-legged, resting his chin on his hand as he stared at the system screen in annoyance. Well, I can't just leave Da Zi like this. Is there any way to speed up this upgrade? Gao Peng frantically emptied his pockets, dumping out screws, medicine bottles, and random twigs, muttering, Nope, not this. Definitely not this. This one's useless too. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a twig with a purple flower. He grinned. Bingo! If I grind up this mid-grade purple poison flower and feed it to Da Zi, it should trigger the evolution. Wasting no time, Gao Peng rushed into the kitchen, threw it in the blender, and started making the medicine. Holding the freshly brewed cup, he poured it down Da Zi's throat and urged, Down it quick! Da Zi's eyes flared with a menacing red glow. It floated up, enveloped in a blinding golden aura. The light flooded Gao Peng's entire apartment, completely shattering the window glass. As the smoke slowly cleared, a giant golden horn and a massive glowing body emerged. Da Zi's epic new form materialized, standing proud and powerful right in front of Gao Peng. The system screen flashed with info on Da Zi's new form. Purple-backed thunder centipede level 9, elite quality. Attributes lightning and poison. To upgrade to perfect quality, consume powdered silver leaf grass with water daily for 1 week, plus a boss-tier lightning-type monster core. Gao Peng read the specs and let out a huge sigh of relief. Whew, finally done! I can't believe it was that easy to get Da Zi to elite tier. Is this what it feels like to ride a sugar mommy's coattails? But a second later, Da Zi face-planted, collapsing onto the floor, leaving Dumby completely shocked and Gao Peng totally speechless. As Da Zi lay there completely drained, Dumby crawled over, looking super worried. Gao Peng put his hands on his hips and laughed, trying to calm him down. Bro, Da Zi trolls you every single day, and you're still worried about him? Relax, he's just out of juice. Gao Peng turned and handed a bowl of tofu to Dumby, saying, For someone who looks as scary as you, aren't you a bit too sweet? Here, I bought this specifically for you today. Dig in. Dumby stared at the bowl of tofu in confusion, then reached in to grab a piece. Dumby popped the tofu into his mouth, but it passed straight through his pitch-black skeletal body and dropped right out of his empty stomach. Holding a broom, Gao Peng handed the bowl back to Dumby and comforted him. It's okay, buddy. Try again. Gao Peng looked at Dumby with a bright, encouraging smile and said, You just finished an upgrade, so it's best to let your power stabilize first. Once I find the perfect materials for your next evolution, you're going to become an absolute beast, trust me. It didn't take long for Da Zi to bounce back, completely re-energized and bursting with life. He looked over at the sofa and saw Gao Peng slumped over, completely wiped out, with Dumby leaning against the back of the couch behind him. Da Zi grinned as a mischievous idea popped into his head. Snatching up a pink towel, he happily trotted over to Gao Peng. Peeking through the cracked door, Dung watched them, wondering to herself, is this the calm before the storm? She looked over at Dumby, Stripey, and Gao Peng hugging it out, even though Gao Peng looked a bit annoyed being squeezed by Stripey. Taking in that warm, cozy scene, Tong Tong was like, "Little Peng, you gotta grow up fast, okay?" Another wonderful morning at school. Inside the principal's office, a white-haired guy slammed his desk in a rage and barked, "No way in hell am I agreeing to this. How can we let monsters into the school?" His eyes went wide as he yelled, "The students here are just kids. They don't have any professional training. Did the higher-ups even think about these kids' safety?" The brown-haired guy sitting across from him clasped his hands and replied, "Look, in peaceful times, yeah, they're kids. But back in ancient times, kids this age were already picking up weapons to defend their country." The white-haired guy asked in shock, "Has the situation really gotten that intense?" The brown-haired man looked anxious, unable to meet his eyes, and muttered, "Multiple worlds are all researching new tech, but the speed." An evolutionary chart of two cats living in completely different environments faded in. An innocent little kitty slowly evolved to adapt to its surroundings, turning massive and super aggressive. The brown-haired guy sighed, "It's still way too slow. If this keeps up, the day our tech stops being a threat to them, that's when we're truly screwed." That was the old principal. Cut to the classroom. Gao Peng was standing at his desk with everyone staring at him, which totally creeped him out. Tan Qianjin, who sat in front of him, spun around and asked, "Gao Peng, did you seriously pass the intermediate monster trainer exam?" Gao Peng admitted it, but found it weird, asking, "Yeah, but how did you find out?" Tan Qianjin held up a newspaper and pointed right at the Chang'an Daily. The headline read, "Youngest monster trainer in Chang'an breaks the association's record." With his eyes sparkling, Tan Qianjin hyped him up. "Dude, you're literally in the news." Immediately, the whole class swarmed Gao Peng, showering him with praise. "Right? You're a total celeb now, Gao Peng. Seriously, you made our class look so good, but man, you totally wrecked Li Zigong." Haha, word is his mom was at the exam hall too. The second they got home, she made him bend over for a spanking. It absolutely destroyed him. Tan Qianjin rubbed his hands together, looking all shy as he stood in front of Gao Peng, and squeaked, "So, Gao Peng, buddy, I actually have a tiny favor to ask." Without even waiting to hear it, Gao Peng threw his hands up to shut him down. "Then don't say it." This instantly turned Tan Qianjin into stone. Gao Peng glanced at him and added, "You said it yourself, it's a small favor. If you spill it, wouldn't a problem that only stressed you out end up stressing both of us? Totally not worth it, right?" Tan Qianjin was so pissed off by Gao Peng's logic that he grimaced and clenched his fists. "You!" But before he could finish, Murong Chuye's massive shadow loomed right behind him. She smacked Tan Qianjin on the head and snapped, "What are you all crowding around for? Get back to your seats right now, I've got an announcement to make." The other kids scrambled back to their desks in a panic, whispering, "Oh crap, run, run! Teach is absolutely furious." Murong Chuye cleared her throat. "Listen up, I have an announcement." She stood tall at the podium, looking down at everyone. "Starting right now, schools worldwide are going through an emergency reform. Grade 11 will get a new beast-taming course, alongside a special track for beast-taming majors." The TV showed a live broadcast of a press conference with two high-ranking officials shaking hands. The news anchor explained that this project was a joint effort between the Ministry of Education and the Military Alliance. Elite beast-taming students could get fast-tracked straight into top universities or military academies. The whole class was dead silent, totally stunned by the breaking news on TV. And that wasn't all. Military instructors were arriving very soon. Starting this afternoon, the specialty students will begin their training. "Anyone who wants to join this track, come sign up with me after class right away." The classroom exploded into whispers. A sudden reform like this? Did something bad happen? No kidding, and it's a huge joint project with the military too. Is it the outskirts? I heard things are getting crazy tense out there. While Gao Peng kept his cool, someone suddenly called out his name. He glanced over with a simple, "Huh?" Murong Chie pointed outside and said, "Step out for a sec, I need to talk to you." Gao Peng replied, "Got it." Once they were out in the hallway, Murong Chuye stood in front of him with her hands on her hips. "You did awesome this time, going straight for that intermediate monster trainer license. At the meeting earlier, the principal even gave you a special shout-out. Tomorrow, the kids from High School 7 are coming over, and the school wants you, as a representative of our freshmen, to give a speech." Gao Peng smiled awkwardly and put his hands up to decline. "Ms. Murong, please count me out on the speech. That kind of thing is really not my style." Then his face lit up, and he excitedly added, "Actually, I want to sign up for the beast-taming specialty track." Ms. Mu looked confused. "Where did that sudden idea come from?" She frowned. "While the beast-taming track is a solid career path, it honestly doesn't make much sense for someone like you." She was cut off mid-sentence by a loud honking sound. Looking out the window, Ms. Mu saw a neat line of tanks rolling right into the schoolyard. She continued, Your grades are amazing. As long as you keep this up, plus the extra points from your intermediate monster trainer license, getting into any top university in the Huaxia region will be a piece of cake for you. You could even try for elite schools abroad. She looked down and saw a soldier struggling to control a beast, while a commander behind him barked, "Hold it tight. We'll need it this afternoon." The soldier saluted, and Ms. Mu turned back to him. If you really want to become a combat trainer, you can just use your academic scores to get into a military academy and then major in a related field. There's really no need to rush into this. Gao Peng clenched his fist, staring out the window with a serious look. Thanks for looking out for me, Ms. Murong. Going to a military academy first to become a trainer does sound safer. He frowned, adding, but that's just too slow. I want to learn through actual combat training so I can grow and get stronger fast. Squinting with a reassuring smile to comfort her, he said, besides, I can take both exams at the same time, right? I'm not letting any opportunity slip by, so don't worry, Miss Mu. Left with no arguments, she could only let out a helpless chuckle. You stubborn brat! She turned away, pointing up. Fine. Since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Just make sure you think this through. Gao Peng quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Mu. By lunchtime, the campus was buzzing with energy. Gao Peng walked behind a massive crowd. Everyone around was staring and whispering, are these guys here for the tryouts? Yeah, look how confident they are. So cool. Go get 'em, seniors. Gao Peng spun around as Tan Qianjin suddenly waved frantically from the crowd, yelling, Yo, Gao Peng, you signed up for the Monster Tamer track too? Gao Peng sighed, annoyed. Tan Qianjin squeezed through the crowd, bumping into people and pissing them off. He beamed at Gao Peng. Aren't you already a monster breeder? And besides, your grades are crazy good. Gao Peng didn't even bother looking at him, coldly asking, Your grades aren't bad either. Why did you sign up? Tan Qianjin's eyes sparkled as he flashed an innocent grin. Heh, it's for my childhood dream. My favorite anime was Divine Pets. The monsters in it were so badass. I want to be the strongest monster tamer, man. How could I miss this? Gao Peng smirked. What if the strongest monster tamer is a guy? You want to be his man? Tan Qianjin froze, waving his hands frantically in panic. Gross, no! Strongest tamer is an adjective describing me, not some other dude! Walking ahead, Gao Peng said coldly, Whatever, just keep up, the court is right ahead. Everyone lined up on the basketball court. Some kids stared at the vehicles parked nearby and gasped, Whoa, those are the latest armored combat vehicles. It's my first time seeing them in real life. They look so intense, it's kind of terrifying. Yeah, I feel you. The teacher gestured to a muscular guy walking over and said, After you, Lieutenant. Gao Peng kept quiet, standing with one hand in his pocket as he observed. But next to him, Tan Qianjin locked his hands behind his head, scoffing, So this is our instructor? Aside from being a bit buff, he doesn't look like much. The lieutenant's eyes suddenly narrowed, a dangerous red glint flashing across them. The second he saw that glare, Damjian Tian, who was standing right next to him, went pale as a ghost and got goosebumps. He gasped, Holy crap! Gao Peng frowned, totally on guard. Man, his killing intent is off the charts. This lieutenant is no joke. On the podium, the lieutenant continued. First off, let me give you some credit. Compared to the cowards who chickened out, you guys actually have some balls. But wait, did you seriously think you've already become actual beast tamers? The lieutenant's killing intent flared up like wildfire, matching his terrifying glare. He growled. Without a rock-solid mindset or an ironclad will, when you actually face wild monsters, you'll literally piss yourselves, your legs will turn into jelly, and you won't even be able to run. His words instantly triggered the students below. They angrily snapped back, Wow, talk about looking down on us. Yeah, right. It's just monster taming. Who hasn't seen that before? The lieutenant smirked. Oh, you're not convinced, huh? He waved his hand, and two soldiers led a massive, ferocious white wolf over. The lieutenant said, Then let's put it to the test. Standing tall with a shredded, commanding build that radiated pure power, the lieutenant stood at attention before the students, alongside his beast, the silver moon wolf. It was a wolf with blue and white fur, looking incredibly sharp and intelligent. The lieutenant ordered an instructor to step up. The guy immediately saluted and shouted back, acknowledging the order. Standing at absolute attention, the subordinate instructor's voice boomed loud and clear, Sir, the 10-centimeter target and 3 armor plates have been set up. The lieutenant looked down at the silver moon wolf, his eyes filled with pride and absolute trust, and whispered, Go get him. The second the wolf heard its master's command, it shot forward like a bullet. The silver moon wolf dashed toward the armor plates, moving faster than a freaking speeding bullet. It leaped high into the air, and without even breaking a sweat, it sent the first armor plate flying. That super tough armor plate was ripped clean in half by its claws in a split second. The students watching this were completely jaw-dropped. A few of them were so freaked out they started breaking into a cold sweat. Gao Peng was just as shocked. He stared blankly at the beast, completely blown away. Man, that thick armor plate got pulverized in just one hit. The lieutenant turned back to the crowd, his voice cold and sharp, sounding way more like a warning than a speech. You all saw that clearly, right? That is the destructive power of a trained beast. He paused, then added, the monsters you'll face in the future are going to be just as lethal, if not way worse. Standing tall on the stage, his voice echoed across the stadium crowd. So this is your absolute last chance. Anyone who wants to back out, step forward now. At first, there was only one hesitant step, but then, one after another, a whole bunch of them started walking away. Gao Peng felt a bit uneasy watching so many kids his age turn around and leave. Man, so many are quitting. Guess there were tons of hype chasers who just came to see the drama. Just then, the lieutenant suddenly barked out, "Why the hell are you hanging your heads?" Turns out, he was annoyed by the guilty, sketchy looks on those kids' faces. A tough, straight shooter like him couldn't stand seeing them shrink back like cowards. He couldn't just let it slide, so he called out, "You guys didn't do anything wrong!" Even though the lieutenant seemed stone-cold and terrifying, he was actually super understanding and reasonable. He cracked a smile, saying goodbye to the quitting students with some real advice. Go hit the books. Studying is a solid path, too. You're not deserters. You just made a smart, rational choice. Then, he wrapped it up with a blunt but funny remark. Now get the hell back to class. Then, the lieutenant turned his gaze to the ones who stayed. That warm, gentle look instantly vanished, replaced by a glare that felt like he was ready to eat them alive. His voice turned incredibly harsh. But you guys, you chose to stay. From this moment on, if anyone quits, you are a straight-up deserter. And I don't tolerate cowards in my unit, got it? The kids who stayed didn't dare raise their voices, just mumbling under their breath. Yes, got it. But the lieutenant hated that weak, timid crap. He snapped, louder! I can't hear you! Instantly, all the students on the field roared back in unison, understood. And yet, in contrast to the intense boiling vibe inside, the world outside remained totally peaceful. After a few exhausting hours at the academy, Gao Peng finally made it back home. The second he stepped inside, he face-planted onto the sofa with a heavy sigh. Man, I'm dead! He let out a long sigh. Even though he'd braced himself, he never expected things to be this intense. Suddenly, his cute little beasts saw him walk in and started creeping over, whining for food. He was totally wiped out, but he still had to feed them. Gao Peng groaned, ugh, seriously? Gao Peng walked over to the fridge, his mind still racing over what the principal said. According to Principal Chen, within a month, the citywide registry will eliminate up to 1,200 students. Gao Peng felt a surge of panic. That elimination rate is insane. He opened the fridge and saw the shelves were totally empty. Wait, what? He looked around frantically, looking like he wanted to pick up the entire fridge and shake it. He asked, totally dazed, where the hell are the yin snow pine needles? I literally packed this place with them. Gao Peng stared blankly at the single needle left in his hand, muttering, just one needle? Gao Peng stormed out to interrogate his beasts. All right, which one of you did this? Sassy Dazi immediately pointed at Dumby, snitching, he ate it! He ate it all! Gao Peng stared blankly at the innocent-looking Dumby. He couldn't bring himself to be harsh on the big guy, only sighing in defeat. You did, Dumby? Ah, Gao Peng's face softened into a gentle smile. Hey, next time you want seconds, just let me know, all right? Seeing how mad Gao Peng had looked, Dumby was terrified his master was still angry, so he hid his face against the wall, looking absolutely pitiful. Gao Peng was a bit surprised by this. I guess your name really suits you, you dummy. He walked back to his chair to study the system. Reading the status panel closely, it showed that Dumby needed to absorb 600 caddies of yin snow pine needles to complete Phase 1 of his evolution. Gao Peng looked at his phone screen, which showed a successful order of 30 caddies of yin snow pine needles and 10 caddies of thunderflower fruits. One caddy of yin snow pine needles was 1,000 alliance credits, so eating 15 caddies a day was only 15,000 credits. He could still cover that. Thinking about Dumby, Gao Peng felt pretty relieved. Having a big appetite is actually a good thing. The more stuff he absorbs, the faster he'll trigger his next evolution. Dumby is only an elite tier monster right now. Once he hits a higher level, the materials he'll need will get way more expensive. Some stuff might not even be on the market, and that's when the real money burning starts. Then, Gao Peng glanced over at Dazi. And then there's this little guy. Watching Dazi happily munch away brought a smile to his face, but he still had to do the math. To upgrade Dazi to perfect quality, she needed to eat 200 caddies of thunderflower fruits. Luckily, thunderflower fruits were a bit cheaper, costing only 200 alliance credits per caddy. Gao Peng let out a long, exhausted sigh. Being a single dad to these monsters was exhausting. Man, raising a family is no joke. Just like that, another day went by. The next day, Gao Peng stood in the school courtyard, staring blankly. Did a freaking zoo just open up here? The entire schoolyard was in absolute chaos, filled with loud, chaotic noises as students struggled to control their own beasts. Shouts and screams echoed everywhere. Some kids were trying to break up a fight between two pets, while others were yelling, Xiaohua, get back here! Or trying to drag a lazy beast down from a tree, shouting, Get down here already! Gao Peng's eyes locked onto a massive, giant pig blocking the entire entrance. He let out a heavy sigh. The other pets are one thing, but this pig is just ridiculous. He walked over and hesitantly asked the girl standing nearby, "Is this beast yours? It's pretty huge, huh? Think you can get it to step aside for a sec?" The girl gasped, totally startled. Gao Peng added, feeling a bit awkward, "Your pet is completely blocking the doorway." The girl turned bright red, squealing, "Oh gosh!" She suddenly flashed back to when she first bought the pig. It used to be tiny, super cute, and incredibly obedient, just like a sweet little baby. Tears welled up in her eyes as she started rambling to him. "It wasn't like this at all when I bought it." Gao Peng stood there, totally baffled, thinking to himself, she completely missed the point. Just then, an instructor walked by. Seeing them standing there awkwardly, he barked, "What's the holdup here?" Gao Peng mumbled, "It's the instructor." The instructor took one look and instantly realized they were blocked by the massive pet. He turned to his own beast and quietly commanded, "Silver, deal with it." The silver moon wolf immediately bared its fangs, locking a menacing glare onto the stubborn pig. Despite its relatively small size, the wolf radiated a terrifying, bone-chilling aura. Seeing that, the beast quickly scrambled to its feet, shaking like a leaf as it cowering behind its master. The instructor smirked and said, "Done with the drama. If you're finished putting on a show, let's start the training." The trainees gathered on the grassy field. Today, every single one of them had their own beast by their side. The instructor shouted, "I know some of you definitely plan on bonding with multiple beasts to form a full combat squad in the future. So today, we're going to train your ability to command your beasts first. This is the absolute baseline, and it's a super important step." Standing with his hands behind his back, looking dead serious, the instructor boomed, "Otherwise, no matter how strong your beast is, if it doesn't listen to commands, it's completely useless." Completely opposite to the instructor's stern attitude, the silver moon wolf was sticking its tongue out, looking goofy as hell. As the instructor's voice kept droning on, the girl with the baby pig beast was still blushing hard from embarrassment, keeping her head down and clutching her skirt. The instructor continued lecturing the trainees, assuming everyone had just witnessed the downside. Then, he knelt down on one knee and stroked the silver moon wolf's head. It affectionately leaned its head in. Then, the instructor kicked off today's lesson. To train a beast, you gotta understand its preferences and habits to build a solid bond with it. The coach pampered the moon wolf really well. He explained, "Take my silver moon wolf, for example. I make sure to buy the black armored pork it loves most and hand feed it myself. I don't just feed it, I also play games with it." Sharing his wealth of experience with the trainees, he added, "I play and sleep with it every single day. That's why it relies on me so much more now and is totally willing to follow my commands." The trainees instantly went wild with oohs and ahs. They were super hyped about this new knowledge. Seeing their reaction, the instructor kept going. "Earlier, you saw the lieutenant colonel's beast smash plate armor with its tail. But its tail isn't actually a natural strength of the silver moon wolf. It's just that through daily systematic training, its tail gradually hardened and its strike speed became faster and more precise." Gesturing excitedly with his finger, the instructor added, "So, besides its fangs and claws, it gained another way to attack. This is how the lieutenant colonel trains it, expanding its attack versatility to give it an extra edge." Then the coach invited another instructor onto the platform. "Old Lee, show off your silver wolf specialty one more time." Old Lee nodded immediately. "You got it." Old Lee was also a seasoned, highly experienced coach. He continued explaining to the trainees while pointing at his own silver moon wolf. Different battle beastmasters use different training methods, leading to different growth paths. Watch closely. Old Lee flicked his wrist and threw a rock. The silver moon wolf immediately bolted forward, chasing after the rock Old Lee had just thrown. It caught up in a flash and crushed the rock in its jaws. That proved its destructive power was insane, not just its speed. Gao Peng and Da Zi were totally freaked out, jumping in shock. Gao Peng thought to himself, "That bite force is terrifying." The instructor continued to break down another piece of knowledge. Currently, beasts are classified into 5 major categories: offensive, defensive, support, healing, and control. There are also beasts that can play multiple roles. The instructor gave another example to make it easier to visualize. For instance, the green devil vine can act as both a defensive and a control type. At the same time, some top-tier beastmasters can even train it to become an offensive type. Having finished his explanation, the instructor gave a light clap and set the task for today's class. "Now that we've shown you how it's done, let's officially start the training. I suggest you start with basic materials. For example, if you're training bite force, choose wood first, then gradually move up to harder materials." Meanwhile, some gorilla-like beasts were busy hauling over the materials. The instructor kept talking. "As for the materials, we've shipped in a massive amount of training supplies, so you guys don't have to worry at all." Gesturing to his right, the coach said, "Once you've picked a training path, Go over there to register and grab your materials. Gao Peng thought to himself, man, I'm torn. What should I boost for Dazi? Gao Peng looked over at Dazi, still undecided. Since it already learned the damage transfer secret technique, I should probably prioritize boosting its defense first. But how do I train it to increase its defense? Gao Peng recalled the scene from just a moment ago. Come to think of it, how could such a small ape carry such a massive crate? It must be a strength type. Wait, apes! Right, apes! Gao Peng cast his mind back to a book he had read and remembered seeing a file in his office about a mutant ape species with very little hair called the violent fist ape. They were incredibly fierce and aggressive, but had paper-thin defense. Back then, those ape beasts were super rebellious. So right after birth, a violent fist ape would be trained by its parents, frantically slamming its body against trees. In the beginning, they would slam into wooden trees, and with their sheer strength, even rocks would shatter. Gao Peng remembered clearly that they would then move on to slamming into rocks and cliffs. Over time, as their skin kept getting injured and healing, it would become tougher and tougher. Picturing the proud and wild look of the violent fist ape, Gao Peng marveled that once a violent fist ape reached adulthood, its body wasn't just packed with thick muscles, but also hardened, calloused scars clumped together to form a sort of armor. At that point, they wouldn't even care about getting hurt when slamming into cliffs. Gao Peng thought to himself, cooking up a plan, I can totally use this method to train Dazi's defense. If that's the case, then let's go with this training material. After pondering for a bit, Gao Peng finally made up his mind. Gao Peng walked over to Dazi, who was dozing off comfortably on the grass, and called out, Dazi. Hearing Gao Peng's voice, it turned its head. He said, get over here, Dazi. I've picked out your training method. But if we do this, you're probably going to have to suffer a bit. Clenching his fist, Gao Peng said determinedly to Dazi, we sweat now so we don't bleed later. I'm doing this for your own good. A little pain now is way better than a lifetime of pain later. Gao Peng was already holding a dumbbell in his hand, and despite Dazi's panic, he grinned ear to ear, reassuring it. Be a good boy, I'll go easy on you. Seeing Dazi bolt instantly, Gao Peng got a bit ticked off. Oh, you think you can run? The beast fled, and its master chased after it until he was completely out of breath. In the morning sun, their silhouettes dashed past, looking surprisingly cute and lively. Gao Peng came to a clumsy halt, yelling, this is all for your own good. You've got to understand my struggle. But how could Dazi ever outrun Gao Peng's long legs? Eventually, Dazi was caught, leaving Gao Peng totally winded. In the end, Dazi couldn't escape. Exhausted, Gao Peng cried out, oh my god, my arm almost got dislocated. And just like that, the two of them probably trained like crazy. Dazi must have been beaten to a pulp that day. Time flew and a week went by. The alarm clock buzzed loudly in the room. A sluggish hand reached out. Smash! The rings stopped and the room fell silent again. Still half asleep, Gao Peng mumbled groggily, oh, no training today. I can sleep in a bit this morning. But the loud banging outside made it impossible for him to drift back to sleep. Gao Peng yelled at the top of his lungs, stop banging! I'll make you breakfast right now. Turns out Dazi was trying to wake Gao Peng up simply because it was starving. Still groggy, Gao Peng dragged himself to make breakfast for his beasts, grumbling, I'm clearly the one upgrading you, so why am I the one suffering? But on the bright side, it feels like I've not only gotten stronger and faster, but my pancake flipping skills are getting smoother too. Dazi and Dumby were already sitting right nearby waiting for their food. Dazi's hungry face looked super cute and playful. Dumby, on the other hand, still had that blank, goofy look, sitting there staring longingly at the hot pancakes. Gao Peng kept on sighing. Thankfully, all those extra meals for Dazi weren't in vain. Not only did its size grow, but it also smoothly leveled up to level 10. A level 10 monster. Dumby didn't slack off either, it leveled up too. Tears welling up in his eyes, Gao Peng cried over how hard it was to play the role of a struggle dad. Sigh, training Dazi's defense almost broke my arm, and Dumby is about to eat me out of house and home. Feeding these two spoiled ancestors is way too exhausting. Suddenly, the phone rang. Dumby quickly grabbed it and handed it to Gao Peng, as an urgent voice blasted through the speaker. Yo, is this Mr. Gao? I'm Lu Senlin, the director of Blue Shield Security. Oh, hey Mr. Lu, what's the deal? Why are you hitting me up? Gao Peng muttered, still totally dazed. He had never dealt with Blue Shield Security before, let alone heard of them. But the guy on the other end was still hyped up, pitching away. Hey there, Mr. Gao. On behalf of Blue Shield, I've got a massive deal to discuss with you. Something that's going to bring you a ton of cash. Do you have some time to meet up and chat? The next day, over at the Fei Peng Familiar Clinic, a petite girl stepped out to welcome Gao Peng. That was Wan Wan. The moment she spotted Gao Peng, she rushed over to greet him. Mr. Gao, your guest is already chilling in the lounge. Gao Peng replied, short and sweet. Got it. Lu Senlin immediately stood up to greet him first. You must be Mr. Gao. Gao Peng politely replied, Mr. Lu, right? Senlin continued, his tone respectful and polite. Pleasure to meet you. I'm the general manager of Blue Shield Security. My name is Lu Senlin. The two shook hands, and Senlin laid his cards on the table. I'm here today because I want to invite you to be our chief familiar consultant. Gao Peng was still totally lost. Director Liu, let's take a seat and talk first. Gao Peng voiced the confusion in his head. Why hit me up? It's not like I'm the only intermediate or advanced breeder in Chang'an City, right? I didn't know I was famous enough to get the big boss of a massive security firm like Blue Shield to show up at my doorstep. Senlin let out a hearty laugh. Haha, Mr. Gao, you're way too humble. Then, Senlin broke down exactly why he had approached Gao Peng. Sure, Chang'an City has advanced breeders, but one of them is President Chen of the Breeder Association. Why would a guy like that waste his time consulting for a small-time company like ours? Senlin continued his explanation. The other one is old master Jiang Lin, but he's already working full-time as a government familiar consultant. Senlin gestured toward Gao Peng, his face full of respect. And as for the other intermediate breeders? Honestly, I'd way rather put my money on a talented young genius like you, Mr. Gao. Gao Peng replied, still looking pretty shocked. Alright, but first, let me lay down my terms. We only proceed if you can accept them. Otherwise, let's not waste each other's time. First off, from Monday to Friday, I'm in class. Unless it's an absolute emergency, don't bother me. Second, I'm cool with being your consultant, but I won't sign any exclusive contracts. All I can promise is that I won't help your competitors. Senlin didn't even hesitate or overthink it. He jumped to agree right away, pulling out a document that looked like a contract. Deal, I'm down. Mr. Gao, take a look at this part-time contract we prepped, see if it fits your vibe. Gao Peng scanned the details, his eyebrows furrowing deeper with every line. Hold up, this contract is kinda sus. There are zero binding rules here. Annual salary is 500 credits plus commissions. For every ghost mantis from Blue Shield that successfully evolves, you get a commission of 50 credits. This wasn't some legal loophole, it was straight-up free money. Gao Peng signed his name immediately, though his mind was still blown. Is this CEO really so filthy rich that he just throws money around? But hey, a contract with virtually zero strings attached? Sign me up. Right then, there was a knock at the door. Huan Wan announced. Mr. Gao, Mr. Ma, who scheduled an appointment earlier, is here. Senlin stood up to say goodbye to Gao Peng. Since we got the paperwork signed, I won't hold you up any longer, Mr. Gao. Before heading out, Senlin paused to add, here's to a great partnership, Mr. Gao. No worries, Manager Liu, you're too polite. Gao Peng stepped into the elevator to leave. Wait, no, my bad. It was actually Senlin. He was on the phone with someone, his expression looking a bit shady and his voice dropping, losing all that high energy from before. Uncle, it's me. Yeah, the contract is signed. Mr. Gao chose the non-exclusive one. Uncle, I don't get it. There are so many intermediate breeders in Chang'an, why do we have— Fine, I got it. After the meeting, the two split up. Who knows where Gao Peng went after meeting Senlin? Back at the clinic room, Gao Peng was staring at a new familiar, asking Mr. Ma, is this the one you were talking about last time? The boss happily replied, exactly. The system screen popped up with the details. Monster name, 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Demon. Level 3. Quality normal, attribute wood, status, healthy, happy, weakness, thunder, fire. Requirements for elite grade upgrade. 1 portion of 100-year wood essence and 100 drops of flower spirit dew. Gao Peng took a look at its appearance and guessed it was a plant-type familiar. Gao Peng absolutely loved it, rambling on in excitement. This flower is so cute. The edges of the leaves have purplish-red patterns and serrated teeth, and it's even got this faint, sweet scent. You want to evolve this flower demon? Mr. Ma nodded along, though he looked a little embarrassed. Yeah. In about half a month, Chang'an City is hosting a Flower King beauty pageant. I'm planning to enter it to compete for the Flower King title. Hearing this left Gao Peng completely dumbfounded. Wait, isn't the Flower King contest basically just a beauty pageant? Gao Peng stared blankly, his face looking hilarious. Even though plants had mutated like crazy, plant-type familiars that could actually gain intelligence were super rare. In fact, because of their healing properties, people hyped them up even more than ghost types. And yet, this guy wanted to enter it into a beauty contest? This little guy's luck was honestly making people green with envy. Standing nearby, Huan Wan was just as confused as Gao Peng. But wait, isn't the Flower King competition usually for girls? Mr. Ma had to admit it. Yeah, I know. A grown man entering a Flower King pageant definitely looks pretty weird to other people. Mr. Ma slowly reached out his hand and Begonia immediately wrapped its vines around it. He said gently, but this is my second familiar. Mr. Ma looked at Begonia with pure affection and said softly, I just want to give it the best start possible. I trust my gut and I don't think I'm wrong. I just want it to be happy. Then Mr. Ma turned to Gao Peng, his face full of trust. So Master Gao, please you have to help it evolve. That way we'll have a much better shot at winning. Gao Peng was genuinely surprised, his jaw dropping slightly. He never expected this guy to care so deeply for his familiar, and he didn't want to let Mr. Ma down. Gao Peng smiled warmly and reassured him. Don't worry, sir. Leave it to me. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Gao Peng laid down the law. Same old rules, triple the price. Huan Wan instantly shoved the card reader forward, her eyes sparkling. Swipe right here, please. Mr. Ma stared at him, totally dazed. Oh, okay. Gao Peng turned to instruct his assistant, Wan Wan. Get these materials ready. 200-year wood essence trees, 150 drops of flower spirit dew, 1 spirit flower leaf, 1 mace of golden spirit seed, 1 pound of malva nut, and 1 black windgrass. Huan Wan answered swiftly. These were all common materials, and since they had them in stock, they could use them right away. Wan Wan's voice rang out, clearly super excited. Master Gao, all the materials are prepped! Gao Peng nodded, awesome, awesome. But the second he got the materials, Gao Peng flipped his attitude in a heartbeat. Alright, you two head outside. Don't disturb my workflow. Seeing Mr. Ma trying to sneak a peek, Wan Wan quickly warned him, her face turning pale with fear of getting yelled at. Mr. Ma, please don't peek. It's not good to distract Mr. Gao. Meanwhile, Gao Peng cracked a totally sketchy, mischievous grin. Gao Peng crept closer to the little begonia, his voice sounding weirdly creepy. Be a good boy, it'll only hurt for a second. Don't be scared. Despite his reassurance, Begonia shrunk its tiny body, sweating bullets. Swiftly, Gao Peng gave Begonia a shot. It hurt so bad the little guy looked ready to burst into tears. Mr. Ma couldn't bear to see it and was about to rush in, but luckily, Huan Wan held him back. She cried out in a panic, Whoa, 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 Mr. Ma, calm down. This is all for your familiar's own good. Once Gao Peng finished, he called them in. Alright, you guys can come back in. It was a complete success. Begonia had transformed into a brand new form, looking much stronger but still keeping its adorable look. Gao Peng proudly told them, Take notes, you guys. Have you ever seen a level 4 plant type familiar before? Monster 4 Seasons Begonia Flower Demon. Level 4. Quality, Elite. Attribute Wood. Status, Healthy, Happy. Weakness, Fire Thunder. Mr. Ma was absolutely thrilled, cheering. It worked. Beside him, Huan Huan gasped, It's so beautiful. Mr. Ma rushed over and pulled Gao Peng into a tight hug. Master Gao, thank you so much. Hugged too tightly, Gao Peng struggled and squeaked. Saying thanks is fine, but please, keep your hands to yourself. Their laughter echoed throughout the room, transcending into another dimension. Mu Tiying is right here, clinging to her passed-out familiar, and sighing, Did we seriously fail again? Off to the side, 3 other students are talking among themselves. Hey, why are we risking our necks like this anyway? Even if we pass the exam, it's not like we're guaranteed to get into a top-tier school. Yeah, exactly. After graduating, won't we just end up working a soul-crushing 9 to 5? Heck, we might not even make it as trainers, let alone find a decent job. Right on. But dropping out now isn't that easy either. Oh well, didn't they say they're only recruiting 1,200 people? We might as well just suck it up for a month, go back for the academic exams, and treat this whole month like a vacation. Hearing them talk, Mutia Ying's face twists with disgust. She scoffs in her head, Idiots, acting like they've got it all figured out, let them slack. I'm absolutely giving this another shot. Guess I've got no choice but to go find that guy. Gao Peng, wait for me. The scene shifts to a massive forest, with rolling green hills as far as the eye can see. Something's moving through the grass, making it rustle. Turns out it's another tiny familiar, looking just like a little chipmunk with wide, round eyes. Absolutely adorable. Its light brown fur is covered with a few armored plates. The cute little chipmunk spots some tasty mushrooms in the distance. Its eyes instantly light up and it starts drooling.
Music.
But the naive little chipmunk has no idea it's a trap. The moment it gets close, it gets snatched. It trembles, casting a pitiful look backward. Oh, turns out this tiny chipmunk is no pushover. In a flash, sharp spikes and deadly claws burst out of its body. Spikes erupt along its back, looking seriously powerful. The little chipmunk spins around a few times, instantly snapping and shedding the sticky silk threads wrapped around its body. With the threads broken, the little chipmunk instinctively falls, but instead of landing safely, it plunges straight into a deep pit nearby. Dust kicks up, revealing a cave crawling with venomous spiders below. They're all eyeing their prey, the little chipmunk, who is still tangled in the web. Sensing the commotion, swarms of venomous spiders start crawling toward the pit from all directions. Now, the scene shifts again. This time, we're at Chen's material shop. The guy behind the counter asks, Who is it? Gao Peng replies quickly, Old Chen the usual. Give me 30 pounds of yin cedar needles. Old Chen, biting on a toothpick with a grumpy look, tells Gao Peng, Boss Gao, yin cedar needles are seriously out of stock. I've only got 10 pounds left. Gao Peng gasps in shock. Out of stock? Doesn't the manor on the outskirts specialize in supplying yin cedar needles? How can they be out? Old Chen suddenly shows his iPad screen to Gao Peng. Don't even get me started. A week ago, some vicious swarm of spiders showed up out of nowhere. They ate all the herbs in the garden. Now the military has locked down the entire area. The screen displays a shocking breaking news headline. Super aggressive gigantic terror spiders. A citizen named Mr. Zhang describes a terrifying night where he almost became spider food. A brand new spider monster has appeared in the dark ember forest of Chang'an City, and the area is now under total lockdown. The government warns citizens that entering the forest area on their own is strictly prohibited. Old Chen continues, slamming his fist onto the counter. All the other monsters in the surrounding forest have been eaten by them too. Word is, if the manor owner hadn't run fast, he'd have been eaten too. Another customer walks in and shouts, "Boss Chen, do you have Stargrade woodgrass?" Boss Chen shouts back, "Yeah, how much do you need?" Old Chen turns back to Gao Peng. "Mr. Gao, we've got customers to tend to, so if you need anything else, let me know in a bit." Gao Peng nods. "Oh, sure." Gao Peng's eyes show a hint of worry and unease. Gao Peng reflects on the events of the past few days. Piecing together every detail, he senses that something is off. First, the joint military training, then the security company reaching out to him, and now this unidentified spider appearing. An inner voice tells Gao Peng, something huge is about to go down. Suddenly, his phone rings, snapping him out of his thoughts. The caller seems to be someone working under Lu Senlin. "Mr. Gao, are you aware of the newly discovered brutal gray devil spiders in the forest?" Gao Peng repeats the name in his head. He falls into deep thought, wondering, where is all of this heading? Over at Blue Shield Protection Company, Building 1, Lu Senlin rushes out and shouts, "Mr. Gao." Senlin quickly briefs Gao Peng. "Things are incredibly urgent, so let's skip the small talk. Let me catch you up on the situation first." The situation is extremely critical. A massive swarm of brutal gray devil spiders has launched attacks on multiple resource sites. Now, the government is summoning security companies and private organizations to explore the forest. The goal is to figure out the weaknesses and behavior of the brutal gray devil spiders. Senlin continues in one breath, explaining to Gao Peng, "Our company just received the mission today. We leave in 3 days. But we're still short on backup familiars, which is why we wanted you to take a look first, Mr. Gao. If we can upgrade our devil mantises before we set off, our chances of success will be way higher. Of course, even if we can't upgrade them, it's fine. We really appreciate your help either way." Gao Peng suggests, "Let's take a look at the devil mantises first." Senlin looks at Gao Peng, pleading, "Mr. Gao, please do your best. The company is taking this opportunity very seriously." Before this, the Allied government held a meeting and abolished several regulations that suppressed non-official factions. Senlin swipes his keycard as they keep talking. Because of that, the rapid mutations of monsters over the past few years have left the government struggling to keep up. This meeting opened up a lot of policies. The direction of the alliance is definitely about to change. Senlin stands aside and says to Gao Peng, "Mr. Gao, please take a look." In front of Gao Peng, inside the room, dozens of giant mantises are standing in neat rows. "All of our company's devil mantises are here. We'll also assign enough staff to assist you, Mr. Gao." Senlin says to Gao Peng with extreme sincerity, "As long as we get results, the compensation will definitely satisfy you, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng smiles widely. "Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, Director Lu." Gao Peng steps forward and starts touching the mantises. He slowly inspects them. Another staff member walks over and asks Director Lu under his breath, "What is this Mr. Gao even doing?" They watch Gao Peng from above, whispering, "Since he came downstairs, he's just been touching them like some old guy taking a casual stroll. I don't really get it. This Mr. Gao barely looks 20. Is he actually legit?" Hearing his employee blabbering, Senlin snaps angrily, "Shut your trap if you don't know how to speak, or even your sister won't be able to save you." Senlin thinks anxiously, "Honestly, I don't know if he's legit either. Uncle, I've literally bet my entire future on this guy. Gao Peng absolutely has to be as capable as you said." Gao Peng pushes up his glasses, his sharp eyes flashing. "First row, 8th one from the left. 4th row, 4th one from the right. 7th row, the biggest one." Gao Peng smiles and says, "Please separate the 10 mantises I just pointed out. Then prepare a laboratory, along with low-grade insect-type physical strengthening potion, low-grade earth-type soul crystals, purified steel powder, and 10 portions of perilla leaves." Senlin, who was practically waiting for this, immediately orders his staff, "Hurry up and get everything Mr. Gao requested. He's in a massive rush too." "Yes, sir." Senlin keeps his eyes glued to Gao Peng. In just 10 minutes out of nearly 100 familiars, Gao Peng has selected exactly the 10 strongest ones. Not a single one more, not a single one less. This speed, this accuracy, he's definitely an intermediate breeder. No, wait, he's even faster than a newly promoted advanced one. Senlin wears a proud and confident smile, praising Gao Peng in his heart. And the scariest part? He's not even 20 yet. Senlin's staff quickly gather the materials for Gao Peng to prepare the experiment. Gao Peng immediately dives into the work, running back and forth, busy and working tirelessly. Staring at the tiny green pill, Gao Peng smiles proudly, feeling secretly thrilled. Tick-tock, time flies. Gao Peng's voice rings out with joy, waking Senlin, who is dozing off in his chair. "It worked!" Startled, Senlin blurts out, "Oh, Mr. Gao." He quickly gets up and rushes to Gao Peng's side. "Where is it?" "Look!" A flash of green light erupts in the lab. The mantis from earlier has now become way more badass. From its appearance to the heavy pressure radiating from it, anyone looking at it would be totally blown away. Senlin's staff cheer. "It evolved. Let's go." One of them says to Senlin with pure admiration, "This is awesome. Director Lu, you seriously have a sharp eye. It's a Commander Tier 4 Winge Jade Devil Mantis, and it's of perfect grade." Sam Lam stared at Gao Peng again, totally grudging yet low-key admiring him. This Gao Peng guy is seriously on another level. I really struck gold finding him. Gao Peng, holding up the stopwatch, says, counting down. The purple-backed centipede dashes past like the freaking wind, kicking up dirt and rocks everywhere. Gao Peng stops the timer. 7.47 seconds, zero point 4 seconds faster than the last run. Gao Peng pats the purple-backed centipede on the head, grabbing a bag of treats. Awesome job, bud. Here, aren't these the dried worms you love the most? The purple-backed centipede starts drooling. Suddenly, Gao Peng glances over at some people laughing over there. Haha, just two guys trying to flirt with some girl. Maybe next time we should go hang out at that park. The girl replies, great idea. Gao Peng, standing nearby, mutters to himself, man, some classmates are already slacking off and fooling around during training. Gao Peng looks at the instructor and thinks, but the instructor only cares about the students who actually try. As for the lazy slackers who don't give a crap about their tasks, the instructor doesn't even bother. Right now, he's talking to a female student. Your understanding is pretty solid. Now we need to train your reaction speed. The girl nods and says, thank you, instructor. Gao Peng can't help but think, well, makes sense. If you can't even stick to basic training, there's no way you're surviving a real battlefield. No point in wasting effort on them. A clear female voice suddenly says, classmate Gao? Classmate Muting? Gao Peng asks her. Your familiar is trained incredibly well, she says. Gao Peng looks up, totally shocked, thinking, damn, she is tall. His face goes pale as he mutters, if this girl were a guy, she'd definitely be an absolute unit. Gao Peng laughs awkwardly. Haha, thanks for the compliment. Muting reaches out her hand and says, classmate Gao, I want to team up with you. Gao Peng, unable to believe his ears, asks, why me? Muting's face falls slightly as she says, in the later stages of training, we'll have to fight, and we'll be split into squads then. Our grades depend on our squad's performance, but everyone else is completely useless. I don't speak their language. Gao Peng thinks to himself with a grin, oh? This classmate Mu looks a bit goofy, but she actually knows how to smooth talk. Gao Peng clears his throat and asks seriously, so where's your familiar? Muting smiles, looking a bit nervous. Oh, give me a sec. She cups her hands around her mouth and blows a whistle. Lianzi. A giant beast charges over from the distance, catching Gao Peng totally off guard. Muting awkwardly introduces her familiar. This is my partner. Lianzi is an iron rhino. Gao Peng and the purple-backed centipede are completely shook by its sheer size. Muting pats Lianzi and says, but before you make up your mind about teaming up, classmate Gao, there's something I gotta tell you first. Lianzi is a bit of a scaredy cat. Muting remembers the time Lianzi got jump-scared by a tiny bug. When crossing the street, it would literally yield the right-of-way to monsters 10 times smaller than itself. Muting clasps her hands together, pleading with Gao Peng. But she's actually perfect for defense right now. Maybe because her pain receptors are a bit laggy, her pain tolerance is insanely high. Gao Peng rubs his chin, thinking honestly, teaming up with classmate Mu might actually work. The system panel displays the information of the familiars here. 99% of them are just common grade, with only about a dozen reaching elite grade. Only 2 familiars have a perfect grade, and this Iron Rhino is one of them. Gao Peng plays out the scenario. Da Zi is going down the poison attribute attack path, so a defensive tank familiar is the perfect fit for us. It can buy Da Zi more time and space to strike, giving us way more tactical options. Muting, looking anxious, thinks, classmate Gao Peng is hesitating for so long. Is it really a no? She turns to leave with a heavy heart. Maybe Lianzi really isn't cut out for familiar combat. It wouldn't be fair to drag classmate Gao down. Hey! Gao Peng suddenly reaches out to stop her. Wait up, classmate Mu. I'll take you up on that offer. Muting is totally shocked. Wait, really? Gao Peng extends his hand to seal the deal. A gentle personality is fine. We can train that later. Besides, hanging out with those brain-dead slackers is just too exhausting anyway. Muting's face lights up. She grabs Gao Peng's hand and shakes it so hard with excitement that she literally lifts him off the ground. This is awesome, classmate Gao Peng. Just outside the Grey Forest Joint Operations Zone, the chief instructor invites all the team captains and representatives to gather in the clearing. Captain Song rests his hands on his hips and says, well, look who it is. Didn't expect to run into the famous Director Liu here. Director Liu chuckles. Haha, you're hilarious, Captain Song. Director Liu's expression sharpens as he adds, according to the latest government intel, those brutal doom scythes have a massive fear of fire, and everyone knows your squad is cracked at fire-type stuff. Looks like Captain Song's taking the lead on this mission. Captain Song replies, no way, I wouldn't dare. With Director Liu's Devil Mantis being known as the Deep Forest Killer, I'm betting you guys will wrap this up first. Director Liu and Captain Song stare each other down, the tension rising. The instructor steps in, glad you all could make it. I'm sure you guys have already reviewed the new intel from yesterday. A cave filled with glowing red eyes is shown. The brutal doom scythes have been hunting on a massive scale and bringing food back to their nest. It's highly likely they're feeding their offspring. And as you all know, once their broodmother gets enough food, it means she's going to spawn an even bigger horde of terrifying spiders. The instructor clenches his fist, his face dead serious. So this mission is a big deal. I need everyone to work together. Priority number 1 is completing the mission, and as long as it gets done, the payout will be massive. The other captains whisper among themselves, the military is really sweating this. They're probably terrified our private groups will start infighting over the bounty. Exactly. The last thing we need is to wipe each other out before we even finish the job. What do you think, Director Liu? Captain Song asks. Director Liu replies, no rush, let's wait and see. The instructor taps his earpiece and speaks up, looks like we have no objections. In that case, the mission begins. As requested, we will provide suppressive fire. Order to Sector 3. Fire! Hearing the order, the soldiers launch their assault. Sector 3. Fire! Rockets streak across the sky like lightning, blasting a massive crater into the solid ground and sending debris flying everywhere. Director Liu sneers. See? Even after a nice chat, they still gotta flex their muscles to scare a ragtag bunch like us. Talk about a toxic show of affection. Captain Song side-eyes Director Liu. Yeah, nice analysis, Director Liu. But the government is seriously not playing around with this expedition. This artillery barrage was definitely meant to intimidate us, but it did wipe out a huge chunk of monsters. We'd look like total clowns if we didn't bring our A-game for this mission. Captain Song points at Director Liu's insect familiar. Is that bug of yours actually going to do some real work? There are 8 commander-tier familiars here, and these organizations have 3 or 4 each. Director Liu laughs. Haha, well, they've got trump cards up their sleeves. Unlike us. We're just too honest. Suddenly, a massive rumble shakes the entire area. What the hell is that? The insect starts trembling uncontrollably. The instructor checks its condition and reports to Director Liu. Director Liu, your devil mantis is acting weird. It looks absolutely terrified. Director Liu can't believe it. What? Suddenly, a colossal foot stomps down. A giant monster shrouded in a golden aura approaches, its face twisted in a hideous scowl. Director Liu, looking up from below, says in pure terror, This aura, it's a commander-tier monster. The monster's eyes glow a fierce red filled with pure malice. Director Liu screams, This is the overlord of the Black Glow Forest. The commander-tier beast stomps into the crowd, opening its massive jaws and letting out a deafening roar. People below are screaming and scattering in panic. Run! Don't panic! Stop running! Listen to my orders! Get out of my way! Follow the chain of command! The instructor, watching the total chaos, scowls and clicks his tongue. Task! What a bunch of useless losers. A flash of golden light streaks across the sky, and a brilliant glowing bird emerges from the light. People point up and yell, It's Golden Feather, the military's ultimate weapon. We're saved! Golden Feather hovers over the commander-tier beast while the monster beats its chest and growls. Golden Feather unleashes a blast of fire at the beast, forcing it to block with its arms. The commander-tier beast, clearly intimidated, takes a step back. The commander-tier beast plops down on the ground, and the area finally falls silent with no more growling. People start helping each other up, whispering, Did it leave? That was way too close. Thank God. I thought we were goners. Over by Director Liu, he's talking to the instructor. I suggest you guys move out fast. This is as far as our backup can get you. Got it. The instructor barks orders at the crowd. All personnel fall in. Chang on guard. Get over here. The instructor scowls, muttering, just a bunch of useless bums. Our military could have easily handled this ourselves. Why do we even have to bring these clowns along? A green-haired guy with glasses speaks up. Sure, we got a head start detecting the anomaly and prepped like crazy, but the world is changing way faster and harder than we ever expected. Things are getting worse by the second. To prep for what's coming, we need to get the team leaders in on this ASAP. Down in the cave, the squad captains are scouting around. Captain Song commands his beast to charge ahead and burn those damn spiders to ashes. Lu Xiaoyu speaks up. Captain, if we keep this up, we're gonna burn through all our energy in no time. Even though our beast can easily wipe out these elite-level monsters, there are just too many of them. Before long, our beasts will be completely drained of energy. Captain Song shouts out orders, adjusting the squad's formation. Defense types to the front, support beasts in the center, and attackers on the flanks. Melee attackers lead the charge. Don't waste energy on long-range skills, just keep pushing forward. Got it! 2 spider monsters spit sticky silk right at them. Lu Xiaoyu quickly orders his flower demon to step up. Thorny Flower, use thorn armor now. The flower demon casts a spell on the Dark Knight Hound, which is completely covered in spider silk. Captain Song holds up a tiny red mouse. I'm counting on you, buddy. The little guy leaps forward and spits a massive flame, burning 3 spiders to a crisp. Lu Xiaoyu says in awe, Man, that barely used any energy and wiped out 3 spiders in one shot. The tactics we trained for are actually working. Captain Song gently pats the little mouse. Great job, buddy. Suddenly, sounds of a massive clash echo from ahead. Lu Xiaoyu panics. Shoot, someone beat us to it. The sound travels far in these caves, which means we're still a long way from the target. Captain Song bolts forward. Move it, freshman. Double time. Yes, Captain. Down in the depths of the cave, a fierce battle is raging, and you can hear the commander shouting orders to hold the line. Keep the formation tight. The left side is slipping. Back them up now. They launch a relentless assault on the giant spider, but their attacks get blocked by its protective shield. Lu Senlin commands the squad below. The mother spider is running out of juice. Don't let its massive size fool you. It's only this big because it's breeding offspring. Its actual combat power is pathetic compared to other monsters at its level. Sweat dripping down his face, Lu Senlin yells urgently, "Everyone, pull together and kill this mother spider. We'll split the rewards based on how much damage each of us deals. If you guys trust me, Lu Senlin, I promise to play fair and square. Now listen to my lead. Back row, spam your long-range attacks at its eyes. Everyone else, keep hacking at its legs." The recruits shout back in unison, "Yes, sir." But as they aim for the eyes, they get a nasty surprise. Even the eyes are shielded. Damn it! Pour on more firepower. Lu Xiaoyu rushes over to Captain Song. "Captain, things are getting crazy down there. We gotta jump in and help them out. If we just stand here and get investigated later, the military is gonna dock our contribution points, and the other squads will treat us like outcasts." Captain Song looks worried as hell. "You're right. Sitting on the sidelines and watching them fight is only gonna bite us in the back. We've got no choice but to dive in. But something is seriously off with that mother spider. I've got a bad feeling about this." Meanwhile, the others keep spamming attacks at the mother spider. Suddenly, its shield shatters. Seeing this, Lu Senlin screams at the top of his lungs, "The shield on its eyes is down! Fire at will!" The demonic mantis leaps into action on command, slashing twice at the mother spider. Suddenly, the spider's eyes glow with an eerie golden light. Sensing danger, Captain Song quickly holds out his arm to stop the rookies. "Oh crap, fall back!" The mother spider lets out a deafening screech. The sound is so agonizingly sharp that everyone covers their ears, screaming in pain. "Ah, my ears! It hurts like hell!" They howl in agony. Who the hell said this monster had no attack power? Director Lu covers his ears tight. Lu Senlin's eyes widen in sheer horror. "Wait, is that?" He gasps, "The leader, Halo!" Sitting on his demonic mantis, Lu Senlin stammers, This is a peak boss-level monster in the middle of an evolution, and we just completely ruined its transition." The crowd starts panicking and runs for their lives. "This isn't something we can handle. Run for your lives." Meanwhile, 3 guys standing outside are gossiping. "It's been 3 hours and no one's back yet." "Not so fast. The strategist said it'd take 5 hours. "Yeah." Suddenly, a shadow appears in the sky. "Look, someone's back. Did they really clear the mission that fast?" The instructor looks up frowning and barks into his earpiece. "All units, on high alert. Prepare for combat." Lu Senlin screams down from above, "Don't shoot, friendly. It's me." The demonic mantis crashes onto the ground. Lu Senlin collapses, coughing up dust. "Wait, why is it only you? Where are the others? What the hell happened down there?" Lu Senlin grabs the official by the collar and roars, "Is the government using us as monster bait? What do you mean the mother spider has no attack power? That damn thing was evolving into a lord-level boss." The instructor steps in and pulls Lu Senlin back. "Calm down and tell us what happened first." Lu Senlin lets go of the official's collar, panting. "While we were scouting the cave, we ran right into that thing mid-evolution. The power gap was insane. We just got completely slaughtered. To get the job done, we sent in our strongest beasts. Now they're all dead in there, and I don't even know how many of my men made it out alive. The compensation and losses alone are going to cost an absolute fortune," the instructor says, without showing any emotion. "So this is the brilliant data your government research lab came up with? A weak mother spider with low combat power? Those desk jockeys are probably stuttering excuses right now." Suddenly, someone clutching their injured arm runs out of the forest. Everyone gasps, "Look, someone else made it back." The instructor demands, "Where's the Spider King? Did it follow you out?" The recruit pants, "I don't know. I think it went after someone else." Once we got out of the cave, everyone just scattered and ran for their lives. The lieutenant and the instructor exchange a tense glance as the crowd mutters, "Old Lee, you made it back too? Yeah, but look at my beast." "I'm sorry, Captain. I couldn't protect the team or A Ling." Sigh. "At least you made it back alive." Crossing his arms, the instructor grunts, "If we had known that damn Spider King was evolving into a lord level, we would have never sent such a small squad in the first place." The instructor's face darkens. "If we could have captured and trained it for our military zone, it would have massively boosted our power. Those useless desk-riding bureaucrats do nothing but mess things up." Clasping his hands behind his back, the instructor adds, "But since that Spider King failed its evolution, it's basically worthless now. We don't need to worry about the rest. One mountain can't have 2 tigers. The Dark Ash Lord will definitely hunt it down." Dazi rushes over from a distance at crazy speed. Gao Peng pats Dazi's head. "Awesome job, buddy." Seeing this, a nearby teen starts chewing out his own beast. "Look at his beast. Why can't you be like that? His beast snaps back, growling in protest. Growl, growl, growl. Gao Peng strokes Dazi's head, thinking, damn, who would have thought that just by taking one government gig, Lu Senlin would run into 2 Lord-level monsters and 1 semi-Lord-level monster. The wild hunting grounds are getting more dangerous by the day, Gao Peng thinks. A regular monster corpse is worth practically nothing, and selling an elite level one barely buys Dumby a few snacks. I need to level up Dumby and Dazi to boss level ASAP so we actually stand a chance out there. And once they level up, my rep as a monster trainer is gonna blow up. Then, I can head over to Yancheng City to get certified as a high-level trainer. If I keep following this path, nothing can stop me from getting stronger. Just like that, Dumby has successfully broken through to level 14. Too bad nobody cleared the guild's monster hunting quest, and that greedy guy already devoured all the silver snow ginseng at home. Cut to a hilarious shot of a literal skeleton sitting blankly in front of the open fridge, just staring stupidly inside day after day. Gao Peng stands there watching Dazi play around. After all this intense training, Dazi has finally reached level 10 as well. Just then, Mu Tiying walks over to Gao Peng with a notebook. Hey Gao Peng, these are my personal notes on training defense-type beasts. Gao Peng flips through the notebook. If we're teaming up, we gotta be fully prepared. With this notebook, we can build custom tactics around your beast's traits. The notes say that for defense-type beasts, having an ironclad will is way more critical than actual physical defense. Daily routine, training for raw courage. Gao Peng chuckles, thinking, man, she really takes this seriously. Ma Tiang looks at him, totally clueless. What's so funny? Gao Peng pats her shoulder. Nah, nothing. Just suddenly realized you've got it pretty rough. Suddenly the school loudspeaker blares. Attention all students, gather in front of the main stage immediately. Free training is suspended for today. The instructor put his hands behind his back and said, all right, listen up, class. Phase 1 of your training is officially over. Before we kick off round 2, I've got a little list to announce first. The instructor smirked and said, Liu He disqualified, Shi Jiangyi disqualified, Hu Jutong disqualified. The instructor continued reading the list. Wu Yonghuan disqualified. Will those students please leave the field? The crowd below erupted in anger. What the hell? Why am I on that list? Yeah, what gives? Why'd you cut me? This is totally unfair. The instructors glared at the students with burning red eyes. Got a problem with that? We've been watching every single one of you for the past few weeks. Whether you've been slacking off or not, you know the damn answer to that yourself. Shi Jiangyi flashed back to his memory. Shi Jiangyi, is that phone of yours really that interesting? Oh, this? Hu Jutong hid his face in embarrassment. Hu Jutong, is napping on the training field really that comfortable? Starting tomorrow, you might as well pack your bags and go back to your old classroom. The instructor continued. If you're too lazy to even handle the basic training, there's absolutely no point in keeping you here. The instructor introduced the next phase of training. Phase 2 of your training is real combat. If you keep up that half-assed attitude, not only will there be accidents, but you'll even get your familiars killed. The students were shocked, unable to believe it. What? Real combat? 2 students bragged with smug faces about their familiars. Are we seriously making our familiars fight these monsters? My Teddy is the absolute strongest. He'll definitely tear these monsters to shreds. Please, that Teddy of yours only looks scary. Once he actually gets out there, he'll probably crawl away crying in a second. If you want a real fight, you need a beast like my yellow-tailed centipede king. The 2 glared sharply at each other, bickering like crazy. Centipede king my ass, that's just a regular yellow-tailed centipede. You totally made up that king title yourself. Hey, what do you know? You can't say that for sure. He's definitely going to evolve into the yellow-tailed centipede king. The instructor announced the rules. 5 people to a team, get ready for real combat training. Each new squad will be led by an instructor, so hurry up and get moving, guys. The 2 split up to search for teammates. We're already teammates with Kao. The atmosphere on the field was super lively. Shaolin, our team is going to be absolutely cracked. Hell yeah, we're totally set. Hey Kao, we're on the same team now. Yeah, totally. I've wanted to team up with you for ages. Gao Peng could only chuckle awkwardly. Haha, the instructor suddenly popped up and waved. Kao, you're with me. The instructor put her hands behind her back and introduced herself. Allow me to officially introduce myself. I'm Zhang Renbai, and I'll be in charge of your squad's real combat training. Behind Zhang Renbai, a monster with glowing blue eyes emerged. She grinned devilishly. So who wants to be the first to step up? A massive monster stood there. The steel-bristled iron boar, level 9, common grade, lightly injured. Terrified, the chubby orange-haired guy and the tall black-haired guy shivered in fear. Instructor, can we swap to a different monster? Zhang Renbai pointed toward a smaller beast. Then how about this one? The monster was the hairless blood-thread hound, level 10, elite grade, moderately injured. On high alert, Gao Peng broke into a nervous sweat. He thought, that blood-thread hound might look like trash, but it's actually an elite grade. Higher than the boar, probably has poison resistance, and it's already injured. If it gets triggered and goes berserk, its attack power might be way higher than the boar's. Gao Peng quickly made up his mind. He couldn't let the instructor swap it, he had to pick the weaker target. Gao Peng decisively raised his hand and stepped forward. If nobody's going, then I'll take the first shot. Gao Peng and Dazi stood before the steel-bristled iron boar. Gao Peng commanded Dazi, "Go get him, Dazi!" Dazi grew in size, his body glowing with a golden light. The steel-bristled iron boar opened its massive maw and roared, lunging its sharp claws toward Dazi. The steel-bristled iron boar slammed its massive paw straight down onto Dazi, but out of nowhere, Dazi suddenly appeared on top of the boar's head. Dazi opened his jaws, his golden eyes flashing. Dazi sunk his tiny fangs deep into the boar, making blood spurt out. The steel-bristled iron boar shrieked in pain and furiously flung Dazi away, its eyes turning blood-red with pure rage. Seeing this, Dazi shivered in fear. The chubby orange-haired guy and the tall black-haired guy turned pale, sweating buckets. Did he lose already? Is it over? Hey, quit pulling my hair! Gao Peng watched the scene without his expression changing, letting out a smirk. Dazi seemed to be on the defensive, but a system notification popped up. The steel-bristled iron boar had been poisoned. Lightly injured, moderately injured. Green liquid began dripping from the boar's mouth. Dazi had control of the match from the start. The moment Dazi bit the boar, he had already injected the green toxin into its body. The toxin spread through its body with every movement. The harder the boar fought, the faster the poison circulated. The beast's legs buckled, and it collapsed onto the ground. The system flashed, heavily injured. The chubby orange-haired guy, the tall black-haired guy, and their familiars all stood there slack-jawed. What the hell just happened? The iron boar clearly had the upper hand a second ago. Dazi slithered closer to check it out. The two guys still had no clue what was going on. Why did it suddenly just drop like that? Zhang Renbai watched and said, "The boar's face is turning green. It's obviously been poisoned." The orange-haired guy muttered, "Poison again?" Zhang Renbai walked over to Gao Peng. "Congrats, you passed today's training. Your centipede's poison is crazy strong, and its fighting spirit isn't bad either. But you should try to have it rely less on poison. Otherwise, it'll be hard to level up its raw combat skills, and once you face a poison-immune enemy, it'll lose most of its combat edge." Hearing the advice, Gao Peng said, "Thanks for the advice, instructor." Out of habit, Gao Peng tossed Dazi some treats. "Good job." Seeing this, Zhang Renbai was completely speechless, thinking, he's literally raising this centipede like a dog. Zhang Renbai called out, "The iron boar can still fight. Who's next?" The tall black-haired guy patted his familiar's head and said, "I think my beast is totally ready for round 2. The chubby orange-haired guy crossed his arms and mocked, "Ha, you're only brave enough to kick a dog while it's down." The tall black-haired guy stuck his tongue out to tease him. "Yeah, and that beaten dog happens to be your teddy." The chubby orange-haired guy snapped back angrily. "Why you?" Zhang Renbai spoke up, cutting off their bickering. "Cut the crap and get back to training." The tall black-haired guy commanded his familiar, the yellow-tailed Scorpion King, to go. The yellow-tailed Scorpion King lunged at the iron boar, striking with its tail to finish it off while it was weak. "Quick, sting it! Poison that thing to death!" The tall black-haired guy imagined the boar's defeat and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! As expected of my yellow-tailed Scorpion King, taking down that iron boar was a piece of cake." But when he looked up, the yellow-tailed Scorpion King was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth. "What the hell? Why did my Scorpion King just collapse?" Standing on the sidelines, Gao Peng said, "It got poisoned." The tall black-haired guy spun around in shock. "Poisoned? My yellow-tailed scorpion got poisoned." Mu Tiying told him, "What Cao said is probably true." Clueless about how that could be true, the tall black-haired guy gasped, "Huh?" Mu Tiying explained, "The venom from Cao's familiar is still lingering inside that monster's body. Plus, just because a familiar uses poison attacks doesn't mean it's immune to poison." The tall black-haired guy scratched his head. "So, it ended up poisoning itself?" The chubby orange-haired guy laughed from the sidelines. "Hey, genius! Heh! Scorpion King my ass, this is pure comedy." Furious, the tall black-haired guy shot back, "Shut the hell up, you fat bastard." The tall black-haired guy pointed behind the chubby orange-haired guy. "You laughing at me? Go take a look at your own beast." The chubby orange-haired guy turned around. "Huh?" The chubby orange-haired guy turned around to see his familiar running straight toward a giant pile of poop and screamed, "Wait! Oh my god! What do you think you're doing?" He desperately tried to hold his familiar back. "No, not that! Don't touch that! Don't touch that!" Mu Tiying spoke to Gao Peng. "Hey Cao, I've got a few things I wanted to ask you about." Meanwhile, the tall black-haired guy was busy feeding his familiar some antidote. "Good boy, hurry up and drink this antidote." Zhang Renbai rubbed his forehead, thinking, "Man, leading this squad is a total pain in the neck." Morning in the city, and the sunlight was gleaming off the high-rises. Dumby was standing right in front of the fridge, pulling open the freezer drawer only to find absolutely nothing inside. Dumby closed the drawer, then pulled it open again, still nothing. Watching this play out, Gao Peng crossed his arms and sighed. "Poor Dumby. It's like he thinks doing that is gonna magically spawn food or something. He's so stupidly cute. Dazi, meanwhile, was just busy chowing down on his own portion. Right then, Gao Peng's phone started buzzing, the screen lighting up. Huh? Gao Peng picked up his phone and checked the screen. It was displaying the number 01. The Monster Trainer Association. It had to be the silver solder thread. Gao Peng answered, and a staff member's voice came through. Dear valued customer, mission number 00134872 that you posted on the Monster Trainer Association has been completed. The quest item is scheduled to arrive at the pickup spot soon. Please be ready to receive it. Gao Peng quickly threw on his shoes and rushed out. Finally, the stuff is here. If it got delayed any longer, I was seriously going to have to find another evolution path for Dumby. A robot was carrying Gao Peng's package. Gao Peng waved his hand and shouted, "Over here!" Meanwhile, in the shadows, the boss and second bro were pointing at Gao Peng. "Hey boss, that's probably the dude who paid a fortune for the silver solder claws." The boss replied, "Damn straight. We tailed the delivery truck straight from the Monster Trainer Association's warehouse. No way we got the wrong guy." The boss smirked and said, "Tonight, we're gonna pull off a massive heist." Third bro stepped up and asked the boss and second bro, "Beat boss, are we really gonna be okay doing this?" The boss glared at third bro, completely pissed. "Useless coward." Second bro got annoyed and smacked third bro on the head. "What are you wetting your pants for? It's a dog-eat-dog world, idiot. As long as we don't get caught, we're golden." Third bro clutched his head and cried, "Stop hitting me, that hurts." The boss turned to second bro with a grin. Second bro is right. Besides, we aren't jumping him right away. We're just gonna tail him first. If he turns out to be someone we can't mess with, we bail immediately. Second bro replied, spoken like a true leader. "That's our boss for ya." Night fell over the city, and the three of them were sneaking around the entrance of the building. "Hurry up, third bro. This is way more thrilling than just shoplifting." "Wait, something's off, boss. Why is this neighborhood such a dump? It looks even poorer than the crappy place we live in. Is this kid seriously loaded?" The boss clenched his fist and smirked. "Isn't that even better? It means this kid is a total nobody who probably just struck it rich recently. That makes him the perfect target for us." The three whispered to each other as they crept around. "This is going to be my biggest score yet." "Yeah, but keep your voice down, dude." "Ow! Why did you smack me again? I wasn't even talking as loud as the boss." The boss was busy picking the lock while third bro and second bro kept watch. "Boss, you got it yet?" "Shut up!" Suddenly, they heard a woman's footsteps approaching. Tang Tang from the opposite apartment opened her door, covering her mouth as she yawned. "What are you guys doing, sneaking around in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" Second bro and third bro spun around, stammering out an explanation. Cough, cough. Sorry, miss. The hallway is just so dark we couldn't open the door." Yeah, it's way too dark." Tang Tong turned to go back inside. "Wait." The boss put his hand out to block her door. "Hold up." With a sleazy grin plastered on his face, the boss looked at Tang Tang and said, "Hey, pretty lady, we're kind of parched. Mind if we step inside for a glass of water?" Tang Tang let out a soft chuckle. "Oh, is that so?" Tang Tong stepped aside. "Why wouldn't it be okay? Come on in." The boss and second bro exchanged a sinister look. The boss smirked at his crew. "Aren't you boys gonna thank this lovely lady?" Second bro chimed in. "Thanks, miss." The boss, second bro, third bro, and Tang Tang were now all inside the apartment. Second bro reached over and locked the door deadbolt. Seeing this, Tang Tang raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why are you locking the door?" The boss rubbed his hands together, grinning. "Well, it's pretty late. We wouldn't want to disturb the neighbors, now would we?" Tang Tong kept her cool and smiled. "Oh, don't you worry about that." Then her tone turned dead serious and dark. "The walls in here have top-tier soundproofing. Even if you scream your lungs out, the neighbors won't hear a single thing." The boss, second bro, and third bro's faces turned pale with dread. "Wait, boss!" A giant green chameleon emerged from behind Tang Tang, and her eyes flashed with a wicked crimson glow. "What the hell is that?" The boss and second bro gasped, breaking into cold sweats as they trembled. The boss whipped out a blade from somewhere. "Damn bitch!" he snarled, pointing the sharp edge right at Tang Tong. "Stop playing mind games with me!" Tang Tang flicked her wrist casually, and before the boss even realized it, the knife was knocked clean out of his hand, clattering onto the floor. Tang Tang's eyes burned crimson as a red aura swirled around her hand. The boss dropped to his knees, clutching his hand in agony. "My hand! Ah, my hand!" Second bro and third bro panicked hard, totally terrified. "Boss! Poison Hedgehog! Get over there and save him!" Third bro screamed, ordering his poison hedgehog to attack. But as soon as the poison hedgehog leaped, the chameleon's long tongue whipped out and snatched it clean out of the air. Second bro and third bro froze in complete shock. "No way, my Spiky!" Tong Tong gently stroked her pet. "Oh dear, why are you eating such garbage?" Suddenly, sharp beams of light shot right at Tang Tang. The boss, clutching his bleeding hand, barked out commands to his own pet. "Get her, purple sandalwood arm! You crazy bitch, let's see you act tough now!" Tong Tong's sleeve was ripped, exposing her shoulder, but there wasn't even a single scratch on her skin. The boss gasped in utter disbelief. How the hell are you not hurt? Tong Tong unleashed a wave of terrifying murderous intent. Haha, even if I told you, your tiny brains wouldn't understand. Her glowing crimson eyes locked onto them. But that's fine, I'll teach you personally, step by step. We've got all night. Her wicked laugh sent shivers down their spines. Terrified, they begged, stay back, don't come any closer. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Gao Peng was internally crying as endless wails and screams echoed from the hallway. Please, sister, we're sorry. We've messed up. Gao Peng thought to himself, who the hell is making all this noise in the middle of the night? Seriously. Over in Tong Tong's apartment, she was casually chatting on her phone while the three goons were tied up like pigs. Yo, old Chi, send some guys over. I've got 3 volunteers here. Don't worry, I already whipped them into shape. They'll definitely defend the border until their very last breath. The next morning at school, Dazi, the gold-tailed king scorpion, and a teddy pet were all sprawled out exhausted on the ground. The chubby orange-haired guy, the tall dark-haired dude, and Gao Peng were all completely stunned. Gao Peng thought, damn, they couldn't even break its defense. The system interface displayed Mutant Water Bear Bug, Level 12, Grade Elite, Quality Normal, Status Healthy Lazy. Weaknesses: 1. Fire-type attacks. 2. Rapid dehydration leading to death by drying out. 3. Being chopped into tiny pieces. Special characteristic: Cryptobiosis. Once cryptobiosis is activated, the water bear bug's metabolic rate drops to near zero. It will curl up and remain completely motionless, while its defensive resistances shoot up to insane levels. Gao Peng muttered, a water bear bug, huh? This is the first time I've ever seen a monster with this kind of special characteristic. Gao Peng glanced at it, lost in thought. Actually, it's about time I start thinking about signing a contract with my third familiar. Should I sign a contract with a water bear bug? Gao Peng imagined a water bear bug giving him a thumbs up. After all, these things have insane survival rates. They can survive in outer space, nuclear radiation, minus 200 degrees Celsius, and even inside microwaves, literally the most extreme environments. Gao Peng kept mulling over getting a third familiar. Since the cataclysm, their life force had leveled up even further, giving them ridiculous resistance to all kinds of abnormal elemental attacks. Gao Peng thought about Dazi and Dumby. Even though its self-defense stats are off the charts, it doesn't really have any synergy with Dumby and Dazi. Forget it. Guess I'll have to choose a combat or defense-oriented familiar instead. Of course, a flying type or a healer would be way better. Suddenly, the three of them heard a massive crash and whipped their heads around. Lotus was using its massive body to completely crush its opponent. Mu Tiying was standing right below them, cheering Lotus on without a care. Awesome job, Lotus! Seeing how dangerously close Mu Tiying was standing to the active battle, Zhang Renbai rushed over to stop her. Hey, calm down, classmate Mu. When giant familiars are fighting, you've got to clear the field to avoid getting crushed by accident. Gao Peng glanced at Mu Tiying and smiled to himself. On the bright side, under her training, Lotus's cowardly nature has actually improved a ton. Suddenly, the phone in Gao Peng's pocket vibrated. He pulled it out and answered. Hello, Mr. Gao. Do you happen to have some free time today? Recognizing the voice, Gao Peng thought, Director Lu Senlin. Gao Peng answered, What's up? On the other end, Lu Senlin was driving while talking. I'd love to treat you to a meal. I've got a few buddies here who really want to meet you too. I hope you'll do me the honor so I can introduce them to you. Gao Peng thought about it for a second. Lu Senlin's tone sounded kind of kiss-ass. Gao Peng recalled what went down a few days ago. Ever since that Dark Ember Forest incident, their company had taken a massive hit. Obviously, they'd want to suck up to a high-tier monster trainer like him. After thinking it over for a second, Gao Peng replies, Sure, let's meet up at the school gate after class. Later that evening at school, Gao Peng is sitting in Lu Senlin's car. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Lu. Lu Senlin replies, No trouble at all. Honestly, it was on my way anyway. Haha, my daughter actually goes to your school too. I'm just here to pick her up today. Lu Xiaoyu leans forward from the back seat. Dad, this is literally only the 3rd time you've come to my school this year, and the first time was back on opening day. The cat in her arms lets out a soft meow. Lu Senlin glances at Gao Peng. Haha, right. Hey, Mr. Gao. If you've got some time, do you think you could check out Trio Vu's familiar for her? Gao Peng glances at his classmate's monster. The system pops up. Monster name, Silver Cat, Level 12. Quality, Normal. Attribute, Wood type. Weakness, Water type. A cat type familiar, huh? That's actually pretty rare. Gao Peng turns around and says, I'm at my workshop on Saturdays and Sundays. You can come find me there on Sunday. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu asks, Really? A voice echoes inside the car. All right, Tio Vu, you head home first. Mr. Gao and I have some business to handle. Lu Xiaoyu pouts. Okay, I get it. Lu Xiaoyu gets out of the car and waves. So we have a deal, okay, Gao Peng? Bye-bye. Gao Peng thinks, if he's just meeting some buddies, why make his daughter go home first? This is getting super sketchy. Gao Peng asks Lu Senlin, Manager Lu, what's the deal with these friends of yours? Who are they? Lu Senlin smiles. You'll know once we get there, Mr. Gao. He gestures for him to enter. After you, Mr. Gao. Lu Senlin walks ahead and Gao Peng follows. Gao Peng thinks, this place is decked out in a traditional mountain and garden style, probably designed by some master of classical landscaping. Dining here, looks like manager Lu's friends are no ordinary crowd. Lu Senlin leads Gao Peng into a room packed with people. We're here, Mr. Gao. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. Lu Senlin starts introducing them one by one. This is Captain Song of the Hoa Don Squad. Song raises a hand in greeting. Hey there! Lu Senlin continues, and this is Captain Jianggu of the Thin Ting Squad. Jianggu speaks up. Heh, old Lu, you hyped him up so much, but it's just some kid. Gao Peng's eyes turn cold as he looks at them, thinking, what a coincidence. Everyone sitting here belongs to a monster hunting squad. Gao Peng clenches his fists. The way these guys are staring at him, full of suspicion and testing him, makes him super uncomfortable. Lu Senlin cuts in, interrupting his thoughts. Well, since everyone's here, let's dig in. Jianggu, with a menacing look, barks, hold on. The massive guy looks Gao Peng up and down, radiating pure bloodlust. Mr. Gao's face doesn't look too good. Did our sudden arrival ruin your mood? Gao Peng doesn't answer, just thinking, Song walks over holding a wine glass. Come on, Captain Zhang, what are you trying to scare the kid for? If word gets out that we're bullying a high schooler, I'd lose way too much face. Sweating and frowning, Lu Senlin quickly interjects, it's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. It's my fault for not giving Mr. Gao a heads up beforehand. Mr. Gao didn't know so many of my friends would be here. It was totally my oversight, so I hope you guys can let it slide. Jianggu chuckles and replies, so that's it. We've heard of Mr. Gao's reputation for a long time and always wanted to get some pointers, but you're a tough man to book. I guess today's our lucky day. Come on, Mr. Gao, show us some respect and have a drink. The others start raising their glasses to Gao Peng too. Yeah, exactly. We should eat, drink, and toast with Mr. Gao. Just drinking is boring. Since we have this chance, we should pick Mr. Gao's brain a bit. Exactly. Seeing how enthusiastic they are, Gao Peng thinks, these guys seem welcoming, but they're loaded with hidden agendas. This is definitely not just a casual dinner. Lu Senlin walks over and hands Gao Peng a glass of wine. Sorry about this, Mr. Gao. I didn't arrange things properly. Gao Peng stays silent, lost in thought. And then there's this Lu Senlin. Gao Peng glares at the glass handed to him. The value he created for this guy far exceeds the pay he received. If anything, Lu Senlin owes him big time. Yet here he is, pulling this shady stunt. Gao Peng stares at the glass. Let's see what kind of act they're trying to pull at this trap of a banquet. Clack! The sharp sound of chopsticks hitting the table snaps him out of his thoughts. Jianggu looks at Gao Peng and says, Mr. Gao, I'm a simple guy and I can't keep things bottled up. Word on the street is that you're super young but insanely talented, with a whopping 100% success rate at upgrading familiars. Jianggu chuckles. You even got some special fast-track upgrade, though I'm not sure if you're actually as legendary as they say. Gao Peng laughs it off. You flatter me. Honestly, it's mostly because Instructor Feng has been looking out for me. If you need anything, Captain Zhang, you're always welcome to visit our company for a consultation. Jianggu responds with a loaded tone, Mr. Gao, saying that makes us sound like complete strangers. Swirling his glass, Jianggu looks down and says, if you're friends with Manager Lu, then you're friends with me too. Friends should help each other out, right? Why get the company involved? That's way too formal. In Gao Peng's head, their loaded pushy words start echoing. Yeah, exactly. Since we're all eating together, we're buddies. Why drag the company into this? You're in the wrong here, little cow. But hey, he's young and naive. If we give him a little push, he'll learn, right? Little cow, I've got some familiars that need upgrading too. How about you clear some of your schedule to help me out? Gao Peng breaks into a sweat, thinking, do these clowns really think I'm an idiot? A while later, they're all standing outside the restaurant. Gao Peng looks at the captains and says politely, Captains, I'm just a high schooler who's new to the industry. I don't have much training, so I really can't shoulder such big responsibilities. Lu Senlin frowns and says, Mr. Gao, it's totally my fault today for not setting things up right. Wait a sec, let me drive you back. Gao Peng politely declines, no need. He holds up his phone, showing a confirmed ride on the screen. I already booked a ride, no need to trouble you. Gao Peng gets into the car and it quickly drives off. A bowl-cut guy scowls, Task, that kid really doesn't know what's good for him. A dark-haired guy snaps back angrily, forget it, he's just a kid, don't waste your energy on him. Lu Senlin turns back to the captains. Sorry you had to see that, gentlemen. I had good intentions, but it seems like we both ended up losing this time. The captains head back inside, annoyed. All right, let's go back and finish eating. Manager Lu was only trying to help. True, we can only say that this Gao Peng is still way too young and naive. Suddenly, a hand drops onto Lu Senlin's shoulder. Jianggu steps up from behind, eyes flashing red. Manager Lu, I helped you corner Gao Peng and trash his relationships with the other factions. Consider my debt to you from the Dark Forest fully settled. Lu Senlin smiles. Oh, come on, Captain Zhang, we're close as brothers. Helping each other out is a given. Jianggu immediately waves his hand. Don't Business is business, we are not on the same side. He walks off, casting a glance back. Lu Senlin smirks, thinking, heh, Gao Peng helped you guys so much, yet to drag him onto my ship, I'd easily set him up. What makes you think anyone else is safe? What an old fox. Night falls over the city, the skyscrapers glowing with lights. In Gao Peng's apartment, he tosses his jacket onto the couch as Dazi crawls over from a distance. He grabs the TV remote and turns on the news. The Union News anchor reports, the Blue Demon Familiar Gene Optimization Serum, released by the Jilongbang Group, is reported to have severe side effects. Multiple cases of malignant mutations in familiars using this serum have been reported in the Nihon region. The screen shows images of severely mutated monsters with corrupted bloodlines. The Jilongbang Group has announced a global recall of their Blue Demon Gene Optimization Serum. Customers who already bought it can get a full refund at any authorized Jilongbang store. Gao Peng stares intently at the screen. Many scientists have pointed out the unpredictable nature of these gene serums, urging the public to be cautious. His phone rings. The screen displays the name, Lu Senlin. Gao Peng thinks, Lu Senlin, what does this guy want now? He picks up the call. Manager Lu, what's up? Lu Senlin speaks with a cheerful laugh. I'm so sorry, Mr. Gao. Today was totally my bad. I should have warned you about them first. I didn't expect them to be so disrespectful. Gao Peng replies, it's fine. I'm not going to get worked up over something like this. Holding his wine glass, Lu Senlin said to Gao Peng, don't sweat it, Mr. Gao. They dissed you, which means they're dissing me, Lu Senlin. Starting today, Gao Peng didn't waste any breath and instantly hung up. Gritting his teeth in fury, he squeezed his phone hard, thinking, wait, what? No wonder those losers thought I was a total pushover. I only have myself to blame for not being strong enough to just ghost these shady jerks. Standing right next to him, Dazi saw how pissed Gao Peng was and got super worried. But stuff like this didn't bring Gao Peng down. It only made him more fired up. Staring at the TV, Gao Peng said, for now, I've got to play by the book until I'm strong enough to flex my own muscles. Yeah. The TV screen was showing Han Ning and his monster pet. The Yangcheng Dog King Championship Season 1 had just wrapped up yesterday. Competitors for this round came from all over Yangcheng, Rongcheng, and Pengcheng. The Yangcheng Dog King title for Season 1 went to the 21-year-old prodigy monster trainer, Han Ning, who took home the crown. According to the news, Han Ning is also a college student, currently a third-year student at the Yangcheng University of Science and Technology. The system panel popped up. Monster name, Starburst Hound, level 39. Commander tier, perfect quality. Gao Peng was lost in thought, secretly impressed. Evolving a monster to commander tier with perfect quality in just 3 years? That's some serious top-tier flex right there. But honestly, it won't take me long to catch up. Scene cuts to the Tianpeng Monster Studio, where Dumby was staring at the weird thing in Gao Peng's hand. Gao Peng tossed the freakish object into a blender and flipped the switch. He poured out a nasty purple liquid that looked straight up toxic, then handed it over to Dumby. Drink up, Dumby. Dumby looked totally grossed out and reluctant. Cut to the elevator stopping on the 3rd floor. Lu Xiaoyu, along with 2 of her friends and their monsters, were chatting up a storm. Hey, Xiaoyu, is this that Uncle Cow studio you were talking about? Yeah, you said this Uncle Cow guy is the same age as us, right? Does he look like some old boomer? Lu Xiaoyu turned around, totally annoyed. Lu Xiaoyu started tickling her friend. Damn it, Xiaoyu, how dare you call me old? Take this! Okay, stop tickling me. I yield. My bad. Ha ha! The receptionist gave them a warm welcome. Welcome to Tianpeng Studio. Do you 3 have an appointment? Xiaoyu's friends looked around the place. Wait, is business here actually that good? Yeah, for real, I don't see anyone else here. The receptionist blinked awkwardly. Oh well, if you don't have an appointment, I can contact the boss to set up a slot for you. Lu Xiaoyu rubbed her chin, lost in thought. My dad said Uncle Cow's breeding skills are insanely good. Like, the #1 prodigy in Chang'an. The only downside is his crazy high prices. Maybe that's why it's so empty. Suddenly, the air around them started to vibrate. Lu Xiaoyu and her friend clutched their chests in discomfort, breaking into a cold sweat. What is that sound? It's so creepy I can barely breathe. Dumby's bones began to warp and shift, and his heart glowed as it transformed. His entire body was undergoing a massive, wild mutation. The system panel popped up. Monster name, Skeleton Ape, level 16. Quality epic, attribute undead. Weakness light. Special trait, Bloodthread Heart. Seeing Dumby's insane transformation, Gao Peng got super hyped and yelled out, hell yeah, we finally did it. But then Gao Peng froze. Wait, this upgrade unlocked a special trait? The system showed the details of the trait, Bloodthread Heart, Effect 1. Passive effect. Consumes a set amount of blood threads and energy to form a bloodthread heart. As long as the heart is active, it boosts all physical stats of the skeleton ape. If the bloodthread heart is smashed, this passive buff is gone. Effect 2. Actively triggering the bloodthread heart can cause cardiac resonance, allowing the user to control heartbeats. Reading through the stats, Gao Peng was stoked. This trait was actually pretty busted. Staring at the system in excitement, he thought, With this buff, Dumby's combat power is going to shoot through the roof. But then Gao Peng sighed as he looked at Dumby's massive frame. Going outside like this was going to be a giant hassle. Stepping out of the room, he pointed back inside and told Huanjuan, "Hey, can you find something to cover Dumby up? He can't go hit the streets looking like a giant freak." Huanjuan was totally stunned when she saw what Dumby looked like. Okay, she thought. He upgraded another monster in such a short time? Gao Peng is getting scary strong. Lu Xiaoyu called out, "Uncle Cao." Seeing her, Gao Peng thought, "Right, I remember she's Manager Lu's daughter." Gao Peng recalled how Manager Lu pulled the strings on his own daughter. "Is this because I hung up on Lu Senlin? That old fox probably can't read my vibe, so he sent his daughter to test the waters." Just then, Gao Peng noticed the glowing monster next to them. Her friend's monster was actually pretty interesting, adapting to a completely new ecological niche. Gao Peng watched the flying beast, treating the void like an ocean. Who knew such a bizarre life form could exist? Lu Xiaoyu, sweating bullets, said, "Uncle Cao, I need you to take a look at my monster." Gao Peng said, "Oh, it's you?" Then his expression softened and he chuckled. "Drop the Uncle Cao stuff. We're the same age. It sounds super weird." Lu Xiaoyu was stunned by how fast his mood shifted. "Oh, okay." Gao Peng raised his hand. "Usual rules. I'm sure you know my rates. Pay up front. Yours is a mint cat, normal quality, elite tier. That'll be 60 credits. Thanks for your business." Gao Peng thought, whatever, she probably has no clue what her foxy dad is plotting anyway. No point in picking on a clueless girl. Gao Peng rested his chin on his hand. "Tell you what, out of respect for your dad, I'll cover the materials to upgrade your mint cat's quality." Hearing that, Lu Xiaoyu was thrilled. "Thank you so much, Master Gao." Gao Peng looked around. "By the way, where is your pet?" Lu Xiaoyu suddenly panicked, looking everywhere. "Wait, where's my cat? It was literally just here." Her friend pointed over. "Your mint cat is hiding in the corner. I think it got spooked." The mint cat was shivering uncontrollably, staring at Dumby. It whimpered at Lu Xiaoyu, meow, its eyes glassy and full of fear. Lu Xiaoyu knelt down and pulled the mint cat into her arms. "It's okay, don't be scared, good kitty." The mint cat snuggled tight against her. Gao Peng watched, thinking, what a pervy cat. He then asked, "Pardon my curiosity, but where did you guys buy that jellyfish?" Her friend replied, "Wait, is Mr. Gao actually interested in this kind of gear-type monster?" Gao Peng immediately answered, "I've never seen this kind of attribute before, so I'm just a bit curious." Her friend laughed. "Honestly, this thing barely counts as a monster. It's just a tiny gear beast, barely good enough to act as a portable wallet." She slid her phone toward the creature, and it instantly sucked the phone right inside. She turned back to Gao Peng and continued, "See? Just like that, it's stored inside its built-in pocket dimension. These flying jellyfish are native to Pengcheng. Lately, some vendors imported a whole bunch of them, and they're selling them right now over at the commercial street in Wuku Square." Gao Peng's eyes narrowed sharply. "Looks like I've found the direction for my third monster." Cut to Wuku Square, where a crowd of vendors were hawking the flying jellyfish. "Step right up, folks, don't miss out. Get your hands on the hottest flying wallets, the trendiest new gear beast straight from Pengcheng. Come take a look, everyone." Cute little flying jellyfish were floating all over the place, and a group of girls was totally obsessed. "Oh my god, so adorable." One girl started whining to her boyfriend to get her one. "I really want this tiny little thing. Can we get it, please?" Without missing a beat, the boyfriend agreed. Sure, haha." Gao Peng walked up and asked the vendor, "Hey, can I take a look at the flying jellyfish?" Handing one to Gao Peng, the vendor said, "Here you go." Meanwhile, other sellers were busy shouting out to eager customers, "Hey boss, let me get one." "Me too, boss, hook me up with one." The system showed, Level 1, normal quality. Gao Peng smiled and said, "Actually, I meant, can I see the rest of your stock? I'd like to pick one out myself." The vendor nodded and led him inside. He cracked open a door, and a cloud of mist came rolling out. Gao Peng stepped inside, finding rows of tanks filled with flying jellyfish. "All the rest of the jellyfish are right here." According to the seller's records, levitating jellyfish first appeared during the OS7 cataclysm, when a swarm of jellyfish got mutated by spatial energy. Over the next few centuries, they multiplied like crazy in that sea. Look, there's even a clip of a fish chasing these jellyfish. And they almost got hunted to extinction by other monsters. Gao Peng looked up, thinking, man, this has got to be the most pathetic space-type monster ever. The seller laughed and said, "Yeah, they call it a space-type, but honestly, besides being able to float around and having a tiny pocket dimension inside, it has absolutely zero attack power. If they weren't pretty to look at and tasted awful, they probably would have gone extinct ages ago." Gao Peng stared at the jellyfish, thinking, so they taste bad? The tank was packed with level 1 and level 2 jellyfish. Yeah, the levels of the jellyfish in here weren't much different from the ones outside. Suddenly, Gao Peng froze. Wait, look at this one. In the quiet tank, one jellyfish was bouncing around like crazy. Why does it feel so different from the others? The rest were floating around peacefully, but this one was hyperactive. Gao Peng turned to the seller and asked, "How much for this one?" The seller replied, "Oh ho, kid, you've got a sharp eye." He continued, "My boss said this is a rare mutant species, the king of mutants with insane speed and perfect quality. I'll let you have it cheap for just 100 credit points." Gao Peng laughed and haggled. "Come on, man, let's be real here. It's just a levitating jellyfish. Calling it a mutant king is a massive stretch, don't you think? How about 50 credit points?" The seller didn't argue and immediately agreed. "Fine, since you know your stuff, 50 it is. Let's just call it making a friend." Gao Peng whipped out his phone and made the transfer without hesitating. He figured even at 50 credit points, they were still making a fat profit. The seller told Gao Peng to refer others. "Hey kid, if you have friends who want a jellyfish, bring them here. I'll give you a sweet deal." Gao Peng thought, "Please, you tried to charge 100 credit points for a jellyfish. Who would even buy from you? Just don't rip them off with those crazy sky-high prices." Gao Peng smiled. Honestly, he got a killer deal this time. The system screen popped up. Monster name, levitating jellyfish, level 4, grade, elite attributes, space, wind, preference, sweet and fragrant fruit juices. Weaknesses, 1, thunder element, 2, ice element, 3, afraid of fish and birds. It will literally shrink and run away when facing these two creatures. The seller told Gao Peng to refer others to buy. Its face had a totally terrified look. Double attributes of space and wind, plus elite quality. My familiar squad is finally coming together. Gao Peng looked at the jellyfish and laughed. "You look just like a balloon. How about I call you silly?" The jellyfish's head was filled with question marks. Cut to Gao Peng's apartment. Da Zi was chilling on his cushion when the doorknob suddenly turned. Gao Peng called out, "I'm home." Hearing his voice, Da Zi sat right up. In Gao Peng's hand was the cage with the jellyfish. "Da Zi, this is the newest member of our family." Hearing this, Da Zi completely froze. He bolted into his room, stood at the door, and waved his claw. Da Zi's behavior left Gao Peng totally confused. "Huh?" Da Zi slammed the door shut. Gao Peng cracked up seeing this. "Look at you, learning how to be jealous now." Gao Peng let out a murderous aura and cracked his knuckles. "You ungrateful little brat, just watch how I straighten you out," he said in a sweet voice. "Da Zi, I bought those dried bug buns you love the most, plus dried poison sword bugs and starleaf flower leaves." Hearing this, Da Zi was startled. Gao Peng leaned closer to the door and whispered, "And to help you level up, I posted a high-paying bounty to buy a Commander-tier Thunder Monster core for 301 credit points. That's 1 credit point higher than the market rate, literally enough to support a family." Hearing this, Da Zi's mouth watered and his eyes lit up. He poked a claw out and opened the door. Gao Peng teased him. "Heh, want some?" Drooling like crazy, Da Zi replied, "Yes." Gao Peng dodged back and forth, keeping the bag out of Da Zi's reach. "Not so fast. You dared to slam the door on me, so this is payback." Da Zi lunged to grab the food. "Give it to me! Give it! Oh my god!" Gao Peng and Da Zi continued to mess around. "All right, you even know how to talk back now. Take this, kid." Meanwhile, Dumby didn't pay any attention to those two and just stared at Silly. Gao Peng rubbed his shoulders as he walked away. "If I don't discipline you for a single day, you'll try to tear the roof down." Gao Peng ignored Da Zi, who was lying on the floor with his head spinning, and walked over to Silly's tank. He channeled soul power into his hand. "Silly's level is low right now, so my mental energy should be more than enough. Let's establish the contract now." Gao Peng placed his hand on the tank. Seeing this, Silly clutched its head in panic. Gao Peng closed his eyes. Silly's consciousness space was even smaller and weaker than Da Zi's initial one. This is tricky. Plus, Silly's consciousness is way too unstable. Gao Peng checked the system. "If I force a contract right now, I'd feel like a creep tricking a little kid." Gao Peng scratched his head, standing between Dumby and Da Zi. "Sigh, looks like I need to spend some time with Silly to lower its guard and build some trust first." Gao Peng's face flushed with excitement. "All right, it's decided. Tomorrow, I'll take little Silly to school with me to bond." Standing nearby, Da Zi looked totally pouty and annoyed. Cut to the next morning at the school's training ground. Mu Tianying was sweating and stammering nervously. "Gee, good morning, Gao Peng." The chubby orange-haired guy next to her was also staring blankly. "Wait, is that really Gao Peng?" Gao Peng walked over to greet everyone with Silly perched right on his head. "Morning, Mu." The other students started giggling when they saw him. "Is that a hat on his head? It looks so ugly!" Ha ha ha. Gao Peng pulled a bottle of water out of Silly's pocket dimension. "Oh, by the way." Gao Peng handed the bottle to Mu Tiying. "Want some water? It's ice cold." Mu Tiying was stunned and waved her hands. No thanks. But that hat of yours is..." "It's not a hat. It's a levitating jellyfish, a space-type familiar." Mu Tiying petted her lotus seed with one hand and smiled. "Oh, I've heard of them. Aren't they super timid? But anyway, let's not talk about that for now. Have you seen the monster we're training with today?" As Mu Tiying petted lotus seed, it wiggled happily. The crowd, along with Gao Peng and Mu Tiying, stood in front of the monster cage. "Yeah." The notice board displayed the monster's name, Purple Metal Scorpion. Gao Peng stared at it. "Looks like a tough test." Mu Tiying looked at the beast and asked Gao Peng, "So, are you going first again today?" Silly trembled in fear. The other students sighed in agreement. Sigh, looks like Gao Peng's getting the bonus points for volunteering first again today. No surprise there. Gao Peng's win rate is insane because he's so strong. We can just study his battle tactics to score some points when we beat it later. That's good enough. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Gao Peng turned to Mu Tiying and said, I'll let the others take this chance. I can't always go first. It's not fair to the rest of the team. Everyone gasped in shock, shouting, What? A guy with glasses stepped forward with his familiar. Since classmate Gao is sitting this one out, Instructor Zhang, I'd like to be the first to challenge it. Gao Peng's raised an eyebrow, thinking, the dragon chicken? Besides Da Zi, that's the only other elite tier familiar here. It's already level 11. Too bad it's only normal grade, but it's still enough to test the waters of the purple metal scorpion. Suddenly, Gao Peng was taken aback and looked back at Da Zi. Da Zi, are you paying attention? Hold on, hey, where the heck are you looking? Da Zi was drooling like crazy. Gao Peng poked him on the head. All you ever think about is stuffing your face. Pay attention and watch the purple metal scorpion's habits and attack patterns carefully. I'm putting you in next. Also, what is that shiny drool on your mouth? Wipe it off right now. Zhang Renbai stood by the red gate, shouting the command to get ready. The dragon chicken stood tall right in front of the purple metal scorpion. A red aura flared up around the dragon chicken, while the purple metal scorpion was shrouded in a green mist. The two familiars locked eyes, ready to throw down. The purple metal scorpion made the first move, whipping its tail hard at the dragon chicken. The dragon chicken jumped up real quick to dodge the blow. Then, the dragon chicken swooped down, aiming to grab the purple metal scorpion with its claws. But the scorpion wasn't about to play nice. It used its pincers to lock down the chicken's claws. The dragon chicken got both feet clamped hard and couldn't break free, struggling like crazy. The four-eyed kid panicked when he saw his chicken pinned down. Shoot, this is bad, Zhang Renbai muttered. Lucky for you, this purple metal scorpion isn't venomous. Otherwise, one sting and your familiar would have been KO'd. The scorpion's stinger stabbed right into the dragon chicken's thigh bone. Zhang Renbai said, lucky for you, your dragon chicken is built like a tank. The scorpion only managed to pierce the muscle with its hook. The curved tail tip isn't hard enough to do real damage. The dragon chicken's eyes flared red as it glared back at the purple metal scorpion. The dragon chicken pecked straight down on the scorpion's head with its beak, making green blood gush out like crazy. Seeing that, the bowl-cut kid cheered, Hell yeah, we won! Silly winced, covering its mouth with its tentacles. Gao Peng frowned, thinking, don't celebrate too early. The purple metal scorpion lay on the ground, taking the hits, but suddenly its eyes flashed with a dangerous red light. The purple metal scorpion hooked the dragon chicken's legs with its claws and yanked hard. The dragon chicken got split-legged, screaming in total agony. The bowl-cut kid panicked and shrieked, Dragon chicken! A cracking sound echoed from the dragon chicken's eggs. The dragon chicken looked up at the sky, tears streaming down its face as it let out a soul-crushing shriek. The rest of the guys instantly covered their own crotches, shuddering in pure terror. Oof, that's brutal. A sleek white paw stepped into the cage. A familiar with eyes radiating a terrifying aura walked over to where the dragon chicken lay on the ground. Zhang Renbai said, All right, that's enough. Cut it out. The purple metal scorpion flinched, breaking into a sweat. The scorpion let go of the dragon chicken's legs, and the chicken slumped to the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, the dragon chicken bolted. The bowl-cut kid ran after it, calling out, Dragon chicken, wait! Slow down! With his hands behind his back, Zhang Renbai asked, Anyone else want to challenge the purple metal scorpion? The students shook their heads, totally chickening out. Zhang Renbai's face went dark. Lately, Gao Peng's purple-backed thunder centipede was always the first to step up. I know some of you were salty, thinking the instructors were playing favorites and looking down on you, right? Well, look at you now. Now you're all just chicken, passing the buck. Oh, let the top student go first, you say. None of you have the balls. Zhang Renbai turned to look at Gao Peng. Gao Peng didn't say much. He just fed Da Zi a bug and gave the order, Go get him. Silly, sitting on top of Gao Peng's head, excitedly pointed forward. Da Zi slid into the iron cage, standing face-to-face with the purple metal scorpion. Da Zi reared up, its massive body completely towering over the purple metal scorpion. Mu Tiying walked over and stood beside Gao Peng. Da Zi is strong, but given the strength the purple metal scorpion just showed, it shouldn't be backed into a corner either. Silly winced. Gao Peng stayed quiet, thinking, Tiying's got a point. This purple metal scorpion is definitely hiding its cards. Gao Peng clenched his hands, which were trembling slightly. At this point, he just had to trust Da Zi. The purple metal scorpion attacked first, whipping its tail at Da Zi. Da Zi quickly dodged, slipping to the side to avoid the strike. Mu Tiying cheered excitedly for Da Zi. Nice! Get him! Behind her, Gao Peng kept his eyes glued to the fight. Meanwhile, Silly on top of his head had already zoned out completely. The purple metal scorpion kept attacking with its tail. This time, it smacked Da Zi right in the head. Da Zi panicked for a split second but quickly snapped out of it, slamming its own tail down hard onto the scorpion. The purple metal scorpion was left completely dazed. Dazi didn't let up, biting down hard onto the scorpion. It violently tore a chunk of shell off, causing green blood to gush out like crazy. The students watching cheered excitedly. "Oh damn, let's go." Dazi coiled its long body around the scorpion. The system panel flashed. Status critically injured. Gao Peng was thrilled to see Dazi do so well. "Nice, we got this locked down." Silly, on top of his head, was also hyped. Seeing Dazi win, Mu Tiang's eyes lit up and she cheered, "As expected of you, Gao Peng. Dazi was in such a tight spot earlier, but you didn't even blink." Gao Peng smirked, acting all cool. "Ha. Ha, it's nothing, really. Everything was going according to my plan." But deep down, he was sweating bullets. Gao Peng thought, "To be honest, my palms were sweating like crazy back there." Sweating nervously, Zhang Renbai said to Gao Peng, "Gao Peng, call your familiar back." Inside the iron cage, Dazi was already munching on the purple metal scorpion's flesh. Zhang Renbai added, "We don't have many training monsters left. If you let it keep eating, this scorpion is toast." Dazi's mouth and face were covered in green goo, with a chunk of meat still clamped in its jaws. The other students shuddered at the sight and whispered, "Is Dazi not fully tamed yet? That's way too brutal. Is it even safe?" Hearing this, Mu Tiang turned around and glared at them. Gao Peng put his hand to his mouth and whistled. Hearing the call, Dazi looked visibly annoyed, clearly not wanting to leave. Despite its reluctance, Dazi quickly scurried back to Gao Peng under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing Dazi return, Gao Peng quickly pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. "All you know is how to stuff your face." Gao Peng, along with Silly, used the handkerchief to wipe the green goo off Dazi's face and mouth. "What if you get an upset stomach? And look, you scared those cowards. Aren't bugs good? They're tasty and nutritious." Hearing this, the faces of the people around them darkened. What's he flexing for? Yeah, totally showing off. Mu Tiying said awkwardly, "Gao Peng, don't take it to heart. They were just a bit freaked out by Dazi." Gao Peng's face remained impassive as he said, "Right now, we are fighting caged monsters under the protection of the instructors and the Silver Moon Wolf, which is why you even have the luxury to feel sorry for these creatures." Gao Peng patted Dazi's head and glared at the crowd. "But what if we were out in the wild, in their territory? In a real life-or-death battle, do you think the monsters would feel sorry for us? We're here to learn how to fight, not to play around. With this half-hearted attitude, you might as well quit now." The students got heated upon hearing his words. "Hey, who do you think you are?" Suddenly, clapping was heard. Gao Peng is absolutely right. Zhang Renbai had one hand in his pocket and pointed at the students with the other. "Since the mood is just right, I have an important announcement to make. Your basic training is almost done, so you can now sign up for the Wild Combat Training Base." Zhang Renbai said warmly, "The training will last for 1 week and the school has already approved your leave. After you go home, you can discuss it with your families. The registration fee is 5 credits. Everyone immediately started chatting excitedly. "Seriously? We've been waiting so long, finally a real battle." "Sigh, my basic training isn't great. What should I do?" Gao Peng's brow furrowed, sweating slightly. He thought, the Wild Combat Training Base is actually being pretty generous. The other students turned back to speak to Zhang Renbai. "Instructor, do we really have to pay to sign up?" "Yeah, instructor. Shouldn't this training be free for us? Why do we have to pay?" Zhang Renbai gave a creepy smile, radiating a chilling aura. "You can choose not to go, or you can go to the self-funded Wild Combat Training Base." A tall, black-haired student and the bowl-cut kid complained, "You're really pushing it. Going to a private base for a week would cost at least 20 credits. And 20 credits is just the entry fee. If you want to use other facilities and materials, you have to pay extra." Hearing the cost, the students groaned. "Sigh, at the end of the day, we're just too broke. Man, if push comes to shove, I'll have to borrow some from my dad." Zhang Renbai grinned mysteriously and held up a document. "Besides paying out of pocket, there is another way. Sign a contract with the Alliance. That way, the Alliance will cover all your training fees." The soldiers stood in perfect, disciplined rows. Students who sign the contract must serve in the military for 8 years after graduation. After that, you're free to choose whether to discharge. Plus, if you get into a military academy, that training time also counts toward your 8-year service. Mu Tian crossed her arms and said, "True that. 5 credits might not be totally impossible for an ordinary family to scrape up, but it's still no small change." "This policy is actually pretty humane," Gao Peng replied. "It's a smart move. They let us choose if we want to enlist, so it doesn't feel forced at all." Gao Peng's face darkened. "But no matter if you graduate from the academy and serve 4 years, or grind as a regular grunt for 8 years, the military always wins in the end." Zhang Renbai kept briefing the students, giving them a serious heads-up that if they sign up, they have to sign a death waiver. Everyone freaked out like, "Whoa, if we sign that, are we seriously gonna die?" Zhang Renbai broke it down for them. The college entrance exam for monster trainers is built different from regular exams, so they absolutely have to make the most of this training opportunity. Signing a death waiver doesn't mean you're guaranteed to die, But if your brain stays at this level, that knot is definitely getting crossed out. The students burst out laughing at that. The girl who asked the question scratched her head, totally embarrassed. Mu Tianying glanced at Gao Peng and said, "Well, classmate Gao, let's team up tomorrow." Gao Peng and Mu Tianying shook hands. Gao Peng smiled, saying, "My pleasure." Dumby poked his head out from behind Gao Peng's back, grinning happily. Outside, the military trucks were absolutely tearing down the road. The steel trucks looked basic but tough as hell. One of the girls looked out the window and gasped, "Whoa, that is so gorgeous!" The whole cabin was buzzing with excitement. "Hey, Xiaorui, look over here! That mountain is freaking huge!" "Haha, for real. Oh, look over there. There are wild familiars, too." Just then, the truck hit a massive rock, sending everyone flying. The whole cabin went into absolute chaos. "Ah, what the hell was that?" The soldier driving looked back with a sly smirk. "My bad, didn't see that rock in the road." Gao Peng just sat there with his arms crossed, thinking, "Sneaky old grunt. He definitely did that because we were being too loud." Gao Peng let out a soft sigh. He couldn't help but think back to this morning before he left. He had knocked on Sister Tong's door, but there was no answer. He even called her, but she didn't pick up either. Honestly, Sister Tong is pretty strong, so she should be fine. But Gao Peng couldn't stop wondering, could this have something to do with that secret she's been keeping from him? Boom! Another massive bump shattered his train of thought, throwing him right out of his seat. Ah! Gao Peng gritted his teeth, sweating from the pain. "You've got to be kidding me! This trick again?" The other kids, now covered in bumps and bruises, angrily swarmed the driver to complain. "Hey, that's going too far. Yeah, you can't just bully us like this." The soldier broke a slight sweat and laughed it off. My bad, my bad. I swear it wasn't on purpose this time." At the entrance of the wilderness training camp, 3 military trucks pulled up. "All right, we're here!" Everyone scrambled out of the trucks and gathered up to hear the instructor's briefing. "The valley behind me is your wilderness training base. Every inch of this place has been swept clean. Only normal and elite tier monsters are left inside, so you definitely won't run into any commander tier beasts." Pointing at a watch, Shang Yi explained to the students, "The ID watches we handed out have a GPS tracker and an emergency SOS button. Your mission is simple, survive in this valley for 1 week." Gao Peng stared at the watch on his wrist, lost in thought, while Shang Yi continued, "No dropping out halfway through this training. If you quit, you fail." Shang Yi growled, "Any questions?" The students broke into a cold sweat, looking terrified. Are there any established supply points inside the training area?" Shang Yi sneered. There are safe houses in the valley made of special high-grade steel. Only commander-tier monsters and above can break into them, and they're stocked with a decent amount of rations." Clasping his hands behind his back, Shang Yi sternly addressed the students. "So, if you just want to play it safe and hide for 7 days, that's entirely doable. It's your call. Now move out, you little chicks!" The massive gates swung open, and everyone eagerly rushed inside. "Die Long, keep up! Let's go find a safe house first." "Got it! This is our chance to finally show what we're made of." Mu Tiying and Gao Peng exchanged a quick glance. Over the loudspeaker, the instructor barked, "Get a move on! If any of you get eaten by a monster, don't worry. Your GPS will lead us right to the beast so we can get some payback for you." The students chatted as they moved. "Come on, stop staring and let's go." Mu Tiying walked over to Gao Peng and asked, "Hey, top student Gao, what are you staring at?" Gao Peng turned around and replied, "A sparrow. This species loves damp, watery areas and is super sensitive to rain. They'll fly wherever it's raining, which is why they're called rain sparrows." Mu Tiying smiled, nodding in agreement. "Oh yeah, I heard the city's weather towers keep rain sparrows too. They're practically harmless, but they are insanely fast." The rain sparrow spread its wings and soared into the sky. Gao Peng watched it go, thinking, "Man, you really gotta get out into the wild. It's nothing like the boring city. The wilderness has so many cool familiars. It's a total paradise for monsters." Mu Tiying stood with her hands on her hips, teasing him with a smile. "Yep, a top student is on another level. While everyone else is rushing into the valley like crazy, you're already analyzing the environment. Honestly, with a mindset like that, no wonder you're so skilled." Gao Peng turned to look at her and quickly shut down the praise. "Not really. I just hate crowds, so I'm waiting here for them to clear out." Mu Tiying stared at him, totally speechless and unconvinced. "Fine. So, can we head out now?" Gao Peng turned and started walking. "Let's go." Mu Tiying followed him, upbeat. "All right, let's move." Gao Peng frowned slightly. "Did my eyes play tricks on me? I swear I saw a shadow moving in those trees just now." Suddenly, his eyes darted downward. "Wait!" Inside, the beds were stacked with bottled water and packaged food. Seeing the supplies, Gao Peng remarked, "On each bed there are 5 boxes of compressed rations and 10 bottles of water. If we ration them, we can easily survive for 1 week. So the military is actually being reasonable about our actual strength. Otherwise, if we had to fight monsters and scavenge for food at the same time, we'd probably end up with some serious casualties." Mu Tiying was now geared up in a full suit of protective armor. "Aren't you going to change into your protective gear?" Classmate Gao? Gao Peng blinked, looking totally lost. Seeing his clueless expression, Mu Tiying smiled and explained. Deep in the woods, there are these tiny midges with some nasty venom. One bite and you'll be itching like crazy. Gao Peng just chuckled, raising his hands in a no-thanks gesture. I'll pass. I already put on some herbal repellent, so I'm good. Ha ha. Gao Peng cleared his throat with a light cough. Anyway, let's check out the area and see if we can hunt some fresh game. I am definitely not eating those dry compressed biscuits for 7 straight days. With just a single backpack on his shoulders, Gao Peng felt ready. Now that they had a safe house as a base, they could use Lotus Seed's massive size to clear a path. Even if things went south, they could easily fall back to the safe house. Mu Tiying's eyes lit up with admiration. Man, you really think of everything, Gao Peng. Lotus Seed used its massive bulk to lead the way, while Dazi kept its eyes peeled, scanning the surroundings for any sign of trouble. Walking ahead of Mu Tiying, Gao Peng said, "Let's find a water source first." The areas around water sources are basically natural hunting grounds. Mu Tiying followed closely. Sounds like a plan. Suddenly, a weird purple mist wafted toward her. Ugh, the scent of the flowers in this forest is way too overpowering, and there's this nasty rotting smell mixed in. I feel lightheaded. Mu Tiying held her head, stumbling and losing her footing. Whoa, whoa, Gao Peng quickly caught her before she hit the ground. She opened her mouth to thank him, but before she could get a word out, Gao Peng pressed a finger to his lips, gesturing for her to shut up. Shh, Gao Peng whispered, instructing Mu Tiying to have Lotus Seed ram into a nearby branch with maximum force. Gao Peng's sudden request caught her completely off guard. Wait, there's literally nothing special about this tree. Why on earth does Gao Peng want Lotus Seed to smash into it? Mu Tiying stared at him, utterly confused. But she knew that back at school, his instincts were always spot on. He must have spotted something. She decided to trust him. Gently patting Lotus Seed, she commanded, "Go get him, Lotus Seed!" At her word, Lotus Seed's eyes flared crimson as it braced itself to strike. That branch suddenly started shaking. It didn't see him. No way it saw him. Once Lianzi was ready, he bolted straight for the branch. He slammed his horn straight into that branch. Hard. Boom! A crying-ass snake tumbled out of the tree. The poor thing bounced from branch to branch before hitting the dirt face first. The snake's soul literally left its body on impact. Mu Tiying wiped the sweat off her face, clutching her chest. Damn, thanks. If you hadn't warned me, I would have walked right into that. But seriously, what kind of monster is this? Its camo is insane. Showing off his massive brain, Gao Peng explained the monster to Mu Tiying. That's a green-headed snake. They mimic the color of green tree branches. Their meat contains a trace amount of toxins. Monsters can digest it, but for humans, it's a big fat no-no. Then Gao Peng remembered something. Wait, Dazi and I have a contract. He pictured it in his head. Theoretically, any damage he takes gets transferred to Dazi anyway, and Dazi is literally immune to poison. Gao Peng rubbed his chin with a totally devious smirk. So, that means I can totally eat this thing. And hey, they say the more venomous the snake, the sweeter the meat. Hearing his master say that, Dazi's face instantly fell. Suddenly, another rustle came from the branches. Gao Peng snapped his head around. Huh! After staring for a bit and seeing nothing, Gao Peng turned back, rubbing his chin. Weird. Did I hear things? Meanwhile, behind a massive tree, another snake was shivering in fear as it slunk away. Suddenly, Mu Tiying waved at him. Hey, Gao Peng! Mu Tiying called out to him. Look, I think there's water ahead. It was a shimmering river with leaves floating on top. She dipped her hand in. It seems super clear, and there's no funky smell. Hearing it was clear water, Gao Peng's face lit up. Hell yeah! As long as we have fresh water, our chances of surviving these 7 days are going way up. Suddenly, a weird green creature popped out of the water. It spat some nasty liquid right at Gao Peng's leg. Instant regret. The spot on his pants where the liquid hit started reeking like crazy. Gao Peng took one whiff and his face went completely pale. Oh my god, what is that rancid smell? He glared at the creature. A status window popped up. Despicable green frog, level 2. Hobby, spitting on other living things. Weaknesses: 1. Lightning element. 2. Earth element. 3. Hates being spat on. Gao Peng stared at the frog, completely disgusted. Is this green-skinned bastard out of its mind? It loves spitting on others but hates being spat on? Seriously, who would be petty enough to spit back at a frog? Meanwhile, the green frog kept spamming spit right onto Gao Peng's pants. Gao Peng couldn't stand it anymore. Whatever, better to just ignore it. I need to focus on purifying this pond instead. Gao Peng's face darkened as he stared down the frog in dead silence. The cheeky little frog actually stuck its tongue out to mock him. Without saying another word, Gao Peng puckered up and spat a massive glob of spit right back at the frog. After his counterattack, Gao Peng proudly pushed up his glasses. I gave you a chance, but you blew it. You really think I can't handle a pint-sized frog like you when I have a literal system? Mu Tiying, Lianzi, and Dazi watched this entire exchange completely dead inside. Gao Peng. The frog shook in pure shock before bursting into tears. Suddenly, a wave of loud croaks erupted from the water as countless frogs began jumping out. Mu Tiying turned to Gao Peng, totally oblivious. Wow, who knew there were so many frogs in this pond? Gao Peng, on the other hand, was staring at the water, sweating bullets. Tiying. Right behind her, the water was practically crawling with green frogs. Still clueless, she asked, "What's with the face? You look like you've seen a ghost." Suddenly, the frogs opened their mouths wide. They started gathering glowing energy spheres in their mouths. Gao Peng didn't waste a second. He grabbed Mu Tiying's hand and hauled ass. "Run! Move!" Lian Zi and Da Zi bolted right behind them. The army of frogs unleashed a relentless barrage of spit. The whole squad was running for their lives as Mu Tiying panted heavily. Pant! Pant! After finally escaping, everyone collapsed, completely out of breath. Phew! Are we safe? Yeah, I think we lost them. Mu Tiying slumped against Lian Zi's side. I never in a million years thought I'd be running for my life from a bunch of frogs, she groaned. Gao Peng lay spread-eagled on the grass, panting. Don't sleep on frogs, dude. One or two are joked here, but an entire pond has literally thousands of those green pests. Mu Tiying took off her hat while Lian Zi whimpered. She glared at him. So, you're the idiot who provoked them in the first place. Gao Peng rested his chin in his hand, thinking it over for a second. All right, let's map out our situation. Gao Peng recalled the pond. To the north, past the forest, is the green frog pond. He then pictured the main entrance of the valley. The west leads to the main valley entrance. The trees are thin, and we didn't spot any massive, dangerous beasts on the way. Then he remembered those giant footprints he'd found on the ground. The south is a dense jungle with footprints of some massive predator. The trees are too thick, which makes it a nightmare for Lian Zi to move through. That leaves only one direction, east. The east has a small slope that leads up to a massive grassland. There are clear grazing marks from herbivores. Hearing his breakdown, Mu Tiying nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's about all the intel we have right now, she said. So what's the play? Should we push further out and explore? Gao Peng stroked his chin. Right now? His mood instantly flipped, his eyes sparkling. Time to head back and cook dinner. Mu Tiying stared at him, totally dumbfounded. Huh? Meanwhile, Da Zi's eyes lit up as drool started dripping from its mouth. Gao Peng crossed his arms with a grin. Chill out, partner. We did enough cardio for one day. If we stress ourselves out on day one, we'll burn out in no time. Mu Tiying sighed. Fine, you win. She stood up. Then let's grab some food on the way. Gao Peng smirked. No need for that. He held up the limp green-headed snake. Ta-da! Remember this little guy from earlier? Mu Tiying's jaw dropped. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and pulled out some spice bottles. We got mint clove, golden cardamom, and some blue-black grass. She was completely speechless. When did you even collect all this? Actually, a better question is, where on earth were you hiding them? Gao Peng crossed his arms, looking smug. Dude, this is wilderness survival. Obviously, a pro is always prepared. Mu Tiying just facepalmed in silence. Little did they know, every single move they made was being broadcasted live through camera lens 17. And they weren't the only ones. Every candidate's struggle was being watched. Back in the control room, an officer barked, "Playback camera 13 for me. Number 31 just sent a distress signal at coordinates 173-824. 3 teams are currently heading towards slope 3A. Also, safe room 7 has been located." The instructors stood in the control room, keeping a close eye on the screens. Is this kid on camera 17 the one Zhang Baron called a high-potential recruit? Looks like it. The familiar and his description match perfectly. The instructors gossiped. Faced with those green frogs, they had to run. But even while fleeing, the kid didn't forget to grab dinner. If you look at it another way, that's actually some top-tier survival instinct, right? The lieutenant broke in with a serious tone. You guys are oversimplifying things. Don't forget, he's just a student with barely any formal training. The lieutenant shared his thoughts. Whether it's reading the terrain, nailing survival skills, or knowing exactly when to pull back, his performance is already miles ahead of most teams. Keep a close eye on him. Yes, Lieutenant, the soldier replied respectfully. Mu Tiying and Gao Peng walked back to their base. All right, I guess I'll get to try your famous cooking, Gao Peng. She reached out to pull open the door. Suddenly, she froze. Wait, Gao Peng, standing behind her, was confused. What's up? Mu Tiying turned around, looking totally annoyed. I think we're locked out. It's locked from the inside. She started pounding on the door. Hey, open up! After she banged on it for a while, a voice finally yelled from inside. Nobody's home. This spot is already taken. Go find somewhere else. Mu Tiying turned back to Gao Peng and sighed. Honestly, there's no first-come, first-served rule for these wilderness safe houses. Guess we just got dealt a crappy hand meeting jerks like them. Gao Peng shrugged, one hand behind his back and the other gesturing to the side. Look, it's getting pitch black anyway. It's just the two of us, so we can just throw down a mat and crash on the ground. The guy inside scoffed without a care. Dude, why are you even wasting your breath on them? Just tell them to beat it! The safe house is tiny. Who wants to squeeze in with these losers? Scram before it gets completely dark. Mu Tiying's blood boiled. She was absolutely pissed that these jerks had stolen their spot. Gao Peng quickly grabbed Mu Tiying's shoulder to hold her back. Tying, hold up, he said, stopping her in her tracks. Seriously, wasting your energy on trash like them isn't worth it. Karma's a bitch. Someone else will put them in their place. Mu Tiying let out a heavy sigh. Ugh, you're right, Gao Peng. She gently patted Lotus Seed's massive body. Whatever, let's get out of here, Lotus Seed. But Gao Peng didn't bounce right away. Instead, he headed right back to the safe house door. Bemused by his sketchy behavior, Mu Tiying called out, Wait, Gao Peng, what are you doing back there? She noticed an iron chain wrapped around his hand. Mu Tiying gasped, Wait, is that? Without saying a word, Gao Peng wrapped the heavy chain around the door and locked those jerks inside. Watching him, Mu Tiying's jaw dropped. No way, you're actually locking them in from the outside? Gao Peng dusted off his hands with a smirk. Behind him, Mu Tiying covered her mouth in shock and utter awe. Gao Peng, where on earth did you get that lock? Smirking, Gao Peng glanced back at her and replied, Found it inside the safe house earlier. He recalled seeing the iron chain lying right next to the cabinet and table inside. Pretty sure the instructors left it there so we could reinforce the door for safety. So when we got kicked out, I just swiped it and stuffed it in my backpack. With those jerks locked inside, Gao Peng and Mu Tiying happily walked away. Let's roll. Gao Peng led the way with Da Zi slithering next to him, while Mu Tiying hurried to keep up. Little did they know, Monitor Drone Number 17 had captured their entire scheme. The instructors watching the live feed were totally stunned by Gao Peng's petty move. They burst into hysterical laughter, completely loving his savage play. Ha 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 ha, I'll give it to him, this kid is a total savage. The instructors couldn't stop praising him, calling him as sly as a fox. The lieutenant grinned. See? Told you this kid's got a sharp mind, hasn't he? A mysterious man standing in the shadows, his eyes glowing blue, muttered, Yeah, he's way sharper than your average student. But the real show is about to start. The wild is crawling with monsters at night. Let's see if he can actually survive till morning. The night sky was stunning, packed with stars and a few drifting clouds. Gao Peng took the lead. Let's head this way and see if we can hunt down another safe house. Mu Tiying nodded, trusting him. Got it, let's go. As Gao Peng and Mu Tiying walked ahead, a creepy dark shadow crept up behind them, radiating a chilling, murderous vibe. Hidden in the bushes, a pitch-black panther with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs locked its gaze onto them. The wilderness at night was a total nightmare, filled with sketchy noises. Sweating and looking visibly stressed, Mu Tiying sighed. Ugh, looks like we have no choice but to rough it out here tonight. Gao Peng stayed totally chill. Wandering around looking for a spot isn't safe right now, and there aren't any caves nearby either. After scouting the area, Gao Peng pointed to a high branch above. Check it out, that branch is totally straight, about 3 to 4 meters off the ground, and has a perfect fork. Let's use that tree to throw together a quick shelter. Mu Tiying looked up, feeling a bit more relieved. Yeah, that'll do. Right then, Lotus Seed started slamming against the tree to shake things loose. Standing nearby, Mu Tiying cheered it on. Get it, Lotus Seed? Knock some more branches down for us. After a bit of scrambling, Gao Peng and Da Zi climbed up to set up camp. Gao Peng used large leaves and small twigs to patch up the corners. In no time, he had built a surprisingly cozy, clean spot. And done! Mu Tiying wiped the sweat off her face and let out a huge sigh of relief, finally able to catch her breath. But when she turned around after resting for a second, she saw Gao Peng already fast asleep. She blanked. Wait, did this guy seriously build this and pass out that fast? Da Zi was exactly like his master. The second he wrapped himself around a branch, he was out cold. Down below, Lotus Seed had already curled up and was snoring away at the base of the tree. Peering down, Mu Tiying saw that both Da Zi and Lotus Seed were totally knocked out. She pulled a cute yellow star-patterned blanket from her backpack, quickly curled up, and wrapped herself in it. Guess I better get some sleep too. Up on a higher branch, someone was watching them. Wow, talk about zero survival instincts. A girl muttered from the shadows, staring down at the sleeping duo. Sleeping in the wild with no campfire and not even a night watch? She smirked. Guess I'll have to keep an eye out. Suddenly, something slammed into a branch nearby and bounced off. Startled, she quickly dodged, her mind racing. Shoot, we've got company. A dark panther leaped out from the thicket, its eyes flashing with pure malice. A dark shadow panther? Hiding behind the trunk, she narrowed her eyes at the beast. Well, it's not super strong. Gao Peng should be able to handle this easily. Meanwhile, the dark shadow panther was parkouring across the branches at insane speed, heading straight for the sleeping duo. In just a few leaps, the beast locked onto its prey. Down below, Lotus Seed's legs suddenly twitched. Sensing danger, Lotus Seed woke up with a start and let out a frantic warning cry. Hearing the alarm, Mu Tiying sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. Huh, what's wrong, Lotus Seed? Jump! Get off the tree now, Gao Peng yelled. Reacting instantly, Mu Tiying kicked off her blanket and leaped straight down onto Lotus Seed's back. Clutching onto Lotus Seed, Mu Tiying called out, Gao Peng, what's going on? Gao Peng stood like a wall in front of her, eyes locked on the opposite tree, while Da Zi coiled up next to him, totally ready to rumble. On a branch right across from them, a pair of glowing red eyes glared through the dark. That's definitely a shadow or dark attribute monster. Mutiing leaned forward, whispering, "We don't know its level or what it can do, and this pitch-black darkness is totally its playground. Do we bail or do we fight?" Gao Peng didn't answer right away. Right then, his system interface flashed open before his eyes. He scanned the stats floating in front of him. The interface showed the beast was at level 15. A level 15 Dark Shadow Panther, normal grade. After analyzing the situation, Gao Peng called back, "If we run, we'll just expose our backs and trigger its killer instincts." Right on cue, the panther leaped from its branch, lunging straight at them. The panther closed the gap in a flash, slashing its razor claws straight at Gao Peng. "Damn, that's fast," Gao Peng thought. Snapping out of it, Gao Peng barked an order, "Daz, go!" Moving like lightning, Daz intercepted the beast, placing himself right between Gao Peng and the lunging panther. Daz whipped his tail furiously at the panther, but the beast was incredibly agile, dodging to the side in a blur. Leveraging its speed, the panther flanked Daz, its claws scraping against his carapace and sending bright sparks flying. The panther's insane speed caught Daz off guard for a second. Grinning with malice, the beast lunged to sink its claws deep into Daz's flesh. But Daz wasn't about to let it slide. His eyes flared with blinding light, and the instant the panther made contact, a massive surge of electricity fried its entire body, paralyzing it instantly. Capitalizing on the monster's paralysis, Daz clamped his razor-sharp fangs deep into its side, ripping open a wound that sent blood spraying. Watching from a safe distance, Gao Peng pumped his fist in excitement. "Smart move!" Using electricity to paralyze and slow it down. All that grind paid off. Even against a higher-level beast, Daz's got this totally under control. The panther, however, snapped out of it, whipping its tail and flinging Daz back. Shaken and bleeding, the panther scrambled up a nearby tree trunk, desperate to escape. It limped along the branches, whimpering in agony from Daz's brutal bite. Blood continued to pour from its back as it panted heavily. Suddenly, two massive glowing red eyes materialized out of the pitch-black darkness. The panther froze, its fur standing on end as a primal terror gripped its body. Shivering violently, the panther slowly turned its head around. Coiled tightly around the trunk right behind it was a colossal green python, its icy glare locked onto the trembling panther. The giant snake lunges down, snapping open its massive jaw packed with razor-sharp teeth. Gao Peng and Daz are sweating bullets just looking at this beast. Holy shit, this giant snake has a leopard clamped in its mouth and is staring down creepily at Gao Peng, Daz, Mutiying, and Lianzi. Gao Peng screams at everyone to get moving. "Run! Get the hell out of here!" Gao Peng and Mutiying quickly scramble onto Lianzi's back and haul ass. The giant snake watches them run from above. But it couldn't care less about them. It just turns its head away. The snake sinks its teeth deep into a branch, holding on tight. A woman standing on another branch watches the snake, muttering that it doesn't seem to care about little Peng. "Smart move. Otherwise fighting you would make way too much noise and totally blow my cover." After standing there for a sec, she vanishes in a flash. Over on monitor number 17, the instructors spot the giant snake and immediately call it in. "Report. We have an emergency." An instructor turns to the lieutenant. "Sir, do we need to take out this mutated giant python?" A man speaks up. "No need." Instructor Chen explains, "These giant pythons are actually pretty chill. They aren't really the aggressive, active attacker type. For these kids, it's the perfect test. If they can't even handle a test of this level, they might as well give up on this path early." Chu Yi chuckles and says to Instructor Chen, "Instructor Chen has a point, but we still need the Golden Eagle squad on high alert, ready to rescue them at a moment's notice. The second someone calls for help, move out immediately." Instructor Chen respectfully replies, "Yes, sir." Cut to day 2 in the forest. Sunlight filters through the canopy. Mu Tiying is still fast asleep, leaning against Lianzi. The bright sun hits her eyes, making her slowly blink awake. Ugh. When she opens her eyes, she sees Gao Peng standing right in front of her with a grin. "Morning, sleepyhead. Perfect timing, we can head out right now." Still half asleep, Mu Tiying mumbles, "Head out?" Totally lost, she asks Gao Peng where they're even going. Gao Peng calmly feeds a bug to Daz as he replies, "Back to yesterday's campsite. We booked it so fast yesterday that we left a ton of gear behind." Mu Tiying panics a bit. "Yesterday's campsite? But we don't even know if that giant python is still lurking there. Plus, we have zero clue about its weak spots or how it attacks. Going back now is just a death wish." Hearing her worry, Gao Peng explains, "That's exactly why we have to go back. Since we couldn't gather any info yesterday, we need to do it now." Still feeding Daz, Gao Peng adds, "Knowing your monsters is a huge part of a monster trainer's real strength. You never know when this kind of info might save your skin. It's a dark world out here, and survival in our era has completely changed." Gao Peng starts walking, calling back, "If you just want to hide in the safe zone like before, you'll only end up weaker." With nothing left to say to that, Mu Tiying silently follows him. "Hey, wait for me." Mu Tiying jogs to keep up. "You're walking way too fast, I can't keep up." Seriously, what if we run into a monster? Are you just gonna leave me behind and ride off on Dazi? Hidden in the trees, a girl watches Gao Peng and Mu Tiying. Dazi, don't be mad, but you really can't carry passengers. Scene cuts to Gao Peng and Mu Tiying climbing over fallen logs. Man, what a mess. If we hadn't booked it yesterday, we would have ended up just like these trees. Suddenly, Gao Peng spots something glowing inside a hollow tree trunk. Huh? He pauses, a cold sweat breaking out on his face. He thinks to himself, could this be? Mu Tiang doesn't notice Gao Peng's reaction and says, hey Gao Peng, I'm gonna check out that spot over there. Meanwhile, the system screen pops up, displaying the info of the glowing item. Material name, Void Heart Wood. A space-type material. Gao Peng gasps in shock. It's Void Heart Wood. This is the crucial material needed to upgrade Silly, but there's absolutely zero info about it on the market. It's like nobody even knows this stuff exists. Gao Peng kneels down, staring inside the hollow trunk, thinking, so it was hidden inside this gourd-shaped tree all along. Gao Peng recalls their frantic escape yesterday. Looks like that mutant snake grew so massive because it was feeding on this rare material. No wonder it didn't chase after us when we ran yesterday. So it was just protecting its hoard? Gao Peng quickly grabs the Void Heart Wood. Seems like I'll have to find some time later to hunt down more of this Void Heart Wood. Gao Peng stuffs the Void Heart Wood into his backpack. Right now, with a sly grin on his face, he keeps pocketing piece after piece of the material, thinking, I might as well use this wilderness training to hoard some rare loot. On day 3 of the wilderness training, Gao Peng finds a tree shimmering like crystal, and he doesn't stop there. On day 4, he spots another glowing plant perched high up on a boulder, and immediately orders Dazi to climb up and snatch it. By the night of day 5, under the glow of his torch, Gao Peng discovers some glowing purple crystals. This lucky streak continues all the way through day 6. Time flies, and it's already the end of day 7. At the closing assembly, the instructor stands before the students and says, you guys are the top trainees who survived this training. I'm highly impressed. Chu Yi looks at the rookies with a bright smile. The next Valley training is tentatively scheduled for 3 weeks from now. Anyone registered this time can join the next one for free. That wraps up our first training session. I hope you all learned something valuable. You've got the next 3 days off, and then it's back to normal classes. Hearing about the break, the students instantly go wild. Hell yeah, finally some damn rest. Sweet, I'm heading straight home for a massive feast. Mu Tiying and Gao Peng are no exception. Gotta call home and let them know I'm safe, she says, and text my cousin too. Gao Peng looks at his phone and suddenly freezes. Wait a sec. On his screen is a picture of countless swarming insects flying over the city's skies. Right now, on the pedestrian streets of downtown Chang'an, everyone is glued to their phone screens, watching the news with sweat dripping down their faces. On a massive outdoor screen, a news broadcast is playing. Allied Government Year 2105, Standing United to Overcome Adversity, now broadcasting the latest from the Northern Front. On the phone screen, a female reporter is standing right on the front lines to deliver the report. Dear viewers, I am reporting live from the front lines. The Yangtze River Military District forces have successfully held off the swarms of dead leaf locusts at the defense line. Gao Peng sits at home, watching the news alongside Stripey, Dazi, and Silly. According to the latest research from Director Chen, president of the Chang'an Monster Breeder Association, on the screen, a picture of Director Chen Shu and a close-up of a dead leaf locust pop up. This species, known as the dead leaf locust, is extremely terrified of fire. Utilizing this weakness, we have successfully managed to contain them. On screen, a massive swarm of dead leaf locusts fills the sky. This swarm is estimated to contain billions of dead leaf locusts, with each adult specimen measuring up to 30 centimeters in length. Gao Peng stares at the news, his face dead serious. This is bad. Suddenly, Gao Peng's phone starts ringing. The caller ID reads, Director Chen. Gao Peng happily picks up, leaving Silly looking a bit dazed. Hey, Director Chen. A voice crackles from the other end. Little Gao, your training is wrapped up, right? Get over to the school. The scene shifts to the director's office, where Director Chen is sitting at his desk, talking to Gao Peng on the phone. The military just brought in a new batch of voracious golden toads. They want us to upgrade their grade. Got some time to swing by the association tomorrow? There's a sweet reward in it for you. Hearing this, Gao Peng is completely taken aback. Voracious golden toads? Don't tell me. The military wants to use them to deal with the dead leaf locusts? Director Chen gives a frank nod. Yup! On the other end, Gao Peng practically screams, Say what? The 2 middle-aged men standing in Director Chen's office are also dumbfounded. How the hell does he know what the military is planning to use them for? Director Chen suddenly glances over at them. Director Chen continues speaking into the phone. Spot on. That's exactly what the military is thinking. Blowing up the dead leaf locusts with hot weapons is way too inefficient. We have to find a solution through the laws of nature. The 2 men who were whispering just now are now shaking like leaves in terror. On his end, Gao Peng furrows his brow. using the laws of nature to find the natural predator of the dead leaf locusts? That actually has a really high chance of working. Director Chen chuckles and asks, so, what do you say? Hey Gao Peng, you down to join this research gig? We can talk numbers. President Feng let out a few coughs. Cough, cough. President Feng, since you're offering, I'm not going to be polite, okay? Can I swap the cash for a monster core? A Lord Tier Thunder Crystal should do the trick. Gao Peng was eagerly waiting for the answer on the other end of the line. President Feng went quiet for a sec, then said, well, technically it's a no-go, but for a special talent like you, we can definitely bend the rules. No problem at all. See you tomorrow then. The next day, in the lobby of the massive building, Gao Peng walked in with his phone in hand. A voice called out his name. Gao Peng! President Feng approached from afar, warmly welcoming him. Gao Peng turned around. President Feng. The president grinned, welcoming Gao Peng. Haha, I've been waiting ages for you. The two receptionists looked on, super curious about Gao Peng's identity. Who is this kid? Even President Feng came down to greet him personally. Is he some high-ranking official's spoiled kid? President Feng gestured, leading Gao Peng toward the elevator. The military guys shipped the hollow-bellied golden cicada over yesterday. Let's head up. Gao Peng replied, sure. The elevator screen showed basement 15. Gao Peng noticed the dark circles under President Feng's eyes. Did you stay up all night? President Feng gave a tired nod. Yeah, spent the whole night looking over the data. President Feng sighed, looking serious, but honestly still no clues. Just then, the elevator reached basement 15, and the doors started to slide open. Gao Peng was pretty blown away by the size of the room. Man, this place is huge. President Feng gestured, showing him the way. Welcome to the Monster Breeder Association's research base, Gao Peng. President Feng introduced the place. Our lab is right over here. Inside a cage sat the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Gao Peng, take a look. This is the hollow-bellied golden cicada. Gao Peng stared at the monster, thinking to himself, the hollow-bellied golden cicada has crazy jumping power due to its evolutionary roots. It's an earth attribute. A lab assistant brought something over to Gao Peng. Mr. Gao, please take a look at this. Gao Peng looked down at what the assistant was holding. Oh, so on the tray was some processed leaf locusts. The assistant explained to Gao Peng, these are dry-roasted fennel-flavored leaf locust skewers. It's the hollow-bellied golden cicada's absolute favorite food. You can try feeding it. But instead of feeding it to the hollow-bellied golden cicada, Gao Peng grabbed a skewer and happily took a bite himself, giving a thumbs up. So savory, rich, and not greasy at all. The outside is super crispy, and the grilled locust meat is incredibly fresh. I'd give this 10 out of 10. Seeing him eat it with such gusto, the lab assistant was totally shocked. Everyone there, including President Feng, stared at Gao Peng like he was a complete weirdo. Seeing him eating its favorite snack, the hollow-bellied golden cicada let out a screech and started thrashing around. Gao Peng waved the other skewer in front of its face. Chill, dude, I was just doing a taste test for you. Too bad they put a bit too much fennel, makes it too heavy. Here, eat up. He slid the skewer in, and the golden cicada snatched it up with its tongue. Seeing how happily it ate, he looked down at the metal skewer, thinking, this thing can literally digest raw wire. No wonder. The stomach of this hollow-bellied golden cicada must be huge, otherwise it couldn't digest this stuff. He turned to Feng Tu and asked, so what specific stats does the military want to buff? Feng Tu replied, defense and digestion. Of course, boosting its attack power would be sick too. He pointed at the research board. Come over here and check out my previous findings. I found that the hollow-bellied golden cicada actually has a decent affinity with the fire attribute. After testing its skin tissue with various fire attribute materials, I discovered that its flesh and blood are highly compatible with fire orchid vine. No rejection whatsoever. But the fire orchid vine's energy is too mild, and we haven't found an effective way to trigger it yet. Gao Peng heard this and thought to himself, there really is an evolution path using fire orchid vine as a catalyst, and it does evolve into a fire type. The recipe just needs a little tweak. With that in mind, he turned to Feng Tu. President Feng, maybe we should change our angle of approach. Feng Tu was shocked. Wait, you already came up with a new idea in such a short time? Let's hear it. Gao Peng then confidently explained. Like, imagine we're cooking a dish. If we just marinate the hollow-bellied golden cicada with fire orchid vine, the flavor is too bland to sink in. So, we change the recipe. Add some heavy spices and cook it over a high flame to make it absorb better. Feng Tu's jaw dropped, totally confused. Heavy spices? High flame? Gao Peng gave a mysterious smirk. Yep. Feng Tu looked like he had just unlocked a new world. Let me think about this. Red-faced ghost peppers. Gao Peng maintained his confident smile. Give it a shot, President Feng. Feng Tu snapped out of it and immediately ordered his assistant, Zheng, I recall we have a batch of red-faced ghost peppers in the vault. Go grab them. The young guy nodded. Got it. As he walked away, he thought, evolution is like cooking? Is this guy for real? Is this really the methods of the youngest monster breeder in our city? President Feng watched him walk away with a sigh. Zheng has potential, but for the path of a monster breeder to truly shine, We need talented geniuses to break the mold and pave new ways. Hopefully, you'll understand this soon, Zheng. A moment later, young Zheng walked back and carrying a case of materials. President, I brought the materials. Excellent. Feng Tu opened the case to inspect the materials. The quality is remarkably well preserved. Hearing this, Zheng sneered, giving Gao Peng a side-eye. Of course I picked the best ones. That way, when he fails, this Mr. Gao won't be able to use crappy material quality as an excuse. Meanwhile, Feng Tu put the ingredients into the machine to blend them. Looking at the color, the medicinal potency seemed a bit too intense. Afterward, Feng Tu turned to Zheng. Zheng, fetch some purple river wood, royal ginseng, and mooneye angelica. Zheng nodded immediately. Yes, President. Gao Peng watched this and fell into thought. It's still missing some other catalyst materials, but if I give them the answer straight up, it'll look too suspicious. I'll just wait for the test results first. Meanwhile, Feng Tu finished mixing the solution, exclaiming happily, the evolution fluid is finally ready. He reached into the cage and injected it straight into the hollow-bellied golden cicada. The second the needle went in, a surge of red energy erupted from the golden cicada's body. The energy swelled, then boom! It exploded violently, sending debris flying everywhere. Feng Tu turned to Zheng, commanding, it's a failure. Zheng checked the blood sample. He wanted to find the cause of the failure. Zheng quickly replied, yes, sir, I found the issue. Master, the explosion seems to be caused by absorbing too much fire element, which triggered an energy clash and made it blow up. There's still a massive amount of unabsorbed fire element residue in the flesh. Feng Tu muttered, an energy clash. Zheng added, based on your previous experiments, if there was any hope of success, we should have found at least some trace of the fire element being absorbed into the flesh. That way, we could just tweak the formula and adjust the ratios. He then shot a smug look at Gao Peng and continued, but this energy clash proves these two energies are fundamentally incompatible. In other words, this experiment is a total bust. But Feng Tu stayed calm. It's too early to say our direction is wrong. Keep testing, we need more data. Seeing Feng Tu being so stubborn, Zheng raised his voice. But Master Feng Tu didn't budge, no buts. Go prep another batch of materials. But the second test failed, and the third was the exact same story, another big boom. The onlookers, seeing 3 straight failures, started whispering in doubt. That's 3 times in a row now. There's definitely something wrong with the formula. Yeah, looks like Zheng was right. The whole approach is flawed. Sigh, Gao Peng is just too young. He talked a big game but couldn't back it up. But even with everyone trash-talking, Gao Peng kept his cool, confident smile. He stepped up and said to Feng Tu, President Feng, after seeing all these tests, I think using just the red-faced ghost pepper as the main ingredient isn't working. We should try adding a second main ingredient. Feng Tu looked skeptical. 2 main ingredients? That's a pretty wild idea. Gao Peng remained confident. Well, you've trusted me this far, so why not trust me one more time? Feng Tu was getting anxious. Another main ingredient? Which one are you thinking? Gao Peng casually replied, black soil. Black soil is an earth attribute spiritual material that's pretty damp and yin-natured. It can help the hollow-bellied golden cicada digest food and coat its organs. If we then add some sparrow flame wood as a catalyst, it'll fuel the ghost pepper. Wood feeds fire and fire feeds earth. Staring at the leftovers of their epic fail, Feng Tu goes, opposite elements countering each other. Let's see if we can make this work. The lab geeks quickly whip up the 2 solutions they need. Little Zheng is squinting hard at the sample. Out of nowhere, he loses it and yells, Boss! This time we got a massive amount of fire element successfully soaking right into the flesh. Feng Tu is hyped. Hell yeah, it actually worked. Gao Peng turns to Feng Tu and drops a suggestion. Why don't we test it on a live subject this time? Most of these ingredients work way better when they're actually swallowed. Just testing on a slice of meat isn't gonna cut it. Feng Tu nods, totally down for it. Alright, let's do it. Gao Peng grabs the test tube and approaches the empty-bellied golden cicada. Sure, they only carved out a tiny bit of flesh at a time for the test, and it'll heal back up after some anesthesia anyway. But this poor little guy still looks pretty miserable. Better feed him some locusts later. He pours the tube right into the empty-bellied golden cicada, and bam, smoke starts pouring out of it. It gets super thick, filling up the entire room. Man, that's a ton of smoke! Gao Peng pinches his nose and warns everyone. I've already figured out the ratio. Now you just gotta keep adding the materials over time. Maybe you guys should step outside first? But even with all the choking smoke, Feng Tu refuses to budge. Cough, cough. No way, I need to stay close to cough to see the reaction. Seeing this, Gao Peng hands the tube back to him. Well, I'm heading out for some fresh air then. Feng Tu nods. Sure, go ahead. He steps outside, taking a deep breath and muttering, damn, that ghost pepper is brutal. But then Gao Peng starts overthinking. Did I act natural enough back there? Nobody's gonna suspect I already knew the formula, right? I mean, I only gave them some advice. The actual formula was still tested and proven by Chairman Feng himself, but I still gotta watch my back. If some shady jerk sniffs this out, I'm in deep trouble. This is literally the first research on the fire attribute evolution of the empty-bellied golden cicada. How could a powerless high school kid like me have the formula before they even ran the test? After a while, the lab door swings open and someone comes running out coughing their lungs out, catching his eye. Gao Peng looks at the red smoke drifting out and grins. Red bone smoke? Looks like it's a success. As the smoke clears, the empty-bellied golden cicada has evolved, unleashing a crazy amount of energy. Little Zheng runs over to Feng Tu, completely hyped. We did it! Fire attribute. It kept its earth attribute too. Dual attributes, boss. We actually did it! Gao Peng watches them and thinks, fire attribute, sure, but dual attributes? Not quite. But since we need to deploy them ASAP, this is the only way. Right on cue, the system shows the monster's info. Red flow flower cicada, level 19, elite grade, weak to water. Evolved from the empty-bellied golden cicada. Discarded its earth attribute to adapt and become a fire-type monster. However, the evolution took a massive toll on its body. Heavy muscle corrosion from the fire element has severely nerfed its jumping power and damaged its overall growth potential. Up on the northern front of Chang'an Street, everyone is gearing up for a major clash. 3 platoons assembled. Ammo check, move it. Get those spare parts loaded. Roger that. All units, target is approaching Zone A3, get ready to engage. Through the binoculars, a swarm of deadleaf locusts is heading right for them. A soldier screams, "They're here!" The deadleaf locusts swarm down to attack. The commander barks into his radio, "White phosphorus rounds. Fire!" Tanks start blasting fiery shells right into the swarm of deadleaf locusts. Seeing the locusts struggle, a soldier shouts excitedly, "Sir, the white phosphorus is working." The commander grins. "Awesome! Keep up the pressure and crush them!" But suddenly his eyes widen. "Hold up!" The deadleaf locusts glow brightly and start manipulating the sand. The commander screams, "Crap! These pests are trying to whip up a sandstorm!" They conjure a massive sand tornado, deflecting all incoming fire. A soldier panics. "Commander! Our ammo is getting blocked by the sandstorm." The commander quickly barks orders. The deadleaf locusts are controlling the sandstorm. "Cease fire with incendiary rounds. I repeat, cease incendiary fire." Inside, a soldier panics. "No incendiaries? What the hell are we supposed to do now?" Suddenly, a gun clicks as it's loaded. The soldier next to him looks pissed, totally fearless. "There's countless citizens behind us. If we take down even one of these nasty bugs, we break even. Take down 2, and we're winning." Suddenly, a red leg steps forward. It's a whole swarm of red flow flower cicadas rushing in. They arch their bodies and charge straight at the deadleaf locusts, letting out a thick red mist that spreads everywhere. The red mist makes the locusts shudder, completely stripping them of their will to fight. Slowly, the sandstorm dies down. The soldiers are stunned. The sandstorm stopped, and where did those giant cicadas come from? An older soldier snaps back, "Giant cicadas, my ass!" These were engineered by some genius mastermind specifically to counter those deadleaf locusts. "Stop calling them giant cicadas. Show some respect." Up in the sky, the locusts start falling like flies. The red flow flower cicadas charge up energy in their mouths and blast massive energy beams into the air. The beams hit the deadleaf locusts, blowing them to pieces. Shards of dead locusts rain down on the battlefield. The red flow flower cicadas quickly grab the carcasses and start munching on them like it's a buffet. A soldier's jaw literally drops. A single blast wiped out hundreds of them? The veteran soldier grins from ear to ear. "With these red flow flower cicadas around, our boys don't have to risk their lives fighting those monsters anymore." He sighs in awe. Whoever created these things is a beast. Back in the city, some elderly folks are gossiping. "Hey, old Han, didn't your granddaughter join that special training camp too?" Old Han sighs. "Man, don't even ask. Got kicked out on the second day. Her dad gave her an earful. What an embarrassment." Suddenly, an official-looking car pulls up in front of the building, and a few guys get out, standing at attention. The seniors are confused. "Who are those 2 cars looking for?" Old Han says they're heading towards the 6th floor. "Probably for Gao Peng. Didn't a similar ride pick him up before?" Hearing Gao Peng's name, a lady in a brown coat chimes in. "Speaking of Gao Peng, I remember walking my dog in the neighborhood once and seeing him drag a literal skeleton back to his place." Old Han waves his hand dismissively. "What skeleton? You trying to scare us?" Another lady in a yellow coat adds, "No joke, I saw that skeleton too. It even had creepy ghost fire glowing in it." Hearing this, Old Han turns to Mrs. Chen, who's sitting nearby. "Hey, Sister Chen, that Gao kid who lives above you, have you seen him around?" Mrs. Chen smiles. "What skeleton? That's Gao Peng's familiar. It looks a bit spooky, but it actually just protects and takes care of everyone around it." The aunties just huff. Mrs. Chen turns to her spotted spider. "Here, help me thread this needle." The spotted spider obediently threads the line for her. Old Han is impressed. "Wow, that's one smart little guy. How come you've never mentioned its name?" Mrs. Chen pats the spotted spider's head and chuckles. "Oh, I didn't bother giving it one." Cut to Gao Peng's front door. He stares in shock. "Whoa, this is getting super official." The soldier hands him a box and says, "Gao Peng, as promised by Chairman Feng, On behalf of the military, here is one Thunder-type boss-tier car as your reward for successfully researching the red flow flower cicada. Please inspect it. Stuttering slightly, he replies, "Oh, awesome. Thanks." The soldier smiles warmly. "I actually volunteered for this delivery because I really wanted to meet the mastermind behind this research." He snaps to attention, his hands behind his back, giving Gao Peng a crisp military salute. "Gao, on behalf of my comrades, I want to express our deepest gratitude and highest respect." The soldier gives a gentle smile. "Especially on behalf of those who fell in this operation. Protecting our nation is our duty. We aren't afraid to die, we just want to make sure our sacrifices actually mean something." Hearing this, Gao Peng falls silent, staring out the window at the departing soldiers. He looks down at his hands and sighs. "Looks like, while keeping my system a secret, I need to find a way to join more research projects to help the front line." He clenches his fists, filled with determination. "But the system is just a tool. My top priority right now is to level up my own strength so I can protect myself and have more say in these experiments." Suddenly, something catches his eye, taking him by surprise. Turns out Dazi came over to hug him. Startled, he blurted out, "Dazi." He leaned down, hugged the big guy back and said, "Ah, look who actually has a conscience and came to comfort me." Then, a brilliant idea hit him. And perfect timing, the main ingredient is right here. No time like the present, let's upgrade your quality today. A little later, he brought out a pot of medicine with a totally sketchy look on his face. "Dazi, come on, chug this whole bowl of soup." Gao Peng carried the bowl over to Dazi. Dazi was totally clueless, head full of question marks. But after taking a sniff, his eyes lit up. He grabbed the bowl with his two pincers and chugged it down. The moment the bowl hit the ground, his body erupted with golden light, and wild bolts of lightning started blasting out of him. A moment later, the lightning faded, and Dazi was smoking black like he'd just been charbroiled. Seeing him like this, Dumby's jaw dropped in pure worry. He shuffled over and poked Dazi to see if he was still alive, when suddenly he got an idea. He raided the fridge, rummaged around, and pulled out 3 cedar leaves. He helped Dazi up and tried to force feed them to him. Seeing this, Gao Peng put a hand on Dumby's shoulder and said, "Hey, don't mess with him. Let Dazi chill by himself for a bit." Dumby looked up at Gao Peng, totally confused. Gao Peng sighed, looking at his 2 goofballs, and thought, "These 2 are living comedy gold. Might as well deal with Silly's contract right now, too." He turned around and called out, "Silly, get over here." Silly pretended to be deaf and flew the other way. Gao Peng had to pull out a bottle of juice to bait it. "Come on, Silly, I've got some delicious juice right here." Sure enough, it swooped right down for the bottle. Gao Peng's face darkened. Great, every single one of them is a total foodie. He pricked his finger with a needle to draw blood, then pressed it onto Silly's head while it wasn't paying attention. He closed his eyes to sense Silly's mental space. Once inside, he thought, Silly's mental space is still pretty weak. But seeing Silly's consciousness drift closer, Gao Peng smiled to himself. "Well, look who's getting bold, actually coming close to me on its own." He grinned. Looks like all those gourmet treats weren't a waste of money after all. Gao Peng reached out and touched Silly's consciousness. "Come on, be my partner." The contract paper flashed before them. "Be my partner, and I'll give you power so you won't have to fear anything." But Silly shut him down instantly. "No way, don't want power, I just want juice." Gao Peng's face went totally blank. He had no choice but to play along. "Fine, I'll give you tons of juice." Silly was basically waiting for him to say that. It immediately agreed, "Deal." A moment later, the contract was finally sealed. The next morning, while Grandma Chen was fast asleep, a dark shadow suddenly called out, "Tuan, Tuan, wake up for breakfast." She woke up with a start. It was just her parrot mimicking her late husband's old catchphrase. The parrot kept squawking, "Tuan, breakfast time! Tuan, breakfast time!" She sat up. Good boy. So it was you?" She looked at the parrot and sighed. "Ever since my old man passed, thank goodness I've had you keeping me company." She thought back to the old days when her husband was still around. "Ever since our daughter's accident, my head has been a total mess. My poor old man went through so much for me. Even though he was hurting just as badly, he still made sure to cook 3 meals a day for me, especially breakfast. He'd always wake up right on time, cook, and then wake me up to eat." She looked at his framed photo. "Just as I was starting to get my act together so I could finally take care of him, he went and left." She smiled softly. "Back then, I didn't even know how to keep going. I honestly didn't want to live anymore. Thank goodness for those words you mimic. They gave me the strength to keep going. Thanks for staying by my side, sweetie. But my old man has been waiting for me for way too long. I gotta go find him." Suddenly, a voice called out. "Tuan!" she gasped, seeing her husband standing right in front of her. "Tuan, I've come to get you." Overwhelmed with emotion, she stammered, My old man." He held out his pinky finger to her. "This time, we're never parting ways again, okay?" She reached out and locked pinkies with him. "Yeah, never again." And just like that, her hand fell limp. She passed away peacefully, a smile still resting on her lips. Cut back to Gao Peng's room. At this moment, he was still fast asleep, snoring his head off. Still half asleep, he sat up. Dazi? What's wrong, bud? Dazi cried out even louder, rolling all over the floor. Itchy! Hurts! Itchy! Gao Peng went into full panic mode. He leaped out of bed and scooped Dazi up. Did something go wrong with the evolution? Right as he was stressing out, he spotted something. He looked down at Dazi's teeth, and the system flashed a notification. Quality, perfect status, teething. He was stunned. Teething? Since when do centipedes lose their baby teeth? Did the world's mutation mess with centipede genes that much? He smiled softly and patted Dazi's head. Well, I guess your current form can't be judged by normal logic anyway. Don't sweat it, bud. These are just growing pains. Just push through it. He placed Dazi back on the floor and went outside to call Silly. Silly, get over here. The second he walked out, Silly happily plopped right onto his head. Standing in the middle of the room, he pondered Silly's evolution path. Should I go for support or build up its raw damage? Rubbing his chin in deep thought, he mused. If I use that hollow wood we found last time as the main material, it'll evolve into a wood spirit jellyfish, a dual-attribute beast with both healing and spatial powers. Gao Peng imagined Silly going on the offensive, and man, if those spatial attacks got upgraded, the damage would be absolutely insane. If he threw away the direct attack path just to make it a support, he'd feel a bit ripped off. But then Gao Peng pictured the sheer amount of cash he'd have to burn, stacking up like a mountain of gold. Building a damage dealer would take a ridiculous amount of time and grind. If he went the support route, the process would be way faster. In the end, crushed by financial reality, Gao Peng went straight for the support path. Whatever. Support it is. Let's upgrade the wood spirit jellyfish first. Once I level up and get rich, I can build any type I want. What works right now is what's best. Cut to the street. Gao Peng walked down totally confused. Wait, why is it so packed today? People around him were whispering. Holy crap, what is that? Dude, am I tripping? Everyone looked up, totally shell-shocked. It's a miracle. Grandma Chen's late husband came to get her. Look at the sky. Old Chen's spirit has returned. Confused, Gao Peng also looked up at the sky. When he looked up, he was completely speechless. The system popped up a notification. Name? Soul Guardian. Level 25. Quality. Perfect attribute. Soul. Description. A powerful soul born from a strong obsession that lingers in the mortal world. It has no fixed form. Once its obsession is fulfilled, it will return to the underworld. An old man nearby shouted excitedly, I see them! They're flying up! Both bodies on the gurneys dissolved into light and floated away. The parrot and the lady are both dead. A paramedic tried to calm him down. Sir, please stay calm. Meanwhile, Gao Peng thought to himself, wait, did Grandma Chen really pass away? Suddenly, a realization hit Gao Peng. Oh shoot! He remembered the day he ran into that spider. Right, Grandma Chen's house had an ash-striped spider. Once the master dies, the familiar's contract breaks. If it goes back to the wild in the mountains behind Dazai, that's fine. But if its personality goes completely wild and it starts attacking people, we're in big trouble. With that in mind, he dashed off to find the spotted spider. Damn, I gotta find it right now. After sprinting for a while, he finally made it to Grandma Chen's front door, panting like crazy. Wiping the sweat from his face, he saw the door was locked tight. Locked, and it's dead quiet inside. Where the heck is it hiding? He glanced around. Based on how ash-striped spiders act, it should be. Gao Peng looked up at the corner of the wall. Aha, found you! He immediately summoned Dazi. Dazi, showtime! Seeing him, the spider slowly started crawling down, while Dazi rushed over like lightning. He coiled around Gao Peng, his eyes glowing red like searchlights. The spotted spider on the wall froze in sheer terror, sweating buckets. Then, it literally just lost its grip and fell off the wall. Gao Peng and Dazi stared blankly. Wait, did you seriously scare it so bad it just fell? The spotted spider scurried behind his shadow, shaking like a leaf. Grandma Chen's last words flashed in its mind. I'm getting old, little guy, and my time is almost up. That's why I can't sign a contract with you. It remembered her patting its head. Forgive me for not giving you a name. That way, you can find a brand new destiny of your own. Right then, Gao Peng reached out and patted its head. You must be hurting a lot, right? He smiled gently and held his hand out to it. If you're cool with it, come home with me. Out on the streets by the high-rise buildings, passers-by winced. Wait, what the heck is this? Turns out Gao Peng was rocking black sunglasses, grinning like an idiot, swaggering with a funny stride, and leading a bunch of beasts tagging along behind him. The bystanders recognized him and Dazi, instantly whispering to each other, Oh my god, it's the 5-poison sect leader! Gao Peng thought to himself that his beast team was currently lacking a tanky beast with high HP and solid defense, though using him as a meat shield sounded a bit ridiculous. Then Gao Peng started considering the evolution paths for the spider. Luckily, the striped gray plate spider's path could evolve it into a solid meat shield, and the materials weren't even hard to find. Pressing the elevator button, Gao Peng thought that once he bonded with this little guy and powered it up, he'd rake in a massive amount of soul energy. He kept thinking, combined with the soul energy provided by Dazi and Silly, he was sure he could bond with Dumby in no time. But then he teared up again, regretting his choices. Man, I shouldn't have upgraded Dumby's grades so early. Doing it all at once would have been so much better. But getting enough of that required soul energy was just too damn hard. Dazi just stood beside him, completely puzzled by his drama. Gao Peng raised his hand to greet the girl in front of him, mourning. Spotting him, Quan ran over while calling out, "Good morning, little boss." Hearing how she addressed him, Gao Peng was speechless. "Little boss, doesn't this girl usually call me Grandmaster Gao? Wait, that's not right." Quan's eyes sparkled like stars as she stared at Gao Peng and said, "Little boss, it's really been ages since I last saw you." Gao Peng answered hesitantly, "Haha, has it really been that long?" Quan furrowed her brows, her mouth twisting into a mischievous grin as she said, "Little boss, lately a ton of people have been asking around about you. Some clients even requested you by name. Even though I told them you were busy, they still insisted on waiting. But you were just completely out of reach." Quan fumed with anger, steam practically blowing out of her ears as she marched toward Gao Peng. Seeing this, he scrambled to calm her down, saying, "Heh, I actually have some free time today." He hurriedly pulled out a list on a piece of paper and said, trying his best to sound nice, "Could you do me a favor and prep these materials first? I'll treat you to boba later, okay?" Although pissed, Quan snatched the paper from his hand, turned on her heel and walked away, throwing back a single word. "Fine." Gao Peng was completely speechless. He let out a sigh of relief. Whew. Dazi stood next to him, giving him a look of pure disdain. Back in the lab, Gao Peng unleashed his power, wrapping both himself and the spider in a vibrant green energy. He said, "Don't be sad. Become my partner and I'll give you a warm home." The spider squeaked. Then, the contract paper was consumed by a bright flash of light. Gao Peng happily rubbed its head and said, "All right, let's get your evolution started." The clock struck exactly midnight, and Gao Peng reached out to turn off his alarm. He stared at the bubbling chemical mixture on the table, then squeezed a single green drop into it. Instantly, the green droplet crystallized into a red ruby. Seeing the test tube puffing out smoke, Gao Peng exclaimed in excitement, "We did it!" Gao Peng turned to the spider and said, "Since your body is gray with ash-colored stripes and your evolved form is a gray armored spider. Plus you, Silly, and Dumby all have names starting with A. Let's call you Stripey!" Gao Peng took off his face mask, smiling widely as he held the test tube up to the spider and said, "Look, this is the evolution serum I whipped up just for you. Just a quick soak and you'll get way stronger." Then, Gao Peng poured the liquid from the test tube into the basin, and it quickly filled up. The little spider suddenly began to transform, growing massive and completely shedding its old body as it let out a loud roar. Gao Peng squeezed his eyes shut. "Ow, that hurts. This is the soul feedback. I'm feeling a fraction of the pain Stripey is going through right now." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Gao Peng clutched his chest and thought, "Hang in there. This pain is just a stepping stone to get stronger. We've got to push through this on our own." Quan walked in with a smile, calling, "Little boss, little boss." Gao Peng turned his head and replied, "Yeah?" Quan's eyes gleamed like a sneaky little mouse as she grinned and said, "Heh, boss, we've got a client. You know what I mean? The type of client who looks like a real big shot." Adjusting his glasses, Gao Peng smiled and said, "Oh, I'll be right there." But deep down he was thinking, "Great, another mouth to feed. I seriously need to make some quick cash." Gao Peng slipped off his lab coat and walked out to see them. On the sofa sat a blonde man, flanked by a completely bald bodyguard. Gao Peng used his appraisal skill to check their stats and instantly knew who he was dealing with. "Interesting, a commander-tier beast?" Tossing his coat to Quan, he said, "Quan, I'll handle these two. Keep an eye on the little spider's evolution for me." Gao Peng added, "See that jar on the table? Once the color fades, just pour the white liquid from the test tube right in." Quan nodded with a smile. Oh, got it." The blonde man wearing glasses approached Gao Peng and said, "Indeed, I didn't expect Mr. Gao to know about my little estate. I, Lu, am truly honored." Gao Peng thought, "This guy is way too enthusiastic. My reputation isn't even that big, is it?" Mr. Lu reached his hand out and explained, "Mr. Gao, by the look on your face, you probably don't know yet. A while ago, I was honored to attend the military's celebration banquet. During the party, I heard Chairman Feng mention that your contribution to the research of the red stream flame evolution was hands down the most crucial." The bald bodyguard behind him pulled back a curtain, revealing an iron cage with a dark silhouette inside. Mr. Lu pointed at the cage and said, "Actually, I want to power up this familiar of mine. After thinking it over, I figured Mr. Gao is the most trustworthy expert, so I brought it here." Once the curtain was fully drawn back, it revealed a spike-covered dog with massive fangs and a glowing red gem on its chest, growling furiously at them. Seeing it clearly, Gao Peng gasped in surprise. "Whoa, it's a Dark Knight Hound." Imagining two of them guarding a gate, he added, "I heard that almost any canine-type monster can evolve into a Dark Knight Hound. It's a special evolution path for dog monsters. A Dark Knight Hound's pitch-black fur allows it to blend flawlessly into the shadows, and it can absorb a massive amount of light. That makes it a perfect nighttime assassin and the ultimate guard dog for the dark. A lot of estates and private gardens love keeping these hounds. Mr. Liu said, I know how you operate. Since it's a commander-tier beast, you set the price. Just name your number. Gao Peng glanced at the system panel floating in front of him. Excluding the 2 strongest but rarest evolution paths, and another 5 paths with materials that were way too hard to find and involved too much tedious, time-consuming preparation, he was left with 13 viable options. Gao Peng looked at Mr. Liu and said, upgrading its grade is definitely doable, and I have several great evolution paths for you to choose from, but keep in mind, their post-evolution power levels vary quite a bit. Mr. Liu clenched his fist and said, I got it. Let's go with the most expensive one then. Gao Peng flashed a smile, held up 5 fingers and said, all right, that'll be 5,000 credits. Mr. Liu and his bodyguard instantly broke into a cold sweat, stammering, 5,000? Gao Peng shook his hand and said with a grin, Mr. Liu, you've made an incredibly wise choice. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed from above. Hearing the frantic bashing sounds getting louder and louder from the lab, Gao Peng panicked, thinking of Stripey. He rushed back as fast as he could and asked, Quan, what's going on? She was trembling in absolute terror, crying out, oh my god! Standing right in front of them was a colossally massive spider. Quan pointed at it, shaking with fear. Boss, look! Gao Peng wondered to himself. Huh? Just then his system went wild with notifications. Evolution successful. Evolution successful. Gray armored spider. Seeing this, Gao Peng was thrilled and cheered. Yes, it worked. But his smile faded when he looked down at the shattered equipment scattered all over the floor. Gao Peng snapped at it angrily. Stripey! Why did you wreck the lab equipment and scare Quan like that? The newly evolved spider was totally clueless, clumsily trying to figure out how to explain itself. Gao Peng reached out to pat Stripey's head, squatting down slightly as he said, no matter how strong you get in the future, you've got to learn how to control your own power. Got it? His words made the giant spider blush. Stripey quickly brought its 2 front legs up to cover its face in embarrassment, nodding in agreement. But then, Gao Peng noticed something off and felt puzzled. Wait. Stripey tripped over a wooden plank, immediately rolled over, crashed, and passed out cold. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Gao Peng was left absolutely dumbfounded, sighing internally, why is it that every single beast under my care has a total goofball trait? Is it like they say, you start resembling those you hang out with? No. No way in hell. Gao Peng patted Stripey's head and said, all right, Stripey, just head outside for now. Keep it down and don't break anything else, okay? Stripey nodded, following the order. But instead of walking normally like other spiders, Gao Peng's spider started scuttling sideways like a crab, leaving everyone there completely dumbfounded. Gao Peng was panicking inside, thinking, why the heck is he walking sideways? He reached out to Xuan, helping her up and said, my bad, that tank got totally shattered, so could you please order another one with a much bigger volume? Put the bill on my tab. After that, prep the evolution materials for the Dark Knight Hound first, so we can book the client for next week's trial. Gao Peng crossed his arms and added, get someone to clean up the lab and charge that to my account too. The current gear is completely wrecked, so we can't keep going today. I've got some stuff to do, so I'm heading out first. Xuan stood up, her face dark as she muttered, fine, more money down the drain. Gao Peng led his pack of familiars away, lost in thought as he walked. My household is growing way too fast, so it's definitely time to upgrade to a bigger place. Somewhere in the suburbs would be perfect, so it's easy to train these guys or gather herbs. I should probably hit up a real estate agent first. Then he glanced over at his little spider and broke into a cold sweat. Gao Peng tilted his head in sheer confusion, thinking, did I mess up the formula and give him the wrong potion? How the hell did he evolve into a crab? Gao Peng gave one of its legs a quick kick and barked, walk properly! You're a spider, not a freaking crab! Stripey just stared back, totally clueless. Gao Peng sighed in defeat, rubbing his head as he stopped in front of a shop. The agent saw Gao Peng, flashed a warm smile, and walked over. You must be Mr. Gao, right? I'm the one who spoke with you on the phone. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Gao Peng asked her back, right. We talked about checking out some houses today, right? Xiao Lu gestured for him to follow, nodding quickly. Yes, absolutely. We even have a private shuttle to take us there. This way, please. Based on your requests, a spacious place with a yard, a basement, and a quiet suburban villa. We actually have a property that fits perfectly. The agent handed a tablet to Gao Peng and said, Mr. Gao, take a look at this place. These are photos of the villa. Gao Peng scanned the images on the screen. The tablet displayed several pictures of the property. It was a white villa surrounded by a lush green forest, basking in plenty of sunlight, with a massive entrance, a spacious yard, and breezy windows. The agent added, though this villa doesn't have a basement yet, the massive plot of land surrounding it belongs to the property, so you can easily build your own. Gao Peng was pretty satisfied, so he asked, where exactly is it located? The agent hesitated, stammering, before clearing her throat, it's right around the Longxing Lake area. The price is incredibly cheap, only 2,000 credits. Then she leaned in, whispering sneakily in his ear, even though it's in the suburbs, the security and management there are super lax. Aside from the villa itself, there's a massive chunk of land that's basically thrown in for free, which fits your requirements perfectly. Gao Peng calmly replied, hold on, I've got a few things I need to clear up first. These photos are recently updated, right? But these were taken before the cataclysm, weren't they? The plants in the background don't look mutated at all. He pointed his finger at the vegetation surrounding the villa. Gao Peng held the tablet right in front of her face and said, you guys aren't hiding some major catch from me, are you? Xiao Lu panicked, trying to cover it up. How could we? No way. Just think about it. A private villa from before the cataclysm with over a dozen acres of gardens. You couldn't even buy something like this in Chang'an City back then. Now it's only 2,000 credits, which is an absolute steal. And while it's a bit remote, there's a highway right at the foot of the hill, so if you get a car, commuting will be a breeze. The screen showed a winding mountain road down below. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses, a sly grin spreading across his face as he thought, that might be a deal-breaker for anyone else. But with my pack of monsters, safety isn't an issue. Hell, this might even score them some free midnight snacks. He looked at the photos of the abandoned houses, thinking, after all, during the chaotic early days of the cataclysm, these suburban villas were either turned into fortresses or just straight up abandoned. So as long as this place is at least 60% as good as the pictures, I'm down. Plus, it's safe. Then he let out a creepy, mischievous chuckle that absolutely terrified the agent next to him. Xiao Lu squeaked nervously, adding, to be honest, this price is practically giving it away. The seller is taking a massive loss on this. Gao Peng replied, all right, let's go check it out then. Suddenly the agent gasped. At her feet, Stripey, Gao Peng's little red-eyed spider, was staring up at her in confusion. Xiao Lu leaned down, staring closely at Gao Peng's spider. Is this your familiar? What an adorable little crab. You've got amazing taste. Hearing this as he was climbing into the car, Gao Peng awkwardly turned around. Even Stripey looked stunned. His sweat dropped and replied, actually, that's a spider. The agent laughed awkwardly. Oh, really? Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Gao Peng noticed someone hiding behind a pillar, stealthily watching him. Xiao Lu noticed his shift and asked, Mr. Gao? But behind the pillar, everything went dead silent. Gao Peng shook his head and turned away. Never mind, I must be seeing things, let's go. Although confused, the agent replied, all right. A shady man stepped out from behind the pillar, smirked and watched the two of them and the monsters near the car. His sunken cheeks made the wicked gleam in his eyes stand out even more. He muttered, the famous young master Gao Peng, I've finally found you. The shuttle sped down the road. Xiao Lu announced, we're here, she gestured with a smile and said, Mr. Gao, look. This is the villa I was telling you about. Gao Peng suddenly froze, blinking in disbelief. Standing in front of him was a villa that, aside from a few minor cracks, was structurally completely intact. It completely blew his mind as he screamed internally. It looks almost exactly like the photos, just a bit worn out on the outside. Steeping inside and seeing a spotless kitchen, Gao Peng muttered, there's barely any dust in here. Does the seller actually hire people to clean this place regularly? Checking out the other rooms, he noted, the furniture is fully equipped, though the style is a bit dated. Some of the tables, chairs, and flooring will need a bit of fixing up. Gao Peng glanced at a table, thinking, the furniture here is actually pretty high-end. Even with a bad location, there's no way this place would go for just 2,000 credits. Something's fishy. Suddenly, an elderly man with a beard walked up and asked, you must be Mr. Gao, right? Gao Peng quickly whipped his head toward the door, asking, who's there? Xiao Lu, recognizing the man, quickly introduced him to Gao Peng. Mr. Gao, this is the owner selling the villa, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu laughed. Haha, I heard that Mr. Gao was coming to check out the house, so I came over on purpose. Gao Peng asked guardedly, on purpose, Mr. Lu, do we know each other? Walking inside, Mr. Lu explained, come on, who in this circle doesn't know the famous Gao Peng? You're Chairman Feng's trump card, the unsung hero behind that massive operation last time. Mr. Lu handed him a business card and said, here's my card. I've been doing some business in monster breeding recently, Mr. Gao. If you're ever interested in collaborating, I can give you a 20% discount. Gao Peng thought, this Mr. Lu guy sure knows how to do business. Mr. Lu continued, so Mr. Gao, what do you think of my house? Well-maintained, right? I hire cleaners here on a regular basis. If you buy it, just pay a tiny maintenance fee and you can move right in. Super convenient. Gao Peng replied, to be honest, Mr. Lu, the price you're offering is an absolute steal. Gao Peng continued, but that's exactly the catch. Even with a bad location, this house is worth at least 4,000 credits. Gao Peng's glasses flashed with a sharp gleam. 2,000 credits is way below market value. Mind telling me the real story behind this? Mr. Lu placed his hand on the wooden table and sighed, well, here's the deal. Haha. To be honest, I bought this place so my parents could enjoy their retirement. Mr. Lu's expression grew incredibly bleak. He said, My parents were both country folks who couldn't get used to the big city, so I got them this suburban villa instead. Picturing his elderly parents, he murmured, they spent their entire lives working themselves to the bone for me. Now that their son has made something of himself, of course I had to let them enjoy the good life. But as the memory of that terrible day flashed back, burning cars wrecked by monsters, people screaming in terror everywhere, he couldn't help but raise his voice. That monster tide destroyed everything. They didn't even get to enjoy it, not even for a single day. They suffered their entire lives. An image of the elderly couple framed behind glass suddenly shattered into a million pieces on the floor. His eyes turned bloodshot with rage as he spat out, "This goddamn world!" His hand, still resting on the table, trembled violently. Boss Lou tried to keep his cool and said, I actually wanted to keep this house forever as a keepsake. But when I heard Mr. Gao was looking for a decent place to live, I asked the broker to offer it to you for only 2,000 credit points. You can think of this as my investment in you. I'm not getting any younger, and my abilities are limited. Even when I want to do something, I just don't have the strength anymore. You might be a young genius, but you really are the future of Chang'an City. He pinned all his hopes on Gao Peng, adding, hopefully, a tragedy like this can be avoided in the future. Boss Lu's words made Gao Peng think of his own parents. Gao Peng said, all right, thanks for your trust. He immediately sealed the deal, I'll take this house. High-rise buildings glowed under the night sky. Gao Peng carried a cardboard box home and called out, Dumby, silly, we're back. Seeing his familiars not even bothering to welcome him, he grumbled, why so cold? Gao Peng smiled and said, you two, come check this out. This is the special nutrient food I picked out for you guys. It tastes way better than that yin cedar needle juice. The little jellyfish practically had a question mark on its face. The skeleton next to it also peeked over curiously. All four of them gathered around the dining table. Looking at the steaming hot dishes on the table, Gao Peng said, come on, dig in. It seems like the house has gotten a bit noisier. Gao Peng turned his head. Huh? Seeing the familiar black-haired woman leaning against the door, Gao Peng excitedly called out, Sister! Tong Tong! Waved and said to him, Little Peng, long time no see. She happily walked over to the little centipede, smiling as she patted its head. Wow, Da Zi upgraded. Then Tang Tang gently pulled at its little mouth and seeing a row of sharp teeth, she said, oh my, Da Zi has even grown teeth. Even though it was super annoyed, it tried its best to endure it. Unable to free itself, the little centipede whimpered and sent out an SOS signal. Tang Tang ignored its plight and pulled even harder, saying, come on, let big sister see if they're growing crooked. Gao Peng pretended not to see Da Zi's signal and ignored it, turning his head away while sending a telepathic message. Just bear with it for a bit, okay? His attitude left the little centipede dumbfounded. Then Tang Tang said, oh right, little Peng. She looked at him and asked, I heard you already bought a house? Gao Peng was surprised but replied, Sister Tong Tong, your sources are incredibly fast. But the house still needs some renovations by a decoration company, so I won't be moving in anytime soon. Tang Tang's eyes lit up as she lunged forward to grab Gao Peng's hand, saying, when the time comes, call me to go with you. There are so many things to watch out for during a renovation. You don't have enough real-world experience, so don't get scammed. He nervously replied, okay. Tang Tang waved goodbye, saying, then it's a deal. I have to head out first. Breaking a sweat, Gao Peng suddenly began to suspect why the house was so cheap as the door closed. Tang Tang smirked and said, perfect. When the time comes, I can totally by chance buy the house right next to little Peng. He'll still have me as his neighbor. With the wind rustling through the green leaves, Gao Peng placed his hand on a tree trunk. He and his familiars hid stealthily behind the trees. Gao Peng looked down at the military vehicles below, thinking, we've reached the checkpoint. He turned around and thought, then the purple bottle tree forest shouldn't be far. Stepping over the fallen leaves, Gao Peng walked and thought, it'd be best if I can collect enough materials today. I only have a 3-day break, and today is the last day. If I can't gather enough hollow wood hearts today, I'll have to wait until next weekend's break to come back. That would really delay my plans. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise. Spotting a blurry shadow on a tree branch, he murmured, the first monster I run into right outside the forest edge is already an elite tier. Man, the wilderness is no joke. Perched on the branch was a long-fanged black panther. The system identified it as a level 13 gray sand wildcat, of normal grade and wood attribute. The green-eyed beast snarled and instantly pounced. Spotting it, Gao Peng yelled to his team, watch out, guys! It lunged like lightning. The moment its long claws reached in front of its face, Dumby tossed Da Zi off its back onto the ground and quickly rushed forward to intercept the wildcat. Da Zi unleashed a purple lightning bolt, but unfortunately the wildcat managed to dodge it in time. Backing away slightly, the wildcat sensed the danger. Dumby started to get furious, its body flaring red as it roared. Your opponent is me! The wildcat's fur stood on end. Just Dumby's heavy stomps kicked up clouds of dust. It quickly charged at the wildcat, scaring the absolute daylight out of it. The wildcat ran for dear life with all its might. But Dumby wasn't about to let it escape, channeling a red energy in its hand. That red energy shot out and wrapped tightly around the wildcat's legs. Taking advantage of the trapped wildcat, which was shivering like a wet rat, Dumby landed a devastating, earth-shattering punch. Seeing Dumby's brutal punching stance, the wildcat's eyes widened in sheer terror, and before it could even draft a will for its descendants, Dumby smashed a fist right into its head with a loud boom, shattering the very ground beneath them. Fresh crimson blood spilled from the gray sand wildcat. Gao Peng stared at Dumby's broad and sturdy back, thinking that compared to when it was still a Red River ape, its current power had increased by more than tenfold. He knew it would be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this insane. But suddenly, Dumby raised its hands and stared blankly at them with a look of confusion, making Gao Peng tilt his head in surprise. He then asked, "Are you still getting used to your own power?" Gao Peng grinned like a total hunk and said, "Since it hasn't really fought since its evolution, it looks like Dumby still needs some more practice." Then he turned around and led the pack away, saying, "All right, let's roll." Dumby looked back, remembering the past when Gao Peng had found it weeping, and gently walked over to pat its head. Even though it didn't understand what the boy was saying back then, that gentle touch made Dumby smile. From then on, that boy, Dumby watched Gao Peng and Dazi bickering. All right, Dumby only tossed you because it was an emergency. Stop being mad. If it hadn't thrown me, I would have been the one to protect you first." "Sure, I know, Dazi is the best. Dumby is great too, but it literally threw me." Okay, my bad, Dumby." Staring at Gao Peng, Dumby felt a warmth in its heart. This boy was its entire world. Walking along the path with Silly, Dumby, and Dazi, Gao Peng said, "We've been searching for 3 hours and basically combed through all the areas where purple bottle trees grow. Finally, we found them." The purple bottle trees had rough trunks with tangled vines wrapping around their branches, Gao Peng said. "Last time we also found green tree snakes in the purple bottle tree area. Maybe they just have a special liking for these trees." Suddenly, Dumby's eyes lit up. It realized that the vine wrapping around the branch wasn't a vine at all, but a camouflage snake. Dumby darted forward and grabbed the snake right off the branch, catching it completely off guard. Giving it a contemptuous look, Dumby effortlessly ripped the snake in half with both hands. It pulled a green crystal out of the snake's body and held it out to Gao Peng. He thought, "This must be the core crystal of a green tree snake." "You big dummy. What green tree snake core crystal? It's just a normal monster crystal. Our mission today is to find enough hollow wood hearts." Even Silly, our floating jellyfish, didn't get it. Gao Peng cracked a wry smile, thinking, well, it's the thought that counts. I can't just reject Dumby's gift. Next, Gao Peng happily pointed at the purple bottle tree and said, "Dumby, break these purple bottle trees apart." Dumby's face remained deadpan as it clenched its fists, gathering a purple aura around them. Even the trees seemed to break a sweat in fear at the sight. Dumby swung its fist straight into the middle of the trunk, shattering the tree into pieces. The trunk snapped in half as dust flew everywhere, and Gao Peng cheered enthusiastically. "Nice shot!" Hyped up by Gao Peng's enthusiastic cheering, Dumby's spirits soared and it went on a roll, continuously smashing the purple bottle trees. As Gao Peng gathered the hollow wood hearts, he cheered, "Dumby, keep it up. Break a few more." On the other side of the forest, 3 guys in black coats were walking along the path. The green-haired guy looked around shiftily and asked, "Boss, is that kid seriously around here?" The bald guy, who was their leader, replied, "Their intel shouldn't be wrong. Let's look around." The tiny mouse perched on the boss's shoulder perked up its ears, listening closely, before pointing in a certain direction. Scarface said doubtfully, "Captain, Doodoo found something." The boss tossed some food to Doodoo and said, "Doodoo says there's a weird noise over there. Not sure if it's the kid, but let's go check it out." Suddenly, the noise grew louder. The guy with the red headband muttered, "Wait, why does that sound a bit like when I used to practice my punches?" Scarface scoffed, "Practice punching? Yaohuan, have you punched yourself, stupid? Who on earth would be practicing punches in a forest full of monsters?" The boss chimed in, "Dengsen, don't get cocky. We can't afford to miss a single clue. It was a pain in the ass to score a high-paying gig like this. Did you forget your little brother is still waiting on his school tuition? We've got to pull this off this time." The boss whispered, "Let's check it out," quietly. Creeping behind a tree trunk, the 3 of them saw Dumby absolutely wrecking the trees, throwing beastly, powerful punches right into the trunks. Their faces instantly went dark. Yao Huan said in disbelief, "Damn, that big guy is no joke. 1 punch and a whole tree trunk just snaps like that." The boss whispered, "Look over there." Holding a photo of Gao Peng, the boss muttered, "That punk is our target. But what the hell is he looking for in that pile of broken wood?" Yao Huan broke into a cold sweat and urged, "Boss, let's get out of here. They only paid us to spy on his beast, and we've seen enough. Any closer and we're busted." Deng Sen agreed, "Exactly, boss." Staring at Gao Peng's massive centipede playing around with a bug, he added, "Boss, that beast is clearly on another level. Plus, that giant one next to him is a beast too. They won't go down easy. Let's bounce. Shushing them with a finger to his lips, the boss hissed. Are you guys really satisfied with just scavenging leftovers every day? Scavenging dead bodies, is that enough for you? With our weak stats, there is no way we can make it into the deep parts of that terrifying black fog forest. But now, an opportunity is staring us right in the face, so of course we gotta take a shot. Frowning, the boss muttered, something's off about this kid. Why would a trainer make such a huge scene in the middle of nowhere, just to test how thick these trees are? Staring at Gao Peng holding a piece of wood, the boss continued, if we can figure out what valuable stuff is hidden inside those trees, man, this forest is packed with trees. We'd be filthy rich, the boss ordered. Dengsen, hide in the shadows and have your beast ambush that kid directly. Yao Huan, you're with me. We'll handle that giant monster. His two lackeys instantly complied. Got it! The boss smirked. Let's test the waters. Who knows? We might just hit the jackpot. If we do, we won't have to live in fear as low-life scavengers anymore. As the wind rustled through the leaves, Dazi and Dumby suddenly went on high alert. Gao Peng asked in confusion, Dazi, Dumby, what's wrong? But deep down, he also sensed that something was seriously off. Spotting shadows shifting behind the trees, Gao Peng yelled, Who's there? Show yourselves! To shield him from any sudden attack, Dumby quickly stepped in front of him. The stalkers panicked, thinking, Crap, we're busted! The boss decided to make the first move and stepped out to break the ice. Haha, hey there, bro, the boss said with a fake smile. It's a small world. We just wanted to see if you needed a hand with anything. Yao Huan breathed a sigh of relief, glad their boss was quick on his feet. Gao Peng, still fully on guard, scoffed internally. Help? Yeah, right. He began sizing up the beast standing behind them. The wind-chasing spiked armor and the butterfly ghoul were both top-tier ambush beasts in the forest. Gao Peng instantly saw through their play. These guys were definitely not here for a friendly chat. Dumby also sensed the danger, quickly spinning around to shield Gao Peng and glaring at the shadow hiding behind the tree. This tipped Gao Peng off that there was a third guy. The boss forced a laugh. That's just my buddy. Chill, we don't mean any harm. But inside, the boss was sweating bullets, thinking, what kind of freaking monster is that? How is its perception so damn high? Dengsen laughed awkwardly and added, Yeah, I was just taking a leak. Just got back. His system immediately pinged. Level 18, elite tier, fine grade, metal attribute, weakness, fire, and thunder attributes. Looking at the stat panel, Gao Peng thought, so it's a mithril cockroach. Probably a rare mutant variant, but since Da Zi completely counters its element, it's nothing to sweat about. Gao Peng replied coldly, I don't think I need any help, especially not your kind. Behind him, his beasts assumed a battle stance, their faces filled with pure hostility. The boss chuckled. Well, if you don't want us bugging you, we'll take our leave. Yao Huan was totally lost. Wait, he blurted out. Boss, are we seriously just leaving? The boss muttered that since they had blown their cover, they'd lost the element of surprise. Screwing up now would only gain them a powerful enemy. He added, a kid that young carrying 3 familiars at once is either filthy rich or insanely strong. Either way, he's not someone we want to mess with. He kept his eyes glued to Gao Peng, Dumby, Silly, and Da Zi as he spoke. Clutching his chest, he whispered, besides, that black-cloaked beast, the aura it's giving off is making Dudu incredibly uneasy. Watching his little Dudu trembling in sheer terror, he muttered, this gut feeling of Dudu's has saved my skin more times than I can count. Turning around to leave, the boss muttered, let's move. In this crazy post-cataclysm world, who knows what kind of freaky trainer or beast will end your life. But hey, we can just wait until he leaves and come back to search for clues. This forest is packed with trees anyway. No point picking a fight with him over these few. Yao Huan sighed. Sigh, got it. Meanwhile, Gao Peng wondered, if Dumby hadn't spotted that guy hiding in the shadows, would they have jumped me right then and there? Gao Peng pushed up his glasses, cold glaring at their retreating backs. If they did attack, would I have put them down for good? 2 hours later, broken wood lay scattered everywhere. Gao Peng happily weighed a bag in his hand, smirking, 20 kilograms should be more than enough. Gao Peng waved and called out, Da Zi, get over here. The little centipede, currently holding a tiny centipede in its mouth, turned its head and looked at him in confusion. Gao Peng grabbed Da Zi's 2 antennae, using them like a pair of electric prongs. Alright, let's see. Sparked by the electric current surging from the antennae, the torch in his hand instantly caught fire. As the flames grew larger, he tossed the torch onto the pile of dry leaves at his feet, leaving the smoke to billow up. Gao Peng turned on his heel to leave, thinking, before the cataclysm, setting a forest on fire would have landed me a serious prison sentence. But post-cataclysm, that law is pretty much dead. Besides, these mutated plants are way more resilient than anyone could imagine. A tiny campfire like this won't trigger a massive forest fire anyway. Gao Peng smirked, it's the perfect way to wipe my tracks. Standing on a hill, Yao Huan pointed toward Gao Peng's direction. Boss, look, that kid is sneaky as hell. Is he trying to stop us from finding anything if we go back? The boss muttered. His guard is insanely high. Inwardly, he felt a chill, realizing that the kid himself might not even know how cold-blooded and ruthless he was down to his bones. Yao Huan asked, "Boss, are we really just going to let this go?" The boss replied, "There's no real conflict of interest between us. If he had been holding some mind-blowing treasure earlier, I might have taken the risk, wiped him out, and cleaned up the scene completely. Simply put, the payoff wasn't worth the risk. We gained nothing. But I've run the numbers. Some people won't let it slide." He then pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, please put me through to Dr. Jiang. Mission complete. The surveillance data on the target beast has been sent over." A man on the other end replied, "Good work. The payment has been wired. Pleasure doing business with you." The man turned to the person sitting in the chair and reported, "Dr. Jiang, those guys didn't dare to make a move. The recon mission was a failure." Dr. Jiang smirked. "No worries. Isn't our backup plan already good to go?" He laughed. "Jihan Wu, I've finally found your grandson, your only living relative." Meanwhile, back at his place, Gao Peng couldn't help but frown at the scene in front of him. Stripey was growing way too fast. Not only had it leveled up, but its body was also twice as big as when they first headed out. He stared in disbelief at the insane sight. How the hell can one beast eat this much in one sitting? Right before his eyes, the striped gray plate spider had already devoured over a dozen cans of food. And yet, it showed no signs of stopping, leaving Gao Peng and his other two beasts completely speechless. It was only then that he noticed some shed skin scattered on the floor among the empty cans, so he casually picked up a piece. Staring closely through his glasses, he examined it with curiosity, wondering, "It's already crumbly? And here I thought it'd be like those novels where shed monster skin has some kind of cheat-like magical effect." With that, he looked down at the beast and grinned, cheering it on. "Keep stuffing your face, buddy. Get as fat and plump as you can." Seeming to understand its master, the spider looked up with sparkling, proud eyes and let out a few happy chirps. It was supposed to be a terrifying monster, yet here it was acting like a puppy wagging its tail for praise. But its joy didn't last long, as Gao Peng suddenly muttered, "Once you're nice and fat, we're making deep-fried spider." That one casual line absolutely terrified the poor thing. The fearsome beast instantly shrank back like a scared puppy, trembling uncontrollably under its master's devious smirk. Thinking about its own tiny life, Stripey quickly put the canned food down. The poor guy backed away from the food, looking at him with teary eyes like some drama queen wife who just got bullied, making Gao Peng sigh in pure helplessness. "Hey, telling you to eat less is for your own good, bro. If you gorge on this canned stuff, toxins are gonna build up in your body." But right now, his face darkened as he frowned, calculating. He had secured the wood space heart, and all the materials for Silly's evolution were gathered, but this time he couldn't just throw them in a pot like some random salad stew. Since Silly's fragile body couldn't handle any rough processing, these materials had to be prepared in a professional lab. Outside the Peng familiar workshop, the reinforced door was tightly shut, keeping everyone out. Right then, in front of an electronic screen, the teen pressed his hand onto the scanner. The tightly shut doors of the building slowly began to slide open automatically. As soon as he stepped inside, the lights flickered on to welcome him, revealing a completely empty room. Standing at the door with his monster, he couldn't help but smirk at the empty lab. With the staff leaving so early today, it was perfect since nobody would be around to bug him. These materials are super rare. According to the recipe, they need freezing, high-temperature burning, and strong acid corrosion. "Special treatment," Gao Peng said as he placed a large, neatly wrapped package onto the table. Alone in the office, he followed the guide to a T. First, he geared up in a protective suit, then grabbed a flamethrower. Blazing red flames carrying insane heat shot out from the barrel, blasting the ingredients in front of him. After that, he cranked up a blender to max power, grinding the materials into an eye-catching green liquid. After some hard work, Gao Peng happily held up a test tube glowing with fluorescent light. He laughed with pride, saying, "Finally done. With such a sweet aroma, Silly is going to absolutely love this." Beside him, the flying jellyfish watched its master, wiggling its little tentacles to celebrate. Without wasting a second, he poured the test tube's contents into a large water tub. The green formula blended into the clear water, sending up waves of shimmering green steam. Though the color looked a bit sketchy, that rising green vapor was an absolute irresistible temptation for monsters. Just look at the flying jellyfish drooling as it followed the scent, and you'd know how irresistible it was. It even let out a few squeaks, basically telling him that the stuff smelled exactly like human apple juice. Seeing it so hyped, Gao Peng chuckled and gestured toward the tub, saying, "All right, go take a dip." But before he could even finish his sentence, the little jellyfish zipped past him like lightning, unable to wait a second longer as it dove straight into the tub. Watching his monster slowly sink into the crystal tub, its body completely relaxing as it floated inside, he was totally speechless. Like, "Bruh, I didn't even finish talking. Why you gotta be in such a rush?" Suddenly he let out a gasp, his eyes widening as his red pupils shrunk. Inside the massive tub, the little monster lay there looking insanely relaxed. A smug, punchable look on its face, but its body submerged in the liquid was changing in a way that shocked him. Wait, this color is wrong. Silly, are you seriously turning green? And he remembered that Silly's absolute favorite spot to chill was right on top of his head. At that thought, his mouth twitched, his face looking like he just swallowed a fly. Imagining that monster hopping onto his head while glowing that specific shade, it would look like he was wearing a glowing green cuck hat. No matter how he looked at it, that was a cursed image. He secretly regretted it, suddenly feeling like choosing the wood spirit jellyfish evolution path might have been a massive mistake. At this point, his inner voice was screaming for help. He absolutely detested neon green. But looking at the flying jellyfish's body, it had completely taken on the green hue of the solution. It also seemed to be getting fatter by the second, making him analyze the situation further. Besides, the materials needed to upgrade it to epic quality were way too rare. What the hell was an illusory space material anyway? It looked like Silly's cap for now would be perfect quality at best. Gao Peng closed his eyes and focused, a strange blue flame suddenly wrapping around him. Sensing the surge of power within his body, he began to form a few theories. But as Silly upgraded, his own soul strength shot up quite a bit. Though he was still a bit away from his next contract milestone, if he pushed just a little harder, it would probably only take a few days. Suddenly, he felt a glittering gaze from behind as a dark shadow lunged at him. Sensing the danger, a chill ran down Gao Peng's spine. He whipped around instantly, desperately trying to fight off the flying jellyfish. "Stay back," he yelled, but its tentacles were like superglue, clinging to him and refusing to let go. In the end, the exhausted duo trudged out of the shop, Gao Peng's face a picture of helpless defeat as he let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Silly had successfully hijacked his head, officially becoming his green hat. The jellyfish looked absolutely ecstatic, as if spring had finally arrived. He had only taken a few steps when the phone in his pocket began to buzz. Pulling it out, Gao Peng stared at the contact name in confusion. It was the renovation company Sister Tong Tong had recommended a few days ago. Hadn't they already finalized all the details? What could they possibly want this late? The moment he picked up, a voice immediately spoke from the other end. "Mr. Gao, do you have some time later tonight? We hit a bit of a snag cleaning up the villa. We need you to come over and take a look yourself." Hearing this, he asked bluntly, "What kind of snag?" The other guy, having waited for this, blurted out, "We found some mutated plants in the villa. If we don't clear them, we can't go on with the renovations. But clearing them means demolishing parts of the structure, so we need you on site to give us the go-ahead." Gao Peng strolled along, one hand in his pocket, calmly agreeing, "Sure." Even without looking, he could hear the explosive excitement in the voice on the other end. "That's great, Mr. Gao. All the workers are here right now, so please hurry over." Before the guy could even finish, he paused for a second or two and cut him off. "Hold on." His tone carried a hint of danger. "Manager Lee, you said all the workers are waiting there for me? Am I really that big of a deal? It's this late, and so many people are working overtime for my house without any overtime pay?" He pointed out the fishy details in the man's words, mocking him, though the situation remained unclear to him. At that very moment, on the other end, a chestnut-haired man had his arms pinned behind his back, completely immobilized with zero chance of escaping. Another thug was holding the phone right in front of his face, leaving the manager with no choice but to smile bitterly and do exactly as he was told. Hearing Gao Peng's grilling, the manager panicked and tried to cover it up. This is just part of our job. Mr. Gao, please just get over here quickly." There was a brief silence on the other end. After a few seconds, the phone screen lit up and his voice came through. "Fine, I'll be there in a bit." Having gotten the answer he wanted, the man quickly tapped the red button to end the call. Zhang Yilong grabbed his hair, his face twisted in pure malice. He smirked sinisterly, looking down at him. "Nice job, Manager Lee. Your son gets to eat roast chicken tonight." Meanwhile, the man pinned to his knees by the bodyguards stared with wide eyes, completely terrified. On Gao Peng's side, after hanging up on Manager Lee, he tried making several other calls, but none went through. Seeing this, he stared at his screen, growing increasingly anxious. Manager Lee's words were sketchy as hell, and now Sister Tong Tong wasn't picking up either. Noticing his owner's tense expression, Silly peered over curiously, but Gao Peng had no time to deal with it right now. Gao Peng felt like something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. Frowning, he decided to play it safe and bring Dumby and Daisy along. With that, he bolted forward, leaving only his youthful silhouette in the distance. Hearing his master call, "Silly, let's go!" the flying jellyfish squeaked in agreement and zipped right after him. Half an hour later, Manager Lee was kneeling on the floor with his hands tied behind his back, completely trapped. Having waited for a while with no sign of their target, a subordinate finally asked, "Doctor, why hasn't that brat showed up yet? Could he have figured something out?" The man in question, Dr. Jiang, swirled a glass of red wine in his hand. He turned around with a cold smirk. "Be patient. It's fine if he's a bit late. We still have to meet Jihanwu's people anyway. Honestly, I really didn't want to resort to such crude methods. After all, we're civilized people here. At this point, he raised his eyebrow with a wicked smirk. Who would have thought Jihanwu actually had a grandson still drawing breath? If someone hadn't secretly tipped me off, I would have assumed that old geezer was just a lonely, childless wreck. His lackey standing behind him quickly chimed in. If word got out that Jihanwu had a maternal grandson, a ton of people would definitely try to sneakily wipe this kid out just to get rid of a future threat. Zhang Yilong raised his glass, staring at the swirling red liquid inside. His crimson eyes flashed with a sinister gleam, radiating a cold, murderous vibe. He smirked deviously. After all, Jihanwu had no other family. The old man would kick the bucket eventually, while his grandson was still young. Plus, massive wealth always makes people lose their minds. These days, the Southern Sky Group had grown into an absolute behemoth with tons of high-ranking factions, and every single one of them had their own dirty agendas. His words ended up scaring his lackey so bad the guy started breaking into a cold sweat. Doctor, since you said we're going to take out Gao Peng anyway, why don't we just do it instead of testing the waters over and over again? Hearing this, Dr. Zhang raised his hand and poured his red wine onto the floor, the dark crimson liquid splattering like fresh blood. He replied, Jihanwu went through so much trouble to hide and protect his grandson, so he's obviously going to be obsessed with the kid's safety. He's definitely got shadow guards protecting him. If we make a direct move, it's way too easy to mess up. If we alert the old man, we're in deep trouble. Besides, who said anything about killing his grandson? I just want to kidnap the brat and use him to negotiate with the old man. He turned around, his eyes turning pitch black with malice. Do you seriously think that just because of us, we're even qualified to snatch power away from Southern Sky? As he spoke, the wine glass slipped from his fingers and shattered into pieces. If we kill Jihanwu's only family, the only thing waiting for us is his absolute wrath. In the end, we'd just be doing the heavy lifting for those major players who are actually lined up to fight for that throne. Thinking about his lab's resources, Dr. Zhang gritted his teeth. Compared to Southern Sky Group's research division, my lab is practically nothing. They have at least over 30 research branches backing them. Not to mention, besides their research divisions, they've got several elite security units. Even if the sole heir to the Southern Sky Group croaks, that crown still wouldn't fall onto our heads. Speaking of those security units, they're highly trained killers, ready to use any brutal force or dirty tricks to get results for their boss. At this point, he smirked. So why should I get my own hands dirty? Making a chaotic mess out of everything is what actually benefits me. Besides, looking at it from another angle, Gao Peng is basically the crown prince. He's highly likely to inherit the throne in the future. Sure, we're enemies right now, but the line between friend and foe in this world has never been that simple. Zhang Yilong pulled out his pocket watch, calculating his next move as he watched the seconds tick away. Tonight, once I secure my bag and expand my lab, who's to say he won't accept my surrender in the future? Having said that, he glanced back at Director Li, who was still being forced to kneel on the ground. It's almost time. Jihanwu's men should be here by now. Hearing his words, the director trembled violently, screaming out in protest. Wait a minute. You said you wouldn't hurt me. Zhang Yilong didn't show an ounce of mercy. He raised his finger, and a black and white moth with bizarre wing patterns spread its wings and fluttered over, landing right on him. He told the man not to panic, but his downward gaze was pure evil. I'm a respected researcher, after all. I'm not like those brainless savages. As soon as he spoke, the moth on his hand took off, flapping its wings and shedding a flurry of toxic powder over him. Director Li inhaled the falling dust, his vision blurring instantly as his eyelids grew heavy. A moment later, the man collapsed limply onto the cold floor. Zhang Yilong stared down at him with zero remorse. Have a nice nap, you won't be joining the next phase anyway. It's a shame, really. Now I'm missing a witness to my glorious success tonight. Just as he was riding high on his own ego, a sudden gale kicked up clouds of dust, and a blinding streak of light tore through the night sky. His lackey pointed up frantically, screaming, Doctor, look over there! Zhang Yilong also sensed it immediately. Something was horribly wrong. They both looked up at the sky, frozen in sheer terror as a colossal dragon beast materialized, looking down on them like a god. The old boss has arrived in person. Right at that moment, atop the highest tower of the Chang'an military region, a massive phoenix with feathers as red as the blazing sun sat perched. Its eyes were shut tight as if asleep, but suddenly the golden deity snapped its eyes open, radiating a piercing bright light. It unleashed its massive wings, rearing its legendary body as a brilliant golden aura enveloped it completely. Hearing the commotion atop the tower, two guards looked up and witnessed the giant bird, casting an insanely powerful glow across the sky. One of them gasped, What the heck is going on? Did the gorilla from the Black Ash Forest break out again? But the other guard was way more rational. No, the golden deity's alarm is pointing south. Go check it out fast. Just as they were about to bolt, A voice echoed from behind them. No need to check. It's that big shot from the Southern Sky Group. He's arrived in Chang'an. They both whirled around to see a middle-aged man in a high-ranking military officer's coat, leaning on a cane as he walked toward them. They saluted, shouting, "Commander!" The man pointed his cane at them with a stern expression. No need to panic. Just keep your guard duty as usual. Receiving the order, they both snapped into a formal military salute, shouting their acknowledgement. Once they returned to their posts, the commander looked up at the top of the tower, his face darkening as he sighed. A massive storm is coming. Back with Dr. Jiang, he stared in absolute horror at the man standing before him. He kept backing away, but even though he was completely cornered, he still tried to play a desperate bluff. "Mr. Chairman, wait, I've got Gao Peng's familiar." Faced with his pathetic threat, the newly arrived man didn't even flinch. He looked down with pure fury, like a supreme ruler staring at a worthless insect beneath his boots. Behind him, the divine dragon glared at the doctor with a terrifying, bloodthirsty look, ready to tear the man to shreds. The chairman asked coldly, "Think very carefully before you open your mouth." All around them, every single bodyguard Zhang Yilong had brought was already lying in a pool of blood on the floor. Staring at the horrific scene, he couldn't help but gulp, saying with a shaky voice, "Mr. Chairman, I was just talking nonsense earlier to save my own skin. Please, just let me explain." But the white-haired elder standing before him was completely done listening to his garbage. His eyes went cold, and he demanded, "Who leaked the info about little Peng to you?" Sensing that things were going south fast, cold sweat drenched Jiang Yilong's forehead. He was scared out of his mind, but he tried his absolute best to keep his cool. "Take it easy, Mr. Chairman. I haven't leaked a single thing about Gao Peng to anyone else yet. But I've set up a program. If I don't enter the decryption key in time, that program will automatically blast Gao Peng's profile to every single employee in the Southern Sky Group." As he spoke, he pictured the program on his phone containing all of the boy's personal data. Ji Hanwu shot him a freezing, razor-sharp glare. "If you don't want to talk, then don't. Everyone has their own greed. I won't force you." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Dr. Zhang crawling on the ground, frantically trying to scramble up and chase after him. "Wait, don't go! I'll talk! It was Secretary Liu!" He never expected this old man to completely ignore his carefully planned script. At this point, completely pale and trembling, he pleaded, "Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to ask for some extra funding. I never wanted to hurt Gao Peng. If I just get enough cash, I swear I will bring massive profits to Southern Sky." But he had no idea the chairman had zero patience for his sweet talk, waving his hand dismissively as he continued to walk away. "Since you actually did some decent work for us in the past, I'll let you have a quick, painless death." Hearing those words, the doctor reached out desperately to grab the edge of his coat, but clutched nothing but empty air, his voice cracking as he kept begging, "Mr. Chairman, please! Mr. Chairman, I was wrong!" Suddenly his voice was cut off entirely, his eyes widening in sheer horror. In his pupils, all he could see was a razor-sharp claw slicing straight toward him. In the quiet night surrounding the villa, a single, blood-curdling shriek pierced the air before the entire place fell dead silent again. Zhang Yilong, who was smugly plotting against Gao Peng just a second ago, was now nothing but a cold, lifeless corpse. With a bloody, gaping wound on his chest, he slumped over a rock, dead, as the old chairman walked away without even looking back. Glancing at the guy's cold, lifeless body, he scoffed and muttered, "Idiot. I, Chairman G, have never taken threats from anyone." Just then, his smart brace flashed with a red signal light. He tapped it immediately, and a voice came through. "Chairman." He stared at the screen on his wrist, his eyes turning dead serious. "Investigate Zhang Yilong. He probably set up some kind of program. If you find it, wipe it out. If you can't crack it, tell me. Gao Peng's is the crown prince of the Nantian group. That's a solid fact. Worst case scenario, we just leak the news." Hearing his orders, the person on the other end responded instantly, "Understood." With everything taken care of, Chairman G took a moment to chill and look up at the sky. The night sky was packed with stars, sparkling like an endless galaxy, with just a few clouds drifting lazily by. The view was so gorgeous he couldn't look away. "I love a simple world," he thought. But suddenly, that peaceful vibe was shattered by desperate, agonizing screams. "Help! Please, don't!" Right then, a woman walked up and knelt on the ground. She looked up at his towering figure and called out respectfully, "Master." The chairman glanced back at her. "You've worked hard lately." Tang Tong, he called her name. She was a stunning woman with wavy black hair, striking red eyes, and soft pink lips that always wore a casual smirk. Hearing her name, she stood up and followed behind him. Chairman G didn't pay her much attention and looked away, thinking back to when he had just returned from overseas and couldn't fully control the corporation. The company's internals were a total mess back then, and the news of his parents' passing completely overshadowed him. "I had to play along and send people to wipe out any remaining clues so he could grow up in peace. Now that the corporation is finally stable, there's actually no rush to bring little Peng back. Letting him run wild like this is actually the best way to temper his will." Besides, Little Peng's talent has totally blown past my expectations. With that, he walked over to his spirit beast, patting its head while telling Tong Tong, the company still has some business. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Feeling the warmth of its master's hand, the white dragon closed its eyes, looking completely blissful. Standing nearby, she was pretty confused by his orders. Master, aren't you going to see Little Peng tonight? But he just gave a warm smile. Let's wait for a better chance. For Little Peng, a heart as strong as steel is way more important than any external resources he can get at any time. Kid, let's see just how far you can grow. Meanwhile, the man himself, Gao Peng, had just rushed over to the villa, flanked by Aban, Adai, and his flying jellyfish, Axwan. Arriving at the scene, he stared at the total mess in shock. Where are Director Li and the workers? I couldn't get a hold of them earlier. Did something go down? Just then, he noticed some deep cracks on the ground. The more he looked, the weirder it got. No way this was from some renovation work. Squinting closer, he realized they looked a lot like claw marks. While he was lost in thought, a slender, graceful figure approached him from the side. Crossing her arms, she said, "Well, looks like I still underestimated how fast you're leveling up." Her voice wasn't too loud or too soft, just perfectly sweet with a gentle vibe. The second she got close, he whipped around, instantly on guard. "Who's there?" The girl with the wavy hair smiled. "It's me, Little Peng." Seeing it was Tong Tong, he totally relaxed and shrugged. "Oh, it's just you, sis Tong Tong." No wonder Adai didn't warn me. Seeing his smug, punchable face, she was completely speechless. "Wait, what's with that face? Why do I feel like you're looking down on me?" This time, she put her hands on her hips, pointing a finger right at his face. "Seriously, don't let your guard down so easily in a situation like this. How are you so sure I'm not an enemy?" Seeing her worry, Gao Peng grinned and pointed back at her. "All right, sis, if I have to doubt even you, then there's literally no one left in this world I can trust. Ever since I became an orphan." Before he could even finish, she held up her hand, cutting him off. "No, Little Peng, you're not an orphan. Your grandpa is still alive." Hearing this, he froze, completely stunned. "Grandpa is alive?" Tong Tong looked at him, a subtle glint in her sharp eyes as she spoke sincerely. Back when the cataclysm happened, he was stranded on an overseas island. Stranded on that island with him were a few of his most loyal subordinates. She recalled those days. It was an island with nothing but giant ancient trees, endless sand, and the vast, deep ocean stretching in every direction. With it being a tropical island crawling with countless monsters and surrounded by open sea, you can already guess how insanely hard that starting level was. Back then, Gao Peng's grandpa stood tall against a heavily armored, spiky beast that was baring its fangs and claws at them. The tension was crazy high. Tang Tong continued, "If surviving in the city is normal mode, his start was literal hell mode. There was no army to save them on that island, but heaven didn't abandon him. Your grandpa got lucky and found an opportunity. Using his sheer willpower to survive, he kept training and leveling up his beasts on that island. Even when surrounded by massive, iron-skinned monsters with terrifying, savage auras, Chairman Ji, despite his tattered clothes and messy look, still exuded an undeniable, majestic presence. Armed with raw power, he stood tall and dominated those beasts until every single monster on that island bowed down to him." After hearing Tong Tong describe his grandpa's legendary exploits, Gao Peng could only think of one word: badass. She told him, "Your grandpa actually cares about you a lot. That's why he asked me to stay close to look out for you." He had his own reasons for not reaching out, but instead of getting all whiny or holding a grudge, Gao Peng looked hyped. "I get it, it's that classic Heaven's Trial trope." His eyes gleamed behind his glasses as he said casually, "He's my grandpa, after all. I figure he probably felt it wasn't safe around him. Keeping me in the dark actually made it easier to protect me. Plus, he's testing me, hoping I can grow up and stand on my own feet quickly." Seeing how mature he was despite his age, fully understanding his grandpa's choices without a single complaint, she softly called out, "Little Peng," with a hint of sympathy, but he just stared determinedly into the distance. "Sis Tong Tong, he's my only living relative. You don't have to worry about me misunderstanding or blaming him for not showing up sooner." Then, he grinned and nudged her. "So, what kind of beast does Grandpa have? What level is it? Is it super OP?" Seeing the kid ramble on, she could only facepalm. To calm his gossiping soul, she laughed and waved her hand, acting all mysterious. "You'll find out later." Having his question dodged, Gao Peng scoffed with a disappointed face. But while they were happily chatting down below, they had no clue their every move was being watched. Up in the air, Chairman Ji stood on the back of his white dragon, watching and listening to their entire conversation. His eyes gleamed as he smirked proudly. "Little Peng, you really do get me. Let's see what you can do." As the night faded, the first rays of dawn began to break. The clouds were painted a fiery red by the sunrise. The next morning, when the sun was high, students were crowded and packed tight in front of the academy gates. "Excuse me, coming through." Seeing the massive crowd, he walked over with his beast, totally confused. "What's going on?" Squeezing into the crowd, he saw paramedics carrying a guy away on a stretcher. Damn, some drama this early in the morning? Did he slip or something? He wondered. Right away, a female student stepped up to explain. It wasn't an accident, Gao Peng. A trainer attacked and hurt him. She started spilling the tea, saying those two students always had beef, and then one of them became a trainer. This morning, they got into a fight right in front of the school. That trainer ordered his beast to attack the other guy. Honestly, it looked like he was trying to kill him. As she spoke, she gestured wildly, describing a giant, ferocious beast charging forward. Its sharp claws slashed right into the guy. While everyone around was freaking out, he got wrecked and collapsed on the spot. Right then, two other dudes saw Silly clinging to his shoulder. A red-haired punk started mocking him, sneering, "Ooh, look at the big shot Beastmaster." Yeah, that guy clicked his tongue, while his buddy gave him a dirty look and whispered, "Shut up, man. You want to get beat up?" On the other side, a timid schoolgirl stood trembling in front of the teachers taking her statement. To be honest, the classmate who fought today, he's always been so weak and passive, so everyone used to push him around. The guy who got thrashed today was actually the biggest bully who loved picking on him the most. After she spoke, the students immediately split into two camps, arguing back and forth. Yeah, he used to bully everyone just because he was strong. Now that someone else is stronger, why can't they give him a taste of his own medicine? The other side shot back, "You can't look at it that way. No matter what, violence is never the answer." Hearing that, several others called him out. "Seriously? Look at the world we live in now, and you're still crying about how violence is wrong? Why don't you try reasoning with the monsters outside the city walls?" The guy was left speechless, only able to fume. "Are you kidding me? That's completely different." The noisy debate over the incident dragged on, but Gao Peng didn't seem to care at all. He just walked away with his beast. He wondered what the school and the military would do. Would they pack up the training ground and kick it out of the school altogether? Outside, the yard was a total circus, but inside the private office, the white-haired principal was slamming his desk in a rage. Why do you think schools ban kids from carrying knives? Because at their age, they're naturally hot-headed and impulsive, and these beasts are way more dangerous than any knife. If they keep training at school, it's a huge safety hazard. It's also totally unfair to the students without beasts. The officer sitting opposite him, getting screamed at, could only try to calm him down. "Please calm down, principal. We didn't want this to happen either." Only then did the old principal calm down, his eyes filled with worry. "My apologies, I lost my temper. It's nothing personal, I'm just worried about the students' safety." Hearing him out, the military lieutenant comforted him. "It's fine. I understand." Standing up from his chair, he faced the principal and said, "I'll consider your suggestion and bring it up with my superiors, but I can't guarantee what they'll decide." With that, he turned and opened the door. Before leaving, he glanced back, his eyes turning serious under his cap. Because honestly, nowhere is truly safe anymore. All we can do is rely on the law and force to keep things in check. At his words, the old principal lowered his head, his gaze turning bleak as he let out a helpless sigh. Up at the top of the tower in the Chang'an military zone, Jinsh had quieted down compared to last night. It lay there, basking in the gentle breeze and sunlight. The man from the principal's office had returned. Standing at attention, he reported everything that had just happened. "Sir, that's the situation." The middle-aged commander stood with his back to him, one hand behind his back. Looking out into the distance, he listened to his subordinate's report and sighed. "Schools really should just be places for studying." He turned around, his eyes turning dark. But that was before. As you know, just in the past month, there have been over 300 cases of beast attacks on humans in Chang'an alone. And because of the sheer destructive power of these beasts, most of these incidents are extremely severe. And that's just in Chang'an. Compared to the rest of the country and the world, our crime rate in China is actually quite low. Western countries have it way worse. Their police are so overwhelmed they have to rely on civilian powerhouses to keep the peace. Hearing this, the lieutenant grit his teeth and lowered his head. "I understand, sir." Seeing his heavy mood, the commander smiled, walked over, and patted his shoulder. "I get how you feel. Don't worry, the government alliance won't let things spiral out of control. They'll act quickly. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and we still have a heavy burden on our shoulders." As their conversation wrapped up, back on the school grounds, the students were ordered to line up and get lectured. The officer stood on the podium, hands strictly behind his back, raising his voice at the teens gathered there. "Oh yeah. You guys think you're real hot stuff, don't you? You haven't even killed a single monster, but you're already experts at bullying your own classmates. Starting tomorrow, your beasts are banned from setting foot inside the school building. We're setting up a training ground, and that's where you'll take all of them. Got that?" His booming voice silenced everyone, but near Gao Peng, a few students were cracking up looking at his ridiculous situation. Silly was happily clinging to his head, even humming a little tune. Its glowing neon green body sitting on his head made him look exactly like he was rocking a green hat. What's worse, this oblivious little guy was waving its tentacles around as if enjoying the attention. Looking completely dead inside, he grabbed the creature, trying to yank it off his head. But the flying jellyfish clung on for dear life, wrapping its tentacles tightly around his head, squeaking defiantly as if to say, "No go! Warm!" At this point, Gao Peng muttered under his breath, just loud enough for the two of them six. "I heard gourmet jellyfish soup tastes amazing." Just that one short sentence completely terrified Silly. Looking like it was about to die, terrified of actually being turned into soup, it quickly used its spatial ability to pull a bottle of juice out of a mini black hole. The flying jellyfish expertly offered him the bottle, which was as big as its entire body, putting on a pitiful face. "Drink juice. No jelly soup." Seeing its antics, he was speechless, while everyone around him burst out laughing at how cute it was. Even the officer on stage couldn't help himself. He cleared his throat to suppress a chuckle. "All right, pay attention down there." After that warning, Zhang Renba regained his usual stern expression, put his hands behind his back, and said, "There are only 2 months left until the college entrance exam. Time waits for no one. Your training results over these next 2 months will heavily impact your scores. Don't think a high score is useless. Mega corporations, the military, and the government all heavily favor top-tier beastmasters. They will pour resources into grooming the best of the best. The perks and career opportunities will blow those of regular students out of the water. Look at the screen." Yesterday, the prompt for the very first Beastmaster College entrance exam was released worldwide. As the instructor spoke, the massive screen behind him lit up. Giant words reading Beastmaster exam prompt flashed across the screen. He continued, "According to the official document, the exam is split into 3 rounds. In the first round, a nationwide test, you'll lead your beast to challenge monsters. First, you get to choose the tier and quality of the monster, but the specific species will be randomly assigned. Furthermore, you cannot choose monsters that are countered by your beast's attribute. If the randomly assigned monster counters your beast attribute, you will only have one chance to swap it. Of course, if your beast manages to defeat a counter-attribute monster, you'll get a 10% bonus. Scoring is based on difficulty. Normal tier monsters are worth 10 points, elite tier 50 points, and commander tier 500 points. On top of that, defeating a fine quality monster of the same tier grants a 50% bonus, while a perfect quality monster gives a 100% bonus." He explained the monster grading system to the students, laying out how their scores would be calculated for their upcoming college entrance exam. But he wasn't done yet. The officer quickly added some extra rules. Second, the number of monsters you challenge cannot exceed the number of beasts you own. For example, if you have 3 beasts, you can only challenge up to 3 monsters. This prevents candidates with high-tier beasts from farming points by spamming low-tier monsters. This first round is basically the finish line for most of you. Only a handful of top-tier scorers will qualify for the second round. In the second round, you will be fighting in the actual wild, and it will be broadcast live nationwide. The specific rules will be announced right after the first round wraps up. But honestly, anyone who even makes it to round 2 is basically guaranteed a spot in the top-tier schools." He paused right there. Describing round 2, the contestants have to take their beasts straight into the wild jungles out there, leaving the safety of the country's borders behind, and go head-to-head with actual monsters. And those freaks are absolutely massive with some seriously weird, creepy colors. After wrapping up the overview of round 2, Zhang Renbai stood on the podium with a smirk, putting a bit more edge into his voice. "As for round 3, well, get your butts into round 2 first, then we'll talk. I hope you guys aren't going to slack off and waste time. I know you all survived that disaster 3 years ago, so don't forget that the peace we have today didn't come cheap. We gotta appreciate it." After giving everyone a reality check, he added a friendly warning. "Also, our instructors are going to push you guys way harder during the time we have left." Standing in the crowd, Gao Peng was locked in thought. With his current strength, even though he was only in 11th grade, he could totally take the exam already. The only catch was that he had to speed up Stripey's evolution to perfect quality. While he was scheming, the very pet he was thinking about was clinging to his shoulder, practically tearing up. While he was still lost in thought, the instructor on stage stood behind a massive iron cage holding a giant beast. "I had to beg like crazy to get this mutated deadleaf grasshopper. Alright, which of you wants to go first?" Monster name, mutated deadleaf grasshopper. Mutation gigantism, quality elite, level 10, common tier. Staring at the beast locked in the cage, Gao Peng started plotting. He rubbed his chin. After some growth, Stripey had successfully hit level 10. In terms of level and quality, there wasn't much of a gap between him and that grasshopper, making it the perfect sparring partner. Plus, grasshoppers are literally spider food, so Stripey definitely had the upper hand here. But then he looked over at his familiars. Every single one of them looked absolutely terrified. especially Stripey, who was doing this whole pathetic, teary-eyed, scared housewife act, shoving the centipede in front of him to act as a shield. Seeing him like that, Gao Peng felt completely hopeless. Why the hell is Stripey such a coward? He was acting all tough when he ambushed me last time. Did he get so traumatized back then that he got permanent PTSD or something? Yeah, this guy definitely needs way more training. Making up his mind, Gao Peng confidently raised his hand. Instructor Zhang, let me take the first crack at it. Ignoring the spider hiding behind his leg, Zhang Renbai stared at the duo, totally speechless. Wait, when did he get another one? He walked over to Gao Peng to give him a reality check. Usually, trainers put all their resources into raising just one beast. They only move on to the next one once their main hits commander tier. You only get actual survival skills once you have a commander tier beast. Gao Peng, you're one of our top students, and we expect big things from you. Spreading yourself thin by raising multiple beasts is just going to waste your time and energy. Especially with the exams right around the corner, your best bet is to focus on getting one beast to commander tier so you can rack up those sweet high-tier monster points. Hearing the warning, he just shrugged it off with a dry laugh. Thanks for the heads up, coach, but I've already mapped out a training plan. It's not going to hold me back. But on the inside, he was screaming. Sure, the coach meant well, but it's not like he could just explain that he literally had a cheat code system helping him level up his beasts. Finishing his sentence, he turned back to his spotted spider. Trying to hype it up, he said, Man, look at you, Stripey. You've gotten way chunkier. You got this, buddy! But no matter how much his master cheered, the spider still shivered like a wet leaf as it crawled toward the caged monster. Stripey's massive body reluctantly squeezed into the cage with the dead leaf grasshopper. It locked eyes with the freak clinging upside down on the iron ceiling, and its stomach did a total backflip. Please don't hit me. Please don't hit me. Just then, two of his classmates strolled over. A guy with slick-back black hair blurted out, why is nothing happening? Are they actually going to throw hands or what? Then the short-haired girl next to him chimed in, Hey Gao Peng, want me to send my teddy in instead? But ignoring those two getting all impatient, he just kept his eyes glued to the cage. He was analyzing the matchup. One was too paranoid to make the first move, and the other was totally petrified. Honestly, they were a perfect match. He thought back to Jin Zi, who was always looking like a straight-up demon ready to murder someone, and then looked at his crying spotted spider, Stripey. He couldn't help but compare the two. Now he finally got what the teachers meant by personality traits. Even though it was the first real fight for both of them, Dazi and Stripey were on completely opposite ends of the spectrum. Dazi was a straight-up brawler who'd jump at any prey immediately. Stripey, on the other hand, just wanted to turtle up and run away. If this floor wasn't solid concrete, he probably would have dug a hole and buried himself by now. His face fell as he started getting worried. Look, Stripey, this is a rite of passage. If you want to get strong, you gotta fight. No shortcuts. Right then, there was movement inside the cage. The massive grasshopper lunged straight at the spider. Gao Peng gasped. Damn. The dead leaf grasshopper lost its patience and made the first move. Before he could even finish the thought, those sharp claws clamped right onto the spider's body. But the second Stripey felt something touch his back. He freaked out, kicked the grasshopper away with tears still streaming down his face and scrambled backward. Watching the grasshopper take flight and prep for an aerial strike, Gao Peng started sweating. Shoot, that dead leaf grasshopper is trying to take the fight to the air. That gives it a massive advantage. Only a mutated freak like this could toss Stripey around like that. Damn, my battle strategy was way too textbook. Even though he took some damage, Stripey squeezed out a massive web from his mouth. The sticky silk wrapped around the grasshopper instantly, pinning it flat to the ground. Seeing the tables turn so fast, Gao Peng got super hyped. Hell yeah! Countering an aerial attack with spider silk. Nice job, Stripey. Right after, the spider's smaller body hit the dirt with a thud. He just stared blankly at the bigger monster trying to break free from his web. But seeing the grasshopper squirming around, Stripey actually hid behind his own shield, trembling and covering his head while praying that the freak wouldn't break out of the web anytime soon. But luck wasn't on his side. The dead leaf grasshopper pushed through with sheer strength, and the thick layer of spider silk wrapping its body slowly began to tear. Covered in sticky spider spit, the grasshopper went berserk, slamming its claws hard against Stripey's shield. Seeing Stripey turtle up again, Mu Tiying walked over. Damn, Gao Peng, your spider is pretty cracked. It actually shut down a special mutant's attack. Even with the compliment, Gao Peng wasn't feeling it. He furrowed his brows, intensely analyzing the battle in his head. No, that was literally the perfect opening for Stripey to strike. But after he landed, he got so spooked that he just turtled up and completely threw away the opportunity. Even though that grasshopper is a mutant, its attacks aren't even scratching Stripey, which literally proves Stripey is way stronger. Inside the cage, the spotted spider was still cowering behind his shield, absorbing wave after wave of the grasshopper's relentless strikes. Just as the spider was panicking, wondering when this nightmare would end, Gao Peng walked up to the cage. He tried to hype Stripey up. "Get out there and deck him, Stripey." But a weak voice trembled from behind the shield. "No way! I'm terrified." Feeling his pet's panic, Gao Peng kept trying to coax him. "Don't be a wimp, Stripey. You're way stronger than him. Just climb up the side of the cage and take him down." For a split second, the spider hesitated, but then he immediately shrank back. "I'm not fighting, okay? Climbing the cage is way too hard." Staring at this total chicken, Gao Peng clenched his fists in frustration. He couldn't help but snap, "Dude, you're a spider. A freaking spider. You're a spider and you're telling me climbing is too hard? You're literally the biggest coward I've ever raised." Finally, Gao Peng let out a sigh and loosened his grip, giving up on forcing him. "Whatever. Guess I was asking for too much. Raising a beast isn't something you can rush overnight anyway." Seeing the spider getting backed into a corner against the cage wall, his heart softened a bit. Stripey was built for defense anyway, so expecting him to play aggro was pretty unrealistic. If he didn't want to attack, fine. He'd just build him into an absolute defensive tank later. Having reached this decision, he called out, "Hey, get back here!" He looked at his beast and called it back, having no intention of making it fight the locust anymore. "Didn't you say you didn't want to fight? Fine, just get back here then." Sensing his sour mood, with that cold mix of disappointment and anger in his voice, it totally panicked. Feeling incredibly hurt, it whimpered, "My old master is gone, and now no one wants Stripey anymore." It sadly remembered the kind, warm face of the old lady who was now sleeping forever in a coffin covered in white flowers. Seeing how furious Gao Peng looked right now only made it feel 100 times worse. "My new master is mad, so Stripey is gonna get thrown away. Stripey doesn't want to be abandoned again." It was absolutely terrified, those dark thoughts endlessly haunting its mind. Right at that moment, it snapped. It scrambled up the cage door and onto the ceiling, its 6 cold, murderous eyes locking onto the locust below. It went wild, baring its razor-sharp fangs. "Stripey won't be thrown away." With that, the spotted spider lunged savagely at the dead-leaf locust, looking like it wanted to rip its throat out. The second it got close, Stripey bared its razor-sharp, rock-hard claws and slashed right into the locust's massive body. Green blood immediately spurted from the wound. Seeing the spotted spider launch a vicious counterattack and seriously wound that dead-leaf locust, the crowd below went wild. That black-haired guy who was whining about being bored earlier nudged his shoulder with a cheeky grin. "Damn, dude, you've been holding out on us, huh?" Next to him, Muti was just as hyped. A single counterattack actually crippled a mutant. Who knew Gao Peng's beast had such a killer offense? But even with everyone crowding around him in awe, Gao Peng didn't let it go to his head. But staring at his beast inside the cage, he suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Wait. Something seriously off with Stripey. Looking at the spider inside the iron cage, completely blood-drunk and unable to stop its rampage, the system's warning alarms started blaring. "Warning. Berserk state. Out of control." A bright red notification popped up right in front of Gao Peng's eyes. "Warning. In this state, all of the beast's stats are boosted, and its bloodlust has skyrocketed. Prolonged exposure to this state will cause permanent, irreversible damage to the beast." Reading the system's pop-up, he panicked. Irreversible damage? Meanwhile, Stripey was still in a blind rage, going crazy, spitting thick webs all over its opponent. Its silk shot out, pinning one of the locust's legs to the ground. Capitalizing on its helpless target, it lunged forward, eyes burning with bloodlust, and brought its razor-sharp claws crashing down. Hot green blood from the dead-leaf locust splattered all over the spider. But the more blood sprayed, the wilder and more out of control it became, acting like a total feral beast now. But right as its claw was about to deliver the killing blow, a hand quickly reached in. Gao Peng had somehow already slipped inside the cage. He grabbed the spider's sharp claw to stop its rampage, then smiled and said, "That's enough, Stripey." He looked at his beast, his eyes filled with warmth and praise. "You did awesome. I'm sorry for what I said earlier, you're the best." But the real challenge was just starting. The spotted spider slowly turned its head, its eyes still burning with raw fury and malice. It opened its mouth, repeating the same words over and over. "Abandoned. Master angry. Must fight." While the red system warning kept flashing next to it. Warning. Berserk state. Out of control. Even though its mind was completely unstable, and it could easily turn and rip its own master to shreds right then and there, Gao Peng just smiled patiently. "I'm not going to abandon you. You're my beast, and I'm your master. We're partners, and partners don't abandon each other. Now come here, that's enough." His voice was incredibly soothing, and just like that, the spider reverted to its normal self. Those fiery, furious eyes suddenly welled up with tears. It asked, sounding so small, "Really?" Meanwhile, the flashing red system screen beside them finally flipped to a calm blue, indicating normal status. Instructor Zhang stood with his hands behind his back. He had been fully prepared to jump in if the beast went wild and attacked Gao Peng. But now, watching the two of them happily comforting each other inside, with Gao Peng whispering, "Seriously, trust me, I'll never abandon you," he was stunned. He recalled how Gao Peng had just bolted over to him, shouting in a panic, "Instructor, open the cage, let me in. My beast is in trouble, I have to save it." He raised an eyebrow, feeling a silent wave of respect. Jumping into a beast's battle is incredibly dangerous, yet Gao Peng hadn't hesitated for a split second. Maybe it was this exact brand of selfless courage that made his results so outstanding. Sighing, he started plotting how to whip this kid into shape. A once-in-a-generation talent like him? Man, it'd be amazing if he joined the military. By the time the battles wrapped up, the sun was sinking behind the mountains, draping the entire school in a fiery red sunset. With the combat over, Stripey was back on the ground, completely returning to its cute, cheerful self. It waved its claws playfully in the air. Gao Peng couldn't help but laugh. After that final week of intense training, Stripey had actually managed to lose some weight. Although Stripey was no longer terrified of fighting, he still needed to use his free time to pick Instructor Zhang's brain. He wanted to design a strategy for Stripey that focused on wearing down the enemy's stamina to avoid brutal head-on clashes. During this period, Gao Peng studied like crazy under Zhang Renbai's guidance. After a grueling day of training, Gao Peng got home, threw on some comfy loungewear, and stood there holding a trash can, watching his beasts happily sipping on juice boxes. Seeing them fool around and have fun totally washed away his exhaustion. Stripey going berserk last time really opened my eyes. Sure, the system is a cheat code, but if I assume having it means easy street, I'm gonna get wrecked sooner or later. When it comes to real-time tactics and information control, I'm still way too green. I need to take it slow and stop rushing things. Lost in thought, he picked up a piece of molted skin his beast had left behind. Examining it closely, he muttered, "Man, throwing this shell away every time feels like a total waste. They say a spider's molted shell can be used as medicine, or maybe I could dip it in egg wash, roll it in breadcrumbs, and deep fry it?" Staring at the shell in his hand, he let out a mischievous chuckle. "Hey, anything's edible, and if it's poisonous, I'll just let Dazi test it first." The centipede sitting next to him couldn't read his mind, but seeing its master's shady grin, it felt a sudden, icy shiver run down its spine. And the madman actually went through with it, tossing Stripey's shed skin straight into a boiling pot of soup on the stove. Gao Peng fished out a cooked piece. Its original dark gray color had turned into a gorgeous, mouth-watering golden brown. He took a big, satisfying bite, absolutely loving his own cooking. "Damn, this is fire. Throw in some cumin seeds and this would be straight-up legendary." Once the pot was fully cooked, he brought a massive overflowing bowl over to his beasts. "Hey Dazi, try some of this." The mouth-watering aroma immediately filled the entire room, making the greedy little gluttons drool instantly. The purple-gold centipede stuffed its mouth full, chewing happily with a look of pure bliss. "Oh man, this is so good!" Meanwhile, the spider, who was usually the biggest glutton of the bunch, just stared at the fragrant bowl, looking a bit hesitant. How come this food master made smells so familiar? Leaving his beast to happily chow down, Gao Peng hung his apron back on the rack. He figured since Stripey's level had gone up, his own soul power had probably gotten a massive boost too. Time to try forming a contract with Dumby again. Walking up to the massive skeleton, he channeled his spiritual energy to initiate the beast contract. A bright green wave of energy enveloped both of them. "Dumby, are you willing to become my beast companion?" The moment the words left his mouth, a sudden sensation coursed through its body. Its massive heart began to thud violently, hot blood coursing through its veins as a dormant power threatened to shatter its seal. Feeling the electric pulse from its heart, Dumby finally replied with pure joy, "I do!" Instantly, the contract was complete, and the magic crest dissolved into thin air. Seeing that the pact was successful, Gao Peng pumped his fist, feeling the changes taking place within his own body. It worked! Hell yeah, my soul power was totally enough. He turned toward the skeleton with a genuine smile. "Hey, Dumby, let's look out for each other from now on, alright?" Seeing his smile, the familiar's eyes lit up, sealing a bond that would only grow tighter from there. A passenger bus went barreling down a steep, winding mountain road. Way in the back, Gao Peng sat with his arms crossed, leaning back with a sleep mask slapped over his eyes, catching some Z's. Finally, it was time for their second wilderness survival training. Last time, we barely wandered around before bumping into that terrifying giant python, which had us jumpy for days. But now, with Dumby and Dazi tagging along, I can finally explore the area without worrying about a thing. Meanwhile, a few rows up, some guys were gossiping about the same old drama, and they were getting seriously pissed off. A pink-haired dude was the first to mouth off loudly, "Damn it, let me tell you, that stupid turtle from last time better not show its freaking face in front of me again." Hearing him, the black-haired guy next to him chimed in. "No kidding, if I see that thing, I'm tearing it to shreds. What a piece of trash." "No, actually, even trash animals aren't that brain-dead." A red-haired guy sitting in front of them grit his teeth in anger. "Screw that! Just because of some stupid words, they locked us inside. Thank God someone picked the lock, or we would have starved to death in there." Even though he wasn't trying to eavesdrop, those idiots were shouting so loud that he had to pull down his sleep mask to see what the hell was going on. As they kept raging, another voice joined in. We didn't see his face last time, but let me tell you, if I ever find out who that little punk is, I've got 100 ways to make sure he can't even show his face at this school anymore. He smirked to himself. No wonder those voices sounded so familiar. Turns out we're crossing paths again. What a small world. After traveling a few dozen miles, the bus stopped at an open field near the forest. A military vehicle was already waiting. Inside the truck bed, a bunch of other familiars were staring open-mouthed at Dumby's massive frame. Terrified, they crowded together, trying to hide in a corner. Once they arrived, the skeleton stepped down, its giant, hulking body quickly making its way over to Gao Peng. On its shoulder, the purple-gold centipede was lazily chilling, its long body wrapped tightly around Dumby. Gao Peng watched them walk over, checking out their stats in his head. Damn, even though its level isn't super high, just its epic-grade aura is enough to completely terrify the other familiars. And it was not just the familiars, even the other students flinched when they saw its massive, towering figure, instinctively taking a few steps back. Seeing that, Gao Peng had to wave his hand to call it back. All right, Dumby, tone it down a bit, let's head out. Seeing him walk off with Dumby, a group of guys grit their teeth and muttered under their breath, it's just a stupid familiar. What's he so smug about? One human and two familiars entered the mountain valley. Dumby's massive frame made for a perfect ride. Not only was the centipede wrapped around him, but he also comfortably carried Gao Peng on his shoulder as they ventured deep into the forest. Gao Peng looked ahead, explaining the situation to both of them. We're not teaming up with classmates this time, honestly. Acting alone is way easier. Too many people just bring unnecessary drama. Hearing him, the skeleton thought he was scared and said with sheer determination, Master, I'll protect you! Gao Peng burst out laughing. Dude, where on earth did you learn to say stuff like that? Dumby quickly replied, From Armored Boy. He remembered a TV show he had watched where a familiar said the exact same line to its owner, so he just copied it. Hearing his familiar's response, Gao Peng was completely speechless. Seriously? A kid's cartoon? The human and his beast chatted happily, while the centipede on his shoulder slept like a log, completely oblivious to the world. As they were walking, a shadow suddenly darted past them. Gao Peng blinked in surprise. What was that? Squinting through the trees, he saw a crystal-clear lake where the shadow had disappeared. It looked like the exact same lake where they had run into those green-skinned frogs last time. After thinking it over, Gao Peng ordered, Let's take a detour. I am not getting spit on by those green-skinned frogs again. Dumby, head that way. Obeying the order, the familiar turned to go another way, but just as he was about to carry him off, a giant python head covered in tough green scales loomed right in front of them. It flicked its long tongue, its narrow red pupils locked onto its prey. Seeing its massive body slithering rapidly toward the lake, Gao Peng, still riding on the skeleton's shoulder, panicked and ducked low so his head wouldn't get bitten off. Even his familiar stood there open-mouthed, and the sleeping centipede on Dumby's shoulder was jolted wide awake. All three of them instantly realized in shock. It was the giant forest python. Remembering how that massive beast had glared at him with blood-red eyes last time, he couldn't help but tense up. Running into this monster twice in a row, looks like this area is definitely its turf. The forest python paid them no mind, slowly slithering toward the lake, its slit pupils locked onto the shivering frogs surfacing on the water. The moment its massive head drew near, the frogs scattered in panic. But a few were too terrified to even move, freezing right in their tracks. The massive gap in grade, level, and the sheer instinct of facing their natural predator left them completely paralyzed with fear. Desperate to avoid becoming lunch, the green-skinned frogs spit with all their might, shooting stream after stream of saliva, straight at the giant green python in front of them. Looking down, the python barely noticed the water splashing against its body. It felt like a mild tickle at best, but while the frog's attacks couldn't actually hurt it, they did succeed in pissing the giant monster off. Its massive body instantly plunged straight down. The once calm water churned violently as the frogs scrambled in sheer panic, some of them getting swept away by the massive waves kicked up by the python. Watching this chaotic scene unfold, Gao Peng looked on silently, his eyes narrowing. That python didn't give a single crap about the green frog's attacks. Even though this giant forest python was only level 20, its overall combat power was easily on par with boss monsters above level 20, effortlessly thrashing the entire lake all by itself. As they hid behind the massive trees, Gao Peng suddenly spotted a tiny round-headed creature nearby. What is that thing? A tadpole? Seeing the frogs about to end up as the python's dinner, the little guy was scared to tears. Looking past it, he could see the rest of the frogs swarm desperately fleeing for their lives. The other tadpoles were swimming so fast you'd think they wished they could sprout legs like the grown-up frogs. Talk about an epic family escape! Just then, the forest python's head lunged out of the water, swallowing a frog whole and sending the tadpoles on the shore scrambling in fear. Hidden behind a tree, Gao Peng silently analyzed the situation. No wonder these green-skinned bully frogs live in. Turns out, this lake's ecosystem isn't totally wrecked because this giant wild python only slides over here once in a while to raid the place. After bullying the blue frogs and stuffing a few down its throat, the giant serpent slowly slithered out of the water, heading straight for the woods. Standing behind, Gao Peng watched its figure disappear, letting out a heavy sigh. Full already? Man, survival is a real struggle for everyone, huh? When it comes to level, this giant python is a few tiers below Dumby, and Dumby's quality easily trumps it too. Still, to play it safe, it's better to avoid a direct clash with this beast. Thinking that, he turned to his familiar. Dumby, in a bit, you... But before he could even finish, he noticed something was off with the big skeleton. He was staring hard at some bushes rustling nearby. Out poked a blue frog and a chubby black tadpole, looking absolutely exhausted but sighing in relief for dodging that near-death experience. They watched their fellow frogs crawl back to the now quiet lake, while others around the area started creeping out of their hiding spots one by one. Suddenly, the frog got snatched up in a flash. Before it could even squeak, or the tadpole could even react, it went from dodging the snake's belly to becoming dinner for Gao Peng and his crew. They grilled up those frog legs, and the aroma was absolutely mouth-watering. Taking a fat bite of the crispy meat, Gao Peng's eyes literally lit up, and he immediately gave it a solid thumbs up. The meat was so firm and juicy, bursting with sweet flavor, and it had this subtle, fresh herbal aroma. No wonder that giant python kept coming back for takeout. Turns out they really had the skills to pay the bills. Not just Gao Peng, but all his familiars were happily munching down on the delicious frog legs. But right in the middle of their feast, Dazi's antennae started buzzing. Gao Peng watched his centipede stop chewing, lift its head, and look around suspiciously. He asked, "What's up, Dazi?" Following the centipede's gaze, Gao Peng spotted a black horse with a glowing neon green mane bursting out from behind the massive trees. Seeing it, he was totally hyped. He never expected to run into a dark light horse here. Talk about insane luck. The stallion rolled its eyes and locked its gaze right onto him and his team. The horn on its nose looked sick. This was a dark light horse, a level 14 monster. Its quality was elite, dark attribute, and its weakness was the water attribute. With just one look, the horse bolted, leaving nothing but a blur. Gao Peng scrambled to his feet, still holding his half-eaten frog leg, ready to give chase. High damage, pitch-black body. It was literally a living shadow. Man, he really wanted to tame that beast. Gao Peng was already imagining himself riding that sick, dark light horse, his eyes practically sparkling with excitement. He couldn't stop drooling over how awesome it would be. But then he quickly shook his head to snap out of it. No, focus! I've already got my own crew. I'm a loyal master. Clutching the frog leg, he kept muttering to himself to stay disciplined and be a good master. Satisfied, he turned back to his team and looked down at the campfire. But wait, his giant grilled frog leg had vanished into thin air. Gao Peng yelled, "All right, who swiped my frog leg?" He whipped around to Dumby, but the skeleton just pointed at itself with a totally innocent look. Dumby's eyes practically screamed, "Bro, I'm a skeleton. I don't even eat!" But when Gao Peng looked over at Dazi crawling nearby, the centipede was bloated, looking like it was in a food coma with crumbs still stuck to its mouth. Feeling Gao Peng's death stare, Dazi froze up. Seeing the situation, Gao Peng let out a cold smirk. Oh, he had a plan. He turned back to the tall skeleton, giving it a disappointed look. "Dumby, why did you eat my frog leg?" Caught off guard by the accusation, the skeleton panicked and tried to clear its name. "Master, how can you accuse a literal skeleton of stealing food?" Seeing that the blame was off him, Dazi immediately perked up, pointing at Dumby and acting all outraged on his master's behalf, as if to say, "Yeah, it was totally him." Seeing how shameless its partner in crime was, the skeleton snapped. Its massive hand snatched Dazi by the tail and yanked him straight into the air. Dumby showed zero mercy, violently shaking the centipede upside down until its head spun, and boom! The stolen frog leg popped right out of its stomach, covered in drool. Seeing the evidence drop and the dizzy centipede looking like a complete mess, Gao Peng smirked with satisfaction. Yep, only Dumby could keep Dazi in line. But right as Gao Peng let his guard down, the skeleton sensed a sudden threat and looked up. Before Gao Peng could even process what was happening, Dumby scooped him up in a flash. Gao Peng was totally startled by the sudden pickup. Seeing the panic in the skeleton's eyes as it grabbed him and Dazi and started booking it, he asked in a panic, "Yo, what's going on?" Looking back at where they were just standing, Gao Peng gasped. A massive serpent head slammed right down, its slit-like eyes glaring at its missed prey with pure malice. No freaking way. Another sneak attack? As Dumby sprinted with him and Dazi in his arms, Gao Peng broke a sweat. If Dumby hadn't reacted in time, he and Dazi would have literally been snake food by now. Glaring at the massive snake, Gao Peng gritted his teeth. This was the second time. He didn't even pick a fight, yet this thing kept trying to jump them. Gao Peng turned to his familiar. "Dumby, can you take this thing out?" Dumby let out a savage roar, beating his chest like a wild gorilla. He swung up into the trees, got his footing, and launched himself straight at the giant beast. The green snake didn't even see it coming. Dumby descended like a meteor from above. By the time the snake noticed, it was way too late. It took Dumby's absolutely brutal fist straight to the face. Blood and silver scales splattered everywhere as the snake hissed in agonizing pain and rage. Without giving it a breather, Dumby delivered a devastating uppercut right under its chin, relentlessly pounding its body. The system popped up a notification. Lightly wounded. Dumby kept raining down thunderous blows on the giant serpent. Peeking from behind a tree, Gao Peng was totally blown away by Dumby's insane combat power. Dumby charged up a burst of purple energy in his fist and slammed it right into the beast. The snake's body was riddled with deep wounds, blood splattered everywhere, and the impact sent it flying. Trembling and coughing up blood, the snake glared at Dumby with pure hatred. But showing zero mercy, Dumby pinned its head down. The snake's eyes flared blood red, and right then a system notification flashed in front of Gao Peng. Instead of the usual safe green, the screen flashed an ominous red. Monster name, Giant Jungle Anaconda. State, Berserk. Gao Peng immediately sensed the danger. Berserk mode? Shoot, this is bad. Gao Peng yelled, Dumby, watch out! It's got a trump card! Dumby glanced back, but before he could react, a violent gale blasted through as the anaconda spun in a frenzy, sending Dumby flying. The shockwave literally uprooted the surrounding trees. Luckily, Dumby recovered midair and stuck the landing. Suddenly, the anaconda's scales flared out like razor-sharp spikes as it let out a deafening roar at Dumby. Seeing Dumby shaking from the impact, Gao Peng anxiously called out, Dumby, can you still stand? Even though he was hurt, the skeleton firmly reached out an arm to keep Gao Peng back. Gao Peng was deeply moved. Do it, Dumby! With that, the skeleton placed its hand over the glowing red flame in its chest, squeezing it tightly as a massive surge of power erupted from him. The red core resonated with the anaconda's heart. Squeezing it made the beast feel like its own heart was being crushed, sending it into an absolute agonizing scream. Gao Peng was stunned. Damn, this pressure is insane! So this was Blood Thread Heart, the signature ability Dumby awakened when he hit epic quality. He could literally crush his enemy's heart from a distance. But wait, the desperate anaconda lunged forward, trying to sink its fangs into him. But instead of backing down, Dumby just smirked. With a ruthless squeeze, the heart was crushed to pieces. The giant snake stiffened, its massive body completely freezing up before slamming onto the ground with a heavy thud. Blood poured from its mouth as it stared up at Dumby with pure resentment. That image of Dumby standing tall and dominant would probably haunt that snake's soul, even in its next life. Victorious, Dumby pumped his fist in the air, celebrating the win. The chat went wild, praising, Holy crap, that's insane! The guy behind that beast actually took down a giant mutated forest python. Even if his familiar isn't boss tier yet, its combat power is easily boss level. Get me this kid's profile. The staff member quickly replied, Yes sir, name Gao Peng, age? 18, male student at Chang'an No 3 High School. Family background, highly classified, access denied due to insufficient clearance. The staff member added, Commander, this kid's profile is a bit unusual. The commander frowned deeply, thinking, Even with level C clearance at this training base, I'm still not authorized to view it? According to pre-cataclysm standards, only first-tier mayors had level C clearance, while provincial-level chiefs had level B. Just what is this kid's background? But with this level of security protection, we definitely can't just recruit him carelessly. The commander ordered, Keep a close eye on him and make sure nothing bad happens. The staff replied, Understood, sir. Meanwhile, Gao Peng pointed at the giant snake's body and said, Da Zi, get over here and slice this thing open. With just one clean slice, the flesh ripped right open. Gao Peng thought, wait, why did that sound less like slicing tough hide and more like ripping paper? But once he got a clear look inside, he was shocked to find a massive vine stuffed inside its body. Well, that explains how such a massive python could float through the canopy, and why falling from such a height didn't leave a giant crater in the ground. Da Zi dug out an earthy brown stone and brought it over to Gao Peng, showing it off like a proud little kid. For you, Gao Peng smiled. Good job, buddy. Then Gao Peng glanced over at Dumby, who was curled up in a corner under a tree. Earlier, Dumby had activated his blood thread heart, putting him in a super buffed state. But now that the blood thread heart was destroyed, even though it could eventually regenerate, the loss of its passive effect made him look way weaker. Gao Peng comforted him. Don't worry, the blood thread heart doesn't just buff its host, it has so many other benefits that can push your talent to the absolute limit. We'll just have to figure out how to train and develop it once the blood thread heart regenerates. Meanwhile, Da Zi couldn't care less and was busy munching on something. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and Da Zi started waving his legs around wildly, shouting, It's the big guy! It's that big guy from last time! Gao Peng asked, The big guy? He quickly started running and said, It's Mu Tiang and Lian Zi, let's go. On the other side, an armored double-horned rhino and 4 people were lying on the ground. The girl with the ponytail yelled, Ah Wen, Wei Wei, keep your eyes peeled. Wei Wei asked anxiously, Ah Wen, are you okay? Ah Wen groaned in pain. I sprained my ankle, it hurts like hell. With a loud rumble, a giant worm burst out of the ground, making everyone instantly realize they were in deep trouble. As it lunged straight toward them, someone screamed in terror, "Watch out! Lianzi, block it!" The rhino charged forward at full speed to block the attack. The ponytail girl hoisted Ah Wen up and shouted, "Wei Wei, let's get out of here!" Wei Wei agreed. Suddenly, the ground started shaking and cracking apart, making it almost impossible to move. Another giant worm burst out roaring, and Mu Tianying panicked. "Oh no, there's another one!" She looked back at Lianzi, but he was completely pinned down by the first worm. Glancing at Ah Wen and Wei Wei's familiars, she realized they stood absolutely no chance against this new enemy. "We're dead," she thought, but just as she was about to give up, Dumby flew in out of nowhere and landed a massive punch right on it. Mu Tianying gasped, "Dumby?" Dumby grabbed the worm by its mouth and slammed it away with sheer brute force. Dazi slithered behind its back, releasing an electric shock that left the giant worm writhing in agony. Gao Peng walked up and ordered, "Dumby Dazi, go help Lianzi take care of the other one." The two immediately rushed over and beat those ugly, creepy-crawly worms to a pulp. Gao Peng offered a hand and asked, "You okay, Mu?" Mu Tianying said with relief, "I'm fine. You guys got here just in the nick of time, otherwise I would have been history. Thanks so much." Gao Peng smiled and said, "Don't sweat it, we're supposed to look out for each other." Suddenly, the loudspeaker blared, "Attention all trainees! Attention all trainees! The wilderness simulated training in Bone Valley has now officially ended. The wilderness simulated training in Bone Valley has now officially ended." Mu Tianying asked, "Did something go wrong again?" Gao Peng replied, "Yeah. The appearance of these giant worms is definitely not normal. There might be a high-risk monster alert nearby. But hey, isn't that just a regular Tuesday for us these days? Come on, let's head to the assembly point." The rest of the group nodded. "Sounds like a plan." Meanwhile, Ah Wen, who was nursing his leg, could only think, "Man, that guy is so cool." Gao Peng pondered, according to Instructor Guan, a powerful new monster species must have emerged, baiting these man-eating mandala worms toward the human-based city. But fortunately, when I talked to Commander Chen, he said, the government has already figured out a way to deal with them. Sigh, there's no such thing as peaceful times. It's just that someone else is bearing the burden to carry us forward. Suddenly, a voice from the front barked, "Gao Peng!" A bunch of tough-looking guys blocked the path, tossing bricks up and down, sneering, "We finally tracked you down, punk. You locked us in the safe house last time. How about we have a nice little chat now?" Gao Peng sighed. "I knew you guys would show up. Come on, we're all 18 here. Don't be so hot-headed. Fighting over every little thing isn't cool. You seriously brought 4 familiars that aren't even elite tier and expect to take me on." Gao Peng glanced at the levels of their 3 familiars and shook his head in disappointment. Level 6, Level 4, and Level 9. Gao Peng's expression turned blank, thinking, honestly, I'm pretty sure Dazi alone could wipe them all out. Dazi looked up at him with a blank stare, and Gao Peng quickly patted his head, saying, "Don't be mad, buddy. I definitely wasn't looking down on you." The red-haired guy snapped angrily, "Don't worry, we know when to stop. We're just going to break a few of your bones. Go, Black Violent Ape." A massive, buff gorilla carrying an iron pipe stepped forward. Gao Peng questioned his own eyes, thinking, seriously? They actually bought weapon gear for their familiar? For most beasts, their own claws and teeth are already deadlier than steel. This guy's IQ is seriously lacking. The gorilla roared and lunged at Gao Peng, making him sigh in disappointment. "Dumby, teach this little monkey a lesson." Dumby lunged forward and grabbed the gorilla by its neck with a grip so insanely tight and painful that the beast started shaking uncontrollably. Then, Dumby simply flicked its forehead. The thugs were completely dumbfounded. "Wait, what?" Dumby patted the gorilla's head, leaving a huge, swollen red bump right there. The thugs stared, thinking, why does this feel like he's just bullying a toddler? And watching the giant gorilla whimpering and crying only confirmed their suspicions. In the end, the terrified black violent ape scrambled to hide behind its owner's back. The owner snapped, seriously? You're a 2.2-meter tall gorilla, and you're crouching behind me like a sulking little wife? Have some, he frowned, thinking, damn it. I had no idea Gao Peng's beast was this OP. I thought the instructor only favored him because he was a suck-up. I need to back down for now, and find another chance to deal with him later. He quickly tried to de-escalate. My bad, Gao Peng. This was all just a misunderstanding. But before he could even finish his sentence, he saw them already walking away, leaving him shouting in disbelief. Wait, they just left? He thought, ha, so he didn't even see me as a threat in the first place. One of his lackeys tried to console him. Boss, don't let it get to you. Let's hit the bar tonight and let off some steam. The boss replied, you guys go ahead. I've got some real work to do tonight. His lackeys said, oh, all right then, we'll catch you later. He pulled a tissue out of his pocket and called out, a bow. He gently wiped the tears from his black violent ape's eyes and said, jealousy and anger are completely useless. They only waste our time and widen the gap between us and our enemies. Tonight, we're doing some serious special training. Let's work hard and get stronger together. He clenched his fist and smiled at a bow, determined to challenge Gao Peng fair and square next time. Cut to Gao Peng's workshop where he was standing in front of his computer, saying, "The potion blending data is perfect. It looks like we're going to succeed this time." Then, he turned to the little spider beside him and called out, "Aban, wake up!" Gao Peng walked over, patted its head, and said, "All right, let's get you powered up." Pointing at the tub next to them, he said, "Jump in." Aban shot a web up to the ceiling and lowered himself down, causing the potion in the tub to ripple and sway. Gao Peng smiled with satisfaction, crossing his arms as he watched. "All right, now we just have to wait. The system only gives me the instructions. The materials and the actual brewing are all on me. Luckily, right now I just need to brew a giant pot. Once we hit higher tiers, I'll need to coordinate with my familiars to refine materials, controlling fire, lightning, or ice. Even the temperature and brewing time will have to be precise down to the exact second. That's definitely going to be a tough challenge." Meanwhile, outside the building, two shady figures were whispering to each other. "Are you absolutely sure there's no one left in this lab?" "Relax, I've been scouting this place every single day. By this hour, everyone here has already gone home." The chubby guy in the black hat grumbled, "Damn, that's reinforced military-grade glass. I don't get why you're so obsessed with robbing this lab. We'd have an easier time hitting a bank." The tall, bulky guy replied, "Banks nowadays only use digital credit points for transfers. They don't have a single dime of cash in there. But their offices usually keep some lab materials laying around, and those materials can easily fetch hundreds of thousands of bucks." He summoned a water bubble and said, "All right, done. Get ready to open the door." Water swirled around his hands as he added, "No need to worry about fingerprints this time, bro. You go ahead." The short, chubby guy muttered, Yours is just infinite respawns, but mine gets used up with every single try, like a bee trapped in a block of ice." He then placed it against the door, while the tall guy standing behind sneered, Once we get the cash, we can buy whatever badass monster we want." The chubby guy replied, "Quit whining, I'm almost done setting this thing up." "All right, step back. Watch out for the glass shattering." Then he pressed the red button on the door. A stream of red gas seeped out, making the frozen insect inside shiver and break free from the ice. Instantly, it busted open a small hole. Gao Peng shouted, "What was that sound?" He walked over to the computer to check, saying, "Seems like it's coming from right outside the door. Let me pull up the security camera." Seeing the pitch-black screen, he said with certainty, "The security camera at the stairwell has a perfectly fine signal, but there's nothing on the screen. Something must be blocking the lens. Looks like we've got some bad company outside. Just don't know if they're here to take me out or steal my stuff." Gao Peng picked up his phone to call the cops. "Hello, police? I want to report an emergency. There are people trying to break into my place." The tall guy snapped, "Stop wasting time. Grab the loot and let's scram." The chubby guy said, "Look, there's some movement over there. Sounds like some machine is running." He stared toward the light shining through the door crack. "Laboratory." He shone his flashlight and saw those words yelling in excitement. "It's a laboratory! There must be tons of sweet loot in there. Let's go check it out." He kicked the door open and entered. Shining his flashlight on a vat, he asked, "What the hell is this?" The chubby guy replied, "Who cares what it is? It's got to be worth a fortune. Smash it first." He pulled out a centipede that bit his hand, instantly boosting his power and making his muscles swell up. The tall guy called out, tossing a hammer to the chubby guy. Behind the curtain, Gao Peng thought, "Crap, if they smash up the lab now, Dumby's evolution might fail. I've got to find a way to stall them." Gao Peng stepped out, startling them so bad they jumped. "Who's there?" Gao Peng said with a mock-friendly smile. "Tired of looking around? Why don't you guys sit down and have a cup of tea?" The two thieves glanced at each other, communicating with their eyes. The big thief swung his hammer at the guy drinking tea. "I'll treat you to a face full of hammer." The skinny thief sneered, "He's dead." The guy holding the hammer replied with a cold face, "If he's not dead, he's about to be." Suddenly, a dark, mysterious shadow emerged from the darkness. The two thieves continued talking nonchalantly. "How dare you mess with me? This is your end." Dark evolution successful. Shield demon armored spider, a mysterious creature covered in eyes with a strange green fluid oozing from its cracked shell. The monster's eyes glowed a fiery red as it glared at the two thieves. "Did you hear some weird sound? Quit tripping! Just grab the loot!" The two thieves dragged their cart, hoarding one item after another. One of the thieves suddenly turned around, screaming in panic. "What the hell is this?" A giant spider with glowing red eyes lunged its razor-sharp pincers right at them. A while later, a police car pulled up outside the building. Two sweaty cops stood staring at the massive hole in the wall, utterly baffled. The younger officer spoke into his radio. "We've arrived at the scene. The main entrance has been completely busted open." One of the cops suddenly caught a whiff of blood. "Damn, that's the smell of blood. This is bad." Both officers quickly ran to find the person who called it in, yelling, "Hurry! The caller might be in serious danger." The bald cop shone his flashlight inside. Over here! On the floor, a man lay in a pool of blood, his body shredded with deep, brutal cuts. Mixed in with the blood splattered across the floor was a weird green liquid and a few sharp spikes. The two cops turned pale from shock. This is freaking brutal. Quick, report to the captain and get the forensics team down here. We've got a homicide. Just then, the bleeding man groaned.
Officers.
The two cops immediately drew their guns, aiming them straight at the man and barked, "Hands up! Don't move! Put your hands behind your head and get on the ground." Blinded by the bright flashlight, the man blocked it with his hand and pleaded, "Wait, I'm the one who called you guys." It was Gao Peng, with blood dripping down the side of his head, hands raised high, with Dumby standing right beside him. "My name is Gao Peng, I'm the victim. You can check my records." The scene shifted to the police station at night, where the lights were still burning bright. An officer slammed his hand on the interrogation table and demanded, "Why did you kill them?" Gao Peng replied without a flinch, "It was self-defense." The officer furrowed his brows and yelled back, "Self-defense? Who the hell continues to attack after the victims are already dead?" Gao Peng, with his head wrapped in bandages, argued, "They really did attack me first. Didn't your team already examine the wound on my forehead?" The officer snapped, "Don't try to change the subject, just answer my question." Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was the chief standing outside along with Duong Duong. The chief looked at the officer and said, "Old Zia, the forensic team already reviewed the camera footage. Those two broke in to rob the place first." Gao Peng was indeed acting in self-defense. All right, let him go. Hearing this, Old Zia had no choice but to release him. Understood, chief. Outside the police station, Gao Peng and Duong Duong walked side by side. "Sis Duong Duong, since you came, I guess Grandpa already knows, huh?" "Yeah, when he heard you got taken to the police station today, he was super pissed, but also really worried about you. How's your injury? Maybe we should head to the hospital to get it double-checked." But Gao Peng didn't want to go and politely declined. "Actually, most of the damage was absorbed by Dumby. I only got some minor scratches." Gao Peng chuckled, pointing to his head. "As for this wound, I actually hit myself afterward. With how things looked back there, if I didn't, they'd probably have framed me as the killer right off the bat." Hearing his words, Duong Duong could only smile as she walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You handled that well, little Peng. Being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Go home and get some good rest. I'll take care of the rest." The scene shifted to Gao Peng's house, where he was currently asleep in bed. A mysterious figure, glowing with an eerie green light and clutching a knife, crept toward his bed. Gao Peng actually wasn't asleep yet. His eyes snapped open as he sensed someone's presence. Suddenly, the mysterious dark shadow thrust the knife straight down at the bed. Gao Peng quickly rolled off the bed, glaring at the intruder. "Who's there?" The shadowy figure was none other than the thief from earlier. Seeing him alive, Gao Peng couldn't help but gasp in shock. "You? Aren't you supposed to be dead?" The thief sneered at Gao Peng. "I crawled back from hell to get my revenge on you." The thief lunged and stabbed relentlessly at Gao Peng, but he easily dodged every single strike. "Don't think I don't know. When that spider was torturing and slaughtering us, you weren't unconscious at all. Why didn't you stop it? You could have easily ordered it to restrain us with its webs and hand us over to the cops. If you did, we wouldn't have died." Gao Peng dodged again, throwing a question back at the thief. "So what? You guys made the first move. If I want to survive in this world, I have to learn to be ruthless." Suddenly, a blood-drenched hand gripped Gao Peng's shoulder from behind. Gao Peng glanced over his shoulder and froze in horror. The headless thief holding the hammer was standing right there, his grip locked onto Gao Peng's shoulder. The headless corpse swung the hammer, and it stopped just inches from Gao Peng's face. Gao Peng suddenly bolted upright, gasping for air, his face drenched in cold sweat. He sat in bed, lost in thought. "Whew, to think I'd have a nightmare like that. Is it because I'm afraid of them coming back for revenge, or is it guilt? Guess my mind isn't as tough as I thought." Gao Peng turned to look at Da Zi, Silly, and Dumby sleeping soundly. He thought to himself, comfort breeds weakness, but struggle keeps us alive. For our own sake, we've got to keep pushing our limits. In front of a glass cage with a wooden bar trapping something inside, a man spoke up. Yesterday, the Alliance government, along with the Monster Trainer Alliance, which is led by the 12 strongest trainers in the world, decided to implement strict regulations on all trainers. The Monster Association and the Breeder Association will also officially announce their merger into the Monster Trainer Alliance, becoming the Hunter Division or Breeder Division, and officially establishing the standardized Monster tier system. Normal, Elite, Commander, and Lord tiers. By doing so, everyone can take certification exams according to their tiers, giving them priority for all kinds of competitions and missions. Standing below the cage with a serious face, Shangguan said, "This year, the first freshman Monster Trainer exam will be co-organized by the Monster Trainer Alliance and the Alliance government. With the tournament right around the corner, training is about to get way harder." To get you guys pumped, this elite-grade bone-winged blue bat is up for grabs for anyone who can take it down. A blue bat-like monster was hanging upside down, fast asleep with its eyes closed. The lieutenant called out, "This bone-winged blue bat goes to the winner." Its stat screen popped up with the details. Bone-winged blue bat, status, healthy, sleeping. Level 20, elite tier, rare quality, undead attribute. Weaknesses, number 1, light magic, number 2, wind magic. Chen Hanqiao stepped up with his beast and said, "Instructor, let me go first." The panel showed his beast's stats. Monster name, Thunderlight Bear, growth stage mature. Level 18. Rare quality, if evolved to commander tier, its quality would drop to common. Lightning attribute, status, healthy, happy, weakness. Number 1, eating water spirit fruit will give it massive diarrhea and leave its limbs totally useless. The lieutenant crossed his arms, watching Chen Hanqiao to see how he'd perform, while the students below started whispering, "Look, it's Chen Hanqiao. That guy got super lucky during the last field training and evolved his beast into a Thunderlight Bear. His power is insane." Gao Peng stood there, analyzing the situation. "A rare grade level 18, huh? This Thunderlight Bear is actually pretty solid compared to the other beasts." The bear stepped into the cage holding the bone-winged blue bat and kicked off the fight with a massive roar, its eyes turning blood red. But its roar didn't do jack. The bone-winged blue bat was still snoring away. Seeing the bat sleep like a baby right through its epic roar, the Thunderlight Bear stood there totally clueless, wondering what went wrong. Pissed off, the Thunderlight Bear roared again and again, trying to force the bat awake. Losing its patience, the bear finally lunged forward, violently slashing its claws at the bone-winged blue bat. Suddenly, the bat snapped its eyes open. Before anyone knew it, the bone-winged blue bat had phased right behind the Thunderlight Bear. Its insane speed had the bear sweating bullets. The bone-winged blue bat blasted the Thunderlight Bear with a soundwave attack, leaving it seriously wrecked. Outside the cage, Chen Hanqiao panicked, sweating buckets and screaming. "This is bad," the lieutenant ordered. "Get the medical squad up here now." Gao Peng watched from afar, thinking, that bat's soundwave attack is no joke. Even though the Thunderlight Bear is only 2 levels lower, one direct hit, and it's already down. Tears streaming down his face, Chen Hanqiao sobbed as he looked at his badly injured beast. "Oh my god, Thunderlight Bear, no!" With his hands behind his back, the lieutenant looked at the remaining students and asked, "All right, who's next?" The students couldn't even look the lieutenant in the eye, all of them avoiding eye contact and trying to pass the buck. "Man, the weather today is pretty nice, huh?" "Yeah, totally." "Ha ha." Seeing how pathetic and cowardly they were, the lieutenant glared at them. They all flinched. One kid quickly grabbed his stomach, rolling on the ground and groaning, "Ugh, oh my god, my stomach hurts so bad!" Behind him, a golden dog stared at him, with sparkling eyes and its tongue sticking out. The lieutenant scoffed coldly, "Give me a break, you guys act like you're graduating from a circus academy. Weren't you all talking big during regular training? Why are you shivering now?" Suddenly, a hand went up. "Instructor," Gao Peng called out. "Let me have a shot." Behind him stood Dumby, wearing a black cloak to hide his massive hulking body. Everyone around started whispering, "Whoa, it's Gao Peng. His grades have never dropped out of the top 5. You got this, Gao." Dumby grabbed his cloak and whipped it off, revealing his massive, terrifyingly jacked body. Dumby stepped into the cage, leaping across the bars to close the distance on the bone-winged blue bat. He threw a lightning-fast punch, but the bat managed to dodge it. Even though it dodged, the shockwave of the punch still sliced its face, leaving a bloody cut. Seeing this, the crowd went absolutely wild. "That is sick, boss. I'm so glad he didn't care about us before. Right? Sucks that he missed, but just the wind from his punch cut that bat. That's insane power." One guy turned to his beast. "Abow, we gotta step up our game too." His beast just teared up, looking completely helpless. Meanwhile, the bone-winged blue bat launched another soundwave attack at Dumby as the crowd kept gossiping. What a pity. If Gao Peng's beast could fly, things wouldn't be this awkward. Hearing them gossip, Gao Peng just smirked, thinking, too impatient. Gao Peng looked at Dumby with a knowing smile. He had already set a game plan with Dumby from the start. Even though Dumby couldn't fly, his other stats completely crushed the bats. All he had to do was play the long game and wear its stamina down. By now, the bone-winged blue bat was starting to gas out. Its attacks were getting slower and less frequent. Dumby clasped his hands together like a giant hammer and swung straight down at the bat. Waiting for the perfect opening, Dumby smashed the bone-winged blue bat, sending it crashing into the dirt at warp speed. Dumby kept raining down brutal punches right on the bat's face. Oof, that is brutal. Its nose is literally bleeding out. That arrogant pest isn't acting tough anymore. It was flying high earlier, thinking it was hot stuff, but looks like someone just put it in its place. Dumby stood up, dragging the bat by its leg. Gao Peng is on a whole different level. Gao Peng walked up to the instructor with a chill smile. "Instructor, you're still keeping your word, right? This bone-winged blue bat is mine to do whatever I want with, right?" The instructor nodded. "Do as you wish." Gao Peng turned to his classmates with a raised hand. Yo, anyone interested in buying this bone-winged blue bat? No need for 199 or even 299. I'm letting it go for just 500 credit points. If you miss out today, who knows when you'll find another high-tier beast like this. Step right up, don't miss out. The lieutenant could only watch in utter disbelief as Gao Peng started auctioning the beast right there. Mu Tianying walked over and said, I'll take it, sell it to me. Gao Peng looked at her, are you sure you want this bat? Gao Peng broke down the stats for Mu Tianying, explaining that among flying monsters, the bone-winged blue bat doesn't fly very high and is pretty slow, and basically only survives by bullying ground-bound monsters. If it goes up against a massive beast, it's toast. Have you really thought this through? Its flight advantage is honestly kinda trash. The bat just stood there, completely roasted by Gao Peng's words. Mu Tianying didn't waste any time and whipped out her credit card. Alright, stop nagging. You might look down on this bone-winged blue bat. To us, it's a total treasure. The credits have been sent. Gao Peng looked at his phone, his eyes sparkling as he saw his balance shoot up. He let out a big grin. Whoa, I didn't know you were a little sugar mommy, Mu. Tell you what, I even offer customer support. Come to me for upgrades and I'll hook you up with a sweet discount. His classmates could only shake their heads at his shamelessness. By now, night was falling, and a picture of a truck popped up on his phone screen. Someone in the comments wrote, Whoa, this heavy-duty truck has 16 wheels, with massive tires supporting the rear flatbed. Not only is it modular, but the bed has double-layer reinforced protection. Plus, the silver and black patterns blend. It looks so badass. Gao Peng stared at his phone and said to his chillest beast, Dumby, let's buy this. The 3-system Black Iron Dragon, my absolute dream ride. The cabin of this beast is literally several times bigger than a standard off-road van. The driving experience is top tier, the interior is ultra-luxurious, and there's plenty of room to fit all of you guys. Gao Peng clenched his fist, feeling a surge of hype. But most importantly, its raw, rugged vibe suits me perfectly. While he was hyping himself up, a girl suddenly appeared, letting out a fake cough to get his attention. Caught off guard, Gao Peng blinked in confusion. Once he realized it was Tong Tong, he quickly smiled and waved. Haha! Hey Sister Tang, out walking your cat. That big guy looks awesome. Tang Tang smiled back warmly. It's nothing special. When I first found him, he was super filthy, bald in some spots, and had a runny nose. The cat she was holding had the most hilarious expression, looking like it absolutely hated the entire world. Despite that, its name sounded pretty badass. Monster name. Dark Knight Black Cat. Level 36, Commander Tier. Perfect quality. Ability. Level 2 Shadow Energy. Weakness. Cannot eat white leaf catnip. If inhaled, it will lose limb coordination and act in ways that are totally rated R. The cat let out a depressed meow to say hello. A Commander Tier cat with perfect quality. None of Sis Tang's beasts are basic. Seeing Tang Tang gossiping for way too long, it gave a sassy meow as if to snap her back. Meow meow. Tong Tong humbly told Gao Peng, Oh, it's grown enough. It's grown enough. Even its armpit hair is fully grown. Hearing that, the black cat suddenly got super pissed and jumped right out of Tong Tong's arms. Gao Peng watched the black cat darting forward, completely dazed, and said, Sis Tong, even cats need to save face, you know. Afraid Gao Peng might feel awkward, Tong Tong tactfully smoothed it over. Well, Ron Ron just has a really bad temper, don't mind him. By the way, why haven't you moved into the suburban villa yet? Gao Peng scratched his head and replied, There's just been a lot going on lately, and I haven't had time to pack. Tong Tong patted Gao Peng on the shoulder as she spoke. Encouraging him, she said, Your beasts are growing in number, and this place is getting way too cramped and inconvenient. I know you're sad to leave, but this is always your home. You can come back whenever you want. Gao Peng looked down, feeling a bit downcast, and softly replied, Yeah. Then, Gao Peng opened the door to his room. Gao Peng walked over to his nightstand, holding up a photo with a heavy heart. Mom, Dad, I have to move out now. Didn't you guys say I should move out once I grew up? Well, I think I'm finally grown up now. His hand gently traced the two faces he loved so much, whispering about his new home, a huge villa. I bought it with my own money. I can totally survive on my own in this world now. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Gao Peng sat down on the floor, leaning his back against the bed, continuing to ramble on about everything that had happened recently. Oh, that's right. Gramps seems to be facing some trouble. Once college starts, I'll go help him out. After all, he's my only family left. Just like that, a peaceful night passed for Gao Peng. His sadness quickly faded away as he welcomed a fresh start. At the Beast Trainer exam site, a barricade tape had already been set up to block off bystanders. The instructors barked orders. Low-lead personnel, please step back from the line. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Damn, whose truck is that? It's freaking huge. The container truck's rear door slowly swung open and a foot stepped down. Gao Peng had arrived, accompanied by his familiar beast squad. Just like their master, they were all hyped up for the upcoming exam. Only Dumby still looked as clumsy and clueless as ever. Gao Peng smirked, I've been waiting for this. The Beast Trainer exam is finally here. The announcement blared, "Candidates, please enter in an orderly fashion. No crowding. Please present your exam cards before testing." Gao Peng stepped forward to show his card to the instructor. "Hey there, here's my exam card. All right. Please walk through these two gates with your beast. If it's a contracted beast, the light will turn green, and you can head right in." The alarm suddenly flashed red, not for Gao Peng, but for another candidate. The instructor ordered, "Hey, student, please step up for a recheck." The student, totally clueless about what was happening, cried out, "Wait, what?" A beast that looked like a dark red bear was suddenly going wild, letting out spine-chilling roars. Seeing the frenzied beast rampaging around, the instructors quickly took charge. "We have a situation at gate number 7. Squad, send the Silver Moon Wolf for backup immediately." The Silver Moon Wolf and its pack immediately leaped into action, pouncing on the bear to pin it down. The instructor questioned the student who had just been double-checked. "Hey, care to explain why your beast suddenly went berserk?" By now, the Silver Moon Wolf had successfully subdued the bear with a critical bite, neutralizing it without taking its life. Terrified of being banned from the exam, the student fell to his knees, grabbing the instructor's leg as tears streamed down his face. "No, please! I messed up! This is my dad's beast. I sneaked it out of the house while he was at work. I just wanted to pass the exam. Please don't disqualify me." The instructor, who had no intention of punishing him too harshly, gently consoled him. "Sigh. All right, get up." Then, with a serious and sincere tone, he advised the student with the brownish-orange hair. "You're a man, don't just drop to your knees like that. A man's most important asset is his backbone." The boy grinned from ear to ear, thanking the instructor repeatedly. But the instructor wasn't going to let him off that easily, immediately shifting back to a stern expression. "Don't thank me just yet. Rules are rules. The guidelines clearly stated that using a beast that doesn't belong to you is strictly forbidden. Violators are disqualified. Try again next year." The student went completely limp, letting 2 other instructors drag him away. Yet with whatever strength he had left, he kept begging. "No, please, I don't want to leave. I want to take the exam." The instructors coldly dragged him out. Watching the drama unfold, Gao Peng cringed and sighed to himself. "Man, trying to pull a stunt like that in an exam of this level, bold move." The instructor checked his card and said, "Here's your exam number. Take it." Gao Peng slowly walked forward into the crowded waiting area. He murmured to himself, "At the end of the day, passing this exam takes real strength. Let's go." Gao Peng stared at his exam card, getting more shocked by the second. A5 ABC. Wait, is this exam split based on Commander, Elite, and Normal tiers? But what if someone actually has a Lord tier beast? They'd probably have to custom build an S-class arena just for them. But Gao Peng quickly shook the thought off. "Nah, I'm overthinking it. There's no freaking way anyone at this stage has a Lord tier beast." The A-tier challenge zone had 8 slots, which meant there were at least 7 high school beast trainers with Commander tier beasts. Taking a few more steps, Gao Peng spotted a massive serpent-like beast and couldn't help but admire it. Level 25, even higher than Dumby, it's a blackwater python. Level 25. The Gao Peng shifted his gaze to another beast, feeling like this exam was really opening his eyes. "This is my first time seeing a tiger-type beast in real life. This trainer must have some serious clout." After all, tigers were already rare before the cataclysm. Even with their breeding rate spiking shortly after, tiger-type monsters are still extremely hard to find. Standing on the corridor and looking down, Gao Peng realized his hunch was spot on. Zone B was almost entirely filled with elite-tier beasts, while Zone C was strictly for normal-tier beasts battles. But honestly, Dumby is only level 20 right now. Even though he's classified as an elite beast, he just happens to pack the punch of a commander tier. Man, this world is never short on geniuses. I feel like a little puppy lost in a pack of wolves, surrounded by all these heavy hitters with commander tier beasts. So freaking thrilling! Gao Peng quietly entered Zone A in Chang'an City, the gathering spot for the 8 strongest young beast trainers of this generation. In the meeting room, high-ranking military officers, including captains and majors, were in deep discussion. "These 8 must be the freshest blood among the youth of our Chang'an-based city, right?" Instructor Chen chimed in. "Actually, only 6 of them truly fit that. 2 of them are on the older side. One is 21, and the other is almost 21 too. Their beasts probably just reached commander tier recently, so they're still a far cry from actual geniuses." A lieutenant glanced over and said, "Well, who can say for sure when it comes to raw talent? It's too unpredictable. All I know is that these 8 are the rarest gems among over 30,000 beast trainers in Chang'an. Only these 8 can take on a commander-tier monster." Sitting prominently at the center of the room was the chief, who was also presiding over the exam. He spoke slowly. "Gentlemen, 10 years ago, nations around the world already detected abnormal signs. Mutated monsters began appearing in small numbers in sparsely populated areas. We thought we had everything under control, but we failed. To avoid causing public panic, The textbooks and official data released to the public all claim it started with the cataclysm 3 years ago. He concluded with a firm statement. Therefore, this beast trainer exam must go flawlessly. They are our future hope. The instructors replied in unison, "Rest assured, Chief. Every single soldier assigned to the exam site has been thoroughly vetted, and every corner of the arena is covered by surveillance cameras. We are using a one-on-one monitoring system, with one person assigned to each camera feed. If any issue arises, not only will the person responsible be held accountable, but the supervisor will also face punishment." Right then, in Zone A, the announcement blared, "Congeniate number 5, get ready." The iron bars ahead slid open, revealing a giant scorpion-like beast, a level 22 commander tier, the Ice Lake Giant Scorpion. Weakness: lightning element, and its 2 flanks lack armor, making its defense super weak. Gao Peng analyzed it and immediately barked orders. "Dumby, strike its flanks! That's its weak spot!" Once in battle mode, Dumby's bulky body instantly turned agile, executing a flash step straight ahead. Dumby charged in, unleashing a relentless combo exactly as Gao Peng directed. The beast's eyes flared with a menacing red glow, looking straight up deadly. This familiar was no joke. It casually dodged Dumby's attacks one after another. Gao Peng nodded, impressed. This frost-ice giant scorpion's reflexes were insane. It leaped into the air with sheer, raw power, releasing a crushing pressure that easily matched Dumby's, if not totally crushing it by several times over. Gao Peng started feeling a bit anxious, thinking to himself that a level gap really isn't something you can easily bridge. Gao Peng clenched his fists and barked out another tense command. Swirling blue and black light beams intertwined, rushing forward. He had successfully triggered the monster evolution mode. His familiar hit level 21 and ascended to commander tier. Gao Peng cracked a relieved smile. A sudden breakthrough. But it still wasn't enough to totally crush the enemy familiar. He couldn't let his guard down yet and could only barely hold the line. Level-wise, that frost-ice giant scorpion still had the upper hand. In a strict one-on-one arena like this, even if a trainer had multiple familiars, they couldn't just summon them all at once. Gao Peng locked his eyes on every single move of both familiars, holding back on his next move. Besides, once a monster evolves to commander tier, it unlocks insane, unpredictable powers, completely breaking past ordinary limits. The frost-ice giant scorpion had awakened water control, letting it manipulate water attributes on a small scale to continuously chip away at Dumby's health. What should he do? Suddenly his eyes lit up. Boom. A system notification popped up. A new ability had unlocked. Gao Peng muttered to himself and started telepathically sending orders to Dumby. "Dumby! Aside from using the blood threads to reinforce your key joints, channel all the extra blood threads straight into your legs." Dumby got the message and gave a firm nod. Instantly, crimson energy surged from everywhere, gathering together. Dumby successfully assumed a brand new form, the skeleton dragon ape, boasting the new ability, Hardened Bones Level 1. This skill maxes out his bone density, giving both his defense and attack power a massive boost. Gao Peng grinned with pride. Hell yeah! By gathering the blood threads, Dumby gained an instant burst of explosive power. Combined with this new skill, even the thickest armor of the frost-ice giant scorpion wouldn't stand a chance. Hardened Bones might not sound as flashy as lightning or fire elemental skills, but it fit Dumby's brutal, straightforward close combat style to a T. Without wasting a second, Dumby unleashed a savage punch right into the giant scorpion. Feeling the pain, the scorpion whipped its tail with insane agility, making Gao Peng gasp. How could it counterattack after taking that much damage? Gao Peng yelled, "Grab it!" and Dumby snatched the tail in a flash, throwing the scorpion away without a second thought. Dumby was looking way faster and deadlier in this combat mode. Gao Peng saw it clearly too. Dumby was totally in the zone. Winding up a fist packed with maximum power, Dumby slammed a devastating blow right into the giant scorpion's body. Gao Peng cheered excitedly. Boom! A critical hit. Checkmate, we've won this match! He stood by, showering him with praise. Awesome job, buddy. After landing the finishing blow, Dumby beamed at the compliments. His fierce expression softened, and he actually flashed a gentle smile at Gao Peng. Then, he walked over and scooped Gao Peng right up. Caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, Gao Peng gasped, "Wait, Dumby?" Dumby cooed softly, his voice full of genuine affection. "Thank you, master." He looked at Gao Peng with big, sparkling eyes, looking incredibly adorable. It was a total contrast to his badass, monstrous appearance as he poured his heart out. "If it weren't for you, master, I'd probably still be just a caged ape, waiting for my time to run out." Gao Peng felt a lump in his throat. "Hey, come on, this victory is all thanks to your hard work too, bud." Then Gao Peng pointed at his other 3 familiars, who were literally jumping up and down in pure jealousies. He quickly told Dumby, all right, we've been hugging for too long anyway. Look, DZ is totally jealous. That sassy centipede was always picking on Dumby. It was practically hissing. Just one hug, but you've hugged him 5 times already." Refusing to be a mere spectator any longer, it charged right in. "No way, I want a hug too." Gao Peng panicked, totally done with how childish his pets were. but Gao Peng was faster, quickly blocking Da Zi. He then noticed the giant snake from earlier, staring at it with curiosity. It was even faster than his pets, and its body didn't show a single scratch. He glanced over at the girl who owned it. Man, this candidate and her familiar were definitely not to be messed with. Meanwhile, the military instructors kept their eyes glued to every single development of the exam. They commented on how, at their age, facing a commander-tier familiar and pulling off such an overwhelming victory was insane. "Isn't that girl from Junhang's family?" one instructor asked. "Uh-huh, she's Junhang's only daughter. I heard her name is Jun Jun." "Oh, I remember now, it's Jun Meili." "Hey, watch your mouth," the senior officer interjected. "Don't talk nonsense. I met her once. She's a bit cold, but she's a good kid. Her name is Jun Moyi." Another instructor chimed in. "Yeah, I heard that after grade 12, she basically stopped going to school. She just had tutors at home and spent the rest of her time with the coalition government's expedition teams in the outer sectors. Who knows if that's actually true?" "It's absolutely true. She's already a registered officer in the coalition government's Black Banner." "An official officer in the Black Banner? Damn, she must have some serious skills then." Another officer joined the conversation, intrigued. "Ahem, the monster trainer next to her isn't half bad either. His familiar is a ghoul type, which is super rare around here." "That kid is actually under my charge," the lieutenant said, folding his arms. "He's currently the youngest monster breeder in Chang'an City. He put in a ton of work during the Dead Leaf Locusts incident." The other instructors nodded in agreement. No wonder he looked so familiar. So he's the kid President Feng was hyping up. Being able to contribute to the coalition at such a young age, he's definitely a top-tier talent. "Not bad at all, the kid's got game." The senior officer looked at Gao Peng and gave a quiet grunt. Then, he muttered a quick comment. "That old geezer sure raised a good grandson." Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the candidates in Zone A were almost finished. An exam proctor called out, "Congredient number A3, you have completed the test and are cleared to leave." Jun Moi replied with a flat, "Got it." As she turned, she caught sight of Gao Peng and paused in surprise. "Wait, what?" Gao Peng was standing there with his arms crossed, praising his pet. "Awesome job, Da Zi." Jun Moi kept her eyes on Gao Peng, secretly impressed. Using an elite tier familiar to take down a commander tier? This guy, number A5, is actually pretty interesting. Just then, the announcement blared again. The third round is about to begin. Will candidate number A5 please prepare? The next monster had a pretty ridiculous look to it. The moment it spawned, the system interface popped up. Dead Leaf Mantis, level 16, normal grade, wood attribute. Its weakness was fire, while Stripey's attribute was earth. A wood attribute monster was a direct counter to Stripey. This match gave the opponent a 10% advantage. Watching the monster strut around with a smug, arrogant attitude, Gao Peng mumbled a few words. This monster can actually mimic human behavior, which means its IQ is pretty decent. Looking at it, its intelligence is easily on par with an 8 or 9-year-old kid. Gao Peng gave it some serious thought. Stripey's intelligence was no joke either, plus its grade was 2 tiers higher. Looks like this match is going to be a great confidence booster for my cowardly little spider, Stripey. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The high-stakes battle was about to kick off. The speaker blared. The match begins. The Dead Leaf Mantis stood frozen, not even bothering to move, looking completely disgusted by its opponent. Meanwhile, Stripey was literally shaking like a leaf, tears practically welling up in its eyes. Gao Peng urged him on, telling him to snap out of it. The Dead Leaf Mantis started busting out some fancy moves, showing off its skills. Its movements were incredibly sharp, swift, and clean. Every single striking kick was crisp, elegant, and totally flashy. Gao Peng sensed something was off. Wait a second, he worried, getting a seriously bad vibe from Stripey's reaction. True to his gut feeling, Stripey suddenly zipped backward in a flash, leaving the Dead Leaf Mantis completely dumbfounded. Turns out, Stripey wasn't even scared of the Dead Leaf Mantis. It thought the Mantis was just busting a move to entertain it. Master, look! It knows how to do square dancing too!" Gao Peng sighed, totally exhausted by his childish spider. "It's trying to intimidate you, idiot. It wants to shred you. Now, hit it back!" The innocent Stripey actually asked back to make sure. Wait. So it's not playing with me? But before the naive spider could even grasp how intense this fight was about to get, the Dead Leaf Mantis lunged forward to attack. Suddenly, Stripey blurted out, "Look, a mosquito." The Dead Leaf Mantis actually got distracted by this and froze for a few seconds. Its legs slid across the sand before it finally spread its wings and soared high into the air. Stripey, not wanting to kill the vibe, quickly shot out a few thick spider silk webs. Within a few seconds, the Dead Leaf Mantis was tightly wrapped inside a cozy silk cocoon. Stripey looked cluelessly at Gao Peng and asked, "Master, is this mantis guy seriously this weak?" Just a few seconds after flexing, Dry Leaf completely ripped through the silk cocoon and charged right at Stripey. It slammed Stripey aside with its jacked, muscular arms. Stripey panicked and screamed, "Ow, ow, ow! This hurts like hell! This guy's gone totally feral! I'm done messing around!" Stripey quickly pounced back, declaring, Stripey's throwing hands, and Stripey always keeps his word. Then Stripey lunged in, beating dry leaf until green blood splattered everywhere. The exam proctor was totally freaked out by the scene. Seeing how insanely savage this familiar was, he turned to Gao Peng and rushed. "All right, your test is over. Don't linger around the arena. Just pack up and head out first." Gao Peng let out an awkward laugh. "Got it, sir." Meanwhile, in the waiting area, students who had been standing in line forever were exhausted and complaining. One sighed, "Ugh, the first batch isn't even out yet, and I'm in the second round." Another replied, "Tell me about it. I'm still stuck in the first round." As of now, only that military cadet from Zone A has cleared the entire exam. She's from the military, so her strength is absolutely insane. Seeing the doors swing open, a candidate shouted, "Whoa, look! The exit gate for those who finished just opened again. Did someone else actually pass already?" Gaums and his squad of babies strode out smugly, basking in the awe and praise of the other candidates. "Wait, is that Gao Peng from Zone A? Another Zone A kid? Are the people over there all freaking monsters? Look at him. While we're still stuck waiting in line, he's already done and heading home. That power gap is so annoying, he totally just flexed on us." They strutted past the crowd and a short while later arrived at another spot. Suddenly, both Gao Peng and Silly froze, completely dumbfounded, before letting out a collective sigh of despair. What the? Staring at the villa in front of him, with walls covered in nasty cracks and peeling paint, Gao Peng sighed. "This is my brand new house. Did a pack of 100 wolves just stampede through here?" Not only was the exterior a total wreck, but the inside was just as bad. The floor was cracked, and broken furniture lay scattered everywhere. Every single spot was a complete mess, with some areas looking even worse. Not a single corner was left salvageable. Seeing this disaster, Gao Peng felt like he'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. His mind went into overdrive as he cried out, "My new house! My hard-earned credit points!" Noticing some movement on the sofa, Gao Peng squinted. Channeling the absolute pettiest, most sarcastic voice he could muster, he yelled, "The punk who trashed my villa actually dared to stay at the crime scene? Are you feeling too brave, or do you think I, Gao Peng, can't swing a blade anymore? Does Stripey get him?" Without even needing an order, Dumby stepped forward, using his massive frame to shield Gao Peng. Gao Peng smiled proudly. "Dumby is so sweet. I didn't even have to tell him to protect me. Only Silly is just chilling there, totally relaxed like a spoiled youngest sister who has never had a care in her life." But Gao Peng grabbed her, lifting her up, and scolded. "You can't give me any energy like this. How many times do I have to tell you?" She squeaked. "Ack!" Dazi then asked Gao Peng, "Master, can we eat this?" Gao Peng stared at the bird lying there, wondering, what kind of monster is this anyway? A bird. Outside the window, Tong Tong had been waiting for who knows how long, clearing her throat to get Gao Peng's attention. "Ahem! Little Peng?" Gao Peng gasped. "Oh, Sister Tong Tong, it's you!" Tong Tong cheerfully introduced. "This is a little pet your grandfather sent over. Happy housewarming. If you like it, keep it. Your grandfather put a ton of effort into getting this monster. Anyway, I have other things to do, so I won't stay for dinner." Gao Peng stared, his jaw dropping so wide it couldn't possibly open any further. Classic Sister Tong Tong. She said this would make it easier to look after and protect me. In just a few short days, she built a whole villa right next door, on what was clearly barren land before. And wait, this wasn't a housewarming gift, it was straight-up house-wrecking. While staring blankly at the villa, Gao Peng didn't forget to dote on Silly, holding up a water bottle for her to drink. Then Gao Peng ordered, "Dumby, bring that bird over here." Gao Peng examined the passed-out bird very closely. It was a one-legged red-crowned crane, a species that was extremely rare. Seeing Dumby being a bit too rough, Gao Peng quickly warned him, "Dumby, go easy on the grip first, don't squeeze it to death." Suddenly, the bird popped its eyes open and started squawking loudly, sounding like it was cursing them out. Gao Peng was surprised. "Wow, nice acting. I've got to put this thing in its place first, or else it'll be acting like it owns the place once it moves in." But Gao Peng didn't really care and just stepped up, saying, "Dazi, let's have roasted crane for dinner tonight." So the bird went right back into actor mode, pretending to pass out again. "Oh, keep playing dead. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Let's find out what you actually are." Turns out, this tiny bird had a super fancy and confusing name. Infant Scarlet Flame Poison Fire Crane Level 6. Current grade, Epic. After evolving to Commander tier, its grade drops to Perfect. After evolving to Lord tier, its grade drops to Excellent. Attribute, Fire. Characteristic, Unawakened. Requires to upgrade to Legendary. 500 Jin of Heavenly Flame Meteor, 3 or more Xuanyuan fruits. Fire Pith Earth Crystal Sauce, Epic grade. Reading this, Gao Peng gasped in utter shock. Grandpa really went all out. Slowly, Gao Peng's smile turned into a devious grin. Even though this Scarlet Flame Poison Fire Crane's grade is currently the same as Dumby's, once it matures, it will automatically reach Lord tier. Evolving gets harder the higher you go. Dumby took forever to reach Commander tier, only breaking through after gaining insights during battle. So, just how insanely powerful will this peak Lord tier familiar become in the future? While Gao Peng was busy fantasizing about an incredibly bright future, Dumby and Dazi were busy poking Flamey. Gao Peng kept up his smug, devious grin and declared, "Since you've crossed my threshold, you're my familiar now. Come on, eat some little bugs first. These are my special bugs." Gao Peng looked at Flamey with a gentle smile and whispered, "How about I give you a name? Your name has Yan, which is 2 fires, plus another Hua, which is 1 fire. That's 3 fires in total. So, I'll call you Flamey." The crane chirped happily, its sharp beak clamping onto the worm Gao Peng had just fed her. Dazi got super jealous again and slammed face first into a house pillar with a loud crash. Gao Peng placed his hand on Flamey's head to see if he could sign a contract with her. Gao Peng carefully observed the situation. The clarity of the consciousness space seemed to be directly proportional to the monster's intelligence. These glowing dots were probably fragments of Flamey's memories. It turned out that Flamey also had a deeply tragic past. Among the flashing images, only a few peaceful moments could be seen. Gao Peng closed his eyes, feeling deeply for Flamey. "So, you lost your mother too. Flamey, will you be my friend?" Instantly, the contract circle appeared. Flamey's eyes lit up. "Then can you help me get revenge?" Gao Peng replied without hesitation. "If we sign this contract, we're family. Your business is my business." Finally, after a few minutes of negotiating, the contract was complete. But strangely, Gao Peng wondered, "Wait, why am I still inside the consciousness space?" Suddenly, images of Dazi and Dumby appeared as well. Even Silly and Stripey showed up. Gao Peng realized it. This is the inherited knowledge of a monster trainer. As the spiritual rings expanded, a new life-saving skill unlocked. Elemental Barrier, which consumed the energy of his familiars to create a protective shield around himself. Gao Peng seemed to be temporarily sucked into the space, his eyes rolling back completely white. This skill's rarity probably isn't that high though. It felt like someone in round 1 had used a similar ability before. Turns out, when a trainer gets their first commander tier, first lord tier, or first king tier familiar, and so on, every monster trainer will awaken a unique life-saving skill. So, this skill must have unlocked when Dumby upgraded to commander tier. Then, Gao Peng noticed some words suddenly popping up in his consciousness. They were characters he didn't recognize, yet he could understand them perfectly. Just leave the fighting to the familiars. Trainers should sit tight behind their beasts and not be a drag. Incredibly, monster trainers seemed like an ancient profession passed down through generations. The blood contract recorded inherited memories, and as the familiars grew stronger, more information kept unlocking. Could there already be monster trainers in other places? Gao Peng crossed his arms and shrugged it off. These questions are way too far out for me right now, but this life-saving skill is directly branded into my soul. Since there is absolutely no way to teach this to anyone else, no wonder Sister Tang Tang told me not to casually share the star transposition technique when she taught it to me. An ability that isn't restricted and can be passed on to anyone would definitely make me a target for countless greedy eyes. Gao Peng slowly realized that his grandfather and Sister Tang Tang were way more terrifyingly powerful than he had originally thought. With his current level of strength, he wondered if he could even be of any help to his grandfather. Back in his villa, Gao Peng enjoyed some peaceful days, living life like a totally relaxed dude. Dumby, Dazi, and Stripey always show up wherever Gao Peng is. They're always messing around like total kids. Little Flamey, despite being so tiny, actually looks the most mature, always acting all cold and aloof. She trains by slamming her beak deep into tree trunks. Looking at Flamey, Gao Peng sighs, "Man, this little kid's heart is just packed with vengeance. Working this hard, it's all so she can avenge her mother one day." Wait, we're short of one. Gao Peng warily looks around. Where's Silly? Wasn't he just spinning around like crazy earlier, scared to death that Goldie would eat him? Turns out the dude is fast asleep on the grass, sleeping so hard he's literally drooling. Silly really knows how to live the chill life. Staring at him, Gao Peng laughs and says, "Sleeping through all that, man's got zero worries." Gao Peng plops back down on his chair, going back to his book while feeling pretty grateful. This sweet chill life is the absolute best. Ever since Grandpa hooked me up with an anonymous credit card, being a monster breeder has basically just become a fun hobby. This book by Chairman Feng is actually a killer read. Old heads really do know best, so much experience. Suddenly, Gao Peng remembers. Wait, don't the exam results drop today? But the system notification blocks him from checking them at the villa. This account is logged in elsewhere. Login location Yangon Building, Yubei District, Yuzhou Base City. Gao Peng freezes, his face dropping. "Grandpa, is that you?" Meanwhile, Gao Peng's grandpa sneezes right in the middle of work, instantly knowing what's up. "Which little punk is talking smack about me?" Gao Peng tries another way to check his scores first. His profile pops up. Name, Gao Peng. Age, 18. Score, 700 points, from 3 rounds plus 10 bonus points. Gao Peng grins like an idiot. Ank? Number 1 in Chang'an City. Guess I didn't do too shabby. Just then, his phone rings with an unknown number on the screen. A voice on the other end says, "Hello, is this Gao Peng?" Gao Peng replies, "Speaking." The voice goes on, "Hi there, you've qualified for the second round of the Monster Trainer exam. Please show up at the Round 1 exam site on June 27th at 9 o'clock in the morning. The exam will last 15 days. No need to bring clothes or toiletries. Thank you for your cooperation." Gao Peng glances over at Flammy. "Before the exam starts, I still haven't signed a blood contract with Flammy. By the rules, she can't join the second round, so I've got to find a place for her to crash during this time." Just then, Tong Tong jogs past Gao Peng's house, waving and flashing a huge grin. "Morning, little Peng?" "Oh, awesome, it's Sis Tong Tong. Wait, no, this is way too convenient." Gao Peng starts putting the pieces together. Grandpa already knows his score, and the exam rules were posted ages ago. It's totally obvious he'd need someone to pet sit. For all he knows, Sis Tong Tong probably even knew exactly when they'd call him about the exam, and had already set everything up behind his back. Tong Tong grins ear to ear, basically wearing a "please ask for my help" sign on her face. Gao Peng smiles, thinking to himself, "Man, she really loves putting in extra work." Then he calls out, "Sis Tong Tong, I was wondering if you could watch Flammy for half a month? Hope that's not too much trouble." Tong Tong, who was practically waiting for this, slaps her chest. "Why are you acting so formal with me? Just leave her here." "Don't worry, I'll make sure she gets nice, plump, and healthy for you." Gao Peng feels a bit uneasy. His stomach does a little flip. He gets the nagging feeling that those words, plump and healthy, weren't just a figure of speech. And so Flammy is temporarily left in Tong Tong's care, while Gao Peng heads off to take care of business. Meanwhile, inside some villa in Chang'an, a guy is throwing a tantrum. "How the hell am I second place? I saw it crystal clear that day. Both of us have 3 familiars, with 1 commander tier and 2 elite tier. Why on earth am I ranked below him?" An old lady is reporting the situation. "Young master, he has an elite tier earth type familiar, and the monster he challenged was wood type, which gave him exactly 10 bonus points." The young master slams his hand on the table in a rage. Shaking with anger, he snarls, "Arg, I don't care. I'm not letting this slide." Gao Peng looks at the handful of candidates waiting and thinks, "Just these few? Guess I got here pretty early." An instructor wearing a small lapel mic announces that it looks like everyone has arrived. "Welcome, everyone. I am the instructor in charge of your next exam round. Quiet down, please." "Wait, seriously? There are only 8 of us total. Why even bother with a second round for this small of a group? What? Are they going to pull a top 10 out of just 8 people?" The instructor continues, "The location for the second round is the Dayang Mountain Forest Park in Jiangnam Base. This exam isn't an arena battle or a one-on-one duel. It's a real-deal wilderness survival test in an actual forest." "Jiangnam Base, Dayang Mountain? Why the sudden trip so far away?" The instructor's voice booms. "Dayang Mountain Forest has been 100% swept by top-tier trainers, completely ruling out any Lord-tier monsters. However, we've detected no fewer than 500 Commander-tier monsters, including some peak Commander tiers. In principle, the government and the Alliance will do their best to keep you alive, and you'll be given signal distress flares to use in case of an emergency. But since it is a primeval forest with at least 500 Commander-tier monsters, participation in Round 2 is not mandatory." "All right, the choice is yours." One of them speaks up, "Sorry, sir, but the 2 of us think it's way too dangerous. Can we back out?" "No problem, totally understandable, no shame in that. Anyone else want to withdraw?" Jun Moi raises her hand. "Sir, does signing up for this require parental consent?" The instructor replies, "Nope, though you might feel a bit iffy about it." But your parents aren't exactly ordinary parents, are they?" Jun Moi beams. "Then sign me up." The instructor sighs, "Geez, and here I am, just a low-ranking official." His voice drones on as he continues the announcement. "So in the end, the 6 of you will represent our Chang'an base. You'll be competing alongside candidates from other city-level bases across the Huaxia region." The chosen candidates look dead serious. The instructor wraps things up with a word of encouragement. "You kids better kick some butt, do your best, and bring glory to our Chang'an base." So other regions are competing too. A guy turns to greet Gao Peng. "Hey man, I'm Han Xiao, what's your name?" Han Xiao has a rugged, masculine look with flashy purple hair and a buff build, but he actually seems pretty friendly. Gao Peng smiles politely. "I'm Gao Peng, nice to meet you." Han Xiao instantly lunges forward to shake his hand, looking as thrilled as if he'd just struck gold. "Gao Peng, you're the #1 rank in Chang'an. I've been dying to meet you." Han Xiao throws an arm over Gao Peng's shoulder. All the other guys here have serious connections. They're either trust fund babies or government brats. At least one of their parents is a high-level trainer. It's just the 2 of us ordinary folks here. Gao Peng lets out a dry laugh. "Sorry, buddy, but I don't think I'm exactly an ordinary folk either." Han Xiao keeps chatting away enthusiastically. "Oh, by the way, did any corporations reach out to you? The moment the exam ended, a bunch of them hit me up to talk partnerships." Gao Peng hesitates. Actually, I don't think so. Welp, Grandpa, or Sis Tong Tong probably blocked all those other companies." Han Xiao claps him hard on the back like they're best buds, but he hits so hard that Gao Peng almost chokes on his own spit. No biggie, you're the top rank in Chang'an after all. They're probably just figuring out the right price tag for you, so don't sweat it. Gao Peng is internally screaming, man, this guy's grip is insane. Han Xiao then points to his own familiar. Oh yeah, let me introduce you to my buddy, the angel ant. During an expedition, he accidentally ate something weird and mutated. He went from a black armor ant to an angel ant, like an angel descending from heaven. Monster name, Gold Armored Demon Ant. Level, 21, Elite, Attribute Metal. Weaknesses, 1. The unarmored joints, 2. Hates pungent odors. Gao Peng thinks to himself, well, Han Xiao got pretty damn lucky. After all, the rich rely on tech, while the poor rely on mutations. Breeding a commander tier familiar purely based on talent is insanely hard without proper backing and resources. Where would they even get the rare herbs needed to accelerate growth and evolution? But wait, why does the system display it as a gold-armored demon ant? Gao Peng starts questioning things. How does the system even come up with these monster names? There have been several times where it showed names that don't exist in any books or records, almost as if it has some sort of clairvoyant ability. Outside the window, the loud hum of airplane engines roars. The instructor announces, all right, our plane is here. Get ready, we're taking off. The plane lands at the Jiangnam Base City Airport. Man, they really went all out for an exam, huh? They even used military aircraft for transport. The crowd chatters excitedly. Heh, you clearly don't get it. These kids are the absolute elite chosen from tens of thousands of candidates. Of course the military is going to guard these prodigies with their lives. Gao Peng glanced around warily. Are all these guys the other contestants? Damn, there's a ton of them, nearly 200 people. Almost every type of familiar is here. Heavy sigh. Oh, a rock-type familiar? That's rare. Monster name. Rock Vine, level 23. Common grade, rock attribute, healthy. Weaknesses. First, shadow attribute. Second, hates getting its photo taken. So serious. No cameras, please. As Gao Peng walked up, the two guards outside opened the door for him. A chief instructor stepped out. The guy had this massive scar running from the middle of his forehead, across his eye, and down to his cheek. He looked dead serious. All right, since everyone's here, we're handing out these waivers. If you want to make it to round 2, you gotta sign this death waiver. This exam isn't going down in some safe zone inside the city. Even if you have a distress signal, the death rate for this test is easily over 10%. The chief instructor kept warning the crowd, don't think I'm joking either. And that's already assuming your weakest familiar is at least commander tier. Think hard, kids. You're the ones responsible for your own futures. Gao Peng politely took the paper from the instructor's hand. Thanks. Gao Peng carefully read through the waiver. 1,000 credits isn't pocket change, even for big corporations. Looks like this round is going to be a real death trap. Gao Peng was lost in thought. 20. The second round uses a point-based system. They've set up a ton of point pillars throughout the Mount Taiyang forest. Destroying those pillars or killing monsters will score you points. Damn, the competition this time is no joke. The scarred chief instructor continued. You guys have all read the waiver and the rules for the second round, right? Now, let's talk about round 3. The top 12-point scores will qualify for the third round. Round 3 is way beyond the level of high school tamer exams. It actually has its own name, the league's strongest youth tamer championship. Then he roared, his voice booming with absolute authority. Those who excel in this competition can earn official titles, and your familiars might even receive royal designations. On top of that, the final round will be broadcast live globally. Your familiars' battles will be shown to the entire world. The contestants were instantly hyped up by his speech. A state-recognized royal designation? That is so cool, Gao Peng scoffed inwardly. Bunch of gullible kids. But as he turned to look at his familiars, he thought, actually, I should think about this. What kind of badass king title should I give them? After all, there are way too many awesome titles that fit me. The helicopter slowly descended toward the entrance of the Mount Taiyang forest. Attention, all contestants. Attention, all contestants. This round of the exam officially begins now, the speaker blared. You have 20 minutes to prepare, and you will set off in 20 minutes. Head straight along the path, lit by the helicopter searchlights. To reach the target location within the time limit, Gao Peng had changed into a fresh uniform. He turned to his familiars and said, let's move. Dumby carried Gao Peng and the other familiars on his back, his massive frame dashing forward like lightning. As a new path opened up ahead, Gao Peng called out, Stripey! Stripey shot a web, anchoring it to a branch, and Dumby quickly grabbed onto it and swung himself up. Gao Peng had a deadpan look, sighing to himself, good thing I have a spatial transfer device. Otherwise, moving at this high speed with these bony guys would have torn my skin right off. Meanwhile, someone nearby cried out, ah! Slow down! Slow down, will ya? Looks like another contestant is struggling with his familiar. Monster name, White Spirit Pig, level 25. Perfect grade, healthy, mocking attitude. Why are you running so fast? There's no prize for first place. I told you to slow down. Gao Peng smirked with pure disdain. Usually, the relationship between a tamer and their familiar is master and servant, with the tamer in charge. But of course, there are exceptions. Like when a tamer is way too soft and their familiar is too dominant. But getting mocked by a pig? That's just sad. As Gao Peng sped past, he threw some shade at the guy. Hang in there! Pig rider, keep it up. The other contestant didn't even catch the sarcasm in Gao Peng's voice. Why is he cheering for me? Is that guy crazy? Meanwhile, a bird-type familiar could be seen flying on the monitor screen. Next up, we have a candidate from the Yanjing region who registered a fire-type avian familiar. Tong Tong was comforting Flamey. Don't worry, Xiao Peng will show up soon. Just as she finished speaking, Gao Peng's face appeared clearly on the screen. This contestant is from the Chang'an region. He registered 4 familiars and is the top scorer of Chang'an, making him a hot favorite to enter the top 12. Tong Tong brought out a plate of delicious grilled fish. Flamey, hurry up and eat. You gotta eat a lot to get stronger. Following its master's footsteps, just as Tong Tong had promised Gao Peng, Flamey had gotten a lot plumper. Tang Tang smiled happily as she watched Flamey dig in. Back to the exam venue, nearly 1 hour had already passed. That pig from earlier was now grunting right in front of Gao Peng. Gao Peng blanked out as he saw its owner tumble right off its back. Ouch, the big pig's master face planted hard. His head was ringing and his eyes were spinning. What a hot-headed pig. Another announcement boomed from above. All right, any contestants who haven't arrived by the deadline will be disqualified. Helicopters closely tailed the examinees. The instructors' voices kept coming through, mixing with the loud whirring of the helicopter blades. Before you set foot in Mount Taiyang, I've got a few words for you. New updates kept coming in. Right ahead of the entrance is Mount Taiyang. You'll find tactical survival cases at the edge. Inside are dry rations, canned food, and water, along with fast-acting cardiac stimulants. In an emergency, these can keep you alive for 1 hour. Limit 1 per person. The scarred chief instructor stood at the helicopter door, looking down at the dense forest. A total of 197 contestants participated this time, and in the end, 150 of you signed the waiver. I'm quite relieved. This turnout exceeded my expectations. Looks like there aren't many cowards among you. Some of you might have outdoor survival experience, some might even be experts, while others have probably never set foot outside the city before. But no matter who you are, you need to know that this forest is nothing like you imagine. My best advice to you is to stay alive. Only by surviving do you have any hope of getting a high score. All right, move out. The news on TV was also broadcasting details about the exam. Hello, viewers. Welcome to the exam flash report. Using the GPS trackers on each candidate, we can see their real-time locations. The audience started whispering, "Whoa, is that Yin Wu? The soaring dragon of the imperial capital, Yin Wu? Wait, doesn't Yin Wu usually hate appearing on these kinds of shows? Dude, this guy is a big deal. Most elite tamers in the imperial capital are pretty old, but Yin Wu is one of the few young powerhouses there. He's already made quite a name for himself." Pointing at the screen, the host reported, "As we can see, the contestants aiming for higher scores are heading toward the center of the forest. The point pillars are mostly located in the central zone. Right now, our top scorer is Jun Moi. The number 1 spot goes to a female contestant, which is a bit unexpected. I wonder what Mr. Yinfu thinks about this?" Yinwu nodded in approval. "Not bad. That black python seems to be either a black python or a water python. Its scales are glossy, its body is sturdy, and its quality is likely high. Looking at its combat style, this type of black or water python clearly fights a lot. Its moves are quite seasoned and its training is top-notch." The female MC cursed inwardly. "I asked you to analyze the tamer, not the familiar. Who wants to hear about a giant black snake?" The audience wants to see a gorgeous, cold-faced girl. But since they were on air, she couldn't just say that out loud. She could only laugh it off. Mr. Yin Wu's analysis is so spot on. He sounds like a true professional. I've heard for a long time that the soaring dragon Yin Wu has been single for 10,000 years. Seeing him today, it's definitely true. This guy is literally single by choice. She quickly moved on. All right, now that we've seen the top spot, let's take a look at the unfortunate student currently sitting in last place. Please look at the big screen. The TV cut to another feed. Oh, this contestant seems pretty diligent. He chose a high-altitude spot. Looks like he might be planning something. Director, could you zoom in on the screen? The camera zoomed in to show Gao Peng and his 4 familiars looking extremely relaxed. Gao Peng was sprawled out on a flat rock, chilling to the max, while his familiars sat calmly beside him. Chilling with his master Gao Peng completely put the 2 hosts in a tight spot. A dead silence dragged on for a hot minute before they could even scramble for their next lines. Wow, this dude is seriously too laid back. This is literally, what is he even prepping for? The lazy salted fish style, form 3. The fish flips over. The female host was totally facepalming inside. "Keep playing around like this, bro, and we won't even see you in the next episode." Time kept ticking, but this dude was still just lying there, completely unbothered. Gao Peng didn't give a single damn, grinning from ear to ear because lounging like this felt way too good. After finally recharging his batteries, Gao Peng stood up and stretched. All right, the outer zone of the forest is probably clear now, time to get moving. Smirking at his precious beasts, he said, "Let's go, guys, straight into the woods." The forest suddenly turned pitch black as Gao Peng's squad ventured deeper into the Taiyang mountain forest. Gao Peng continued, directing them, "Silly, dump all the silver leaf grass we gathered earlier. This pure crown warm flower is worth 1 credit more. We've got to be smart with our budget." Dumby pointed in another direction. His master, Gao Peng, looked over. Did he just stumble upon the legendary point pillar? Material name, white clay sandstone. Effects. Earth-type or sand-type beasts can use it. A tiny dose can strengthen them. Plus, it's got a knack for luring monsters. Gao Peng pondered and started plotting. Destroying the point pillar would bag them some points, but how should they play this? These vines were actually a type of monster recognized by the system. Monster name, Wood Devil Vine, level 22, commander tier. Quality, normal. Attribute, poison and wood. Weakness, fire. This Wood Devil Vine wasn't moving an inch. Was it acting like a regular mindless vine? Hell of an acting job, pretty neat. Since you love drama so much, I'm about to hand you a Golden Horse Award. Gaung snapped his fingers. Dazi, light it up. Meanwhile, that Wood Devil Vine was trying to stay chill, thinking, a highly experienced hunter has to learn how to keep their cool. Seeing no real action yet, it kept telling itself, hold on a bit longer, an elite hunter has to stay calm. But nope, it couldn't hold back anymore. The Wood Devil Vine burst to life, screaming internally. Screw this, I can't take it. It's too freaking hot. Gao Peng gasped. Dumby charged in to lock down the Wood Devil Vine, but this woody monster was no pushover. It coiled right back around Dumby, using its crazy flexibility while blasting support magic pew-pew all over him. Gao Peng smirked, totally relaxed. It looked like this thing usually killed its prey by wrapping them up in vines, then shredding them with razor-sharp leaves until they bled out, or just straight up crushing their organs and bones. So, running into Dumby is just your bad luck, bud. Watching Dumby basically playing with the Wood Devil Vine, Gao Peng thought those flying leaves against Dumby's reinforced bones were nothing but a joke. Then Gao Peng ordered Dazi, wrap this up quick. The centipede jumped to it, clearly loving every second. Its eyes flashed, and bam, everything nearby got blasted by its energy beam. Gao Peng folded his arms, totally chill. He didn't expect it to be this easy. But it made sense even though it was a commander tier, it was just a low-quality normal beast. Getting ganged up on by Dumby and Dazi, it stood zero chance. Dumby was whining at Dazi. Hey, you yanked me! Dazi sassily shot back. Dummy, I was helping you break free. Gao Peng pointed at the pillar. All right, Dumby, smash that thing to pieces. With one punch, Dumby shattered the pillar, revealing a little beeping tracker inside. His wristband buzzed with a notification. Congratulations to the candidate for destroying the point pillar and gaining 150 points, bringing the total to 199 points. Gao Peng hyped up his pets to come help. There's gotta be a monster core inside this Wood Devil Vine. Let's hunt around. The fight was so crazy, who knows where the core got blasted to. That's literally cash right there. Just then, Gao Peng heard a broadcast, Candidate Chu Xia has been eliminated. Hearing that got him feeling a bit uneasy. That was already the fourth candidate kicked out. Are the monsters in Taiyang Mountain really that savage? Suddenly, his eyes went wide as a dark thought crossed his mind. Or, is it a player killer? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Medical staff rushed over to a bleeding bug monster, giving it a gentle tap. Too late, it's already gone. One paramedic asked his coworker, what happened to this familiar? The guy just sighed. Bag it up, we'll hand it over to the family later. Looking at the candidate who got mauled to death by their own familiar, the medic sighed. It even shattered the custom safety goggles. Meanwhile, Gao Peng sniffed the air, scouting around. Man, the smell of smoke is heavy. Did a brawl break out here? Did some other contestants come to scavenge? Monster name, Ruler Giant Scorpion, level 21. He paused, deep in thought. Even though the exam rules didn't explicitly ban PvP, with no solid guidelines, he still had to watch his back. The dude right next to him was actually clueless enough to blurt out, damn, I can't believe you beat me to the point pillar. Lucky you, but next time, my Worm King is totally grabbing it first. We'll meet again on the flip side. Hearing that, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Phew, thank God he was just a clueless dork. Back at the broadcast, the host told Yin Wu, looks like those two didn't throw down. Honestly, this exam doesn't even ban trainer-on-trainer combat, which is pretty wild and probably not the best idea. Yin Wu coolly replied, that's the only way to keep it real. This isn't some safe arena where they take turns. The wild is way more brutal and bloody. Out there, getting iced and looted is just another Tuesday. You take someone out, dump the body, and by day 2, even their bones are gone. There aren't base cameras everywhere. That's a lawless wasteland with zero protection. Fighting over some rare treasure, a priceless monster corpse, or a high-tier baby beast, it doesn't take much to trigger someone's bloodlust out there. Meanwhile, deep in the Taiyang mountain woods, Gao Peng was chilling. He looked around and muttered, what's that nasty rotting smell? Plus, it's way too quiet here. Weird. While you guys are digging up loot, keep your eyes peeled for anything sketchy. Suddenly, the surrounding bushes rustled violently, making Gao Peng jump.
What the hell?
From the tall grass, a tiny monster popped out. Gao Peng's squad let out a sigh of relief. It was just a stupid one-horned rabbit giving them a scare. But literally seconds later, while the rabbit was just standing there clueless, a massive spider-like leg suddenly impaled it, wiping it out in a blink. Holy crap! Gao Peng jumped back, completely freaked out. Fall back now. With just one leg showing, I can't scan this thing's stats. I need to see at least 4/5 of its body. It's in the shadows and we're wide open. No time to act tough. Hightailing it to break line of sight, he thought, man, I really lack long-range attacks. Otherwise, I could have at least scoped out what this thing looks like and targeted its weak spots, instead of being completely on the defensive like this. Reaching the edge of the woods with a lake in front of them, Gao Peng's group finally breathed a bit easier. They had put about 40 to 50 meters of distance between them. Before he could even finish his sentence, that terrifying monster leg burst through the trees, snapping right at their heels. Gao Peng had to haul ass and run for his life. Shoot! This is bad! Seeing that leg aiming straight for Gao Peng, Dumby threw himself forward, wanting to use his own body as a shield. But things didn't go as planned. The monster hiding in the dark seemed to predict his every move. It reacted instantly, adjusting its path to stab right at Gao Peng. Luckily for him, he's got insane plot armor, monsters on his tail, but most importantly, the author's got his back. This life was saved because Dazi used its defensive skill, taking the fatal blow for him and absorbing all the damage. That brutal hit made Dazi cough up blood, leaving a massive gash on its body, proving this monster was definitely next-level dangerous. Gao Peng cried out, Dazi, even with your elemental shield skill, you got hurt this badly? No time to feel bad, Dumby scooped up Gao Peng and bolted. At the exact same time, he yelled, Stripey, use your spider silk, now! Stripey instantly shot out bands of super sticky silk, locking the monster down. Judging by its thrashing leg, it was desperately struggling to break free. Not wasting a single second, Gao Peng made his move. Let's roll. Meanwhile, inside the tournament's special ops control room, the observers glued to their monitors report that this dreamstick insect corpse variant can't be held back anymore. This bastard has killed a trainer before, so it knows their defense is way weaker than their pets. Because of that, its priority target is always the trainer. Another analyst quickly chimes in, White Rose is 5 kilometers from the target. She might make it in time for backup. Hearing this, the team lead lets out a small sigh of relief, responding, okay, good. We've already had casualties this time, so if any more happen, bro, do you think those higher-ups are completely insane? First, they're the ones talking about death quotas. Then they claim it's to temper the student trainers, and they're also the ones demanding more realism. He crosses his arms, his voice laced with sarcasm and a helpless chuckle. Now that actual lives are on the line, those suits are panicking more than anyone else. The staffer chuckles, haha, Chief, aren't they always like that? It's not like it's the first time. Finishing his sentence, he looks back at the monitor and hesitates. But Chief, isn't this kid being way too much of a coward? Hearing that, the Chief scowls, clearly annoyed. That's not cowardice, kid. It's called strategy. Knowing when to back off and weighing the risks is exactly what a winner does. No commander is undefeated. If you actually think you're invincible, your own arrogance is going to bite you in the ass sooner or later. The staffer lets out an awkward laugh. Heh, you're right, Chief. But they barely clashed. How does he already know he can't win? While they're talking, another observer cries out in sheer panic. We're screwed. Right on cue, the beast's stats start popping up on the system screen. Dreamstick insect, corpse variant, level 35. Excellent grade, level 2 body hardening. Wood and undead attributes, weak against fire and metal. There's a tiny white dot right in the middle of its belly. Hitting that spot deals fatal damage. Turns out, the web traps from earlier didn't do jack to this thing, and they barely bought Gao Peng any distance to run away. Instead, it totally backfired, turning the monster into an absolute raging beast. With a deafening roar, it charges after Gao Peng, shaking the entire forest and sending all the low-level critters nearby scrambling for their lives in pure terror. Riding on Dumby's shoulder, Gao Peng looks back at the oncoming monster, completely freaked out. Oh my god, trying to hit that weak spot is literally suicide. Screw this, I'm getting the hell out of here! The zombie insect channels all its power into its long, spindly legs, wrapping them in a terrifying red aura that makes it look 10 times scarier. Without hesitating for a single second, it thrusts one of its razor-sharp legs straight at Gao Peng like a spear. Once again, his partner steps up to save him. Stripey uses his steel-like legs to block the blow for Gao Peng. Gao Peng screams, looking pale as a ghost, Stripey! But Stripey just urges him on. Run, master! Get out of here! Like fuel added to the fire, there's no more fear or hesitation inside him. Gao Peng's eyes instantly fill with pure, fiery determination and rage. We're not running anymore. Today, we're taking this bastard down. Look at its belly. There's a tiny white dot there. That's its weak spot. Dumby roars back, fully unleashing his power, ready for war. Dumby channels immense energy into his palms, fiery heat radiating outwards as if to burn the very air. He's ready to unleash a brutal counterattack to avenge his injured friends. Leaping forward, he throws a heavy punch straight at the monster's face. Watching from the side, Gao Peng's stomach is in knots. The demon flamestick insect mostly relies on its retractable, razor-sharp limbs that can pierce through anything like a spear. But against a pure skeleton like Dumby, its attacks are incredibly awkward. Its 6 sword-sharp legs immediately strike back, stabbing into Dumby without a shred of hesitation. Shoot, this is bad. Even though the demon flamestick insect can't land a fatal blow on Dumby yet, Dumby is completely pinned by those long limbs, leaving him zero room to make an effective attack. Dumby quickly grabs one of the zombie's legs. Standing nearby, Gao Peng suddenly realizes what his pet is doing. No, Dumby isn't trapped. He's scared that if he dodges, the monster will target me from behind. Dumby, back off. Don't just take the hits, we're already at a safe distance. It's weak against your element, you can definitely take him. Try to find that weak spot on its belly first. Suddenly, Dazi, who had been down, weakly drags himself back up. Dazi! Gao Peng shouts, but the centipede is already buzzing with anger. No way. He charges recklessly at the monster. No one bullies Dazi's friends. Meanwhile, high above the Dayang mountain forest, a girl with braided red hair is riding a giant eagle, heading somewhere fast. Don't you dare die before I get there. Gao Peng commands his beast, and Dazi slithers right up the belly of the demon stick insect. He manages to scale the monster's body, gearing up to inject his deadly venom. But crap, the demon stick insect reacts way too fast, tossing Dazi off and landing a critical blow. Gao Peng screams in panic. Dazi, seeing his buddy get hurt, Dumby goes absolutely berserk, using every ounce of his strength to snap one of the monster's legs, launching into a relentless, furious assault. Seeing how wild the fight is getting, Gao Peng has to call Dumby back. Looking around at his battered and bruised pets, he quickly calculates the odds. Damn it, we can't keep this up. Even though the nightmare stick insect got one of its eyes smashed and is covered in blood, it's actually not that badly hurt. Its battle instincts are still insanely sharp, while Stripey, Dazi, and Dumby have all taken varying levels of damage. What do we do? Gao Peng barks at Dazi. Dazi, try using your lightning release to blast that white dot. Dazi unleashes a massive surge of electricity, sending high-voltage shocks ripping through the demon stick insect's body. Seeing the monster finally slow down, Gao Peng lets out a heavy sigh of relief. Man, that was close, but it actually worked. Dumby keeps the beast distracted while Dazi gets ready for another round. Just then, the girl on the giant eagle arrives and instantly contacts HQ. I've reached the scene. Do I eliminate the nightmare stick insect directly, or play it by ear? Copy that, terminating the target. Receiving the order, the giant eagle releases a massive wave of energy, completely wiping out the nightmare stick insect. Gao Peng is dumbfounded by the sight. What the hell is that? Turns out that giant bird is a level 38 light albatross. Gao Peng stands there, totally stunned. That's a level 38 military light albatross! The light albatross swoops down onto the giant stick insect, digging its talons in and dragging it away. Gao Peng just watches from below, his mind blank. Just like that, it's over. He collapses onto the ground, exhausted, and lets out a long sigh. Well, at least it's done. If we kept fighting, someone could have died, or we'd have been totally wiped out. Back at headquarters, everyone lets out a collective sigh of relief. Phew, thank God White Rose was fast enough. But that kid is pretty impressive. If I'm not mistaken, both of his pets are commander tier. Having 2 commander tier beasts at his age is seriously rare. The chief walks in and chimes in. True, but even with 2 commander tier beasts, taking down that nightmare stick insect on his own would have been a major struggle. Hearing this, the dispatcher asks, Chief, why did we have White Rose kill that thing anyway? According to the original rules, we weren't supposed to intervene until a flare was fired. The chief says with a worried frown, if we waited, he'd be dead. The higher-ups need to keep these student trainers alive. This was a slip-up on our part. It looks like performing well in the arena doesn't mean they can handle real combat in the wild. They're still way too green. Back in the Dayang mountain forest, Gao Peng examines his pets and thinks, wow, it's already regenerating? These monsters have some crazy vitality. He looks at Dazi and teases, gotta admit that fresh flesh looks pretty tender, almost like fish. Just then, Dazi notices Stripey acting a bit weird. With sparkly eyes, Dazi looks at Stripey and tells him he wants to eat. Hearing this, Stripey snaps, bro, I treat you like my boss, and you want to eat my leg? Dazi slithers closer to Stripey to argue his point. Eating it makes the flesh grow back faster. Gao Peng walks over and scolds him. Dude, you're beat up like crazy and all you think about is eating? And you want to eat Stripey's leg of all things? Seriously, who do you take after? Seeing how desperate Dazi is, Stripey gives in, half crying, if you want to eat it, just eat it. Right then, both Dazi and Stripey turn to stare at Gao Peng. He blinks, totally confused, and asks, what are you two staring at me for? With that, the squad heads out. A moment later, an announcement blares through the forest. Candidate Pian Feng eliminated. Candidate Pian Feng eliminated. Gao Peng murmurs, another one bites the dust. Let's move. We need to find some nutrients for Stripey so he can shed his skin and regrow those legs first. By nightfall, the gang finds a shelter. Gao Peng tells his beasts, man, a whole bunch of candidates got wiped out today. Looks like if we want to rack up high scores, we just gotta survive out here as long as possible. Honestly, there's a ton of point pillars on the outskirts of this forest anyway. Right now, everyone's rushing to the center, so no one's gonna compete with us. The ones left out here on the outer ring are more than enough. Your injuries need to heal, so we better play it safe. For now, let's just use these low-level outer monsters for some warm-up practice. Hearing that, Dazi nodded like crazy. Gao Peng thought for a second, then continued. This Commander-tier Gale Wind Howler beast has a dual wind and earth attribute, so its body is packed with rich energy. Once Stripey eats this and sheds its skin one more time, it should easily hit level 20. Too bad, I haven't been training Stripey for very long. Even though its defense is pretty solid compared to others at its level, it still couldn't hold its own against that Commander-tier monster. He was so busy talking that he didn't even notice Stripey had already formed a cocoon. Wait, it's cocooning already? It'll probably finish shedding by tomorrow morning. With that, Gao Peng crawled into his sleeping bag. He seemed totally exhausted after everything that happened. It felt like an incredibly long day. Get some sleep, guys? Everyone's wiped out today. By early morning, cracks started appearing on Stripey's cocoon. It wriggled out with a brand new, completely healthy body. Status: healthy and excited, level 20. Seeing this, Gao Peng finally let out a sigh of relief. Awesome, Stripey is fully recovered, and damn, its legs got way longer. Stripey is level 20 now, which means it's just one step away from Commander tier. Once Stripey evolves, I'll have 3 Commander tier beasts. Plus, Stripey is all about defense and crowd control, which is exactly what our team was lacking. Gao Peng called his familiars over. Alright team, let's head out and find some new point pillars. The 4 of them continued their journey. Whenever there was a chance to train, Gao Peng made sure they put in the work. When they reached a riverbank, Gao Peng spotted a toad sitting on a rocky ledge in the middle of the water. He thought, wait, why does that toad look so familiar? Monster name, Blue Skin Toad, level 8. Grade, normal. Status, healthy and happy. Hobby, quiet and peaceful. Weakness, 1 lightning element, 2, hates loud noises. Gao Peng smirked and thought, with a name like that, is this thing a cousin of the green-skinned toad or what? Suddenly, the toad leaped onto the bank and spat something right at him. Luckily, Gao Peng dodged it. Man, why doesn't the status window show their weird-ass hobbies? Don't tell me this spitting habit has literally evolved into a basic instinct for these blue-skinned toads. Just then, a drone flew overhead. Spotting his face on the screen, the commentator joked, hey, does everyone remember our resident salted fish contestant? That kid actually hasn't been disqualified yet. Let's check his current ranking. Whoa, wait. That lazy slacker of a trainer has somehow climbed all the way to 15th place. Yin Wu analyzed the screen. That is not a low rank at all. Right now, there are only 121 contestants left in the Taiyang Mountain Forest. Being in 15th place basically means his points equal the combined score of all the eliminated players. Remember, 12th place is the cutoff to qualify for the 3rd round. The gap on the leaderboard is barely 10 points, so he definitely has a shot. Hearing this, the female host just nodded blankly, clearly not having a clue what he was talking about. Looking a bit flustered, she stammered, well, let's hope this contestant can make it into the top 12th as Grandmaster Chin said. Now, let's take a look at the top-ranked contestants. At that moment, the screen displayed profiles of the higher-ranking competitors. Right here in 2nd place, we have Jun Moi. Oh, wow, Jun Moi just racked up another 40 points. Looks like instead of hunting for point pillars, most of these students are choosing to slaughter monsters to grind points fast. Suddenly, the system watch pinged, announcing that the competition had ended and scoring was now closed. All contestants were instructed to make their way to the nearest safe zone for pickup. Gao Peng let out a heavy sigh. Finally, we can get some damn rest, he thought to himself. Even though we didn't find many point pillars over the last few days, luckily Stripey successfully evolved into a commander-tier beast. That filled the gap in our formation and let us take down a bunch of commander-tier monsters. Gao Peng stood tall and muttered, do your best, leave the rest to fate. I gave it everything I had, so no matter what happens, I won't have any regrets. Right then, the leaderboard updated, showing his rank had jumped to 11th place. Meanwhile, in a hotel room back at the Jiangnan Bay City, a voice echoed, I told you to make sure you got into the top 12th. The father of the green-haired kid with glasses said sternly, if you could participate in the Alliance Youth Trainer Championship this time, it would have been a massive boost for your future growth. Hearing this, the boy stood straight and mumbled, I did try my best, Dad. Then, feeling anxious, he tried to argue his case. It's not like you didn't see how hard I fought, Dad. How about You use your connections to pull some strings and get me in." His father slammed his hand onto the armrest in a rage and roared, "Are you out of your mind? How could I pull strings for an event of this scale? Do you seriously think your old man can do anything? When are you finally going to grow up and be useful?" He fumed, trying to make his son understand the gravity of the situation. "Right now, countless eyes are on me. The second I slip up, those vultures will swarm us like rabid dogs and tear our faction apart. Forget it, let me think. For the next few days, you better keep a low profile. And stop hanging out with those useless friends of yours. If I catch you with them again, I'll personally break your damn legs." Back in the real world, Gao Peng was grabbing a bite while scrolling through his phone. The Ultimate Youth Trainer Championship is postponed for 3 months, so they delayed it. Apparently, the student trainers performed so badly this time that the government is giving us an extra 3 months to level up. But they capped the age limit to 20 years and 3 months. Wait, seriously? Is that lazy rule just to stop people from aging past 20 because of the delay? Han Xiao, who had been waiting for him for who knows how long, spotted him and called out, "Gao Peng, I've been looking all over for you. Want to grab some food?" Everyone from Chang'an is meeting up. Meanwhile, a couple standing behind them looked absolutely furious. Han Xiao threw an arm around Gao Peng's shoulder and whispered, "Come on, let's grab a bite." Look, even Jun Moi, who literally never smiles, agreed to come. Gao Peng gave a strained laugh and said, "Bro, first of all, get your arm off me." Walking out of the building, Han Xiao waved to someone ahead. "Let's go. I know a killer seafood spot nearby that serves the real deal." Just then, a man approached Gao Peng and asked, "Mr. Gao, could I have a quick word with you?" It turned out to be Mr. Zhang. Gao Peng completely ignored him and just brushed past, which caught Mr. Zhang off guard and left him visibly annoyed. He stepped in front of Gao Peng, holding out a card. The pin is 6 sixes and there's 1 million alliance credits on it. Whether we reach a deal or not, consider this compensation for wasting your precious time. Seeing the card, Gao Peng stopped to talk. Damn, is my time really worth that much? Mr. Zhang gestured toward a nearby cafe. There's a cafe right over there. Gao Peng cut him off. Whoa, hold your horses, give me a second. Suddenly, Dumby appeared right behind him. Gao Peng smirked. My familiar here has been a total scaredy cat since it was a baby. It needs me to pat its head just to fall asleep at night. Look at that, it's bedtime, so it came looking for me. Mr. Zhang was startled by the massive beast. Feeling tense, he stammered, "Quite cautious, aren't we? But that's good. Out in the real world, you can never be too careful." Once they sat down inside the cafe, Mr. Zhang got straight to the point. "Actually, I'm here because I want to make a deal with you, Mr. Gao." Gao Peng raised an eyebrow. "Oh, what kind of deal?" Mr. Zhang slid a card toward him. "Someone is willing to pay you a massive sum of compensation if you agree to drop out of the Ultimate Youth Trainer Championship. This compensation is way higher than the actual grand prize for winning the championship. And to show our good faith, I'll even let you in on some insider info, Mr. Gao. According to my sources, some trainer in the American region has already contracted a Lord-tier familiar. They're basically a lock to win the whole thing. Which means even if you participate, you've got 0 chance of taking first place anyway. Think about it carefully, Mr. Gao." Hearing this, Gao Peng decided to lay out his own situation. "I'm just a poor orphan whose parents are long gone. What could a guy like me have that's worth targeting? But man, willing to pay this much, your client must really love their kid." Hearing this, Mr. Zhang smiled. "So, are we doing business?" Gao Peng took a big gulp of his coffee and smirked. "Sorry, but I'd rather chase a shot at a higher stage than chase the cash." Seeing his sudden shift, Mr. Zhang got pissed. "Mr. Gao, what is the meaning of this? I strongly suggest you think this over. Aren't you supposed to love money? This is a life-changing amount." At this point, Gao Peng dropped the act and said bluntly, "Was I being too subtle?" "Let me make it clear. My answer is no." Mr. Zhang sighed. "Well, that is truly a shame." Gao Peng stood up to leave, waving casually over his shoulder. "Enjoy your drink, it's on me." Mr. Zhang angrily dials his phone to call someone. The person on the other end asks him what the guy said. Watching Gao Peng walk away from outside the door, Mr. Zhang says, "He rejected it. The kid's got some real attitude. Didn't take the bait." Gao Peng couldn't care less and just walks away while chatting with Han Xiao on the phone, saying, "On my way, you guys go ahead and eat." Watching him leave, Mr. Zhang thinks, "I might be easygoing, but the person who hired me isn't exactly the type to play nice with you. This kid is still too naive. Once he takes a few more hits from reality, he'll learn how cruel and real the world actually is. Whatever, not my problem anyway. I'm just the messenger." Right then, Mr. Zhang suddenly senses something's off. Wait, what? The street around him is completely empty, not a single soul in sight. Something's wrong. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, the heavy clanking of iron chains echoes through the air. At the end of the street, someone is walking a familiar toward him. Mr. Zhang is stunned. When the hell did they get here? He panics and looks to his left, only to see another group approaching with clear, hostile intent. Heart-pounding, Mr. Zhang thinks in panic. Seriously? I have to pull out my trump card already? What the hell is going on? Who is targeting me from the shadows? The men surround him and say, Mr. Zhang, don't even bother resisting. Your Ice Mountain Bluebird has already been neutralized. We don't want to accidentally take your life, so we suggest you, quote. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang desperately tries to contact his beast, but to his horror, he gets zero response. My Bluebird didn't even have a chance to send a warning. Looks like I'm the one in deep trouble today. The leader steps forward and says politely, After you, sir. Someone wants to see you. Please. Mr. Zhang thinks to himself, Fine, let's see what kind of big shot is behind this. He is led into a restaurant where someone is already waiting for him. Mr. Zhang, I presume? The woman standing next to the man flicks a card. The exact same kind Mr. Zhang had just offered Gao Peng, and it embeds itself deep into the wooden pillar right next to his head. The man slowly turns around, revealing himself to be the chairman and Gao Peng's grandfather, Jihan Wu. He says, Sorry to waste your precious time. There are 5 million alliance credits on that card, and the passcode is 6 5s. Consider it compensation for your time. Now, I want to know what you said to that innocent, sweet, pure kid of mine earlier. Knowing this wasn't a man he could afford to cross, Mr. Zhang forces a nervous smile and says, Sir, I really just wanted to have a quick chat with him, to advise him to withdraw from the Alliance's strongest youth trainer competition. Privately, Mr. Zhang is screaming inside, Innocent and pure? These heavy hitters literally came here for Gao Peng, and they're obviously tight. What the hell? Didn't my intel say that kid was a nobody with zero background? How is he connected to someone this insanely rich and powerful? Jihan Wu steps closer to Mr. Zhang, narrowing his eyes as he asks, And how did my boy respond? Trembling with fear, Mr. Zhang stammers, He refused. He said he didn't want to miss a chance to gain more experience. In his mind, he's frantic. Who is this guy? Who is he really? Suddenly, a shocking realization flashes in Mr. Zhang's mind. Oh my god, could it be him? The chairman continues his interrogation. So, what's your team's next move? I'm not in the mood for lies. And I'm sure your little sister wouldn't want to hear her big brother lying, right? We wouldn't want to set a bad example for the kids. Just then, a little girl's voice calls out from behind, Big brother. Mr. Zhang whips his head around, utterly bewildered. Xiao Xuan? What are you doing here? Xiao Xuan, sniffling, explains, This kind grandpa said he could help me see you. You're always so busy with work and never come home, I haven't seen you in forever. Tears start welling up in her eyes as she begins to cry. He also said we were playing a game of hide-and-seek so you wouldn't find me. He said if I won, he'd give me 5 ice creams. I was going to give them all to you to eat. Please don't be mad at me, okay? I just really missed you. Jihan Wu walks over, gently patting her head, and speaks in a warm, soft voice. Why would your big brother ever be mad at you? Now, my lovely little princess, Grandpa needs to chat with your brother for a bit. Why don't you go inside and enjoy some ice cream? Seeing this, Mr. Zhang quickly kneels down to comfort his sister. He's right, I'm not mad. Why would I ever be mad at you? Be a good girl, Shan. Once the girl walks inside, Mr. Zhang turns to the chairman, his voice trembling with anger. My sister is completely innocent. She doesn't know anything. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. I haven't actually done anything to him yet. I literally just talked to Gao Peng. Jihan Wu cuts him off coldly, and that is exactly why you're still standing here breathing, talking to me. The old man sits down, calmly gesturing for his assistant to serve some tea. How would you like to work for me instead? Mr. Zhang's eyes widen in disbelief. You're not going to kill me? Sipping his tea, Jihan Wu replies, Everyone has value, no matter what shady business they're in. Killing is the easiest route, but it's also the most wasteful. Now keep talking. Having no other choice, Mr. Zhang spills everything, concluding with, And that's basically how the whole thing went down. So, it's the mayor of Chang'an-based city, Han Yuanming, huh? Jihan Wu mutters. When I first got word that someone was digging into little Peng, I kept scratching my head trying to figure out what they wanted. I never expected it to be for such a petty reason. The woman standing beside him asks, Chairman Ji, should we take care of Han Yuanming? Jihan Wu shakes his head. No. Leave Han Yuanming to little Peng to handle personally. Since this trouble came because of him, it needs to end by his hands. That way, he'll get a better sense of achievement. Though I do agree with one thing, little Peng participating in this low-tier tournament is indeed a massive waste of his time. Standing up, he gazes out the window and thinks to himself, It's been 4 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? By now, night has fallen. Gao Peng stands in his room looking down at the glittering city below. Who exactly is pulling the strings behind what happened today? Shaking off the thought, he throws himself onto the bed. Whatever, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Since I rejected them today, they're bound to make another move sooner or later. I'll just play it by ear. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes from the door. Gao Peng bolts upright, thinking, They're here already? Highly alert, he creeps to the door and asks cautiously, Who's there? A voice from outside chuckles. Sleeping in all the time is a bad habit for a young man. Then comes the sound of a key turning in the lock, and the door swings wide open. Gao Peng is instantly stunned by the familiar voice. Jihan Wu steps into the room, standing right in front of him with a smile. Little Peng, it's been a long time. Overjoyed, Gao Peng lunges forward and throws his arms around him, shouting with excitement. His grandfather, Ji Hanwu, hugs him back tightly and takes a good look at him. Look at you. It's only been a few years, and you've already grown so tall, kiddo. Sitting down on a chair, the old man praises. I actually watched your tournament matches. You did an incredible job. Smart, calculated, and bold. Shyly scratching his head, Gao Peng says, well, my strength is still lacking, so I had to play dirty around the edges just to scrape some points. But Ji Hanwu shakes his head in disagreement. Nonsense. Being able to keep yourself safe and survive is the ultimate victory. There's absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. Back when I first founded the Southern Heaven Group, even I had to swallow my pride and back down a few times. But now that your grandpa is back, as long as I'm breathing, absolutely nobody is going to push you around. Deeply moved, Gao Peng replies, then, is there anything I can do to help with your group right now? I've actually gotten pretty good at raising familiars. Ji Hanwu chuckles coldly. Don't worry about that. It's just a few dying fish splashing around. They can't cause any real trouble. Let's talk about something else. Someone's trying to get you disqualified from the tournament. Thinking of the man's smug face, he continues, it's Han Mingyuan, the mayor of Chang'an Bay City. I know you turned his messenger down, but trying to persuade you was just his first move. He's the type to play nice first before playing dirty. Gao Peng frowns, slightly confused. The mayor? That's going to be a headache. So what's his play dirty plan look like? Ji Hanwu explains in detail. First, he'll destroy your reputation. He'll hire a girl to act like she admires you and invite you out to dinner. And during that dinner, a few unexpected things will happen. Then, she'll falsely accuse you of sexual assault. With a little media push, you, an innocent kid with zero public background, won't stand a chance. Once a lie spreads, it becomes the truth. That disgusting label would stick to you for the rest of your life. I want you to get revenge yourself, and I'll back you up 100%. Besides, a little adversity is good motivation to push you forward. Hearing this, Gao Peng nods. Got it. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll make sure to remember. Ji Hanwu laughs heartily, teasing, remembering my advice, or memorizing his name to destroy him. Hearing that, the kid just scratches his head and gives an awkward, embarrassed chuckle without answering. Suddenly, Ji Hanwu's tone turns dead serious as he says, all right, jokes aside, let's talk business. Looking straight at his grandson, he says, I want you to drop out of this Alliance Youth Trainer competition. Without a single second of hesitation, Gao Peng nods, sure, I'll contact the organizers tomorrow. Taken aback by how fast he agreed, Ji Hanwu asks, wait, really? I just got here and told you to give up on an opportunity you worked so hard for, and you're not even going to fight me on it? Gao Peng replies obediently, Grandpa, if you're asking me to do this, you definitely have a good reason. I'll always trust your judgment first. Ji Hanwu pushes himself up from his chair, lets out a soft sigh, and says with a warm smile, you little brat! Ji Hanwu walked over to the window, looked outside, and said in a low voice, kid, you know it's only been a little over 3 years since the cataclysm hit. Honestly, the gap between everyone isn't even that big. Thinking of how those skyscrapers are now nothing but piles of rubble, he calmly said, age doesn't give anyone an advantage anymore. Whether you're 30, 40, or 50, everyone is starting from the exact same square one. He looked at his grandson and asked seriously, Xiao Peng, why act like kids fighting over some strongest youth beastmaster title? Wouldn't it be way better to just drop the youth part? His eyes widened as he blurted out the 2 words his grandpa had just emphasized. Strongest beastmaster? Grandpa Ji glanced out the window and replied, exactly, the strongest beastmaster. Times have changed, kid. This is the golden age for the ambitious. Sure, the Alliance is running the show right now, but that's just temporary. Sooner or later, a massive conflict is going to blow this whole thing wide open. Gao Peng murmured. Grandpa, you mean, Ji Hanwu, imagining himself standing at the peak of power, asked in an excited voice, tell me, when a person controls a beast that can literally move mountains and fill oceans, would they ever be satisfied with being ordinary? Satisfied with their current status? A human's desire always grows to match their power. Hearing this, Gao Peng frowned, his lips pressed thin. He thought to himself, suddenly a bit terrified to even imagine what the future would look like when that day actually comes. Grandpa Ji placed a hand on his grandson's shoulder and said solemnly, so, focus on getting stronger. Going back to this competition is just a waste of time. A real man's gotta have some ambition. His lips parted, and he finally asked, Grandpa, I have a question. He looked straight into his grandpa's eyes and asked, when that day comes, there will be powerhouses who want to maintain order. But there will definitely be just as many who want to stand above the law. He hesitated for a moment. Grandpa, so, do you want to protect the order, or? Ji Hanwu burst out laughing, giving an answer he never expected. You silly kid, of course I'd protect you. Then he continued, I know making you pull out of the competition like this rubs you the wrong way. So, when the competition starts in 3 months, I'll recommend you for a spot to join as a referee. It's a position I can pull some strings to get you. But you've got to work hard during these 3 months. Hearing this, Gao Peng was stunned and repeated, a referee. A mischievous smirk suddenly crept onto his face. He thought to himself, yeah, joining the competition as a player is totally pointless, but being a referee? Now that's what I'm talking about. Just thinking about those contestants, seeing a guy who was supposed to be their rival suddenly show up as their referee. Oh, they're going to be absolutely thrilled. Today was a beautiful day with a clear blue sky. He was currently in the lobby of the Chang'an Base Airport. Gao Peng dragged his suitcase up the escalator, with his beasts following closely behind. He thought to himself, finally I'm home. But, can a place without family even be called a home? Once things here are wrapped up, he'd head straight to Yuzhou. He'd still choose Yuzhou University. Honestly, where he went to college didn't make much of a difference anyway. Even if he couldn't help his grandpa, at least he could be closer to him. The phone in his pants pocket suddenly started vibrating like crazy. Feng Shi saw the call connect and got straight to the point. Hey Gao, you're back from Jiangnan, right? Got some free time? I need a favor, and trust me, it's a sweet deal. Hearing that, he agreed. Sure, President Feng. I actually need to head over to the association to get some stuff done anyway. Feng Ji sighed over the phone and said, Sigh, I've actually resigned from the Beast Breeder Association. On the other end, Gao Peng asked in surprise, President Feng, why'd you leave the Breeder Association? Feng Ji's eyes flared with anger at the thought of those people, and he replied in a dark tone, It's corrupt now. It's no longer the Breeder Association I once believed in. It has completely become a subordinate unit of the Beastmaster Alliance. The Beastmaster Alliance? Sigh, let's not talk about those sellouts anymore. He scanned his office and said, I'm working with the military now. Got a big gig, you down? Look, I can't give you many credit points, but I can pay you with some rare materials. Gao Peng didn't want to beat around the bush. President Feng, just tell me straight. If it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. The man on the other end replied, All right, I'll give it to you straight. Thinking of that giant sandworm with iron hooks in its mouth, he began his story. You probably know about those Shituoman man-eating earthworms brought in from the Dali Desert, right? A monster hunting squad just discovered that the leader of one of their packs is about to evolve into a lord tier. Gao Peng was stunned. Are you guys planning to capture this Shituoman man-eating earthworm leader that's about to evolve into a lord tier? Feng Shi, thinking of their combat tanks and army size, tried to reassure him. Don't worry, we're not getting involved in any lord tier combat. We're just going to help clear the area when the earthworm leader is evolving. Gao Peng chuckled twice as he looked at his phone. Ha ha. Imagining two lord-tier beasts clashing, he couldn't help but think, the Dali Desert already has a commander-tier desert ruler. Although the Dali Desert expanded quite a bit after the cataclysm, it's definitely not big enough to host two lord-tier monsters. A massive turf war is bound to break out. Looks like the Chang'an military is planning to just sit back and reap the rewards. Seeing Stripey laugh beside him, Gao Peng quickly explained, I wasn't talking about you. He put the phone back to his ear and asked, Why reach out to me, though? Doesn't the military have plenty of powerhouses? Feng Ji coughed awkwardly into his hand and said, well, this plan was my idea, but the military brass didn't take it seriously, so I had to reach out to people on my own. But don't worry, there's absolutely no major danger. I've got a few military beastmasters on my side, and if things go south, the Golden Hands might even step in. Gao Peng teased, Looks like things aren't going so great for you since you joined the military, huh? Feng Shi didn't answer, just giving a dry laugh. Gao Peng asked, All right, fine. When is that giant worm gonna evolve? The volume on the phone suddenly spiked, forcing him to pull it away from his ear. So you're in? It'll probably be in 2 days. Don't worry, I owe you one for this. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. Gao Peng smiled and said, With such a massive show, of course I've got to join in on the fun. Just let me know when it's time. He hung up and kept walking, thinking to himself, Combat at this level is way beyond me right now, so I'll basically just be a spectator. But if I want to become a true powerhouse, I need to witness how the big players fight to broaden my horizons. He thought back to his grandpa's words. The strongest beastmaster, huh? Just then, he saw Sister Tang Tang waving at him in the distance. He waved back, but upon hearing a familiar cry, he glanced over and was shocked. Wait, what on earth is this fat penguin? That voice? Flamey? Following Feng Shi, they arrived at the outskirts of Chang'an near Mirror Lake. Gao Peng looked around, thinking to himself that it wasn't too far out. They hadn't gone deep into the Black Ash Forest, they were basically just on the outskirts. Leading the way, Feng Ji pointed ahead and said, It's just up ahead. If we go any further, we'll be stepping into the Black Ash Forest Lord's territory. The Black Ash Forest Lord has always had a nasty temper, but they wouldn't dare mess with him. Gao Peng looked at the beast cloaked beside Sister Tong and thought in surprise, Sister Tong actually has such a powerful beast? A stat panel popped up next to it, Monster name Shadow Japalura, monster level 39, monster grade perfect, abilities hardened skin level 2, passive effect. When completely still, it blends seamlessly with its surroundings, passive effect. The unique characteristics of its skin allow it to absorb sound and sound waves. It moves with virtually zero noise, making it almost impossible to detect. Looking at the panel and then back to the beast, he thought, these stats are kind of terrifying. No wonder Grandpa sent Sister Tang along. He turned his gaze to the helper President Feng had brought along. A man in gray with a green snake coiled around his neck and a boar standing at his feet. This guy had introduced himself as Li Qing, and his beasts were a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake. Then he looked at the man in brown standing next to him, who had a red bird beside him. This other guy's name is Qin Yi, and his beast is a level 27 flaming bird. They're on completely different levels. He frowned slightly, wondering, wait, Li Qing and Qin Yi, is that a play on words? Feng Tu leads the way, raises his hand to stop us, and speaks up. We can't get any closer than this. A monster right on the edge of breaking through is at its most paranoid. We definitely don't want to piss it off right now. Right ahead is a giant pit packed to the brim with Shatuoman man-eating worms. Gao Peng gasps in shock. Holy crap, that is way too many. Feng Tu whispers right next to him, actually, we might not even have to do anything in the end. These Shatuoman man-eating worms will naturally protect their boss. He looks at Feng Tu and asks, but wait, is this Black Ashes Overlord's actual name just Black Ashes Overlord? Feng Tu turns around and replies, nah, not really. It's ruling the entire Black Ashes forest right now, so everyone just calls it the Black Ashes Overlord. After all, not every Lord-class monster is lucky enough to grab their own turf. He thinks back to that desert tyrant and adds, take that desert tyrant, for example. If it could occupy the Great Rift Desert long enough, maybe we'd be calling it the Rift Overlord by now. Feng Tu turns back and warns everyone. Heads up, everyone. The Shatuoman man-eating worm is super close to leveling up, so you can bet a bunch of other monsters are lurking, waiting to jump us. Right as he says this, Gao Peng speaks up. President Feng, looks like we've got a guest. Seeing a massive chicken charging right at them, his jaw drops as he yells, whoa, that is one giant-ass chicken! Feng Tu smirks and laughs out loud. Haha, a chicken that eats worms! For this chicken, a Shadow Woman worm on the verge of becoming an overlord is the ultimate bait. He watches the chicken leap onto the swarm of worms, then turns to him. Hey Cao, check it out. This golden-feathered rooster is using its natural predator advantage to effortlessly dodge the worms. The golden-feathered rooster hops from worm to worm, making its way forward. But suddenly, all the worms vanish, leaving it looking around in total confusion. Gao Peng also scans the area, totally lost. He asks, wait, where did the worms go? Where's my giant-ass worm? Duong, standing nearby, loses it and starts cracking up at his face. Feng Tu clears his throat. Focus, you guys. Worms burrow. This Shadow Woman boss worm is probably hiding deep underground while it levels up, so obviously you can't find it. Hey Cao, you've got raw talent, but you're still wet behind the ears. You've got a lot of learning to do. Gao Peng has to swallow his frustration, thinking to himself, well, you're a top-tier monster breeder, no doubt about it. But if you see through me, how the hell am I supposed to explain myself? Meanwhile, the golden-feathered rooster is still wandering around searching for its lunch. Suddenly, a worm bursts out of the ground and clamps onto its leg. The chicken tries to take off, but the swarm of worms works together to drag it down. Feng Tu says, look, Cao. Once those worms get their grip, that bird is grounded for good. In the end, the golden-feathered rooster gets yanked down, slamming into the dirt with a loud crash. The man-eating worms seize the moment, swarming to devour the poor bird. Gao Peng closes his eyes and sighs. This chicken's combat skills are seriously trash. Feng Tu stays cool. Chill, this is just the appetizer. Suddenly, Duong puts a finger to her lips, shh, as the ground starts shaking violently. She calmly says, a big boy is coming. A giant spider crawls out from the woods and an info screen pops up. Monster name. Terror Brutal Mother Spider, Pseudo-Overlord, level 40.5 Rock Element. Weakness, 1 Wood Element, 2 Bloodsteel Fruit Juice, 3 Platinum Latang. Skill, Silk Hardening level 2 Tough Skin level 1. Gao Peng mutters, these stats look kinda familiar, as a bright red flame suddenly bursts on its body. Wherever the spider steps, the worm swarm gets sliced right in half. Gao Peng narrows his eyes, guessing to himself, wait, is this Mother Spider the same boss from the Terror Brutal Spider Nest that Lu Sam Lam and his team were planning to raid? I remember they failed that raid and lost a bunch of people, but they did manage to interrupt its evolution, leaving it as just a defective overlord. Feng Tu says guiltily, yeah, but the military always thought the Black Ashes Overlord killed it. Who would have thought it was still breathing? Guess I dropped the ball on this one. We gotta stall for time. He still asks anxiously, are you serious? Even if it's a defective overlord, it's still got 1 foot over the threshold. He thinks, with just our group. Suddenly, he looks over at Duong and her beast, a spark of hope lighting up. Wait, actually, maybe we can stir up some trouble here. Duang Duang looks at Feng Tu and speaks up. We can make a move, but we get dibs on this terror-brutal mother spider. Hearing this, he lets out a surprised, huh? He's still worried. We can only stall this mother spider. With just our small crew, trying to actually hunt this terror-brutal mother spider is pure suicide. She turns around and commands, whatever, Bong and I will take care of it. You guys just keep watch and make sure other monsters don't butt in. Feng Tu looks at the phantom dragon lizard and starts feeling a bit more confident, thinking, Cao's sister actually has a beast with a rare hidden trait. In the military zone, anyone lucky enough to get a beast like this gets fast-tracked for elite training by the department head. This girl is definitely not ordinary. Gao Peng looks at her, wanting to help out, and says, Sis Duang Duang, I'll have Dumby back you up. Duang Duang doesn't turn him down. All right, Bong, stand behind me and watch our flanks. Feng Tu cuts in, then we should also. Before he can even finish, Duang Duang shoots him a look. Just don't get in our way. He whines under his breath. Hey, you can't just play favorites like that, can you? She ignores him, releases the beast in her hands, and commands, Go get him. Softy looks full of murderous intent as she calmly says, Go take that spider out. The mother spider sees Softy approaching and immediately switches to attack mode. Softy picks up speed, sharp claws popping out of its toes, looking totally hyped. Feng Tu is impressed. Damn, those claws are lethal. Duang Duang throws cold water on his excitement. Still not enough. Looking at the cuts appearing on the mother spider's body, she adds, The cuts Softy made are just flesh wounds. They didn't touch its vital organs at all. A pink tongue shoots out, wrapping tightly around the mother spider's leg. Turns out, it's the phantom dragon lizard's tongue. But the mother spider fights back, making the tongue shake violently. The mother spider raises its leg, gleaming with a deadly light. Then it slams it hard into the ground, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Softy reacts instantly and dodges to the side. Softy zigzags around to escape the assault. The mother spider relentlessly shoots toxic silk, chasing right on Softy's tail. Gao Peng watches this and mutters, This isn't gonna work. Sure, the spider can't land a hit on Softy, but we aren't doing any real damage to it either. Goldie standing next to him looks just as worried. Gao Peng looks at Dumby and orders, Dumby, use blood thread heart! Dumby pulls back its cloak, revealing its body underneath, and touches its red heart. Hit by Dumby's attack, the mother spider screeches in pure rage. Dumby looks at the mother spider growing huge in front of him and starts panicking. Gao Peng is just as shocked. Wait, did the charm wear off that fast? Fighting above our level is seriously a stretch. We just gotta drag this out as long as possible. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently. Gao Peng looks at the flying debris, worried, an earthquake? But then, something bursts out from underground, sending the mother spider flying, and its mouth packed with razor-sharp teeth bites off one of the spider's legs. Feng Tu sees this, pumps his fist in victory, and cheers, hell yeah, it evolved successfully. Gao Peng smirks, thinking, well, this one is on a whole different level from that mother spider. An info screen pops up next to the rampaging beast. Monster name, Shitwoman Great Worm Overlord, level 41, elite grade, earth element, weakness, fire element. Gao Peng notes that this is a legit overlord. The beast looks down from above, its mouth wide open, ready to strike at any moment. Feng Tu sees this and gets worried, thinking, man, why the hell do you have to fight to the death with this spider? This spider is just a failed pseudo-overlord with zero potential left. You should have picked a fight with the desert tyrant instead. That way the military could just sit back and reap the rewards. Suddenly, the Shatwoman worm dives back into the dirt. The mother spider watches, thinking, burrowing? Oh, so you're trying to run? The mother spider starts frantically tearing up the dirt to hunt down the Shatwoman worm. Gao Peng looks at Feng Tu and chuckles. Well, the spider's pissed. But hey, it ended up collapsing the tunnel, completely losing track of that giant worm. Feng Shu glanced at him and replied, Yup, looks like our little mission was a total success. Up ahead, Li Qing noticed something and called out, Yo, old Feng, check this out. This spider's acting weird as hell. Seeing the mother spider spinning around and around on the worm-covered ground, he added, She's been spinning like crazy since we started. Think she's losing her mind because her food got away? Tang Tang stared at it and chimed in. That mother spider burned a ton of energy during that fight just now. She's probably starving. She pointed to the mother spider's legs and told everyone, Look, she's intentionally trapping the other worms, crowding them together. Right after that, the mother spider suddenly opened her jaws and spat out a web. The web wrapped perfectly around the pile of worms on the ground. She used her legs to scoop up the web and the worms together, shoving them right into her mouth. Gao Peng rubbed his growling stomach and muttered, why does that low-key look like eating black bean noodles? Feng Shu, Li Qing, and Qin Yi stared at Gao Peng with bizarre looks on their faces. He glared back, totally confused. What? Why are you guys staring at me? Leaving the whispering crowd behind, Gao Peng looked at Tong Tong and said, That mother spider barely has a scratch on her. We've got no way of catching her like this. Tong Tong put on a serious face and replied, Chill out, the main event is just getting started. Dumpling, standing close by, suddenly threw his head back and let out a massive roar. Then, in a flash, one of the mother spider's legs was sliced clean off. The phantom dragon lizard, which had been cloaked nearby, slowly began to show itself. It locked its eyes dead on the mother spider. The phantom dragon lizard opened its jaws wide and breathed out a cloud of white smoke, then lunged forward and bit off another of her legs. The mother spider shrieked in absolute agony under the relentless onslaught. The mother spider swatted Dumpling away for giving her a scratch. Then she kicked the phantom dragon lizard away for landing a decent hit. Seeing this, Gao Peng got worried and said, "This is bad, sis. That mother spider is still a beast. We need to fall back and regroup." Tong Tong just pointed a finger toward the sky, totally chill. "Don't sweat it, Peng. She's not getting away this time." A pair of massive wings swooped down from the sky, kicking up a gale that sent everything on the ground flying in all directions. Gao Peng looked up, whispering, "That bird is landing." As one of its massive talons hit the dirt, it kicked up a huge cloud of dust. Staring at its glowing yellow eyes, razor-sharp claws, and the faint golden aura around its body, Gao Peng gasped in shock. A Lord's aura, a stat panel popped up. Monster name, Blood-Eyed Lake-Pecking Eagle. Extremely muscular, level 42, grade, normal, status. Healthy, calm. Abilities, wind power level 3, hardened stomach level 2, attribute, wind type, weaknesses 1, light type, 2, fire type, 3, metal type, 4, dark type. Grade promotion, 1, dark evolution, 2, sacred evolution, 3, blood crystal evolution. Feng Shu looked around and warned, "Heads up, everyone. This lord-tier beast might have been lured here by those man-eating worms, too. Right now, that semi-lord mother spider is keeping its eyes busy. As long as we don't go poking the bear, we should be fine." But seeing the blood-eyed lake-pecking eagle bow its head, someone asked, "Wait, why isn't it attacking the spider? It's bowing its head instead. That's totally not normal bird behavior." Tong Tong replied, "Oh, it's just paying its respects to these monsters." Feng Shu could only let out a dumbfounded, "Huh?" Gao Peng was completely baffled. He looked at her and asked, "Hold up, sis, why on earth is it paying respects?" Tong Tong replied in a totally sarcastic, mocking tone, "Because it watches way too many movies. Thinks it's the godmother or something. Or maybe some kind of elite killer bird. Angry Birds, honestly, it's watched so many I can't even keep track." Li Qing stared at the girl, suddenly getting it. "Wait a minute, is this lord-level beast actually yours?" Tong Tong chuckled. "Haha, a girl's gotta have some basic self-defense tricks when she goes out, right?" Though in her head, she was like, "Who am I kidding? As if this counts as basic self-defense." Gao Peng closed his eyes, thinking to himself that at this point, even if someone told him his grandpa's familiar was a literal dragon, he wouldn't even blink. Despite looking right at the injured mother's spider, the blood-eyed lake-pecking eagle still wasn't making a single move to attack. Tang Tong watched the giant bird aggressively shaking its head and groaned, "Ugh, this idiot and his annoying habits." Gao Peng, unfazed, asked, "What habit?" Feng Shu and his crew perked up their ears, totally listening in. They figured since this was a rare lord-tier familiar, they should definitely take notes on its behavior. Tong Tong tilted her head, acting like she was trying to remember. Well, it thinks it's a scavenger. It believes it can only eat rotting flesh and isn't allowed to kill live prey. So right now it's adjusting its mindset. Hearing that, Feng Shu and his guys felt like they'd been hit by a lightning bolt. They all thought, adjusting its mindset? Since when was that a thing? Tang Tang looked up at the blood-eyed lake-pecking eagle, spread her arms, and said, "You can't eat this mother spider. Just trash her, and we'll take her back with us." The giant bird looked totally shocked, like, "Wait, no food?" It started flapping its wings like crazy, huffing and puffing, looking incredibly disappointed. Then, out of nowhere, the blood-eyed lake-pecking eagle launched itself straight up into the sky. Gao Peng and the crew looked up in awe as it circled high in the sky. The blinding golden light radiating from its body got deeper and darker by the second. The mother spider looked up, shaking like a leaf as she watched the massive shadow swoop down. The blood-eyed lake-pecking eagle slammed into the ground. The sheer shockwave sent the mother spider flying, green blood splattering absolutely everywhere. A bit of green blood splattered onto the bird's face. It swiped its tongue out, licking the blood off, its glowing eyes looking incredibly badass. Watching this, Feng Shu stammered, "That semi-lord monster got wrecked just like that? This feels way too easy, man." Tang Tang yelled, "Slice her leg tendons!" Hearing the command, the blood lake-pecking eagle stared at its sharp claws, then used its wings to slash repeatedly at the mother spider's legs. Tong Tong smirked. "There, now she's not going anywhere." Feng Shu gasped in awe, "Sis, your familiar is an absolute beast." Once they wrapped things up, Gao Peng waved at him and said, "Guildmaster Feng will be taking this mother spider off your hands." Feng Shu nodded. Sure, go ahead." Li Qing and Qin Yi chimed in. "So, does this mean our mission is officially done?" Feng Shu replied, "Yeah, pretty much." Twilight slowly faded into night, and a thick blanket of twinkling stars filled the sky. Over at Gao Peng's villa, the whole house was lit up. Gao Peng stared at the two status panels floating next to the mother spider. Injury severity, severe movement, impaired. Monster name, Dreadmother Spider, Ruthless Pseudo-Lord. Promotion to Lord. Required materials, perfect grade earth rock core, earth marrow liquid, 1 pound. He finished reading inside. The evolution path only shows one option. That means her choices are super limited. She's probably lost a ton of potential. Her evolution path is totally broken. Plus, I've never even heard of these materials before. Looks like this mother spider is a bust. He turned to the girl and asked, "Hey sis, do you want this mother spider?" Tong Tong, who was busy feeding Xiao Yuan, looked at it with pure disgust. "Why would I want a spider? No way. It's ugly as hell. If you don't want it, just give it to your grandpa for lab practice." Stripey, who was standing nearby, got teary-eyed and started shaking, thinking they were talking about abandoning him. Tang Tang quickly patted his head, comforting him. "Not you, silly. Our Stripey is the best boy." Gao Peng made a polite gesture and said, "Hey sis, it's getting pretty late. Want to grab dinner?" Tong Tong shook her head. "Rain check. I still gotta find someone to take care of this spider." Gao Peng grabbed the handle and swung the door open, a bright golden light flashing from inside. Dazi came running out, looking super pouty as he cried, "Master!" Seeing him like that, Gao Peng asked worriedly, "What's up? What's wrong?" Dazi started circling around Gao Peng's legs, whining sadly, "I want to eat ribs. I want ribs." He gave a sigh, looking helpless. "We don't have any ribs in the house, okay? How are you going to eat? Am I supposed to magically summon some bones for you?" Dazi suddenly perked up like he just got a brilliant idea, looking incredibly hyped. Gao Peng followed Dazi's claw, pointing towards the corner and muttered, "Dumby, you're smiling? Why do you sound so weird and funny right now?" Gao Peng pointed at a pot of boiling broth and told Dumby, "Come on, Dumby, go scrub yourself clean and get over here." Dumby hesitated, his voice choking up with emotion. Is Master making a delicious meal for me? Even though I'm just a pile of bones and can't eat a single thing, Master still remembered me." Gao Peng took a sip of the soup and nodded. "Tastes pretty good. Besides, this heat is probably nothing to Dumby anyway. Looks like I won't have to buy ingredients for rib soup anymore." "Sweet!" He carried the pot of broth over to his beasts and yelled happily, "All right, guys, soup's on! Dig in!" Over on the other side, Aishuan was comforting A Dai, who was sitting there hugging his knees. Gao Peng stood by the window, staring up at the full moon, lost in thought. A new map was about to unlock. Yuzhou is a massive base city packed with towering skyscrapers, surrounded by thick, dense forests. As Gao Peng sat on the plane, a flight attendant walked over to remind him, "Sir, we're about to land in Yuzhou." He stared out the window and muttered, "We're here, huh?" At the Yuzhou airport, Tong Tong was on the phone. "Yeah, I got it." "Right, makes sense. You go ahead and handle your business." Gao Peng looked around, checking the place out. "So this is Yuzhou Airport? Feels pretty much like Chang'an, just way more high-tech." Tang Tang looked at him and said, "Master got tied up with some stuff and couldn't pick us up. But he set everything up at the company, so we can just head straight over." Hearing this, Gao Peng asked, "Did something go down?" Tang Tang grinned and said, "Just a minor hiccup, nothing to sweat about." Meanwhile, a massive ship was slicing through the waves. Two people stood right at the bow when suddenly the water violently erupted, revealing a piece of some giant monster nearby. Ji Hanwoo stood with his arms crossed, his coat whipping in the wind. He glared at the beast and muttered, "So, this is the piece of trash trying to ruin my reunion with my grandson?" The monster bared its razor-sharp teeth, its blood-red eyes full of pure rage. As the beast lunged closer, the guy next to him panicked. "Chairman, this is too dangerous. We need to get you out of here." But Ji Hanwoo didn't even flinch. He casually called out, "Bye, wrap this up quick. I've got a grandson to meet." In a flash of lightning, a massive white dragon lunged, sinking its fangs deep into the monster's neck, spraying blood everywhere. After a quick, brutal beatdown, the beast gasped its last breath amidst a cloud of white steam. The dragon stood tall and proud, looking absolutely badass. The water was definitely its playground. With the monster dead, its blood poured out, turning the entire sea crimson. Staring at the massive carcass floating there, the commander started barking out orders. "Tell the salvage crew to watch their step. A high-level beast carcass like this is a gold mine. Logistics, move it. The alloy mesh is ready. Get the blue monkey squad prepped to dive." A brown monkey clutching a massive iron hook got ready to dive. Another monkey had already plunged in ahead of him. Underwater, they quickly slammed the heavy hooks into the beast's flesh. One monkey popped back up to the surface and flashed a hand signal. Blue monkey squad finished. "Start hauling." On the control room screen, footage of two ships dragging the giant beast played. A frustrated voice grumbled, not again. We only get to see the aftermath. Every single time that damn mist blocks the actual fight." Instructor Chen complained, stuffing his face with watermelon. "Old Man G is seriously such a tease." Over at the Southern Sky Group, the security guard took a look at the ID card Tang Tang handed him, smiled and said, "Right this way, please. Once you go in, take a left. That's the lounge for large beasts." She smiled back and said, "Awesome, thanks." Gao Peng stared at the massive beast towering over Tang Tang, reading the holographic stat panel floating next to it. Ripper demonic white spider, level 34. He muttered under his breath, a boss tier beast just to guard the door? These guys are disgustingly rich. Tong Tong gestured for him to follow. Come on, let's head inside and wait. Just make yourself at home, alright? Gao Peng just gave a lazy nod. A chick in a red dress nearby couldn't help but snicker, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Tong Tong frowned. What's so funny? The girl waved her hand, giggling. Oh, sorry, it's just some country bumpkin kid, the guy standing with her cut in impatiently. Why are you even talking to them? Who knows what rock these randoms crawled out from? Let's go. Move it. We have to meet a real VIP today. Watching the two of them walk off, Gao Peng smirked and teased. Hey sis Tong Tong, how come nobody here even knows who you are? Looks like you've got to step up your game. Tong Tong cleared her throat awkwardly. Ahem. Well, I've been stuck in Chang'an for the last 2 years, alright? Suddenly, she raised her hand and yelled at a man passing by. Yo, old Han! Secretary Han turned around, blinking in surprise. Wait, little Tang? The guy who had just walked off overheard this and paused, wondering, wait, Secretary Han knows these nobodies? Secretary Han looked at the young guy in front of him and gave a warm smile. You must be little Peng, right? Glad you made it. Chairman Ji is already back and waiting for you upstairs. Let me show you the way. Gao Peng nodded politely. Thanks, I appreciate it. The guy from earlier whipped his head around, completely dumbfounded. Chairman Ji? There's only one Chairman Ji in the entire Southern Sky Group. Gao Peng glanced at the girl in the red dress and let out a smug chuckle. Ha ha, she gasped, realizing he was totally clowning her. She stomped her foot in a rage and hissed, You little brat, you're incredibly rude. The guy next to her quickly grabbed her arm to stop her, while Gao Peng just shrugged playfully. Hey, my best trait is that I never hold grudges, mostly because I pay them back on the spot. Tong Tong sighed, face-palming. Seriously, you? Secretary Han chuckled under his breath. Haha, quite a feisty character. I like it. The elevator arrived with a soft ding. Ji Hanwoo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at his grandson with a smile. Ah, little Peng is finally here. Gao Peng smiled warmly. Grandpa! Secretary Han stepped up. Chairman, I'll go ahead and get little Tang's room sorted out first. Ji Hanwoo nodded. Go on. Gao Peng looked at his grandfather. Grandpa, is there something you wanted to talk to me about? Ji Hanwoo spoke in a calm, steady voice. Before your school term starts, you're going to work here at Southern Sky Group for a bit. Gao Peng blinked, caught off guard. Wait, isn't that a bit too fast? Ji Hanwoo replied gently. I'm getting old, kiddo. Who knows when my time will come? Southern Sky Group is going to be yours one day, so you need to start learning the ropes right now. Gao Peng clutched his backpack straps tightly, murmuring, Grandpa! Ji Hanwoo cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, let's start you off in the HR department. But secretly, the old man was stressing, wait, was I too harsh? After all, little Peng is still just a high school kid. Then he quickly added, even though you're my grandson, you've got to start from the bottom like everyone else. Spend the first 2 days in HR. Then I'll find a way to slide you into the research division and build a personal lab just for you. He paused. By the way, should we hide your identity for now? Gao Peng looked at him, completely baffled. Why would I hide my identity? Ji Hanwoo coughed into his hand, looking a bit embarrassed. Well, you know, I heard you young folks love doing that whole playing dumb to catch a predator thing. Gao Peng stared at him, totally speechless. That's other people, Grandpa. I don't have weird quirks like that. Ji Hanwoo threw his head back and laughed. Haha, that's my grandson. None of those cringe tropes for us. Gao Peng looked down, totally exasperated. Grandpa, have you been reading way too many web novels or what? Secretary Han knocked on the door. Chairman Ji, everything's set up. Ji Hanwoo nodded. Good. He looked at his grandson. Off you go, little Peng. Let Secretary Han show you the ropes of a very different kind of battlefield. Secretary Han walked Gao Peng down to the sales department. Gesturing toward a man there, he introduced him. Little Peng, this is Cao Jiang, the head of our sales department. Cao Jiang bowed deeply. Young Master Gao, please forgive my rudeness from this morning. Gao Peng quickly stepped forward to help him up. Manager Gao, you're overthinking it. It was no big deal, really. But in his head, he was thinking, damn, I literally just got here and a department head is already bowing and scraping to apologize to me? Talk about a power trip. A stat window popped up next to the man. Healthy, calm. Gao Peng thought to himself, he threw away his pride just to dig a massive trap for me. This manager Gao is a real piece of work. Cao Jiang offered a slimy grin. Well, you must have a ton of work to get through today, young Master Gao, so I won't keep you. Let me buy you dinner sometime soon, all right? Secretary Han watched the exchange, realizing the two already knew each other. As Cao Jiang walked away, he asked, Little Peng, what's the deal between you and Cao Jiang? Gao Peng shrugged. Uncle Han, it's really nothing. Manager Gao is just being overly dramatic. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes as he continued. But for a department head to play the victim and bow to a kid like me in front of everyone without showing a single shred of actual anger. Is his emotional control really that terrifying? Or is he just naturally cold-blooded? Secretary Han patted his shoulder with a chuckle. Well, you'll have to figure that out on your own, kiddo. But since Manager Gao pulled a stunt like this, your life here is probably going to be a huge headache. How about you head over to Bagi District and take charge of recruitment? Gao Peng caught the key phrase and questioned, Bagi? As the two cars rolled in line, Secretary Han's voice echoed, Yeah, the Bagi District. He looked over at Gao Peng to explain, calling it basically the most ghetto, run-down economic zone in Yuzhou. Resting his arm on the car window, Gao Peng casually asked, How ghetto are we talking? Staring out at the view, he heard the guy next to him ramble on, Honestly, tons of people kicked the bucket when the catastrophe hit. Society did a complete 180 after that, and this place ended up packed with people who just couldn't adapt to the changes. Looking at the wrecked, rundown houses, he asked, Then why call it Baye? Like, 100 professions. Secretary Han gladly filled him in, explaining that the crowd looking for work here practically represents every single job from before the disaster. I mean, sure, at first a few folks from Baye refused to rot here. They busted their asses to get out. But the ones left behind, well, they're just... The car ground to a halt right as he said that. Ah, we're here. Gao Peng looked up at the building ahead. Secretary Han stood beside him and introduced, This is the Baye branch of our Southern Sky Group. It also manages the local HR. He turned his head, eyeing the crowd nearby, and asked, what's with all those people just hanging around? Some of them are literally passed out asleep. Secretary Han chuckled. Oh, that's the Baye Recruitment Center. Those guys? They're the gods of Baye. Gao Peng looked surprised. Gods of Baye? What the hell does that even mean? Secretary Han noticed his stare and kept going. Just a little joke. A lot of these folks lost their families, their homes got wrecked, or they flat out refused to sign blood pacts because they thought it was some devilish curse. So now they basically just drift through life, living day by day. He led him inside, pointing to two people. Come on, let's get you introduced to your new colleagues. Little Peng, this is Section Chief Wang, sent over from Headquarters HR Department. And this is Manager Zhu of our branch. The guy in the suit, Section Chief Wang, gave a slight bow and said, Greetings, young Master Gao. The woman in white next to him, Manager Zhu, offered a warm smile. Welcome, Director Gao. Gao Peng saw how overly polite the guy was being and said, Section Chief Wang, look, we're all colleagues now. You should probably just stick to my actual job title, like Manager Zhu does. Section Chief Wang bowed again. Of course. Whatever you say, sir. Secretary Han headed back to his car. Before stepping inside, he turned and gave a wave. Little Peng, I know this place is a bit of a chaotic mess, but the management's actually pretty chill. It's a solid place to build some character. Hang in there. Chairman G's got some other stuff lined up for me, so I've got to head out first. Give me a shout if anything comes up. Gao Peng turned to the guy and said, All right, Section Chief Wang, show me around the place. Section Chief Wang pointed down a hallway, gesturing politely. Right away, young Master Gao. After you. Gao Peng kept his mouth shut, low-key annoyed since the dude completely ignored his warning. Section Chief Wang led him to a training yard packed with gear, saying, Young Master Gao, that warehouse we just passed belongs to our branch, and right here is our monster training field. Gao Peng pushed up his glasses and said, Section Chief Wang, I told you to call me Director Gao. Every single time you mess that up, I'm docking your pay. Section Chief Wang panicked and quickly nodded. Understood, Director Gao. Gao Peng could only shake his head and sigh, thinking, This stubborn old fox. He tapped one of the training machines and asked, Does every single branch have these? Section Chief Wang replied, Yeah, pretty much. But honestly, they just sit here gathering dust. Like, who actually uses this stuff nowadays? He looked around, thinking about the guys who went out for wild combat drills, and added, The security and guard divisions have way cooler, high-end training grounds. Besides, those guys regularly head deep into the forests for actual live combat drills anyway. Gao Peng chuckled at his explanation. All right, Section Chief Wang, you can head back to whatever you were doing. Now, about the recruitment process in Baye, Section Chief Wang cut him off before he could even finish his sentence. Young Master Gao. Oh, sorry, Director Gao. Don't you worry about a thing. Your team will handle all the grunt work and send you regular reports. All you gotta do is occasionally check the hiring details and sign off on transfers. Normally, nothing will ever get in your hair. He bowed deeply. Well then, I'll leave you to it, Director Gao. Left alone, Gao Peng ran his fingers over the training gear, noticing obvious wear and tear. He frowned, thinking, no one uses these, huh? Then how do you explain all this wear and tear? Gao Peng waved at Xiao Yuan, who was chilling in the distance. Xiao Yuan, get over here! Watching the little guy rush over, he thought, Damn, Xiao Yuan really is the offspring of a Lord-class monster. This guy's leveling up insanely fast. He's already level 20. Once he breaks through to Commander class, he'll finally have some serious combat power. Plus, he'll perfectly fill the gap since I don't have any flying-type monsters under my control. He stared at Xiao Yuan and asked, Yo, can you even fly right now? Seeing the bird's super clumsy, hesitant look, a cold sweat broke out on Gao Peng's neck. Still, he dragged him out to the field, pointing at a few giant hoops nearby. All right, let's see you fly. Head through those hoops, let's see just how agile you really are. Xiao Yuan flapped his wings furiously, starting off surprisingly strong. He built up some serious speed and launched himself straight toward the first hoop. Gao Peng cheered. Not bad, that burst of is definitely top tier for avian monsters at your level. But before he could even finish, the bird smacked straight into the support pillar instead of going through the hoop. Crack! The pillar snapped clean in half, sending Xiao Yuan plunging to the ground, rolling like a feathery bowling ball. Seeing Xiao Yuan lying there with stars spinning around his head, Gao Peng quickly spun around, his whole body shaking as he desperately tried to hold back his laughter, but he still let out a loud pff. He patted the bird's head to comfort him. Hey, let's start with something a bit easier first. It's totally fine. Don't get discouraged. You gotta believe in yourself, buddy. You got this! Sure enough, on the next try, Xiao Yuan managed to glide right through the hoops. Gao Peng cheered loudly. That's it. You've got the steering down. Again, keep going. Xiao Yuan kept weaving through the hoops. One more time, Gao Peng yelled. Xiao Yuan rocketed forward like a gust of wind, dodging and weaving through the hoops in a perfect zigzag. Gao Peng hyped him up. Hell yeah! Beautiful! You actually nailed it, Xiao Yuan! You're the GOAT! Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's entire body erupted in a brilliant red glow as he threw his head back and let out a fierce screech. Gao Peng watched in awe. Whoa, did he just level up? What's going on? Hardcore training meets insane talent. A burst of brilliant orange-red fire surged around Xiao Yuan, sending feathers flying everywhere. Right beside him, 2 system notifications popped up. Level 21! Watching Xiao Yuan soar happily through the sky, Gao Peng stood with his hands on his hips, impressed. Damn. I didn't expect Xiao Yuan's breakthrough to trigger such a crazy spectacle. As Xiao Yuan circled above, 2 status screens materialized in front of him. Monster name, Crimson Flame Venomous Fire Crane. Growth phase, level 21. Quality, perfect. Note, upon reaching Lord class, current quality will drop to Elite. Attribute Fire, Fire Control, level 1. Attribute Fire Feathers. Effect 1, Passive Feathered Firebird, can ride on fire, granting massive fire resistance. Effect 2, Active, Feathers can detach from the body, lock onto enemies, and blow the hell up. The explosion will ignite all the fire elements in the surrounding air. Gao Peng rubbed his temples, thinking, alright, looks like his skills and traits are finally starting to unlock. The passive one is straightforward enough, but this active skill, I'm not totally sure how it works. Stroking his chin, he pondered, wait, so it's not the fire in the feathers exploding itself, but more like the feather acts as a spark that detonates all the fire elements in the air. That's actually sick. The damage output should be pretty insane. The only downside is that using this skill burns through his feathers. If he spams it too much in a short time, he pictured Xiao Yuan completely bald and shuddered. Gao Peng cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled, Yo, Xiao Yuan, you know your evolution model is permanent, right? Hope you don't mind staying like that forever. Xiao Yuan froze, looking back at him as a sudden shiver ran down his spine. He cracked up, Pfft, just messing with you, bro? Then he glanced over at Dumby, who was busy lifting weights, and called out, Alright, let's roll, Dumby! Dumby dropped the weights with a loud thud, and the gang packed up to leave, while Xiao Yuan kept chirping in a total fit of rage. Later that night, the training ground was completely dead silent. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound broke the silence at the base of the brick wall. A small gap opened up, and a filthy mud-covered kid crawled out, kneeling on the ground while warily scoping out the area. Right beside him, a tiny monster's eyes glowed in the dark. The kid grabs a training tool, hands it to his little monster, and says, We're practicing with this today. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms over him, making him jump. He looks completely freaked out. Then, a voice rings out. How long have you been sneaking in here? Standing in front of him is a young man alongside a massive monster. The kid stammers, about half a year now. I'm sorry, I know it's not right. But before he can even finish, Gao Peng cuts him off. I'll let it slide this time, but don't come in through here again. The kid bows his head respectfully and says, I'm really sorry for sneaking in and using your gear, and thank you. The kid walks away, leading his little beast behind him. Gao Peng stays quiet, lost in thought. Guess not everyone who comes here is just trying to barely scrape by. Some people, even when they're stuck in literal hell, are still reaching for the light. Suddenly, he calls out, Hey, hold up! The kid freezes instantly. With his back still turned, Gao Peng says, From now on, use the main entrance. I'll have someone make an ID card for you. Hearing that, the kid lights up with a massive grin, and tears start welling up in his eyes. Gao Peng just waves his hand and walks off, calling out, Come back tomorrow morning. If anyone stops you, just tell them Gao Peng sent you. Even though he knows Gao Peng can't see him, the kid bows deeply, choking back tears as he whispers, Thank you. Back at the training ground, Gao Peng is practicing with Flamey, whose fiery body is hovering high in the air. Section Chief Wang brings the kid from last night over to Gao Peng and says, Director Gao, the boy you mentioned is here. His ID card is all set. Hearing this, Gao Peng replies, Thanks for your hard work. He leans down, looks at the kid, and asks, "What's your name, bud?" The kid mumbles, "Li Junzong." Gao Peng points in a direction and says, "There's a bathroom over there. Go wash your familiar, then head over to train." Feeling totally overwhelmed by the kindness, Li Junzong says, "All right." As he watches the kid and his little beast run off, a status window pops up. Monster name, Blood Scavenger Rat Heavy Metal Variant. Level 4. Condition, Light Injuries, Fatigued. Grade Elite. Attribute Metal. Weaknesses, 1. Fire type, 2. Light type. Section Chief Wang's voice chimed in. This kid is actually pretty lucky. He managed to find a monster down in the sewers and even got it to listen to him. Thank goodness for that rat, honestly. Otherwise, being an orphan at his age, who knows how he would have survived. Hearing that, Gao Peng turns around in surprise and asks, "In the sewers?" Section Chief Wang starts talking about the glowing eyes down in the sewers, adding, "Director Gao, you might not know this, but there are plenty of monsters living in the sewers of our Baye City base, surviving off the city's trash." Gao Peng frowns, quite puzzled. "So you guys just leave them be? No one does anything about it? Just letting them multiply down in the sewers like that?" Section Chief Wang quickly explains, "Oh, at first those monsters used to crawl up to the surface. But after our monster tamers slaughtered them a bunch of times, they've been behaving themselves and staying underground. Just picturing swarms of rats flooding the streets makes him shudder." Seeing his reaction, Section Chief Wang boasts proudly, "I don't know how other base cities handle it, but we definitely don't have to worry here in Yuzhou City. Qitong has a familiar down in the sewers that hunts and feeds on those monsters." Gao Peng thinks to himself, "Interesting. Humans rule the bright side of the city while monsters claim the dark underbelly, surviving on the trash humans throw away. This is totally different from the situation back in Chang'an." Li Junzong returns, looking a whole lot cleaner now. As the kid dries off the little monster in his hands, he says, "There are so many monsters down in the sewers, and most people in the city are too scared to go down there. Last time, I was just so starving that I had to go look for food. That's when I found the injured blood scavenger rat. The little guy is super agile and helped me find food while dodging other monsters." Gao Peng strokes his chin, nodding as he gets the picture. "So, you're saying this blood scavenger rat is basically raising you?" He turns to the man next to him and asks, "Section Chief Wang, since the factory has been expanding lately, is it getting hard to hit the hiring quotas?" Section Chief Wang chuckles and asks, "Director Gao, do you mean?" Gao Peng looks at Li Junzong and says, "How about joining our factory? You're still young, so your base pay will definitely be a bit lower than the others, but we'll cover your food and housing, and you can use the training grounds for free after work." The kid is so shocked he's completely speechless. Once the initial rush of excitement passes, he yells out joyfully, "Thank you so much, big brother." Gao Peng smiles warmly at his reaction, sighing internally. "Sigh, I really am a big softie." Over in the dormitory building, the light in Gao Peng's room is still on. He walks back into his room, only to find Dazi excitedly flexing its bulging muscles. His jaw literally drops. A status screen pops up, showing its monster level at level 25. He thinks to himself, "Level 25? Didn't I just ask grandfather to keep an eye on it this morning? Did he feed Dazi some insane premium food or something?" Gao Peng looks at Dazi and Stripey, his mind going blank. Neither Dazi nor Stripey have reached their species' peak potential yet, so their leveling speed should be super high right now, but skipping levels like this is just straight up ridiculous. Should I just let grandfather look after them from now on? He looks up at Silly floating in the air. With its two tentacles crossed over its chest, looking exactly like it's doing yoga, he sighs. Even Silly, who does absolutely nothing all day, has managed to reach level 20. But since its grade is still only elite, it can't break through to the commander tier. I recall that once it evolves into a wood spirit jellyfish, it gains a wood-type healing attribute. Maybe I should find a guinea pig to test it out. Half an hour later, the little hamster was sprawled out on the floor, looking like its entire life was ruined. Tears were still pooling in its eyes. Meanwhile, Silly's tentacles were still wiggling around, trying to heal the poor thing. Gao Peng watched Silly humming away like nothing was wrong, and his face totally fell. He couldn't help but roast it. "Dude, your healing is absolute trash. It's just a tiny scratch. If you went any slower, it would have literally healed on its own. Yet you wasted half the day and only fixed like 1/3 of the wound." Ignoring him, Silly twirled its tentacles to whip up a purple vortex, pulled out a glass of orange juice, and started happily sipping away like a total boss. Gao Peng felt like the spotlight of misery was shining right on him. Slumping to his knees in utter despair, he groaned, "I'm totally done for. What kind of garbage-friendly healing power is this anyway?" And the worst part? This smug little jerk actually looked proud of itself, floating back and forth over his head. Swallowing his rage, Gao Peng put on a tough face and grunted, "No way, this has got to be a level issue. I heard Grandpa's already scored a ton of the materials I asked for. Once we head back, I can seriously buff these beasts. They'll actually be useful once they level up." Spotting Dumby staring blankly at the distant moon, Gao Peng strolled over. He leaned in and asked, "Yo, what's up, Dumby?" Dumby kept his eyes glued to the night sky, his voice sounding super emo as he muttered, Want to go check it out? I miss her. My daughter. Gao Peng's eyes went wide. His jaw slammed onto the floor as he sputtered, Your daughter? No way, I didn't realize you were already a dad, you sneaky old ape. Pumping himself up, he rallied the squad and made a snap decision. Don't sweat it. Tomorrow we're heading straight to your old place. No excuses. Cut to the Lizhou interior on the Red Sand River, where a boat was cruising down a river that looked like pure blood. Gao Peng turned to a guy standing nearby and asked, Hey Pops, aren't there monsters lurking down there? He was thinking to himself, these guys have some serious balls. How do they dare sail a tiny 10-meter boat on a river like this? The guy just gave a friendly chuckle and replied, Of course there are, tons of them. Thinking about a shiny golden scale, he added, But chill out. Every single one of our boats has a scale from the Red Carp King stuck to the bottom. As long as we don't pick a fight with those monsters, they won't touch us. He went on to describe how everyone would offer up sacrifices to this giant fish called the Red Carp King, then solemned up his tone and said, Lord Red Carp King is actually pretty chill. As long as we sacrifice some monsters to him, he hooks us up with his scales as a reward. Those scales keep us completely safe from any monster attacks out here. Gao Peng frowned, thinking, Never heard of a gimmick like that. But honestly, it makes sense. Since the Alliance government can't protect anyone out here, people have to resort to sacrificing to monsters. That's honestly pretty pathetic. Staring out at the forest, Gao Peng pondered. To keep a base city safe, you needed at least a Lord-tier familiar or monster on your side. Places like Yuzhou and Chang'an have top-tier human trainers holding down the fort, so they don't have to sweat wild beasts invading. But these small fry base cities are totally screwed. Just then, the middle-aged guy pointed at the woods and said, Hey boss, we're here. Arriving at his old stomping grounds, Dumby looked around. Silly even shaded its forehead with a tentacle to get a better look. Gao Peng asked, Hey, look familiar? Following his memories, Dumby stepped into the woods toward two massive trees. He remembered this exact spot where he used to chill happily with his fellow Flood Apes. Suddenly, a massive net came dropping down from the sky. The trapped Flood Ape was shaking with pure terror. Seeing its kid trying to run over, it desperately waved its hand, warning the little one to stay back. Dumby knelt down, brushing his hands against the dirt to search for clues. Stripey watched, totally confused. They had definitely left tracks here, but Dumby muttered sadly, But these tracks are from months ago. Gao Peng tried to comfort him. Don't worry, man, they probably just moved. But suddenly Dumby snapped his head toward a certain direction. Gao Peng blurted out, Yo, what's up? Seeing Dumby bolt, he yelled, Stripey, after him! Now! Dumby and the gang stood on a high ledge, looking down at a bunch of Flood Apes, splashing and goofing around under a waterfall. Watching him, Gao Peng thought, never seen Dumby this hyped before. Out loud, he sighed and said, Man, just go say hi. They're your people, right? Didn't you say you belong to this clan? Dumby stared down at his skeletal hands and muttered, Can't go. Dumby's depression was totally contagious. Gao Peng realized the poor guy felt self-conscious because he was no longer a living creature. Resting a hand on Dumby's shoulder, he nudged, It's fine, Dumby. Let's just sneak a peek. We'll stay hidden in the shadows so we don't freak them out. So Dumby crept behind a thick tree trunk, quietly watching a little baby Flood Ape munching on a banana. Dumby's hollow eyes actually started tearing up. He choked up, thinking, Just be happy, kiddo. Your dad is a loser. I got snatched away when you were just a baby, leaving you to fend for yourself. But I'll always love you. Seeing Dumby crying silently, Gao Peng whispered, You're not going to take her with you? Don't worry, I'd give her the absolute best life. Privately, he was thinking, No way, can skeletons actually cry? Hearing that, Dumby shook his head and said, With us, she won't be free. She's free here. He placed a hand on Gao Peng's shoulder and smiled. But being with Master makes me really happy. Gao Peng felt a lump in his throat and choked out, Dumby. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the trees nearby, sending the Flood Apes into a total panic. Gao Peng hissed, Crap, those are definitely poachers. Hearing this, a dark, murderous red flared in Dumby's eyes, and his entire aura turned terrifyingly savage. 10 minutes earlier, Li Gei's gang was slinking around the woods. Xiao Wang turned to Li Gei and asked, Yo, Boss Li, why are we wasting our time hunting these stupid Flood Apes anyway? They're not even rare. Li Gei sneered and explained, The spoiled brat of the Chu family got some new beast that loves eating Flood Ape hearts. They're paying a crazy premium for them right now. On the black market, the price of a Flood Ape heart has literally tripled. Xiao Li and Xiao Wang exchanged greedy looks, their minds buzzing with Li Gei's words. Chu family, triple the price. With a Flood Ape in his crosshairs, Li Gei smirked, Check out that sleek fur. That heart must be top shelf. We're gonna make a killing on this. Closing one eye to aim, he muttered, Just a bunch of normal tier trash anyway. Plus, we're in the middle of the Red Sand River Basin. No way we run into any high-level beasts here. Licking his lips with a nasty grin, he whispered, Let the hunt begin. He fired a shot, but luckily it missed. The flood apes scattered in panic. Li Gei clicked his tongue in frustration. Missed. Once we cash in on this batch, I'm upgrading my gear. Xiao Wang noticed some bushes rustling violently and yelled, "Boss, we've got company!" Li Gei barked an order to his iron-backed wolf to go check it out. The wolf snarled and lunged straight into the bushes. Seeing his lackeys just standing there like idiots, Li Gei snapped, "Don't just stand there gaping! Pack up and get up the trees now!" Suddenly, a loud rustle tore through the bushes and a gray blur came flying out. The iron-backed wolf slammed onto the ground, twitching as blood poured from its mouth. Hanging onto a branch, Li Gei stared in absolute shock. "My wolf is dead just like that?" Then, Dumby stepped out of the foliage. Li Gei's jaw dropped. "Since when does Lizhou have undead monsters? And what the hell, that thing is Lord tier!" Dumby looked down at his trembling little daughter, who had collapsed onto the ground in terror. A few feet away, two other apes were holding back her mother, trying to keep her from running over. Suddenly, the little ape sniffed the air and caught a familiar scent. Her terrified look vanished as she stared up at Dumby. When Dumby gently scooped her up, she didn't even flinch. He sat her on his back, and she let out a happy squeal. Xiao Wang, clutching the tree branch for dear life, panicked. "We're dead meat, Boss Li. That skeleton freak is with the monkeys." Trying to stay cool, Li Gei hissed, "We don't have anything that can scratch a Lord-tier undead beast. If we move, we're history. Just chill and wait." Spotting Gao Peng riding on Stripey, he quickly analyzed the situation. "Look, he's a trainer, and his spider is Lord-tier too. No trainer can resist a wild undead monster. We're saved!" Cupping his hands, Li Gei hollered down, "Hey, bro, save us!" Gao Peng crossed his arms, looking down on him with sheer disgust as he thought, "Save you? Yeah, right. I seriously gotta think twice about whether a piece of trash like you is even worth saving." Dumby patted the flood ape's head and said, "Don't be scared, Daddy's got you." Gao Peng looked at them and spoke up, "Dumby, I'll watch over it." He then told his familiars, "Flamey Dazi, protect it." Seeing this, Xiao Wang couldn't help but scream, Captain, that trainer and that undead monster are in this together." Captain Li glared at him, covering his mouth to muffle his angry hiss. "You idiot! Shut the hell up!" Watching Dumby close in, Captain Li cursed inwardly, "Damn, we're screwed." Meanwhile, Xiao Wang clung to a tree, whimpering, "They're heading straight for us." Dumby marched over, radiating pure menace, and snapped the tree they were hiding in right in half with a single strike, sending them crashing to the ground. Shaking like a leaf, Captain Li clutched his side, realizing he'd probably broken a rib. Dumby strode over, grabbing Xiao Wang with one hand and throwing Xiao Li over his shoulder. Captain Li gasped in horror. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, they're both captured!" He spun around, trying to make a run for it, panicking in his head. "No way! I've got to get the hell out of here!" Noticing his escape attempt, Gao Peng ordered, "Web him!" Instantly, a web shot out, wrapping Captain Li up and making him shriek. Staring at the crowd in front of him, he threw away all his pride and begged shamelessly, "Please, boss, spare me. I beg of you. My mother is 70 years old, and my dad is 72. Both my brothers died during the cataclysms, so I'm the only one left. If I'm gone, my parents and my 13-year-old kid will starve to death. We can give you all the flood apes we caught. We're both humans. Please don't kill us. We'll serve you like dogs. Anything. Please, spare my life." Gao Peng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Wait, you guys didn't catch the flood apes to keep them as familiars?" Trembling with terror, Captain Li stammered, "Familiars? If the second young mistress of the Chu family's familiar didn't love eating these monkeys' hearts, who in their right mind would come all the way to this god-forsaken place just to hunt these worthless pests?" Furious, Gao Peng glared at Captain Li and snapped, "Worthless pests? Ha! So you think you can just slaughter the flood apes whenever you want, just to suck up to some second young mistress of the Chu family?" Terrified, Captain Li stammered, "Yes, exactly. They're a massive powerhouse in Lizhou City." Right then, Xiao Li wasted no time throwing his boss under the bus, chiming in, "These monkeys, these flood apes, are actually super gentle. They never attack humans first." Xiao Wang quickly jumped in too, "Yeah, boss. It was all Captain Li's idea. Can you let us go first, please?" "Yeah, exactly." Captain Li said if we wiped out all the flood apes, the other squads wouldn't be able to deliver, and we could jack up the prices. Hearing this, Gao Peng said coldly, "Oh, is that how it is?" He turned to leave, instructing before he walked away, "Dumby, handle them however you want. We'll wait for you by the riverbank." Seeing him walk away, Captain Li panicked and yelled, "Hey kid, don't you dare leave!" He struggled wildly, threatening, "You brat, let me tell you, crossing the Chu family won't end well for you. Let me go right now, and maybe I'll say a good word for you, you hear me?" Meanwhile, Dumby walked over to the flood apes, looked at them and called out, "Come here." Once they had all gathered, he gave them a short but powerful message. "If you want revenge, take it. If you have a grudge, settle it." Hearing this, the flood apes' faces instantly filled with excitement and boiling rage. Seeing them, Captain Li trembled even more violently than before, his eyes filled with absolute terror. He whimpered weakly, Stay back! Don't come near me!" Meanwhile, their boat set off once again, cutting through the waves of the Red Sand River. Dumby carried his sleeping adoptive Flood Ape daughter on his back, his face soft with the gentle warmth of a loving father. Meanwhile, Gao Peng stood at the corner of the boat, making a call to Jihan Wu. Looking at the screen in his hand, his voice sounded a bit conflicted. "Grandpa, I don't feel like I did anything wrong, but why is my mood so incredibly trashy?" His grandfather's voice came through. "Regretting it?" Gao Peng replied listlessly, "I don't know." Jihan Wu stared into his eyes and asked seriously, "Let me rephrase that. If you could do it all over again, would you stop your familiar?" He fell silent, thinking it over. After a long pause, he answered, "No." Jihan Wu stood up and said warmly, "Well, there you go. You're just overthinking things, kid. Stick to your beliefs, do what you want to do, and be a little ruthless out there so you don't get screwed over. I'd much rather see others suffer than have you take the hit. As for the remaining Flood Apes, I'll send people to transfer them to Yuzhou and set aside a mountain range for them to live in. After all, as long as the Chu family wants them, there'll be endless hunters after them." Before hanging up, he added, "All right, Grandpa's busy. Go have some fun on your own." Gao Peng slipped his phone back into his pocket and said, "All right, next up, let's go check out that goldfish." The middle-aged man standing nearby overheard and corrected him. "It's the Red Carp King," he warned him. "Lord Red Carp King can understand our words, young man. Don't make that mistake again." Gao Peng drawled, Yeah, got it." After a while, the man pointed toward a bridge in the distance and said, "Right ahead is where they hold the sacrifice for Lord Red Carp King. Based on the level and quality of the sacrificed monster, a contribution value is determined. Then, scales are distributed according to that contribution." Confused, Gao Peng asked, "So, how does the Red Carp King deliver the goods?" The man's expression turned a bit awkward as he replied, "How can you call it delivering goods?" Just as the boat approached a massive whirlpool, someone called out, "We're here!" Right before them was a massive red fish, its entire body glowing with a faint golden light. Monster name: Dragon-blooded red sand carp, overlord of the Red Sand River. Level: 44 overlord tier. Grade: water. Abilities: water control level 3, hardened scales level 2. Gao Peng was taken aback, thinking, an overlord tier with perfect grade? Everyone quickly gathered on the bridge. Seeing the colossal fish approach, they urged one another, "It's the Red Carp King! Quick, get the sacrifices ready." Then, one by one, they lowered their carefully prepared offerings into the water. The Red Carp King manipulated a water column to gather all the offerings in one spot, then opened its massive mouth and swallowed them whole. It closed its eyes, savoring the food while happily flapping its fins, looking absolutely thrilled. Then, it opened its mouth and blew a large red bubble into the air. A man pointed at it and shouted excitedly, "It's a 7-color bubble! The Red Carp King is super happy with our sacrifice." Soon after, a pile of glittering red scales appeared on the ground. Someone started directing the crowd, "Everyone, take your scales in order of your offerings, or we'll piss off the Red Carp King." Watching this unfold, Gao Peng murmured, "That's my first time seeing an overlord tier use its powers. That water control ability is literally straight out of ancient myths. I really wish I could get a closer look at it." Then, a thought struck him, and he smiled. "I wonder what Grandpa's overlord tier familiar is? Since I can't check out wild overlords up close, maybe I can just play with our own families, right?" In Lusaka, a city in southern Africa, a colorful graffiti tag reading Butterman appeared on a wall. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a massive crack ripped through the ground at a crossroads, sending terrified bystanders scrambling away. Instantly, emergency lights flashed blindingly alongside a deafening, rapid alarm. Hearing the sirens wailing, everyone inside the command room panicked, shouting, "Where did it hit this time?" Someone answered, "There's a high-energy spatial reaction nearby. The hollow-bellied worms are going completely wild. It's highly likely a spatial rift is opening." Another voice ordered, "Deploy the red-banded falcons immediately. Have them take a hollow-bellied worm to check out the site." Riding on a red-banded falcon, a man arrived at the ruined intersection. Looking down, he saw a deep blue glow with strange sparkling lights right in the middle of the street, surrounded by thick black smoke that was heavily blocking his vision. He muttered under his breath, "Well, crap." Down on the ground, 4 legs resembling a horse's were slowly standing up. Sensing that something was way off, the man told his red-banded falcon to fly a bit higher. For some reason, a terrible feeling of dread was creeping up on him. The next second, his eyes widened in sheer terror as he gasped, "Oh no!" A centaur-like figure wielding a blade lunged forward, slicing both the man and his red-banded falcon clean in half. Sure enough, the attacker had the head and lower body of a horse, but the upper torso and arms of a human. Its entire body was shrouded in a creepy black smoke. The creature walked away with its blood-soaked weapon as the black mist slowly drifted, spreading all around. At a massive mansion surrounded by endless blue water, this is Ji Hanwoo's pad, the diplomatic villa of Yuzhou City. On the screen, some news anchor is blabbing away. Lusaka is showing high-energy reactions. A fresh active spatial rift has just cracked open here. Lusaka warmly welcomes trainers from all over the world to this base. Hearing that, Gao Peng points at the screen and asks Ji Hanwoo, who's busy reading the news, "Grandpa, a literal spatial rift just popped up. Shouldn't they be a bit more careful with this stuff? Why does it feel like they're hyping it up as some kind of win?" Ji Hanwoo replies coolly without missing a beat, "Of course it's dangerous, kid. But honestly, what place isn't? So far, people have only ever found 3 permanent rifts. Temporary ones only show up during active periods, and we haven't heard of a single new one opening in the last 2 years." He looks at his grandson and keeps going. "So a ton of people who think they're hot stuff hear about a new rift and immediately see it as a golden opportunity. A spatial rift means brand new monsters. Plus beasts from another world and rare loot are always hyped up. That's just how the world works, honestly." Then, he pulls out a card and says, "Oh yeah, here's the key card to the villa's lab. I already got a bunch of the materials you asked me to track down earlier. See if you can put them to use. But seriously, if you want to train your monsters, you should hit up the high-level breeders in the company. Getting their advice is way better than just winging it on your own." Gao Peng looks down, a bit embarrassed, and says, "Thanks, Grandpa." But in his head, he's like, "Grandpa has no clue I've got a system which is way more legit than any high-level breeder out there." Ji Hanwoo stands up and stretches. "All right, enough of that talk. You just got back, so just chill here and have some fun for a few days." Gao Peng quickly chimes in, "Grandpa, can I see your familiar?" Ji Hanwoo stops walking, turns around, and replies, "White is somewhere in the house. Just go find him and play." Out in the backyard by the lake, Gao Peng stands next to the railing, staring at the huge body of water and thinking, "White must be that familiar's name, but I've literally searched the entire house and found absolutely nothing." So he hits up the pool in just his swim trunks, holding a floaty, looking full of energy, and says, "Screw it, it's scorching hot today. I'm just gonna chill in the pool." Dazi stands by the edge, super thoughtful, holding a towel, while Gao Peng floats peacefully on the water. He sighs in pure bliss, "Man, this is the life." Silly is right next to him, totally vibing, but out of nowhere his body gets shoved upward, sending his glasses flying. He freaks out, "Whoa, what the hell? Why am I—" A massive wave shoots him up, leaving both Gao Peng and Silly suspended in midair. Still in a total daze, he mutters, "Am I flying?" Flamey spots a massive dark shadow beneath the water, its sharp eyes flashing, and starts shivering all over. Tossed around like a rag doll by the water, Gao Peng screams, "Flamey! Flamey! Help me, bro!" Flamey flies higher, chanting to itself, "Don't look down! Don't look down!" Ji Hanwoo, watching from a balcony, calls out, "White, that's your little master. Don't go too far with the playing." Gao Peng, perched right on top of the water spout, looks around with a confused, "Huh?" Flamey flies over, calling out to him. Gao Peng gasps, "Flamey!" He grabs onto Flamey's legs, and the bird successfully flies him back to safe ground. He and Silly turn around to look, both of their jaws literally dropping. "Oh my god." Staring at a massive, majestic white dragon looking down at them, Gao Peng mutters, "No way, a real, living dragon?" The stats panel pops up. Monster name, White Flood Dragon, level 50, tier Lord, grade perfect, attributes Cloud Water, status healthy, acting cute, abilities. Water control level 4, cloud control level 5, hardened scales level 3. Special characteristic, Cloud Weaver and Rainmaker. Effect 1, passive effect. When in environments like seas of clouds or mist, the dragon's speed and agility get a massive boost. Effect 2, passive effect. When in environments like lakes, oceans, rivers, or storms, its scales and claws harden and its strength increases. Note these effects can stack. Requirements to upgrade to epic grade: 1. Pure Blood Evolution, 2. Calamity Evolution, 3. Water Evolution. Gao Peng looks on in sheer awe. Both have dragon blood, but whether it's level or sheer power, the White Flood Dragon completely obliterates the dragon blood red carp. He walks up closer to the white dragon, thinking, both of its passives are insane. One buffs agility, the other cranks up defense and raw strength. I can't even imagine how terrifying this thing is in a fight. Grinning like a villain, he reaches out his hand to touch it, whispering under his breath, "The white dragon is easily the highest level beast I've ever encountered. But since it probably sees me as family, it completely hid its aura. I don't feel any of that heavy pressure at all." But right then, the white dragon snaps its eyes open with a glare so sharp it scares the crap out of Gao Peng. He immediately activates his acting skills, stretching and yawning, "Man, so sleepy," while secretly cursing, "Stingy reptile. Guess I can't pet you right now." He turns on his heel to leave, grumbling under his breath, "Whatever, let's go back." Suddenly, the white dragon sweeps its claw down, trapping him like a toy, before pulling its claw back and casually looking away. Gao Peng facepalms, thinking, "What's with that smug? What are you gonna do about it? Look." Totally over it, he mutters to himself, "Forget this, I'm going back to upgrade, Silly." Dazi and Stripey also dropped a grade when they evolved, so I gotta get them back to perfect grade too. Inside a makeshift lab in the villa, Gao Peng stands next to a table with a tub of water on it. Wearing a mask, he holds a test tube filled with a red solution and pours it into the tub, saying, "Last time the potion was blue, which turned Silly emerald green, but this time the potion is red. Is Silly gonna turn?" Silly is nearby, casually drinking water, but its eyes quickly lock onto that red liquid. Its body slowly sinks into the liquid. Gao Peng pulls down his mask, watching closely. Easy, money, we're solid. He sniffs the air and says, wow, this actually smells pretty good. Kind of familiar, like some kind of fruit. He snaps his fingers. Ah, green apples! A moment later, Silly begins to float up, its body glowing neon, while the water in the tub turns from red to green. Gao Peng is left completely shell-shocked, turning pale as he gasps, no way. Silly is floating happily in the air. A stats panel pops up. Monster name, levitating jellyfish. Grade, perfect. Level 20, attribute 1 space. Attribute 2, wood. Weakness 1, lightning. Weakness 2, ice. Weakness 3, afraid of fish. Seeing this, Gao Peng tries to look on the bright side. Well, whatever. At least when the lighting is bad, you can't even tell. The rest of his beasts are hiding behind the door, cracking up at the sight of Silly perched on his head. He can only groan at the cruel irony of looking like he's wearing a green hat. Just then, Li Junzong, pulling a cart of gear, greets him. Morning, boss! Gao Peng smiles back. Man, you're early. Li Junzong pumps his fist, totally determined, and says to Bloody, let's go one more round. The beast nods obediently. Gao Peng watches, totally impressed. Man Junzong is always the first to show up at the training ground and the absolute last to leave. Since he's grinding this hard, I'm glad I decided to give him a push. Gao Peng picks up the training gear, looks at his beast and says, Flamey, just like before, 2 at a time. He chucks the targets high into the air, and Flamey unleashes a burst of flames right on cue. Watching the burning gear turn to ash in midair, he's blown away by how much stronger Flamey's fire has gotten compared to last week. Double shot is a breeze for it now. The training is definitely paying off. Watching Flamey fly around, playfully spitting tiny fireballs, he sighs. But seriously, training a fire-type beast in the middle of summer is absolute torture. Just as he's about to grab a drink, a voice calls out to him. Director Gao. Section Chief Wang reports with a big smile. Our latest hiring round has officially kicked off. Just like you ordered, we've set aside several positions specifically for orphans and kids from single-parent families. Whenever you're free, please drop by to check things out and show us the ropes. Gao Peng waves his hand. No need, honestly. Sure, we're boss and employee on paper, but I'm going to be pouring most of my time into training beasts. You just handle the daily operations as you see fit. Section Chief Wang immediately kisses up to him, continuing, yeah, for real. Everyone at the company is saying Director Gao has the heart of a saint. Back in the day, child labor was a major crime, but in this day and age, letting these kids do some simple work just to put food on the table is a straight-up blessing. He looked at Li Junzong's grinning face and shook his head. All right, cut it out. Stop trying to make me look like a hero in front of the kids. Just keep an eye out for any good monster breeds. If you spot any, let me know. Combat power is secondary, but character is what actually matters. Li Junzong gave a brown-nosing chuckle. Heh, you got it, boss. Totally get it. Suddenly, a loud commotion cut through the air, and Gao Peng looked over to see a crowd gathering nearby. Turning to the guy next to him, he asked, Yo, what's the deal over there? Watching Manager Shi arguing with some guy, Section Chief Wang explained, word is, some monsters broke into the factory and grabbed a few workers. Their families are losing their minds. Right now, the manager is trying to work out a rescue plan with Chief Zhang from security. Gao Peng sized up the situation and muttered, doesn't look like they're agreeing on much. He walked over to the crowd, looked the guy in the eye and asked, Chief Zhang, what's the status? Have we located the monsters yet? Seeing him arrive, Manager Jie quickly greeted him, Director Gao. She explained that the workers had been recovered and rushed to the hospital. They were pretty banged up, but at least they survived. But as for the monsters, Chief Zhang chimed in. Those things are incredibly crafty. They scrambled right back into the sewers. Internally, he sneered who the hell riled them up anyway. Spoiled rich brats who don't know a damn thing, but love taking all the credit are a major pain in the ass. Hearing this, Gao Peng fired off a barrage of questions. The sewers? How did monsters even get in through there? Is the factory's underground defense system busted? He then ordered, we need to fix this, and fast. If more of those beasts sneak in through the drains, we're in deep trouble. Section Chief Wang spoke up. Director Gao, there actually aren't any defense systems under the factory. Just an alloy gate for the sewage outlet. Stunned, he stared at the guy. No defenses at all? Chief Zhang, what the hell is going on here? Chief Zhang's eyes darted away, clearly trying to avoid eye contact. He tried to make excuses. Well, I figured with the water current being that insanely strong, no monster could possibly get close. Plus, we have the alloy door, right? Gao Peng's voice turned ice cold. Do you seriously think we have time to debate this right now? All I see is that a workplace that's supposed to be safe has people severely injured, and the factory's operations are completely ruined. That's the bottom line. He then barked out orders. Chief Zhang, show me to the scene right now. Manager Jie, you stay here and handle the damage control. Manager Jie quickly agreed. On it, Director Gao. Chief Zhang scoffed internally. Anyone can talk big to show off. He led the way to the factory courtyard, pointing at a massive crater. Director Gao, this is where the monsters vanished. Dazi crawled to the edge and peered down. Gao Peng looked in as well, thinking to himself that there was no way a Lord-tier monster was hiding out in a dirty sewer. Besides, he recalled that his grandfather had a familiar living down in the drains, so any real threats had likely already been wiped out. Grabbing a flashlight, he prepared to climb down. I'll go check it out first. Chief Zhang quickly blocked him. Wait, Director Gao. Leave this kind of grunt work to us. Gao Peng eyed the beast behind him and scoffed. What's your four-winged jade devil mantis even gonna do down there? A tight, wet environment like that isn't its style at all. It'll just struggle in a fight. Chief Jiang was completely tongue-tied, only able to let out a dumbfounded squeak. Frowning, he swallowed his frustration, thinking, you think I don't know my own beast is a terrible fit for a sewer? If it weren't for that, I would have gone down there ages ago. You pampered rich boys living in a greenhouse always love playing the hero, but in the end, aren't we the ones left wiping your asses? He looked at his beast and forced a smile. No big deal, I trust my partner. It can totally adapt to any environment, right? The four-winged jade devil mantis immediately shook its head in protest. Gao Peng smirked and said, well, your beast isn't really backing you up. Look, I trust your skills, Chief Jiang, but there's no such thing as an all-powerful monster. Open spaces are where the four-winged jade devil mantis shines. Besides, with this huge mess at the factory, we still need you up here to keep things under control. Hearing this, Chief Jiang stopped arguing and replied, just promise me you'll be careful, Director Gao. The monster's level isn't crazy high, but it's incredibly agile and can climb walls. Watch your head down there. Once you climb down, head straight west and you'll find the alloy gate. Internally, he thought, looks like this rich kid is actually different from those other useless trust fund babies. Gao Peng pulled on his face mask, turned around and said, all right, Stripey, Dazi, Flamey, let's move out. Walking behind them, he shone his flashlight. Seeing Flamey waddling proudly at the front, he couldn't help but chuckle. What, you guys think we're just out here on a picnic or something? He swept the beam of light around, muttering, but then again, there really isn't much to stress about. He noticed Dazi suddenly tensing up with excitement. Gao Peng looked at it and asked, what's up, bud? Something up there? He aimed his flashlight in that direction, and when the light caught a massive cockroach, he gasped, holy crap, that's a massive cockroach! The roach spun around, revealing its spiky legs. It whipped out its long tongue to attack, prompting Gao Peng to yell, Stripey! Stripey immediately shot a thick web at it. The sticky threads instantly wrapped around the cockroach's body, and right on cue, Dazi blasted it with a heavy jolt of lightning. Hit by their ultimate tag-team combo, the cockroach was roasted to a crisp, letting off a surprisingly delicious aroma. Stripey sniffed the air and mumbled, smells so good. It looked at Gao Peng with puppy dog eyes and asked, Master, can I eat it? Can I eat it? Gao Peng laughed and waved his hand. Go ahead, dig in. Stripey stared at its prize, drooling, yum, so delicious. But just as it ripped open the spiderweb, the roasted cockroach suddenly shot up into the air. Stripey stared blankly as its snack flew away, whimpering. But it smelled so good, and now it's gone. Flamey tracked the flying bug, instantly associating it with the training gear she used with Gao Peng. She cheered happily. Frisbee, look at that huge flying disc! Out of habit, she unleashed a fireball that hit the target with perfect accuracy. The charred remains of the cockroach slammed onto the ground, and Flamey puffed out her chest in sheer pride. Gao Peng and Dazi cheered and clapped for her. Whoa, awesome job, awesome job. After that, they kept moving. Gao Peng walked up to the control panel and started pressing buttons, talking to himself. Looks like this alloy gate is usually sealed tight. They probably only open it to dump waste. Did those two roaches actually swim upstream against that insane current when the gate was open? As the massive door slowly creaked open, he wondered, seriously, how did they even withstand that water pressure? I have no idea what made those two pests so insanely determined. As the door fully slid open, it revealed countless glowing red eyes staring straight at them from the darkness. Gao Peng's face fell, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh, hell no. He swung his flashlight forward, revealing a solid wall of packed cockroaches. He cursed under his breath. Damn, that is way too many bugs. Sensing the light and noise, the horde began to swarm toward them. He muttered, what's that sound coming from inside? Right then, several giant roaches bared their fangs and lunged straight at him. He snapped into action, barking out orders. Stripey, lead the charge. Dazi, cover the rear. Flamey, light him up. Hearing the command, Flamey inhaled deeply and blew out a massive wave of fire, instantly engulfing the leading roaches. Gao Peng scanned the chaotic swarm, but his eyes suddenly locked onto something in the back. Wait, what's that? There was a massive, chubby cockroach sitting in the back, clearly calling the shots. He whispered, that fat one over there is bossing the others around. It's gotta be their leader. That screeching noise from earlier was definitely its order to attack. He yelled, Stripey, take out their boss! Stripey chirped back, got it, and immediately began tearing through the horde, sending bugs flying in every direction. Stripey locked its eyes on the leader and its guard bugs, freezing them in fear. Like lightning, Stripey lunged forward and took the boss's head clean off, causing green goo to explode everywhere. Watching the remaining roaches scramble away in a panic, Gao Peng let out a breath. Finally, they're backing off. It looked like the factory's issues were definitely caused by these oversized bugs. With a horde this huge, even a tiny crack in the gate would let a couple of them slip through. Suddenly, Stripey started flailing its legs wildly, shaking its entire body without stopping. Seeing this, Gao Peng asked, in a panic, "Stripey, what's wrong with you?" Stripey mumbled back, There's something squirming in my mouth." Stripey forced its jaws open, revealing a bunch of hairy thread-like fibers clinging to its throat. A holographic status panel suddenly popped up before his eyes. Monster name, Dark Daughter, Larva. Monster type, Parasite. Monster level, level 19. Monster grade, Perfect. Monster attribute, Dark. Monster preferences, metal usage, weakness, light sensitive, parasitic trait, drains host's blood. Subcutaneous fat can provide nutrients, helping the host restore mental focus and energy, heal internal injuries, and boost skin defenses. He took a close look and sighed. A parasite? So it's just a Dark Daughter offspring? Still, its attributes, quality, and stats are pretty solid. Suddenly, he patted Xiaoyuan's head and said gently, "You've had it rough, buddy. So small, yet you had to go through all this." Getting treated so warmly out of nowhere, Xiaoyuan just stood there with a blank stare, totally clueless. Only then did it realize what was going on, so it waddled over to Stripey, who was holding its mouth wide open, and pecked out those clumps of fur. Gao Peng stood nearby, eagerly directing the whole thing. Yeah, right there. There's some on the left too." What got spit out was a nasty mix of drool and that fur clump. Moments later, several green eyes popped up on the fur. Watching Xiaoyuan retch and barf its guts out, Gao Peng cleared his throat and said, "Old Stripey, seriously man, I can tell you never brush your teeth properly." Behind the group, that fur clump was secretly watching. As it tried to slip away, Gao Peng's eyes gleamed, as if he had already anticipated this. He turned to his familiar and said, "Da Zi, we're gonna need your tracking nose to sniff out our new friend's place. If we follow this Dark Daughter offspring, we can find the mother body." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, making him yell out, "What the heck is going on?" Da Zi pointed behind him and said, "Boss, there's a massive dude behind you." Xiaoyuan chimed in, "But this big guy doesn't seem to mean any harm." Gao Peng turned around, wondering, "No bad vibes, huh?" Behind the bend, only a pair of green eyes peeked out. A status panel popped up, monster level 39. But it made no further moves, and after a moment, it slipped away. He let out a huge sigh of relief. Whew, level 39. If we actually threw hands, there's no way in hell we'd stand a chance. Why is there such a crazy strong monster in the sewers anyway? Didn't they say Grandpa's familiars cleared this place out? Then, as if realizing something, his face darkened. Wait, don't tell me. Is this actually one of Grandpa's familiars? Oh great, if Grandpa finds out, he's totally gonna laugh at me. Gao Peng thought for a second, then called out Da Zi. He looked at Da Zi and said, "You remember the smell of those black things from earlier, right? My fragile soul is hurt, man. I need some payback." Hearing this, Da Zi had no idea what was going on and got a bit anxious, a drop of sweat rolling down the back of its head. Meanwhile, the Dark Daughter offspring was still scrambling to escape, when a sudden beam of light made it freeze. Gao Peng walked up, holding a flashlight. "Gotcha." Seeing it try to bolt again, Gao Peng barked, "Xiaoyuan, cut it off!" Xiaoyuan immediately spat out a burst of flames to chase it down, but the Dark Daughter offspring kept running like crazy. Da Zi charged in too, joining forces with a fierce, unstoppable momentum. Spotting a red rat nearby, the Dark Daughter offspring immediately bonded with it. The possessed red rat instantly turned savage, baring its razor-sharp teeth and massive fangs as it lunged at Da Zi. Daz quickly raised its claws to block. The impact sent Da Zi flying backward, slamming hard into the stone wall with enough force to crack it. The rat smirked, raising its sharp claws. Seeing the rat act so cocky, Gao Peng grunted, "Da Zi, shock him!" Yellow lightning suddenly crackled all around Da Zi with a loud zapping sound, looking insanely powerful. Terrified, the Dark Daughter offspring immediately bailed out of the rat's body. Before Daza could even make a move, the rat bolted like it had seen a ghost, leaving the Dark Daughter offspring stranded on the ground. Daza rubbed its head, still feeling the sting from the impact, while Gao Peng stood behind, completely speechless. He frowned slightly and muttered, "Looks like this parasite mostly relies on mutual symbiosis. The Dark Daughter offspring can't actually force its host to obey commands. But then again, that's fine. I only need this Dark Daughter's abilities anyway, not its brain." Seeing the Dark Daughter offspring still trying to crawl away, Gao Peng and his familiars surrounded it. He sneered, "Struggling is useless." When they finally got back to the surface, Section Chief Wang immediately approached Gao Peng and asked, "Young master, how's the situation?" He looked at him and said briefly, "All wrapped up. Get some guys to patch up the cracked parts in a bit." Then he turned to his side and said, "Dumby, hold on to this tightly. Da Zi, you guys go head back and rest." The dark daughter kept squirming in Dumby's hand, trying to find a way out. Suddenly, a part of its body detached and leaped onto Dumby's cheek. Watching it slither all over Dumby's face, Gao Peng's face fell as he thought, is this dark daughter actually a bit of an idiot, trying to find flesh on bare bones? Dumby suddenly slammed his other hand down on it, pinning it before it could even react. Gao Peng looked at the dark daughter lying completely limp, wondering if its soul had left its body, and asked with a slight frown, Dumby, what are you doing? Hearing this, Dumby replied bluntly, wiggling around. Annoying. Don't like. Hearing that, Gao Peng could only roll his eyes inwardly and think, whatever, can't rush these things. He then reached into his pocket for something while telling the person next to him, Section Chief Wang, find a bulletproof glass case and put this thing inside. With the tasks handed out, his phone started ringing. He checked the screen and answered, Grandpa, what's up? Ji, Hanwu's voice came through. Gao Peng, you can head back now. He was a bit surprised and asked, head back? I just got here and haven't even done much yet. Ji Hanwu laughed out loud. Your personal lab is fully built. Come back and check it out first. Hearing his grandfather, Gao Peng couldn't help but grin. My lab is ready? Awesome! I'm on my way. Ji Hanwu then led his grandson into the cave behind the lake at Ji Hanwu's villa. Looking around and seeing how it totally blew past his expectations, he couldn't help but praise. Grandpa, this is way too cool! Ji Hanwu smiled warmly and said, oh, this is nothing. Go ahead and touch that beam of light. He walked up to a beam of light and gently touched it. The moment his hand made contact, the light gradually turned red. With a soft whirring sound, the door slowly slid open. Gao Peng was amazed, thinking, whoa, it opened! This is high-tech as hell! Spotting all the rooms fully loaded with brand-new cutting-edge gear, he couldn't help but gasp, whoa! Ji Hanwu looked at his grandson with a smile and asked, well, do you like this lab? If you're not happy with it, we can always rebuild it. Hearing this, he clenched his fists, pure excitement written all over his face as he cheered, I love it! Ji Hanwu gestured to introduce the two people standing before them. Here, Gao Peng, let me introduce you to these two. They are the only senior monster breeders in our company, Deng Yimiao and Xu Hemming. The two then introduced themselves in turn. The middle-aged man wearing glasses said, hello, I'm Deng Yimiao. The black-haired man next to him was Xu Hemming. He looked at Ji Hanwu, a bit annoyed, and said, I was already halfway through my experiment. Ji Hanwu waved his hand dismissively and generously offered a 20% increase in his budget. Hearing this, Xu Hemming's attitude flipped instantly. He smiled and said, Mr. Ji, you are truly wise. Ji Hanwu pointed toward his grandson and said, this is my grandson, Gao Peng, an intermediate monster breeder. Deng Yimiao was impressed and praised, so young, and already an intermediate?
That's seriously impressive.
Ji Hanwu couldn't hide his pride upon hearing his grandson get praised. Haha, not at all. Honestly, his talent is pretty average, so please don't overpraise him. Otherwise, this kid's gonna get cocky. Once his smugness passed, he turned to Gao Peng and said, these two are here to help you finish your experiments, so feel free to ask them if you need anything. Gao Peng looked at Ji Hanwu and said, Grandpa, first off, I want to make a few evolution potions. Turning to the others, he shared his ideas. I previously researched a few methods to suppress monster evolution, which can be directly formulated into potions. If we can mass-produce pharmaceuticals based on this, they're bound to sell like crazy. And it'll definitely boost Southern Sky Group's reputation. Everyone listened intently as Gao Peng explained his ideas. Ji Hanwu's eyes lit up at his grandson's words and he burst into a thrilled laugh. Really? My grandson is amazing. A total genius. I'm so proud right now. Ha ha ha. Seeing his grandpa's over-the-top reaction, Gao Peng's face darkened as he thought, Grandpa, you are a terrible actor. Seriously, even my cousin acts better than you. Noticing the skeptical looks on the two senior breeders' faces, Gao Peng said, I bet you two think I'm just talking nonsense, right? After all, even senior breeders like yourselves haven't necessarily figured out potions that can stabilize monster evolution. He crossed his arms, oozing confidence as he thought, alright, guess I'll just have to let the actual results do the talking. Gao Peng walked over to the console, his fingers flying across the keyboard. A red liquid slowly trickled from the special apparatus into a test tube. After a little while, he pulled out a sealed vial glowing with that same crimson fluid. Gao Peng raised the test tube in front of everyone, speaking with total confidence. Gramps, esteemed experts, this is a new potion I brewed myself. He then calmly explained, I call it the Blood Crystal Butcher. The main ingredients are blood-red fruit, golden silk fungus, and the innards of a black demon spider. He tapped a button on the control panel, his voice echoing in sync with the machine's hum. Looking at the test subject, a black ape with a horn longer than a finger joint, casually peeling a banana in the holding room. He said, a pretty common vicious monster. Hearing him use a black ape for his experiment, Xu Heming asked, completely baffled, a black ape? Aren't the potions for its two known evolution paths already super established? Deng Yimiao sighed and chimed in, yeah, and those ingredients young Master Gao just listed are way easier to get than the ones in the standard formula. If this potion actually evolves the black ape, it'd be a massive upgrade. Hearing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but smirk. He thought to himself, an upgrade please, this first trial is about to blow their freaking minds. Standing outside with the controller, he tapped the screen and said, since things are going to get pretty violent, we need to pump in a heavy dose of anesthetic first. Once the gas flooded the room, the ape started reacting, and a device began injecting the potion into the black ape's body. Gao Peng continued. Once the black ape is knocked out, the machine automatically injects the formula. A moment later, the beast's body began to warp, and thick red steam started pouring off its skin. Watching the dense red mist slowly swallow the ape, someone gasped in shock. I've never seen a reaction like this before. Deng Yimiao pressed his face against the glass, trying his best to get a closer look. He thought to himself that a reaction, this intense and chaotic, was definitely worth studying. Even if it ended in failure, they could probably still salvage some useful side products from this formula. Chairman Ji's grandson is seriously the real deal. The ape's eyes, bloodshot and glowing, looked absolutely terrifying as its sharp claws shredded through the cocoon from the inside. A second later, it tore the cocoon to shreds. Its newly evolved horn was way longer, and its whole body looked incredibly badass and powerful. A status screen popped up. Monster name, Blood Crystal Ball Special, Blood-Based Evolution. Monster level, Level 10. Grade Elite. Attribute Blood. Preferences, Soft Music and Quiet. Weaknesses. Number 1, Blood Blight Fruit. Number 2, Leech-type creatures. Materials required for perfect grade upgrade. Number 1, High-grade Blood Crystal. Everyone stared at the Blood Crystal Butcher's new form in sheer disbelief. It actually evolved. Deng Yimiao looked at his boss and gasped. Incredible, Chairman Ji. I've never seen an evolution like this in my entire life. Ji Hanwu smiled with satisfaction. Which means this monster has probably never been discovered before. Deng Yimiao nodded. Exactly. There's currently no record of this species evolving from a black ape. He quickly turned to Xu He-ming. Hey Xu, grab the Dark Obsidian Spirit Stone and test it right now. Xu Ming replied with a quick, on it. Gao Peng, always eager to learn, looked at Deng Yimiao and asked, hey Mr. Deng, what exactly is a Dark Obsidian Spirit Stone? He was happy to explain, it's a mutated form of natural obsidian. Once processed, it can measure the exact grade of any monster. Watching the stone change from pitch black to a bright green, someone shouted, it's a match! Green means elite grade. Jihanwu stared at the remaining test tubes on the table, lost in thought. The red one was a massive hit. What about these other 3? Little Peng just keeps blowing my mind. But if the outside world finds out about this kind of insane talent, he's going to be in serious danger. His expression suddenly shifted, turning dead serious as he put on his commanding boss persona. Listen up. Everything that happened here today is a top-secret corporate file. Not a single word of this leaves this room. The 2 experts quickly chimed in. Understood, Chairman Ji. Crystal clear, sir. Turning to his grandson, Chairman Ji asked, so, have you named this beast yet? Since you're the one who created it, you get the honors. Gao Peng hesitated for a second. A name? He looked over at the massive beast happily stuffing its face with bananas and made up his mind. Let's go with Blood Crystal Butcher Ape. Looking at the 3 remaining vials in his hand, Gao Peng said, and as for these 3, I've named them Earth Potion Type 1, Petrifying Potion Type 1, and Royal Potion. His fingers danced across the control panel again. He gestured toward a black ant in the holding cell and said, this giant strength ant here has already been injected with the Petrifying Potion. Now, let's watch the magic happen. A lack of ranged attacks is pretty much a universal flaw for early-stage monsters. Watching the ant's legs slowly turn to stone, he continued, but trying to boost their agility is way too hard. To do that, you'd have to rewrite their entire physical structure. It's much simpler to just jack up their defense instead. By now, the ant's legs and head had fully turned to stone, its eyes glowing like red rubies. Monster name, Stone Heart Ant. Monster level, Level 7. Grade, Elite. Preferences, Number 1, Sugar Water. Number 2, Tree Sap. Status, Healthy Hyped. Gao Peng said nonchalantly, this is what the potion does. I call this little guy the Stone Heart Ant. Staring at the obsidian stone that had flashed green once again, yes, Xu He-ming gasped. Wait, this one's elite grade too? Gao Peng's face remained totally expressionless as he tapped the screen again. We're not done yet. Let's see what the royal potion can do. Inside the testing room was a bird with razor-sharp teeth. Gao Peng explained. The mountain wolf sparrow is the most common bird-type familiar you'll find around the mountain city. They mutated and evolved from regular mountain sparrows. They might be small, but they're incredibly fast and savage. Plus, their beaks are packed with razor-sharp teeth. Once you feed them the royal potion, they evolve into a mountain royal wolf sparrow, jumping straight from common to elite grade. He paused, looking at them with a hint of mock regret. Though there is one tiny catch with the royal potion. Even though using it repeatedly can push them all the way to perfect grade, it makes breaking through to Lord level way harder. The 2 experts stared at the glowing green stone in utter disbelief. A potion that can guarantee a perfect grade just by taking it repeatedly, and the only drawback is a slightly harder breakthrough to Lord level? Is that even a drawback? Gao Peng then grabbed another vial, using it on a little yellow dog. Instantly, its fur turned a brilliant glowing gold, and it looked way healthier and more energized. Gao Peng looked at the vial in his hand, and this final Earth potion can evolve a golden light dog into an Earth golden light dog, bumping its grade up by 1 level while boosting its physical strength and endurance. Jihanwu slapped a hand on his grandson's shoulder, laughing proudly. Haha! If you ever need any materials, just let your gramps know. Also, any results from this lab of yours go straight to me. No one else in the company needs to know about this. Gao Peng gave a lazy nod. Sure. Chairman Ji turned to the two experts and declared, all right, starting now, let's get ready to put the Blood Crystal Butcher, an Earth Potion Type 1 into mass production for a large-scale sale. Since the Royal Potion is way too valuable, we're keeping that one under wraps for now. Deng Yimiao nodded at Jihan Wu. Chairman Ji, we'll get right on it. The two of them bowed respectfully and headed out. On their way out, Xu Heming said with a slightly frustrated sigh, kids these days are freaking terrifying. Honestly, he's already as good as I am. Deng Yimiao replied casually, you're telling me, in less than 2 years, he'll probably be running circles around us. After putting on that little show, Gao Peng looked around the room, lost in thought. Having this lab just made it easier to hand over all these potions to his granddad. After all, with the system in his hands, the sky was the limit. No way I'm wasting time doing slow-ass experiments in an air-conditioned lab anymore. That's just a massive waste of time. He looked at Grandpa Ji and asked, hey Grandpa, does the conglomerate have any field missions going on lately? Ji Hanwu glanced at him and shot back, what's the deal? You actually interested? Want to become a world hunter? Hearing this, Gao Peng smirked and replied, come on Grandpa, don't you think world hunters look insanely cool? Thinking of how badass those guys looked, he added, among the trainers, there's this super unique group called world hunters. Every single world hunter has their own unique title. They're like the superstars of the trainer world, the most elite and powerful group out there. Lost in his own world, imagining himself standing on a mountain peak looking down at everything, he ranted excitedly, they're nothing like normal trainers. They venture deep into wild mountains and massive rivers, exploring uncharted territories. They're world explorers and wild badasses. The military has to guard the central cities and protect civilians, so almost half of the territory humans have charted today is thanks to those world hunters. Gao Peng's eyes sparked with excitement as he looked at his grandpa. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Ji Hanwu couldn't help but laugh at his grandkid's hype. You brat, you've been like this since you were a kid. Grandpa Ji didn't shut down his grandkid's dream. He shrugged and said, going out isn't out of the question. But your familiars need some serious training first. The way your familiars fight is way too sloppy. The real wilderness isn't like some tiny forest near the central city. Danger is literally everywhere out there. Suddenly, one of his eyes glowed red, radiating a boss-level aura. He ordered, so until you get my green light, you are absolutely not allowed to step foot into the wild. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and let you recover in bed. Not daring to argue with his grandfather, he quietly calculated in his mind. Since he had the damage transfer ability, if Grandpa wanted to break his legs, he'd first have to break the legs of all his familiars. Dazi, Stripey, Silly, and Flamey. Actually, Flamey doesn't even need legs, so scratch that. Grandpa G turned to leave. But before walking away, he told him to wake up at 6 o'clock tomorrow and bring his familiars over for special training. Gao Peng obediently replied, yes, sir. The next morning, Grandpa G's wristwatch let out a beep when the time hit 5:57. Ji Hanwu only showed his grandson his back, saying, I told you to be here by 6, but you came even earlier. Very punctual. Since you have such a great sense of time, I'll reward you with 30 push-ups to warm up those muscles. Gao Peng thought as long as he arrived before the scheduled time, he was good. Hearing this now, he couldn't help but blurt out, what? Scratching his head, he voiced his confusion. But human strength can't compare to familiars. Plus, with familiars protecting us, we don't really need to. Hearing his grandson's excuse, Grandpa G cut him off with a smirk, asking, we don't need to? Then he spun around, his entire vibe turning sharp as a blade. He delivered a swift kick that snapped a nearby tree clean in half. Gao Peng stared at the massive stump left behind, one that would take at least 2 people to hug, and thought in shock, this is insane. Even a normal-tier black ape might not be able to break a tree like that with a single kick. Grandpa G turned around and barked, just because you have familiars protecting you doesn't mean you stop training. Don't be so naive. You think running away doesn't require stamina? He continued. We are monster trainers, and protecting our own lives is the absolute #1 priority, because as long as you're alive, there's always a chance to make a comeback. Gao Peng looked at his grandpa and kept his mouth shut. Deep down, he had to admit his grandpa was spot on. Grandpa G's tone softened a bit. He glanced over and said, though the feedback strength we get from our familiars is tiny, As long as their level is high enough, the power they feed back to us will gradually increase. So as your familiars grow in both number and level, a trainer's strength will eventually surpass that of ordinary humans. Standing as straight as a pine tree, Grandpa G looked at his grandson and added, "By the way, I only used 30% of my power just now." Hearing this, Gao Peng was stunned. 30%. In the distance, people were chatting happily while Grandpa G chuckled to himself. Haha, little Peng must be absolutely worshipping me right now. The white dragon watched from afar, knowing exactly what its master was thinking, and muttered to itself, "You just wanted to flex in front of your grandson, didn't you?" Grandpa G looked at the centipede in front of him and said, "Dazi's ability is thunder type. Coincidentally, I have a familiar that might be able to help it out a bit." With that, he looked down at the water, where a pointed shell was sparking with electricity, and called out, "Come out, Thunder God Snail!" An information panel popped up. Monster name, Thunder God Snail. Monster level 39. Monster quality, epic. Monster attributes, thunder water. Monster hobbies, sugar water, 2 tree sap. Monster status, healthy, calm. Monster abilities, thunder control level 3, water control level 2, hard shell level 3. Monster characteristics, thunder shell, effect 1, passive effect. Thunder control ability level +1, effect 2, active effect. Fully releases the thunder type energy stored inside the thunder shell. Within a certain range, it summons a disastrous thunderstorm. Requirements to upgrade to legendary quality. 1-star Thunder God Stone, 30 tons of soul-healing water. Introducing his familiar, which kept emitting electric sparks just like its name, Grandpa G said, "I picked up Thunder God Snail from the ocean. Its abilities might not be insanely strong, but its personality is super gentle. It's more than enough to train Da Zi." Hearing this, Gao Peng thought to himself, "Found it under the sea? Yep, definitely one of Grandpa's familiars." At this moment, Da Zi was shivering uncontrollably behind his back. He looked at Da Zi and said, "Go on. The Thunder God Snail has similar attributes to you, and it's your senior, got it? You better listen to your senior." Da Zi shook its head violently, completely unwilling. Gao Peng called out to Dumby. Hearing the call, Dumby walked over and stood right next to him. Dumby then grabbed Da Zi by its feelers and lifted it up. Da Zi struggled and cried out, "Gao Peng, you don't want me anymore. Gao Peng, you've changed." With a slightly annoyed face, Gao Peng snapped, "Go get some proper training." Since when did Gao Peng's familiar become such a coward? Da Zi shrieked back, "You're the coward! You're the biggest coward, I learned it from you." Ignoring it completely, he looked at his grandpa's familiar and said politely, "Hey, big brother Thunder God, this familiar of mine is a real handful. I'll have to leave its training to you. Please, don't lose your temper with it." The Thunder God Snail gave a gentle smile. Grandpa G, acting as the translator, said, "Thunder God Snail says it's no problem, just leave it to him." Gao Peng looked at his grandpa and asked, "Grandpa, what about Stripey, Dumby, and Flamey?" Grandpa G thought for a second and said, "Let Flamey train with Da Zi too." Even though the Thunder God Snail has thunder and water attributes, elemental familiars share a lot of common ground. Dumby is undead type, and its fighting style is mostly close combat. "How do you plan to build Stripey's role?" Gao Peng replied, fully prepared, defense and crowd control. Grandpa G stroked his chin, lost in thought. "A crowd controller then? In that case, we need to train its control and resistance abilities." Ji Hanwoo thought of something and raised his finger, calling the White Dragon over. "White Dragon, you'll be sparring with Dumby and Stripey next." Seeing the White Dragon, Silly's tiny brain completely short-circuited. It flopped to the ground, mumbling, "Such a big fish." Grandpa G waved his hand to signal, "Let's begin." The White Dragon aggressively whipped its tail, catching Dumby completely off guard and sending it flying 100 meters away. Seeing this, Stripey immediately glowed with a golden light and dug a deep hole in the ground. Gao Peng, thinking Stripey was unleashing some new epic move, thought expectantly, "This light? Has Stripey actually unlocked an Earth-type ability here? Is it digging a tunnel to set up a trap?" I didn't expect Stripey to actually use tactics. Before he could think any further, Stripey quickly dove into the hole and hid, leaving Gao Peng completely dumbfounded. But Stripey barely had any time to hide before the White Dragon grabbed it by its leg and slammed it hard onto the ground, leaving it totally dizzy. After getting slammed, Stripey flew into a furious rage. Seeing this, Gao Peng got worried and thought, "Oh crap, Stripey is losing its mind again." He yelled, "This is bad." When Stripey goes berserk, it's a huge pain. Before he could even finish his sentence, the White Dragon arrogantly flicked Stripey with a finger, sending it flying far away again. Dumby struggled to get back up. It gathered all its inner strength to launch an attack, but it was still nowhere near the White Dragon's level. The second it made contact, it was instantly knocked flat on its back. Can't believe he actually got hit. White Dragon is totally shocked that Dumby could even touch him. Grandpa saw this and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Stripey and Goldie seriously need to grind a lot more." Gao Peng's jaw dropped in total disbelief. Sure, the level gap is pretty massive, but this is way too fast. He turned and asked, "Where are Da Zi and the guys?" Right now, Dazi and the Thunder Snail were in the middle of a heated argument. Dazi muttered, "Okay, you're strong. I'm not on your level yet." The Thunder Snail scoffed, "That's just a playstyle for noobs of your level." With that, it unleashed insane bolts of lightning that lit up the entire sky, bragging, "And this is my level." Seeing that, Dazi literally started drooling with admiration. "Whoa!" The Thunder Snail patted its ego and said, "Look, it's actually not as hard as you're making it out to be. For me, wielding lightning is just a natural talent, just like how you walk with dozens of legs. It's built into your DNA, so you just need to master it. But for that little bird next to you, trying to walk with dozens of legs at once is a flat-out impossible task." The Thunder Snail turned and asked Flamey, "Am I right or am I right?" Flamey, suddenly dragged into this, looked totally clueless and went, "Why are you bringing me into this? Who cares if you have a million legs, they're still stubby as hell." Flamey just couldn't miss a chance to roast Dazi. After dissing him, Flamey spat out a fireball. The Thunder Snail was shook. "No way, a fireball on the very first try? Even I had to fail a few times before getting it down. But this one-legged bird nailed it on shot one. You actually have some crazy potential." Getting hyped by the Thunder Snail, Flamey let out a few smug snorts. Seeing Flamey flex like that made Dazi super salty. He thought, "Ugh, what is she so proud of? Isn't that just tapping into the power hidden deep inside your body? I can totally do that too." With that, Dazi closed his eyes and channeled every bit of his energy. A bright purple glow instantly wrapped around his body. Feeling the raw power surging through him, Dazi yelled, "Oh yeah, this is it! This is my true power!" Gao Peng watched this and got hyped, thinking he was finally going to have a proud parent moment. "Alright, so the next step is just to release that power smoothly, right? Let's go, Dazi," Dazi screamed, "Unleash." Not wanting to let his master down, Dazi let rip a massive gas bomb. Only problem was this gas smelled absolutely putrid. Gao Peng face-planted onto the ground, completely defeated. He groaned, "Never mind, I'm too tired for this crap." Meanwhile, Silly was still fast asleep, mumbling random gibberish. "Big fish, please don't eat me." Fast forward half a month later, back in that same massive courtyard. Dumby is currently sparring with White Dragon. Dumby dodges attacks like a ninja, grabs White Dragon's tail in a flash, and uses the momentum to launch himself high into the air. Clenching his fist, he channels all his strength and lands a brutal punch right on White Dragon. Gao Peng cheers from the sidelines, "Nice! Great job!" Dumby leaps back and lands, leaving a literal crater under his feet. He proudly raises both hands like he just won a championship belt. Goldie sighs with disappointment. "Aw man, the fight is over already?" White Dragon nods at Dumby and says, "Not bad. Your reflexes and speed are totally up to par. Just now, I cranked my water control power up to the max of a typical commander-tier water monster. Since you can close the distance under that kind of pressure, you've basically won half the battle already." With that, White Dragon glares at Stripey with a massive side-eye and sneers. "As for you, you're basically just a meat shield. Your only job is to get beaten up." Stripey felt totally hurt, his eyes welling up with tears as he sobbed. Gao Peng quickly comforted him, saying, "Hey, don't sweat it, buddy. At least you're a tank who can take a hit, right?" Up in the sky, a bird soars surrounded by blazing fireballs, launching them straight into the lake and causing massive explosions. Flamey has totally mastered the fire element after this training, and his firepower is no joke. Meanwhile, looks like Dazi still needs a lot more work. Over on the other side, Silly is happily bouncing around. Turns out, after these past 2 weeks, he actually leveled up to commander tier. His storage space completely skyrocketed. Now it's as spacious as a massive car trunk, finally making Gao Peng's dream of a walking warehouse a reality. Gao Peng felt pretty hyped, thinking his grandpa's training goals were basically accomplished. Food, meds, tents, and all the survival gear were packed and ready. But just as he was lost in thought, a sudden voice from behind cut him off. He turned around to see his grandpa. "Here, take this, kiddo," the old man said. Opening it up, Gao Peng found a map, a tablet, and a compass inside. Grandpa explained, "This tablet is solar-powered with built-in digital maps, and you can even make calls if you get a signal. I already taught you how to use the map and compass anyway. This map is an exclusive, classified copy. Every single area and danger zone around Yuzhou City is clearly marked on it. Study it well. Since you have a flying-type familiar, you've got an extra layer of safety compared to most explorers. But you've got to learn to make the right calls. Just remember, I've always got your back. Whatever you want to do, go all out and don't look back." Gao Peng's eyes widened, totally touched. He looked at his grandpa's white hair, remembering when it was still pitch black. He nodded and said, "Yeah, just wait for me to get back." Deep in the outskirts of Yuzhou City, Flamey is soaring through the sky, scouting the area. Meanwhile, Gao Peng's crew is on the ground, mapping out their route. "Okay, we should be right around here." Gao Peng frowned at the screen. "Damn, these red circles are everywhere. A quick scan shows at least 10 of them, and every single one is Lord-tier monster territory. No wonder Grandpa said the wild is extremely dangerous. To upgrade Stripey to epic grade, he needs to swallow an Earth Spirit Heart, get buried in black clay soil, and hibernate for 72 hours. Then boom, he'll evolve into an earth shell spider. Earth spirit heart. Earth spirit heart. Gao Peng mumbled as he pulled up the system panel, wondering if his soul strength had leveled up. According to the system, the earth spirit heart usually grows deep inside mountain caves. Turns out when he focuses on certain items in the database, the screen actually shows their exact natural habitat. Suddenly, a massive swarm of giant mosquitoes starts buzzing toward them from the distance. Flamey immediately screeches, "Master! Giant mosquitoes, there are literally tons of them." He starts charging up his fireballs, ready to blast them, but Gao Peng quickly stops him. "Hold up, Flamey! Don't attack! Get down here first!" Hearing the order, Flamey lands on a branch and asks, "Master, why not? We totally have the element of surprise here." Gao Peng explains, "Dude, the forest is pitch black and packed with massive trees. We have zero clue where other mosquitoes might be hiding. If we get surrounded, we're totally screwed. To deal with these pests, we gotta play it smart." Saying that, he reaches into Silly's storage space and pulls out a massive bag. Instantly, both Gao Peng and Silly put on matching, wicked grins. He chuckles. "Behold, the ultimate mosquito killer bag. It's a special blend of repellent plants like night jasmine, purple lavender, geranium, camphor, and daphne." Goldie rips the bag open and holds it up high, while Dumby starts fanning like crazy to blow the fumes right toward the swarm. Flamey just stands there, totally clueless, listening to Gao Peng's explanation. And now, behold the magic. The moment the giant mosquitoes inhale the fumes, the entire swarm drops like flies, instantly getting sent to the Shadow Realm. Hiding behind the bushes, Gao Peng's crew watches the show, snickering, "Too easy. Just basic stuff, guys. This is literally just basic play." Hearing that, Silly, Dumby, Stripey, Da Z, and Flamey look at him with their eyes absolutely sparkling with worship. Continuing their journey, the gang is now hitched on giant Dumby's shoulders to cross a stream. Gao Peng mumbles, "Let's see. We cross this stream first, then head right." But suddenly, his spider sense tingles. Growl! A blue leopard suddenly lunges out of nowhere, straight at Gao Peng. System info, Swift Wind Leopard, level 26, elite quality, wind attribute. He shivers. Crap, that was fast. Thank God Goldie blocked it in time, or I'd be toast. Stripey leaps off Dumby's shoulder, delivering a brutal smack to the leopard and sending it running back into the woods. Flamey is about to chase after it, but Gao Peng stops him. "Flamey, get back here!" Gao Peng reasons that most of his familiars aren't speed demons. Stripey is only a beast at close range, but sucks at long distance. Letting Flamey go solo chasing is just way too risky. He mutters under his breath, "Damn cat. You better hope I don't catch you, or I'm totally turning you into a rug." Just as he finished speaking, a vine whipped out from behind, aiming right for him, but luckily his reflexes were on point and he dodged the attack. Monster name Gold-Banded Devil Treant. Rank, level 29, boss. Attribute, wood type. Weaknesses, 1 fire 2, lightning. Another one? That's twice now, they're really trying to push me around. Pissed off, he yelled. "You really think I'm a sick cat just because I didn't roar?" With that, he ordered Dazee and Flamey to strike. Dazee and Flamey quickly channeled their energy, went into attack mode, and unleashed their power together, instantly sending the monster to meet its maker. "Oh, so you still want to act tough, do you? Go on, try me again." He walked over and picked up the core, saying, "A boss-level plant monster core. This could easily fetch over 1,000 credits on the market." He handed the core to Silly to store in the spatial inventory, saying, "Let's find a place to rest up a bit." After searching for a while, they finally found a cave. It blocked the wind perfectly, making it a great hideout. "There's a water source nearby, so let's stay here. I should mark this on the map too, we can use it as a temporary safe zone later." Just as he approached the cave, a tiny yellow duck waddled out from inside, crying, "Quack, quack, quack!" He was caught off guard. "A duck? That's a weird-sounding quack. We're borrowing your nest for a bit, so quit crying. Before my beasts get hungry, you better waddle away." "Quack, quack, quack!" He snapped in frustration. "You can't even quack right. You're an embarrassment to ducks." "Quack ta-ta-ta," he thought to himself. "With that single brain cell of yours, I seriously wonder how you've survived out here." Monster name, Swiftfoot Duck variant. Monster level 10. Monster quality, epic. Monster status, healthy fatigue. Monster trait, Titanic Might passive effect. When attacked, there is a chance it triggers a continuous size increase for a period of time, boosting its strength, defense, and speed as well. He was shocked. "My bad, I didn't recognize your game. Who knew you're actually epic tier?" Saying that, he turned to leave, ignoring the dazed duck, and said, "Whatever, let's keep moving so we can reach our destination today." "Hey dummy, even if you can grow huge, it's not like it's easy for you. If you see humans in the future, stay away. Don't end up dead without even knowing why." Right then, Dumby started whining, "Master, I'm starving from all this running. I want to eat some duck." Da Z chimed in, crying out that he was hungry too. "Eat the duck! Eat the duck!" Hearing Da Z whine, Aban snapped, "Why are you even hungry? Dumby carried you the whole way." Da Z fired back, "You were riding on Aban, so I'm just copying you. Just copying you." Flamey called out to him, and he replied, Yeah, I know." A tiny figure peeking from behind a massive tree suddenly rushed out, quacking. Quack, quack, Flamey replied. Cock, cock, he asked Flamey in surprise. Wait, you actually understand him? Flamey said proudly. Hey, I've got a level 8 certificate in bird language. His face went totally blank. Just then, the dumb duck ran as fast as its little legs could carry it toward him, quacking like crazy. He's saying, Big duck, wait for me! Big duck, wait for me! Master, it thinks you're one of its own. He was baffled. Huh? Is it because I fixed its accent earlier? He turned around and walked away, saying, Just ignore it. Ah, Ban, pick up the pace, or we'll be spending the night deep in this forest. It's too dangerous. Meanwhile, the dumb duck was still waddling desperately behind them, quacking, which meant, Hold up! Wait for me! He ordered Flamey to shut up. Running way too fast, the dumb duck tripped over its own feet and took a nasty tumble. It lay flat on the ground whimpering, which Flamey translated. Oh, even this weird duck doesn't like me. Everyone hates me, and my parents don't want me either. Suddenly, he scooped the little guy up. Quack! Oh, thank goodness, Big Duck didn't leave me. Feeling sorry for the dumb duck, Flamey said, Master, this little guy seems to have been abandoned by its parents, and it's still so small. Are we really going to leave it behind? Putting his hands on his hips, he looked away and sighed. Fine, whatever. It's not like we don't already have enough trouble. Let's just bring it along. He thought to himself, after all, it's epic tier. It's not like I'm losing anything. Flamey was thrilled they were taking the dumb duck, while Dumpy told it, Hop on up! Dazi squeezed in and said, We'll protect you from now on. Outside of Yuzhou City in the rocky forest, where there's an extremely high chance of finding an Earth Spirit heart, this must be the place. Looking at this narrow hole, Aban, Dumby, and Flamey definitely couldn't fit inside. He turned to Dazi, who was lazily clinging to Dumby's shoulder, and said, Dazi, you go crawl in there. Standing with his hands in his pockets, he added, Look around for anything with a super dense Earth element aura. Stay sharp and stay safe. If there's a monster inside, get out immediately. Don't try to be a hero. Dazi wiggled into the cave, calling back, Got it. Keeping his guard up, he glanced behind him and spotted a monster. Monster name, Boulder Scorpion. Monster level, level 11, elite class. Monster quality, normal. Hiss, quack, quack. Seeing the monster, the dumb duck let out a couple of cries. He thought to himself, Thank goodness. The monsters around here aren't that strong. Dumby asked his master, Should I chase it off? He calmly replied, Don't sweat it. Even though this scorpion is a higher level than the dumb duck, it's only normal tier, so it's not a big deal. He cheered on the ruffled-up duck, Go get him. Let me see what you've got when you go all out. 10 minutes later, Flamey yawned and asked, Master, how much longer are they going to keep cursing each other out? Right now, the dumb duck and the boulder scorpion were locked in a heated shouting match in their own languages. Quack, quack, quack! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Feeling completely helpless, he said, Never mind, Dumby. Just go chase it off. The scorpion took one look at Dumby and bolted for its life. He turned to the duck, questioning his own life choices, and asked, Seriously, how have you managed to stay alive this long? Quack, quack! Suddenly, Dazi called out, Found it, master! Dazi is the best! Bring it on out! Dazi wiggled out with something clenched in his mouth. A small Earth Spirit heart. Effect packed with dense Earth element energy, giving Earth attribute monsters the power to evolve. Holding the Earth Spirit heart in his hand, he said, It's only a small one, but it should work, right? I remember Aban's evolution requirement just said, Earth Spirit heart, but there wasn't any specific size requirement. The group continued their journey to the coordinates marked with black azure soil. Once they arrived, he had them dig a pit to bury Aban, who was tearfully holding the Earth Spirit heart in its mouth. He told him, Lay low and rest easy. We'll be waiting for you. Dumby quickly covered up the pit. He said, We'll wait here for Aban to wake up. The owner of this territory might return soon, so everyone keep your guard up. As night fell, a massive centipede slithered into view. Huh? Where did this duck come from? It's blocking my entrance. Meanwhile, the dumb duck was fast asleep against a tree root, completely oblivious to the giant centipede. The centipede suddenly bit the dumb duck, jolting it awake. Furious at being bitten, the dumb duck activated its power, swelling to a much larger size. It turned to the centipede and demanded, Why did you bite me? The shameless centipede said nothing and just launched another attack, making the duck cover its face in pain and burst into tears. Wow, my eyes, my eyes! The centipede hissed in smug satisfaction, but its victory was short-lived and its jaw dropped. The dumb duck was absolutely livid now. It grew 5 to 6 times larger than before, leaving the centipede shaking in its boots. Hearing the noise, Gao Peng walked out with a half-asleep face and asked, What's going on? Why is it so noisy out here? Right in front of him stood a giant, terrifyingly angry duck, radiating pure murderous intent. How did this duck get so massive? He finally understood how this dumb duck had managed to survive out here. Terrified by the duck's massive size, the centipede tried to bolt, but the duck squashed it flat with a single stomp. Standing behind the giant duck, he thought to himself, At first, I thought Titanic might only increase its size slightly and that the growth didn't stack. Plus, being a passive ability made it seem kind of useless. But looking at it now, this skill is actually insane. Talk about dumb luck! The duck shrunk back down to its normal size. He continued to contemplate, maybe I should try signing a blood contract with this little guy. Having decided, he called the duck over. He used his power to enter its consciousness space. The outer layer of its consciousness was glowing with bright, vibrant colors. I recall Chairman Feng Song mentioning that this color represents feelings of comfort and joy. But then, some weird things started appearing. Wait, a tree with wings? His jaw dropped in utter confusion as flowers with mouths and eyes popped up. This duck looks completely brainless on the outside, but who knew it had such a wild imagination? He froze for a second as the space around him was suddenly overtaken by a cold, dark blue. He thought, why did the vibe get so heavy all of a sudden? The space then shifted to a scene with two large ducks. Is this our baby? That's our baby, all right. Its eyes are huge. The male duck yelled in anger, but it has 5 toes. It's a freak. Back then, the baby duck was still tiny, wondering, what does freak mean? It huddled in a corner, watching its siblings eat happily. The innocent little duck thought, we're all brothers and sisters. They'll share a bite with me, right? Who the hell is your sibling? It was cruelly shunned and looked down on by its own family who warned it, don't come near us, you monster. Stay the hell away from me. At that moment, the dumb little duck lost control of its power and grew massive, scaring the crap out of the other ducks. A monster! It's a real-life monster! One of them ran to snitch to their dad. Dad, this freak is bullying us! The savage dad duck immediately threw the dumb duckling into some desolate wasteland and barked, a 5-toed freak like you can rot out here and fend for yourself. The mom duck wanted to help, but she couldn't do a damn thing about it. Feeling totally abandoned, the dumb duckling cried, why did they dump me? Just because I have 1 extra toe, I'm a monster! Watching from the sidelines, he realized, no wonder its cry sounded so weird, and no wonder it followed me here after I only called it twice. Man, he couldn't help but feel bad for this poor little guy. Guess being kicked out made this diamond duck super sensitive. I bet the moment we head back, it'll trail right behind me. Honestly, no one's ever bothered to listen to its story or had the patience to hear it out. He stretched out his hand and said, why overthink it? Follow me, and you can eat all the fish you want. Touched to tears, the dumb duckling went, this weird big duck, we've successfully formed a contract, he replied. Since we're partners now, you need a name. Since you're covered in yellow feathers, let's call you Goldie. The dumb duck tilted its head, completely clueless. Suddenly, a bright light burst from the ground. A band dug his way up, sporting a rock-hard armored shell and a body like a mantis. This was the Great Shield Spider, level 25, commander tier and epic quality. Attribute Earth, ability Earth Control level 2. Status healthy happy with a unique monster trait, Heart of the Earth Spirit. It replaces the original heart, boosting its Earth element connection like crazy, though it loses compatibility with other elements. Effect 1 is a passive skill. Earth Control Energy level +1. Effect 2 is another passive, Earth Force Protection. As long as its feet are on the ground, it constantly absorbs Earth energy to form a sick elemental Earth armor around its body. The armor's strength depends on its Earth control power. Gao Peng was hyped, saying, a band successfully evolved and even unlocked a monster trait. This mountain trip was a total win. Let's head back. The scene cuts to the Yuzhou villa. Gao Peng just got out of the shower when he noticed a glass of milk on the table with a note next to it. Company business, eat breakfast first before checking the file. Gao Peng sighed and smiled helplessly. Man, Grandpa worries way too much. I'm not a kid anymore. Let's see what we got here. Opening the file, he saw pictures of West Sea Lake with massive schools of yellow croakers swarming together. A senior scout from the group spotted a glowing artifact at the bottom of the lake that was drawing the fish in. The item was a magic forbidden stone, water attribute. I literally just mentioned the upgrade materials for the diamond duck to Grandpa yesterday, and now it's right here in front of me. The magic forbidden stone is an absolute must-have. Its ultimate evolution path is the magic-banning diamond duck. I have to get my hands on this stone. Once that dumb duck upgrades, it'll awaken its level 2 monster trait. Suddenly, the projector on his desk flickered to life, showing Grandpa's face. Did you check the file? That's the material you need, right? He replied. Ah, sorry to trouble you, Grandpa. Grandpa cut him off confidently. Leave it to me. I'll send my people to get it. Just relax at home. I've got a meeting to run. Talk to you later. Wait, that's it? Gao Peng couldn't even process what just happened. He thought, wait, shouldn't I be out there fighting wild beasts, surviving intense battles, and barely scraping by to get the treasure? What about meeting some spoiled heir from a rival faction and starting a blood feud? Why is reality so different from my expectations? A sly grin crept onto his face. But damn, why does this feel so good? Meanwhile, over at West Sea Lake, ships were surrounding the coordinates of the magic forbidden stone. A bunch of guys in black suits on the deck were chatting. Bro, just how many yellow croakers are in here? They're practically an infestation at this point. I knew there were a lot, but this is insane. The guy with an eye patch spoke up. The Blackgate Corporation put up a bounty of 300 million alliance coins, +3 mid to high boss tier crystal cores for this run. You think a job like that is going to be a walk in the park? Chill out, with so many squads out here, we just need to hold our ground till the end and grab the loot. A massive water beast poked its head above the surface. One of the guys shivered. Man, maybe we should just pack up and leave. Even if we grab whatever's down there, there's no way we're getting out of West Sea Lake alive unless we have a flying-type beast. Another goon tremblingly pointed ahead. Even a flying beast might not save us. Boss, look over there. It's the yin-yang golden goose king. They screamed, completely abandoning the mission. Screw the money, whoever wants it can die for it. We're out of here! The scene cuts deep under West Sea Lake, where a tiny big-headed fish swam toward the magic forbidden stone. This magic forbidden stone feels so crazy. This has got to be the opportunity Mama was talking about. I heard Mama only ate one fruit to get this strong. It bubbled with pure excitement. All the OP purplebacks in our clan were born by Mama. I want to hatch a bunch of powerful fish too, just like her. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over. Who's there? A booming voice shot back. What the hell are you to talk to me like that? Want me to swallow you whole? The purpleback snapped. Giant croaker, back off! This is purpleback territory! The giant croaker's eyes flared blood red, baring its razor-sharp teeth. The purpleback panicked. Oh crap! That's the alpha of the giant croakers. Why the hell did the boss-level fish show up here? The other purplebacks immediately rushed to shield the little fish, yelling at the alpha, "Don't you dare come any closer." Behind us is the favorite daughter of the purpleback king. If you lay a single finger on her, our king will tear you apart. The giant croaker alpha let out a creepy laugh. Do you think a bear is scared of a tiger seeking revenge for its eaten cub? It charged at the little fish, sneering. Hell no, because if the tiger had the chance, it wouldn't hesitate to devour the bear's cub either. Your king slaughtered so many of our kind. Me eating his daughter today is just getting even. What? The terrified purplebacks yelled to the little fish. Run! Get out of here! We'll buy you some time with our water shields. Two purplebacks threw everything they had to hold the monster back, but their attacks didn't even scratch the giant croaker. Flexing its massive jacked muscles, it roared arrogantly, "You weak losers evolved all wrong. Raw muscle is everything." With a mighty roar, it blasted a wave of energy that knocked the purplebacks unconscious. Seizing the opening, it snatched the magic forbidden stone in one bite. The yin-yang golden goose king unleashed a massive aura and dove straight into the lake, striking the giant croaker. Don't even think about escaping. Spit it out. But the giant croaker whipped its massive tail, snapping one of the goose king's legs like a twig before making a run for it. The goose king muttered, "Damn, too fast." A bald guy on the ship saw the giant croaker fleeing and barked at his subordinate. "What are you standing around for? Get after it. That fish is booking it," the subordinate replied. "That boss fish definitely swallowed the stone. Don't worry, boss. We've got eyes on that fish." Meanwhile, the alpha was blending into the school. It opened its mouth and secretly passed the magic forbidden stone to another fish using its tongue. That second fish swam over to a guy with long hair and spat the stone right into his hand. The guy smirked. "Target secured. Take the loot and let's bounce." "Understood." He turned to a red-haired dude chilling with his hands behind his head. "And number 3, next time you control these beasts, don't say such cheesy stuff. Your dumb lines are making me die of cringe." The redhead just shrugged it off. The other squad was struggling to get through. "We found the alpha giant croaker. Damn it, there are too many of them. We can't push through. Just ignore the small fry. Focus on the alpha first, and keep an eye out for that goose king. Those death scorpion mercenaries better not push their luck." The long-haired guy walked up to the middle-aged man and said, "Sir, the package is secure." The middle-aged guy replied, "Let's move. Let those idiots search for it themselves." In the lab, Grandpa and Gao Peng stood outside, watching that goofy duck Goldie. Gao Peng's grandpa muttered, "Who would have thought it actually reached epic grade?" He stared at Gao Peng, who was busy with his research, thinking, it's already epic grade, and now little Peng wants to push it to legendary. Among all the public experiments so far, nobody has ever manually upgraded a beast to legendary quality. At least, I've never heard of it. He patted Gao Peng's shoulder to cheer him up and said, "Hang in there, Grandpa knows you can pull this off." He replied, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I've got this." He stared at the anti-magic stone, thinking, the other materials are replaceable, but I've only got one anti-magic stone. Failure is not an option. He carefully lowered the anti-magic stone into the green solution, holding his breath. The reaction was painfully slow. After a while, he pulled out the anti-magic stone, shouting in pure excitement, "It turned sky blue! It actually worked!" He grabbed a toy yellow duck and waved it right in front of Goldie, saying, "Hey Goldie, look what I've got for you." Goldie's eyes lit up and it quacked happily, "A yellow duck! I want it! Give me the yellow duck!" He pointed at the potion vial and said, "Drink this first, then it's yours." The goofy duck didn't hesitate. It snatched and chewed down the entire vial, glass and all. He gasped, "Whoa, wait! Hold on, I only told you to drink the liquid, not swallow the whole test tube." Suddenly, the duck collapsed and passed out. Right after that, its feathers started shedding like crazy. He panicked, thinking, why the hell is it losing so much hair? Suddenly, the goofy duck grimaced and bolted upright, thinking, this is it. I might be bald now, but I've finally unlocked that legendary God mode strength. Blue glowing runes flared across its body as its muscles swelled up. Monster name, magic prohibiting Vajra duck. Monster level 10. Monster quality, legendary. Monster attribute, metal element. He got lost in thought, realizing, so the next tier after legendary is mythical quality. The materials needed are star-slaying glow and magic stone core. Just trying to track down these ingredients is a massive headache. Whether I can even find them on Earth is a whole different story. He sighed as he packed up, thinking, man, whatever, let's show Grandpa the results first. Seeing it, Grandpa burst out cheering. It's red, legendary grade, you actually did it. Something no one on this entire planet could pull off, and my own grandson just nailed it. He leaned in and warned Gao Peng, keep this strictly to yourself. Got it? When we tell the public, we say this duck was already legendary when you found it. Got it, Grandpa. Good. I know you have your own secrets, kid. You don't have to share them with me. Frankly, I don't even care to hear them. He turned his back, speaking in a cool, casual tone. But you're definitely taking care of upgrading my own beasts, all right? He felt a sudden rush of warmth. Only Grandpa would trust me this unconditionally. Just then, Goldie finally blinked its eyes open. Oh, you're finally awake? Quack! He burst out laughing. Don't sweat it, buddy. I actually think you look incredibly badass now. The duck strutted over, kicked open the door, and stomped up to a mirror. Huh? Quack! 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 This is hands down the ugliest duck I've ever seen in my life. It let out a goofy laugh. Quack! 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 But then, it froze, its face completely dropping. Wait a second. That hideous bald duck. Is me? It burst into tears and wailed to Gao Peng. Big duck, what did you do to me? Flamey smacked the goofy duck on the head. Flamey said, what are you screaming for? We are noble avian beasts. Behave yourselves. Daziz and Dumby curled their lips in disdain. Look who's talking. The power of the arcane runes fiercely repelled elemental energy. The intensity of this ability scaled directly with the host's physical strength. Effect 1, passive effect. Extreme resistance to all elemental attacks, with absolute immunity to water-type elements. Effect 2, active effect. Once activated, the arcane runes temporarily flare up, creating an elemental vacuum zone centered around the user. It repels any approaching elements while instantly purging all elemental energy within the area. He grinned, thinking, so basically, Effect 1 passively boosts Goldie's magic resistance, while Effect 2 creates an anti-magic zone around it, completely shutting down all magic. He couldn't help but crack up, seeing the goofy duck look so absolutely ridiculous. He pictured it. A bald-headed duck that's completely immune to magic and only gets stronger the more it gets beat up. The scene shifts to Yuzhou University's campus. Gao Peng stepped out of the car, muttering, finally made it. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. Hey there, need some help, freshman? The girl replied, I'm good, but thanks anyway. Turns out, she was heading to Yuzhou University too. He walked off thinking, better register first. Walking onto the campus, he figured the registration booth for monster trainers should be somewhere around here. Just then, a group of students approached him. Hey man, you a freshman? What's your mater or breeder? Trainer, he replied. The black-haired guy turned to the girl next to him and scoffed. Huh, with those nerdy looks, I totally thought he was a breeder. The girl chimed in, yeah, trainers are a dime a dozen these days. Unless you join a merc squad and eat dirt in the wild, finding a decent job is going to be brutal. He shook his head, thinking, wow, talk about a quick attitude adjustment. Guess breeders really are the popular ones. A tan guy with white hair waved him over. Hey, sign in here. Did you bring your credentials? Yeah, sure. Is something wrong? The white-haired guy's face went totally pale, his jaw dropping as he stared at Gao Peng's profile. Holy crap, we got a legend here. Name, Gao Peng. Age. Achievements. First place in the first round of the Chang'an Base City competition, ranked 11th in the entire Huaxia region, and the top scorer of the first round across the major base cities. The white-haired guy immediately flashed a fake kiss-up smile and said, Hey bro, let me show you to your dorm. As they walked, he chatted away. Speaking of the big shots in our major, people love making up these insanely edgy titles for top trainers across different universities. Honestly, it's just stuff we hype ourselves up with for fun. Nobody on the outside actually takes those titles seriously. His eyes lit up as he leaned in, but there are 4 exceptions. These 4 are the absolute god-tier trainers in all of Yuzhou's universities. Even the entire Yuzhou city itself has to respect them. Their status and raw power are way beyond college level. And guess what? Our Yuzhou University is home to 2 of them. One is Senior Xue Ming, who's already a standing committee member of the Yuzhou Base City Council. The other is Senior Lin Xianggrui, a world-class hunter. She's rarely in Yuzhou since she's always out exploring. In fact, a bunch of the wild zones around Yuzhou Base City were actually mapped out by her. Just then, he stopped in his tracks. And here we are. This is the student dorm. Pretty fancy, huh? Yep, this entire building is single rooms. It's not massive, but the interior is super clean and every single room comes with AC and a fridge. It was all donated by the board chairman of Yuzhou University, Mr. G. Mr. G? He pointed toward a nearby monument, saying, "Look over there, bro. That's the statue of Mr. G." He proudly introduced him, the chairman of Southern Sky Group, Jihan Wu. But everyone here just calls him Mr. G. Mr. G is basically the guardian deity of Yuzhou City. Whenever monsters tried to breach the city, he's the one who single-handedly drove them back. Yuzhou's geography is pretty rough, surrounded by mountains. Ever since the cataclysm, monster outbreaks have been constant. Without Mr. G, there's no way we'd be living this peacefully. Hearing this, he smiled to himself, thinking, who knew Grandpa was out here doing so much heavy lifting behind the scenes? Meanwhile, just outside Yuzhou City, a group of people emerged at the forest edge. Suddenly, the female leader raised her hand. "Hold up." The bald guy asked, "Captain, what's wrong?" Her beast, a three-tailed cat, was trembling violently in fear. Bei's reaction is completely off. It's only reacted like this once before. Back when a Lord-tier monster flew right over our heads. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the ground beneath them shook violently. The group panicked, shouting, "What the hell? What's going on?" Cut back to the protagonist. He stood by the window, watching the storm rage outside, and muttered, "Dozens of monster hunters have already vanished in the forest northeast of Yuzhou City." Outside, a heavy downpour fell, with dark storm clouds completely swallowing the sky. Is it really that bad? To the point they had to deploy the White Dragon just to calm the public? A 5-star lockdown? This is a level of alert that hasn't been issued since Yuzhou City was founded. Click. Hearing the door open, he rushed downstairs, shouting, "Grandpa, you're back. Did Cousin Tang Tong's Mirage Lizard reach the Lord tier?" "Yeah, I went to help out." Lord of Thunder is also getting close. He's currently at the peak of Commander tier, so he'll probably break through to Lord tier any day now. He eagerly asked, "So, did it succeed?" He crossed his legs on the sofa and chuckled, "Yep, it was a success." The Mirage Lizard went through a massive transformation this time. Honestly, you probably won't even recognize it next time you see it. Pouring some tea, he asked, "Hey, Grandpa, is this new emergency lockdown because of some new type of monster?" He wondered, "A new monster? A species that's never been discovered before?" "Yup, and it's not just our Yuzhou either. Weird mutations are popping up all over the world right now." He got all serious. These monsters have too many weird quirks. Some scholars are already claiming those ancient myths weren't just make-believe, and they've actually started researching old legends. He hands him a photo saying, "The top-tier beast of Yuzhou shot this from above." The monster itself is literally a mountain, a living mountain. Confused, he's like, "A living mountain?" He pats his shoulder and says, "Yeah. Luckily, the mountain spirits we've found so far aren't too massive. The biggest one is only about 300-odd meters tall, spanning a few miles. Calling it a mountain is a stretch. It's more like a high hill. And probably because its body is so massive, the mountain spirit moves super slow. There's a picture of a guy impaled by a stone spike, showing that the mountain's surface has insanely lethal power. We suspect those missing monster hunters accidentally wandered onto the hill while the mountain spirit was camouflaged, and then they got slaughtered." He walks up the stairs, reassuring him, "Don't sweat it. Even if the sky falls, your grandpa's got your back. Besides, those mountain spirits have developed intelligence, which means we can negotiate. And if push comes to shove, the military has already used explosive rockets for carpet bombing." His face stiffens as he thinks to himself that he's nothing like his grandpa. He's a selfish guy, with zero interest in grand ideals like sacrificing himself to save the world. He never wanted them to play the hero anyway, because being a hero is the most dangerous thing ever. Turning around with a smile, his grandpa says, "Oh right, that 10,000-year shadow gold you asked me to find? I've got a lead. It should be delivered in a few days." He instantly switches to a bright smile and replies, "Got it, Grandpa. Go get some rest, and stop worrying about this stuff." Once his grandpa leaves, he thinks to himself that the magic sealing stone was also given to him by his grandpa. The 10,000-year shadow gold is the exact material needed to upgrade Dumby's quality to legendary, and his grandpa was the one who found that too. Talk about a pampered life. He grabs his umbrella and heads out. "Gao Peng, oh Gao Peng, you've really been slacking off lately. Before you were all alone, so you had to lay low to keep yourself safe." He mutters pridefully as he walks. Time to stir up a massive storm then. A few days later at Yuzhou University, two classmates are gossiping. "Hey Deng Li, how did that bloody butcher potion you bought the other day work out? Has your black violent ape evolved yet?" Gao Peng listens closely to their conversation. "That potion is the real deal. After my black violent ape took it, its fur turned bright red and its strength shot up like crazy. It's just a bit more short-tempered now. Man, I just wish I knew when they'll put more bottles on sale. Things are super tense right now, so everyone is desperate to get stronger." Stepping out of the room, he walks and thinks, Grandpa is mass-producing these potions fast. His phone vibrates. A text from his grandpa. It's a picture of a towering mountain. which looks exactly like the one they passed by in the forest last time. Monster. Mountain Spirit, level 48 Lord tier. Quality, normal. Attributes, nature, earth, and rock. Ability, earth control level 4. Status, lightly injured, angry. Weakness, the mountain spirit's heart inside its body which acts as a core of condensed life. It has a sluggish movement speed. But wait, before this, I didn't see any attributes on this mountain at all. It's only been a few days, and these mutations are happening insanely fast. He ponders, a level 48 Lord tier monster? Sounds like a tough nut to crack. Plus, according to Grandpa, this isn't the only mountain spirit near Yuzhou. There's a whole range nearby called the 100,000 Great Mountains. Just then, his grandpa video calls him. He picks up, but the screen is pitch black. Grandpa? Wait, isn't this a video call? Why's the screen black? The signal is weak, so there's some interference. His grandpa asks, Little Peng, are you still at school? Yeah. Over at the mountain, everything is in complete ruin. The exploration team lands on the ground and one member reports, Captain, the mountain spirit's core is already gone. Copy that. You guys keep collecting data. I'll report to headquarters first. Right now, Gao Peng's grandpa is standing on the back of the white dragon, video calling him, saying, Well, we are pretty high up after all. Gao asks, Grandpa, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you clearly, he replies. Little Peng, head home first. Grandpa needs to get a little exercise today before heading back. With that, he hangs up. Both he and the white dragon smirk, grinning with pure killer intent. Grandpa rolls up his sleeves and says, Old friend, let's get a good workout today. Over at the Southern Sky second outdoor testing ground, a mustached man is reporting to Chairman Ji Dong about the mountain spirit he personally dealt with. The sampling work is finished, and the lab results will be synced to our group's database very soon. He continues to flatter, It's a good thing you stepped in, sir. The military says a temporary peace agreement has been reached. The chairman waves his hand. Once they gain consciousness, they also possess immense power, easily wiping out all life within their sensory range. So, no wonder they think they're invincible and the kings of the wild. He analyzes seriously. Under such circumstances, even if a mountain spirit has intelligence, it doesn't mean effective negotiations are possible. Only when they feel one of their own being defeated and realize they aren't invincible will they be willing to talk. The chairman then concludes, when dealing with monsters, sometimes brute force is the most convincing argument. Hearing this, the mustached man is filled with admiration. As expected of Chairman Ji, he points toward a flock of birds and says, Chairman Ji, look. This is the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow Army we've been breeding, and they've already met our expectations. With that, the man lets out a soft whistle to give them a signal. He points to the largest one and introduces it. This is the leader of the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows. Its overall strength is way higher than the others, and it can even buff the growth of the entire Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow army. The chairman crosses his arms and orders, test their combat power. The mustached man quickly replies, Yes, sir. He turns around and presses a button on his remote, and instantly, a heavy iron gate screeches open. Chairman Ji, the combat strength of these Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows is absolutely beyond imagination. I'd really love to meet the person who created this royal potion. A giant pig-type monster aggressively stomps out of the iron enclosure, and the mustached man quickly pitches, This is a commander-tier pig-type monster. Normally, mountain wolf sparrows would never dare to attack a monster of this tier, unless they're in a massive flock of over 100,000 birds, or if they're completely starving. The flock leader throws its head back and lets out a loud, piercing cry. Hearing the command, the Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrow army immediately charges at the pig monster. The entire flock swarms it, leaving it absolutely no room to fight back. As they fight, their strength and aggression surge. The eerie red glow radiating from their bodies becomes much more intense. The mustached man cheers excitedly, and this isn't even their limit. As long as we keep feeding them the royal potion, the strength of these Royal Mountain Wolf Sparrows can still be pushed way further. Whoever invented this medicine is an absolute genius. The chairman is also highly satisfied. You guys did a great job, keep it up. Feeling both thrilled and proud, he thinks to himself, Of course my grandson is a genius. The materials have already been delivered to Little Peng, so he must have started by now. Just as the chairman predicted, Gao Peng is currently busy painting some patterns on the ground. This spot? And, yeah, over here too. A moment later, he stands up to inspect his work. Alright, all done. But man, isn't this evolution altar looking a bit too creepy? Gao Peng reaches out to his floating jellyfish and says, Silly, hand me the container with the 10,000-year shadow gold. It obediently hands it over, but it seems totally freaked out by the thing, timidly hiding behind its master's back. Gao Peng picks up the crystal and examines it. No wonder it's an ultra-rare material. Just holding it makes me shiver down to my bones. He quickly tosses it to the skeleton standing inside the altar. Dumby, swallow it! It obediently gulps it down. Soon after, the surrounding space begins to warp violently. A burst of blue fire erupts in an instant, and Gao Peng has to shield his eyes from the blinding flash in front of him. He stares at Dumby in utter shock. A white bone monument has materialized right where Dumby was standing. Suddenly, Gao Peng spots a shadow drifting around and he warily watches it. More and more shadows begin to manifest, throwing Gao Peng into confusion. They're popping up here too, and there's a ton of them! The scene unfolding before him leaves him completely speechless. It looks as if they are all kneeling and bowing to their king. A dark purple hand clawed its way up from the dirt. Dumby had successfully evolved, turning into the skeletal tyrant. His stats popped up instantly. Monster name: Skeletal Tyrant, level 30, quality, legendary, abilities, Hardbones level 2, undead control level 1. Gao Peng was totally speechless. Dumby got a crazy buff this time. Not only did his quality shoot up, but his level jumped by 4 whole levels. The info kept updating. Monster trait: Blood Thread Heart. Effect 1, passive. Consumes a certain amount of blood threads and energy to condense a blood thread heart. While it's active, the blood thread heart boosts all physical stats of the skeletal ape. But if the heart gets smashed, that passive buff is gone. Effect 2, active. Activating the blood thread heart causes cardiac resonance, which lets him control heartbeats. Soul Flame. Effect 1, active. Injecting the soul flame into an intact corpse resurrects it, with its strength depending on how powerful it was when alive. But the resurrected undead's level can't surpass the skeletal tyrant's own level. Effect 2, the resurrected undead can keep growing, but they can't exceed the skeletal tyrant's level. Plus, the skeletal tyrant can absorb these resurrected undead to fuel his own growth. Weakness: Light type. After reading this, Gao Peng was hyped. This evolution path actually unlocked a brand new skill. Soul Flame looks a lot like a summoning ability, but it has a massive catch. There has to be a corpse. Without a corpse, it's totally useless. But that second effect lets him absorb the resurrected undead's power? Man, he really is a tyrant. Gao Peng cracked up watching Dazi stare in utter confusion, asking Dumby how the heck he ended up looking like this. Before the evolution, Dazi had to use every ounce of his strength just to leave a tiny scratch on Dumby's bones. Now that he's evolved, who knows how insane Dumby's defense has gotten. The best way to test it was simple. Smirking deviously, Gao Peng told him, "Dazi, bite Dumby's leg bone." Dazi immediately shook his legs in refusal. "No way, there's absolutely no need for that," Gao Peng teased. "Even though you guys are close, Dumby's new vibe still scares the crap out of you, huh?" Dazi tried to act tough. "I'm not scared." Dazi crawled over and took a big bite out of Dumby's leg just like he was told. But instead of leaving even a single scratch, one of his teeth went flying. Feeling totally miserable, Dazi slithered off crying, "Everyone else is getting so strong, only I'm left behind. I can't even protect Gao Peng anymore." Dumby turned to Gao Peng and mumbled, I'll go chase after him." Gao Peng fell into thought. Stripey was epic quality, Flamey was epic quality, Dumby was legendary, and Goldie was legendary. The only one like Dazi was Silly, who was totally carefree and clueless. But Dazi wasn't the type to just ignore getting stronger, unlike Silly, who only cared about getting juice every single day. Gao Peng felt a bit helpless. Too bad he was short on materials to level him up, so all they could do was wait. He had to gently comfort Dazi. "Are you feeling insecure because all the latecomers are so freaking strong? Dazi, no matter how strong you get, you'll always be my #1 indispensable buddy." But then Gao Peng noticed something. Turns out Dazi wasn't even listening to his heartfelt speech. He was laser-focused on the roast chicken Dumby was holding out. "Want some?" Dazi nodded frantically. "Yes! Hand it over! Quick!" A bit later, Gao Peng handed the corpse of a Windchaser wolf to Dumby and said, "Dumby, test out your summoning skill." Obeying, Dumby reached out to extract the Windchaser wolf's soul. But when Gao Peng saw the result, his smile completely vanished. "Didn't Grandpa say this was a Windchaser wolf corpse? Why does it look exactly like a husky?" The chairman asked while reading his newspaper. "Are you planning to go out and find upgrade materials for the little centipede?" He quickly explained, "Dazi was the very first familiar to join me, but because we couldn't find the right materials, he's actually the weakest right now. So, I want to use this free time to give him an upgrade." Grandpa readily agreed. "All right, just don't stay out too long. The mountain spirits are only quiet for now, and monsters are notorious for being totally unpredictable." The chairman stood up, grabbed his phone, and said, "Tell you what, your cousin Tong Tong is pretty free lately. I'll have her tag along with you on this trip." Gao Peng immediately protested, "No need, Grandpa." Before he could even finish his sentence, his grandpa was already putting the phone to his ear. "Hello, Tong Tong. It's me." Gao Peng was completely speechless. "Grandpa, why do you always treat me like a helpless little kid?" After that, the chairman led him to a lake. Here we are. 2 monsters were already standing there waiting for them. Monster name: Phantom Japalura, level 41. Lord Quality Elite. Abilities: Hardened Scales level 3, Sensory Boost level 1. Monster trait: Illusory Species. Effect 1, passive. When the monster stands still or moves slowly, it blends perfectly into the surrounding space. At that time, its body temperature also merges with the environment. Effect 2 passive. Its special skin can absorb sound. It can also absorb sound waves. When it moves, the sound it makes is incredibly quiet, almost impossible to detect. Gao Peng gasped in excitement. Is this the dragon from Western mythology? Goldie stared at the blood eye in front of him with pure admiration. So cool. Bro, I can feel a similar vibe coming from you. Blood eye looked down from above, giving him a look of sheer contempt. Gao Peng found it pretty embarrassing to see Goldie acting so submissive. Tang Tang once said that the blood-eye-bearded vulture had to constantly push its limits to break through to the Lord tier. He gets stronger by pushing his limits, while you get stronger by literally getting beaten up. And you dare to say you guys have the same vibe? No wonder he's looking down on you. Right then, Tong Tong arrived, waving gently. Hey little Peng, long time no see. Blushing, Gao Peng muttered shyly. Tang Tong, you look even prettier now. She grabbed him by the collar. Stop daydreaming. Grandpa already filled me in on the details. Let's head out right now. Tong Tong threw him onto Blood Eye with one hand. Let's go. The phantom Japalura grabbed Dumby with its claws and took off. Gao Peng was still screaming. Hey, wait. I haven't even brought my other familiars yet, she casually replied. This isn't houseplay. Why bring so many pets? We're going to make this quick. Watching them, the chairman burst into laughter. Safe travels. Tong Tong held up her phone and asked him, Little Peng, our first stop is here, right? Seeing Gao Peng not responding, she turned back and called out, Little Peng? Shivering as he held onto his seat, he squeaked out, Yeah, that's the place. Tang Tong, I had to struggle through the jungle for days to get here before, but with you, it only took 30 minutes. Tong Tong led Gao Peng toward the lake and asked, Someone spotted a snow-pattern moth around this lake before, right? He explained. Snow-pattern moths love damp environments, but they also like to rest in sunny spots. Most importantly, places where they gather in large numbers will have a high concentration of the ice element. Gao Peng scratched his head. But how do we find them? If only I had brought Da Zi along. He has the ice attribute, so he'd be super sensitive to it. Suddenly, Dumby stepped forward, startling him. Dumby? Dumby raised his hand, condensed some spiritual energy, and casually tossed it into the lake. Instantly, weird-looking fish floated to the surface. Gao Peng was stunned. Holy crap, that's a lot of undead fish! Dumby really is a cheat code for harvesting the undead. Dumby turned to him and said, Master, whatever you're looking for, just order them to find it. Gao Peng shoved his hands into his pockets and muttered, Just bring up anything with spiritual energy from the bottom of the lake. Silly's portable space is huge anyway. Tong Tong nudged him with her elbow and asked, Can this little skeleton of yours actually resurrect monsters? Gao Peng didn't deny it. Yeah, this is Dumby's new ability. But she looked a bit skeptical. It's a decent skill, but isn't your little skeleton a melee fighter? Why did he get a summoning ability? Having a messy skill set isn't always a good thing, you know? He scratched his head and admitted it. Honestly, I didn't think that much back then. After all, getting a chance to upgrade to legendary quality is pure luck. And with my current strength, beggars can't be choosers. Tong Tong chuckled and advised, Well, your mindset is actually pretty good. If there's a chance for a legendary upgrade, you've got to take it first. You got to beef up your strength first if you want to have any say in things. She continued to cheer him on. Honestly, to get rated as legendary quality, a monster's potential and raw power have to be totally cracked. And get this. The number of spirits that Dumby's Flame of the Undead can bring back is literally limitless, which means Dumby can trigger a full-on undead calamity all by himself. Just that alone is enough to prove he's definitely legendary tier. After chatting for a bit, the undead fish made their way back. Gao Peng was kinda shocked by how fast they were. Back already? But honestly, most of them were just random junk. Then, out of nowhere, Gao Peng noticed a few of them carrying crystal stones in their mouths. Their stats immediately popped up on his screen. Item: Low Purity Water Spirit Stone. Description: Carried on their tongues, this snowy elemental energy easily forms mineral veins, is highly absorbable, and has a super wide range of uses. He couldn't help but think. Looks like there's a water spirit stone vein under this pool, but it must have just started forming, which is why the purity of the stuff they pulled out is still trash. Gao Peng turned to him and said, Dumby, there's probably nothing left down there. Let your buddies take a break. Honestly, stumbling on a water spirit stone vein was already a sweet bonus. It did as told, pulling back its spiritual energy. Suddenly, Dumby's level shot right up, monster level upgraded to level 31. Gao Peng's jaw literally dropped. Wait, what? Dumby leveled up, level 31 already? Is undead energy really that busted? Suddenly, Tong Tong noticed something and rushed to block them. Damn it! There's a mountain spirit around here! She threw Gao Peng onto Snow Eye's back once again. Move! Tong Tong shouted. Gao Peng, sighing in absolute panic, muttered, Back when they were just inanimate objects, I didn't feel much. But now that this creepy piece of crap actually has consciousness, it is absolutely terrifying. If it were anyone else with no guts or weak mental stability, they'd probably have a total breakdown right on the spot. Well, to be fair, I turned tail and ran immediately too. The mountain spirit opened its eyes and growled, "Humans!" Gao Peng quickly called out to Tong Tong. "Sis Tong Tong, that mountain spirit guy seems to be calling us." Confused, she asked back, "What did you say?" Gao Peng pointed towards the mountain spirit and replied, "I think it's saying, 'Humans, I want to make a deal with you.'" They flew back to the mountain spirit. Gao Peng couldn't help but think, what an awesome surprise. Who would have thought we'd get such valuable info in these mountains? Thunder Spirit Golden Pine Wood, using this treasure for Daisy's evolutionary path to the six-winged thunder centipede. Once he evolves, Daisy will gain the ability to fly, making him way more agile and mobile. The mountain spirit slowly offered its terms. "Humans, pour their blood and flesh on me, and I will reveal the location of the treasure." Hearing this, he felt a bit baffled. In this hollow, there didn't seem to be any monster that should make a mountain spirit scared, right? Suddenly, Gao Peng spotted a tiny hole in the ground. Hold up, a tiny creature was popping out of the hole. Monster, rock drilling pangolin, grade normal. Attributes, earth metal. Abilities, level 2 earth tunneling. Weakness, fire. Gao Peng gasped in shock, a rock drilling pangolin?
Wait, a pangolin?
The mountain spirit kept speaking. There are tons of them down there. He speculated, could these rock drilling pangolins be the natural counter to mountain spirits? Gao Peng found this totally mind-boggling. Legendary pangolins could reportedly scale mountains, tunnel through the earth, and roam the world freely. Once a rock-drilling pangolin evolves, its power is bound to be insane, but for a Lord-tier mountain spirit to be so badly countered by a mere Commander-tier rock-drilling pangolin, it seems a bit too weird. Grandpa once said that mountain spirits rely on their unique sensory abilities, almost like brainwaves, which can sweep and detect every living thing nearby. Would it really be scared of this tiny rock-drilling pangolin? Tong Tong didn't waste any time and immediately ordered Snow Eye, "Blow all this dirt away!" Obeying her, it conjured up a super powerful orb of spiritual energy. The force blasted away the entire layer of dirt below, and in a split second, the rock-drilling pangolin was sent flying into the air. Snow Eye seized the chance and dove straight down. Terrified, Gao Peng grabbed onto its feathers and screamed, "Sis, I'm still riding this thing, you know." Snow Eye quickly snatched the tiny rock-drilling pangolin and tossed it right to the mountain spirit. Instantly, the rocky armor on the mountain spirit's body started to shift. The rock-drilling pangolin was crushed to death and absorbed almost instantly. Hovering above, Tang Tang demanded clearly, "We gave you a rock-drilling pangolin. Now tell us, where can we find the Thunder Spirit Golden Pine Wood nearby?" The mountain spirit rumbled in response, "Not enough. One rock-drilling pangolin is not enough, not enough." She immediately laid down her terms. "Tell us the location first, and we'll catch them for you. Otherwise, how do we know you won't play dumb once we're done?" It slowly revealed, "To the east, but for specifics, I need the rock-drilling pangolins first. 4. I need the flesh and blood of 4 more rock-drilling pangolins." Tong Tong let out a cold snort. "I hope you're a good beast who keeps your word." Snow Eye dove again. Hearing this, Gao Peng screamed in terror. "Again?" For the second time today, Snow Eye swooped down from the sky. Sensing danger, the rock-drilling pangolin started digging holes like crazy. Seeing this, Gao Peng yelled to Tong Tong, "Sis Tong, they're digging underground." She calmly said, "Gao Peng, get out of the way." With that, Tong jumped down from the back of the dark dragon lizard. Shocked, he screamed, "Oh my god, Sis Tong Tong!" She landed right next to Gao Peng. Dumby was also totally lost when Snow Eye grabbed him. Tang Tang yelled out her command, "Go get him, Dark Dragon Lizard!" The Dark Dragon Lizard immediately dove headfirst, tearing through the earth. In no time, it tossed up 1 rock-drilling pangolin, followed by 2 more that it snatched. Looking at the 3 rock-drilling pangolins lying motionless on the ground, Gao Peng couldn't help but marvel. Even 3 Commander-tier rock-drilling pangolins couldn't escape. That is absolutely brutal, too brutal. Tong Tong spoke up. "Can you talk now?" The mountain spirit replied, 5 mountains to the east, the thing you want is right on that mountainside." Tang Tang immediately sent the Dark Dragon Lizard to go check it out. "You better not be lying to us. Dark Dragon Lizard, go take a look." The mountain spirit asserted firmly, "We mountain spirits never lie." Both Tang Tang and Gao Peng looked highly skeptical. 10 minutes later, they saw the Dark Dragon Lizard making its way back. He cheered excitedly, "Sis Tang, the Dark Dragon Lizard is back!" It actually found the material identified as the Thunder Spirit Golden Pine Wood. Gao Peng was hyped. "Damn, it's the real deal!" Tong Tong turned to ask him. "Well?" Gao Peng gave her an okay sign, meaning no problem. Having secured what they wanted, they prepared to leave immediately. "Pleasure doing business with you. Let's bounce." Tang Tang was a bit curious, though. "Hey, that mountain spirit is already Lord tier, right? Why is it so obsessed with the flesh and blood of a few Commander-tier rock-drilling pangolins?" He shook his head and replied, "No clue. Maybe the blood of those rock-drilling pangolins has something that helps it evolve. Or maybe there's something near their habitat that attracts the mountain spirit. On the surface, it wanted us to help catch them, but its real motive, might just be to drive them all out so it can hog all the local treasure for itself. Tong Tong suddenly giggled. Well, look at you. Haven't seen you in a bit, and now you've gotten way sneakier, Gao Peng. She suddenly suggested. Jokes aside, why don't we just take whatever it is that the mountain spirit is after too? Gao Peng playfully replied. That's just my guess. We don't even know if it's true yet. Plus, we're already lucky enough to get the upgrade materials for Da Zi. Greed will only end up shooting us in the foot. Sis Tong Tong. He silently thought to himself, what's the rush anyway? We've got plenty of time. Gao Peng and the chairman arrived at a factory in the Yuzhou suburbs. Factory owner Zhao quickly led them inside and introduced, over there is where we process monster bones. Please follow me this way. Unless absolutely necessary, we never throw bones away. We either grind them into high-nutrient monster bone meal or feed them to our familiars. Pointing at the ground covered in bone fragments, he repeated, unless absolutely necessary, we never throw bones away. We either grind them into high-nutrient monster bone meal or feed them to our familiars. Gao Peng was a bit disappointed. The bones Dumby needed to resurrect the undead had to be at least 3/4 intact, but most of the bones processed in this factory were completely useless. He asked, Mr. Zhao, are all the bones here this smashed up? Owner Zhao replied awkwardly, smashed. Come on, these are still in decent chunks. The chairman immediately gave an order. Starting today, when the factory processes monster corpses, make sure to keep their skeletons as intact as possible. He immediately bowed. Understood, Director G. Gao Peng instructed Dumby. Remember the path we just took? Starting tomorrow, just head over to that factory, resurrect all the processed skeletons, and then harvest their soul flames. I've walked you through this a bunch of times, so you got the steps down, right? It nodded back, confirming it got the message. The chairman suddenly asked, is that really all it takes to level up Dumby? You don't need me to track down any other materials for you? Gao Peng instantly turned him down. Nah, we don't need anything else. This is more than enough. Thanks, Grandpa. Even though this method was a bit of a gamble, given how things are right now, any way that works is a win. He walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, look at you, kiddo. Why are you being so polite with your own grandpa? Dumby's all set up, and those centipede materials you need will arrive tomorrow. You can handle the rest yourself. Gao Peng then suggested, how about I take a quick walk with you, Grandpa, before heading back? The chairman chuckled and teased. Look at you getting all cheesy. Why would we go for a walk? By the way, what kind of tree was that you kids brought back? He explained right away. Grandpa, it's called the Thunder Spirit Golden Pine. Its fruit can help Daisy evolve into a flying-type beast. Impressive, the old man praised. Gao Peng kept going, Grandpa, I actually just spotted a Lord-tier flying-type beast. This is honestly so perfect. If only I could get my hands on one. Actually, make that too. The next day, Gao Peng carried a box into the yard to find his beast. Daisy, get out here, it's time to evolve! Hearing that, it popped its head out of the branches and asked, Evolve? He showed Daza the box and said, look at this, the materials just got delivered. Gao Peng told it to move, heading straight to the lab. It was absolutely thrilled, chanting, Evolve, evolve, as it tagged along. Looking at the pile of cicadas, he noted that the golden-winged cicadas needed special processing with a custom solution first, and then the purple-backed thunder centipede had to be soaked in the mixed potion. Gao Peng sighed, wishing he had asked his grandpa for an assistant yesterday. Suddenly, someone walked in and said, hello there. She introduced herself, Mr. Gao, I'm Xu Qingji, your new assistant. Gao Peng was a bit surprised. That high ponytail of hers looked oddly familiar. He asked her if she was related to Professor Xu in the group's lab because of her last name. She answered right away, yes, he's my uncle, Mr. Gao. Even though I haven't graduated yet, I've been a core member of the Student Union's Monster Breeder department since my freshman year, so you don't need to worry about my skills. Hearing this, Gao Peng felt reassured. All right, don't just stand there, come over and help. I'll teach you how to process these golden-winged cicadas. Gao Peng got straight to work, explaining each step carefully as he went, using a needle to pierce the head before switching to a knife. When you pierce it, you have to be fast, precise, and steady. No hesitating, or the golden-winged cicada will struggle and damage its wings. He continued, when you first start removing the wings, don't rush. It's fine to go slow, but you have to find the joint and then make a gentle cut with the knife. In just a few minutes, Gao Peng finished the job. See? That's how you get a perfect pair of wings. Give it a shot. Xu Qingji took his spot and seriously followed his instructions, aiming to keep her hands fast, precise, and steady. Standing aside, Gao Peng couldn't help but reflect, so she's the niece of researcher Xu? That means her father and her uncle are both core members of the Southern Sky Group, so she's basically one of our own. It makes sense. There are way too many secrets in this lab that can't be leaked, so Grandpa would definitely send someone trustworthy and sensible. After a while, she cheered, Mr. Gao, I did it! Gao Peng suddenly thought to himself, but why does she look like one of those people who have a smart face but are actually totally clueless? Xu Qingji reported back, Mr. Gao, everything is completely processed. Seeing Gao Peng lost in thought, she got a little nervous. Is something wrong? He quickly snapped out of it. Nothing. It looks perfect. Then he added, now that everything is handled, please step outside. Xu Qingji was completely taken aback. Without an ounce of sympathy, Gao Peng pushed her right out the door, leaving her utterly dazed. Stretching his arms, he muttered to himself, all right, let's get to work. Gao Peng started with the first step, soaking the wings in the solution to trigger the initial reaction. The second step was adding the fruit of the Thunder Spirit Golden Pine. Once that was done, Gao Peng turned to Dazi. The potion is ready. Jump in, buddy. It eagerly leaped into the vat of solution, super hyped. Evolve! Evolve! Outside, Xu Qingji gasped in shock. What's going on? Is that lightning? Grumbling herself, she cursed. I hope a bolt of lightning strikes that cold-hearted, ungrateful jerk. He literally just tossed me aside after using me. The vat of solution was blown apart by the sheer pressure, and Gao Peng looked at the massive creature in front of him with pure excitement. It was a success. Dazi had evolved into a level 28 monster, with epic-grade quality and lightning-type attributes. Its abilities included level 2 lightning control. Its weakness was located right at the center of the 7th joint on its back. A direct hit there would paralyze its entire body. Its passive characteristic, Thunder Wings, had 2 effects. Effect 1. Flying speed is increased, while the increased frequency of its flapping wings can emit a thunderous hum that disrupts the enemy's mind. The intensity of this thunderous hum is directly tied to the wing flapping frequency. Effect 2. The passive effect of the Thunder Wings gradually strengthens all of the host's wings. Initially, it only has 1 pair of Thunder Wings, but it can eventually upgrade all of its wings into Thunder Wings. This process is irreversible. Once upgraded, the Thunder Wings gain greater flexibility and sharpness compared to normal wings. As for its legendary grade evolution paths, they include 1. Dragonblood evolution, 2. Violent Thunder evolution, 3. Darkness evolution, and 4. Ancestral evolution. Gao Peng clicked his tongue in admiration. Man, this look is insanely cool. Dazi proudly declared, I am definitely the strongest among all your summons now. But he couldn't help but feel a bit worried, thinking, Dumby should have arrived at the slaughterhouse by now. Wonder how things are going over there. Meanwhile, back at the factory, pre-sorted monster skeletons were moving down the conveyor belt. Dumby slammed its hands onto the ground, channeling its energy to resurrect the skeletons. The monster spirits slowly rose from the earth, and the factory owner made sure all the cameras were shut off. He strictly ordered his staff, act like you didn't see a single thing today. Erase all this footage, and turn off the cameras the moment it enters the warehouse. Got it? The employee nervously replied,
Understood, boss.
Dumby raised its hands once more, quickly harvesting the soul flames of those monsters. Dumby's power surged to new heights. Once it was done, it turned around and pressed a button behind it. The supervisor got the cue, clearing out the old bones and rushing the employee to quickly move the next batch of skeletons in. The employee hesitated. But sir, only to get yelled at. But what? Stop asking so many questions and just move it. The next day, Gao Peng returned to Yuzhou University. As he walked, he did some math. Dazi is already level 28, and Dumby jumped 2 whole levels after that slaughterhouse run yesterday, reaching level 33. At this rate, before the World Youth Monster Trainer Championship, Dumby might actually break into the Lord tier. Suddenly, someone approached and called out to him, startling him. Hey Gao Peng, do you have some time later? He looked up, totally caught off guard. Since when was Jun Moi here? She practically scared him out of his skin. Pointing behind her, she invited him. The student union just found a brand new type of monster that's never been recorded before. Want to check it out with us? Gao Peng hesitated for a moment before replying, a new monster species does sound pretty interesting, but can an outsider like me tag along on student union business? Jun Moi replied, it's not strictly student union business. The guy who commissioned this is actually a senior from Yuzhou University, so the student union is just helping him recruit some backup. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? In that case, count me in. Gao Peng turned around and told her to lead the way. Seeing him heading in the wrong direction, Jun Moi sighed and called him back. Hey, it's over here! She led Gao Peng to a buffet near the campus. When they arrived, they saw a few people crowding around a skinny, pale guy, trying to comfort him. Don't worry, we've got your back. Gao Peng could hardly believe his eyes. Is this really the guy who found it? Why does he look so completely drained? Jun Moi was just as clueless. I just got dragged into this myself. Let's just listen to what they have to say. A guy stood up and introduced them. This is Senior Li Yu. He also graduated from Yuzhou University. Another person sitting next to the senior urged him on. Senior, we have enough people now. Tell us what's going on. Li Yu looked utterly devastated. Shaking with fear, he confessed, it's been a month, and to this day, I still don't dare to go home at night. Li Yu began his story. On the first day, when those loud arguments started, I didn't pay much attention. Honestly, I actually found it kind of amusing. He went on to explain that it took a few days before the terrifying reality finally hit him, leaving him in an absolute panic. I live on the very top floor, and there are absolutely no apartments above mine. In a desperate bid for answers, he even gathered the courage to head up to the rooftop to check it out. I even brought my golden earth dog along to scout ahead. But even as we stood right in front of the rooftop door, I could still hear that violent, furious arguing coming from inside. Li Yu summoned all his courage to open the door, but the second he swung it open, the scene inside completely threw him off. Except, there was literally nothing there. Just a totally empty, quiet room without a single trace of anything. Hearing this, the girls nearby huddled together, shivering like crazy. The student council guys tried to calm Li Yu down. Chill, dude. We've got a whole squad here today, plus our familiars. Even if there is a monster, we'll scare the crap out of it and make it run. He let out a quiet sigh. Hope so. Gao Peng whispered to Goldie next to him. Listen, if things get hairy later, just throw me on your back and run like hell. Use every bit of your baby milk strength to bolt, got it? The duck frowned and talked back, but I've never even had milk, I'm just a tiny duck. Gao Peng was totally speechless. Tiny duck. My ass. Since when does a tiny duck kick down a whole damn tree with one foot? By afternoon, they followed Li Yu back to the spot where that weird anomaly happened. Alright, my house is right ahead, Li Yu said. Gao Peng looked up at the building, sizing it up before coming to a conclusion. Honestly, there wasn't anything freaky in sight. No pitch-black mist. No creepy demon sounds like they'd imagined. He turned to Junmoi, who was busy petting her two-headed dog, and asked, Hey, where's your black calamity water serpent? She replied right back, It's way too massive to drag out onto the streets. The roads in Yuzhou are super cramped, way narrower than Chang'an. Right then, a guy leading the way shouted back, Hey, you guys in the back, hurry the hell up! Gao Peng told Junmoi, Let's move. Li Yu opened the door and yelled, Head on! I'm home! Instantly, a nasty rotting stench hit everyone, making them freeze in shock. Wait, this smell is totally off. It's a rotting corpse smell, Gao Peng said, completely stunned. What? Then they heard Li Yu screaming inside, and Anne, this is all my fault. I never should have left you here alone. A blonde guy panicked and yelled to the group, Crap, something's wrong. Let's get in there and help. But the rest of them were so freaked out they started backing off and arguing. Dude, if it can take down a familiar, that means this monster is super aggressive and definitely not weak. Shouldn't we just call the cops and let them deal with it? We're already here, might as well finish the job. The monster's level probably isn't even that high, otherwise it wouldn't be playing hide and seek. What? Are you scared of dying? I've survived way bigger crap than this. Why are you wetting your pants over some minor stuff? Gao Peng frowned in disgust, thinking what a pathetic bunch of losers they were. Suddenly, the lights snapped off, plunging the place into a creepy, pitch-black darkness. Out of nowhere, a guy bolted out from inside, screaming his lungs out, Help! Save my life! He immediately barked, What's happening in there? Then Gao Peng spotted something creeping out, giving him a massive jump. It was a withered, pale green hand with sharp, blood-red claws chasing the guy right out the door. Everyone was losing their minds in pure terror at the horrific sight. Gao Peng stepped up to the doorway. What kind of monster is this? Instantly, his system popped up with the monster's info. Green Spectre. Monster level, level 20. Monster attribute. Ghost and undead type monster ability. Illusion level 1. Weaknesses. Light attribute. Holy attribute. Lightning attribute. Monster status. Healthy, stressed, monster traits. Absorbs the fear energy of other creatures to grow. It can convert others' fear into negative damage bonded to them. Gao Peng was a bit surprised. An illusion? The red-haired department head made a quick judgment based on his own experience. This mist is bad news. A monster that can change the environment has to be at least a commander tier or higher. There's no way in hell we can handle this. Spurred by a sudden burst of bravery and ready to sacrifice himself to save the squad, the department head roared, I'll hold the line at the back. You guys get out of here first. Remember to call the cops, and if you can't fight, just run. The blonde guy was sobbing like he was saying goodbye to his girlfriend before joining the army, making Gao Peng think, Come on, dude, why the hell are you crying? Standing next to them, Gao Peng was totally speechless at this pathetic drama. Through the hazy white mist, the department head caught sight of a pitch-black eye speckled with jade green. Let's see how much courage he has left now that the monster has grown massive, with eyes popping up randomly all over its body. As those sharp red-painted claws crept closer, the department head was shaking like crazy, but he kept his mouth shut just to save face, even though he was secretly wetting his pants. Oh my god, what kind of freak is this? How did it get even bigger? How the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? Looks like today I'm gonna... Meanwhile, the blonde guy was running for his life, shouting, Hurry up! Don't let the department head's sacrifice be in vain! A girl wearing a hat noticed Gao Peng taking his own sweet time and asked, Hey, classmate Gao, aren't you scared at all? Gao Peng, with his usual vibe, just shoved his hands in his pockets. He and Goldie walked with a swagger, treating the floor like a high-fashion runway. Scared? Why should I be? If this green specter lived in ancient China, it'd be nothing but a tiny, low-class pest. The girl peeked through the door, confidently stating her opinion in front of the department head. With that attitude, you'd think she was the boss, but in reality, it was just a monster. Since it's a monster, it has a weakness, and if it has a weakness, it can be beaten. No need to tire ourselves out doing it personally. To him, squashing pests only required one angry duck. Goldie, get him! The duck was even more hyped than its owner. The second it got the signal, it charged ahead like it was fighting over food, quacking wildly. Seeing the monster that was dozens of times larger than the tiny duck, the department head screamed at it to stop. But Goldie had way too much guts and never backed down. No matter how wide the monster opened its mouth, the duck just dove straight in. Don't go! It's at least a commander-tier monster! Yet with a super smooth move, Goldie kicked the multi-eyed monster flying, leaving it so badly mangled you couldn't even tell what the hell it was anymore. An attack as effortless as swatting a fly was enough to instantly shatter the monster. It seemed to dissolve into the air in a swirling circle. The department head finally realized how insanely strong they were and couldn't help but gape. Wait, where's the monster? Where's the mist? How did it all vanish? Little did they know, this creature was a fast runner. Suddenly, another tiny creature with a fat belly walked straight into the trap. It jumped, startled at being spotted. Hey look guys! Another monster just popped up on the windowsill. Seriously, is this guy really a department head? He acts like he's seeing everything for the very first time. What the heck is going on? Gao Peng explained seriously. Nothing strange, it's just an illusion. And a pretty damn good one at that. The department head was stunned. An illusion? Well, looks like Goldie has to handle this again to settle it. Already short-tempered, the duck got completely ticked off by the monster's provocations. Putting its hands on its hips, it stood on the window, super annoyed, and gave it a light kick. Roar all you want, you're still a joke to me. But Goldie didn't expect to get scolded by Gao Peng for that angry kick. Hey, hold on! Why the hell did you kick it down? Goldie had a bunch of question marks popping up over its head. Well, guess it's game over now. Gao Peng, wanting to squeeze every bit of value out of any monster he ran into, dragged Goldie back inside, planning to harvest the creature to train it up. But who would have thought Goldie's single kick would send the monster flying from such a high place? It crashed all the way down, and there was no way it survived that. A girl rushed in from somewhere, looked down, and covered her mouth in shock at the sight of the splattered monster. Goldie just smirked, while Gao Peng's jaw dropped all the way to his ears. Does this girl seriously walk without making any sound at all? The hatted girl ordered her two-headed dog to go down and check out the situation. Gao Peng didn't get why she was doing that and asked, "What's up?" She pointed out the shattered window and explained, "Look down, there. Someone is trying to scavenge the monster's corpse." The guy was pinned down by the two-headed dog. Gao Peng's brain short-circuited seeing how the monster was already dead and bleeding out in a massive puddle. Seriously? Someone is actually scavenging that? Seeing nothing else to worry about, he headed out with Goldie. Alright, since everything's cool, I'm heading out. I already dealt with the monster in the room. As for Senior Lee, I'll leave it to you student council folks to comfort him. Before the girl in the hat could even finish asking, "Wait, you're not interested in this monster's corpse?" He waved goodbye. Obviously, if there's no profit in it, he wouldn't waste his precious time. Someone already called the cops, so they should be here any minute. Besides, they'll take the corpse for investigation anyway, and staying here won't show us anything new. Better head home early. Still, he had to go down and see who the hell was trying to scavenge the corpse. The guy was pinned by the cops but kept screaming like a megaphone. "This has nothing to do with me. This isn't my monster. I just saw a dead monster on the ground and wanted to grab it to make a quick buck. That's all." But how could he possibly fool Gao Peng? Gao Peng glared at him with daggers in his eyes. Sure, monster corpses can be sold for some pocket money, but it just felt way too convenient for this scavenger guy to show up right at that exact moment. He picked up his phone, his mind buzzing with thoughts. If Goldie knew how highly he thought of it, its ego would probably burst. Just as I thought, Goldie's anti-magic domain perfectly counters illusion-type abilities. Plus, there's also its unique trait: the more it gets hit, the tougher it gets. Damn, the future's looking pretty sweet. Gotta grab a ride home first, then cook up some backup strategies. Just then, a car zips by and pulls over. Wait, is this really the ride I booked? How did it get here so freaking fast? Hop in, he tells the guy where he's going. Namthian group, please. The driver nods, but his mind is racing. Was there really an empty cab just chilling nearby? The driver's shady-ass look makes his skin crawl. But being the smartass he is, a clever idea pops into his head. Hey driver, pull over up ahead for a sec. I gotta take a leak. The dude's eyes in the rearview mirror look like they want to devour him. One look and you know he's up to no good. Hey kid, just hold it in. I'll step on the gas. We'll be at Namthian Group in 10 minutes. Like he could easily fool the grandson of the group's chairman. Our boy claps back hard. Oh, really? But this isn't even the way to Namthian Group, is it? This punk is definitely getting sent packing because Xiao Huang is about to turn him into mincemeat. Xiao Huang beat him to death. The duck is absolutely rearing to go since its hands weren't dirty enough earlier. Hell yeah! The driver whips his head around in panic. What the hell? Yet the fool still insists on walking right into danger. His eyes scream total panic. Whoa, kid, don't get so worked up. Then Xiao Huang starts spouting pure fire, slamming its wing hard against the guy's head. Calm down your ass. The car swerves into a dark alley and screeches to a halt. Without even using his hands, he kicks the door wide open, looking ready to wreck the place. He then walks over to the driver's side to say a friendly hello. See? Wouldn't it have been better to just stop the car earlier? Spill it. Who sent you? The guy steps out of the car, throwing his hands up in surrender, trying to shrug off his dirty scheme. Hey, little bro, don't get me wrong. We've got no beef here. But when a hairy monster hand pokes out of the trunk, our boy mocks him with a punchable face. Oh, no beef, huh? The driver still doesn't realize a monkey monster is leaping up to ambush him from behind. Too bad for them, the white-furred monkey actually gets a shot at Gao Peng, landing a blow right on the back of his head. The driver crosses his arms, thinking he's about to teach the kid a lesson. Don't blame me for this. If you're gonna blame anyone, blame yourself for being a nosy brat. Gao Peng rubs his head, half opening his eyes like it's no big deal. Shh. Being immune to injuries doesn't mean I'm immune to pain. That punch to the head actually stung a bit. The guy is completely dumbfounded by this bizarre sight. How is this kid totally fine? This makes zero sense. Gao Peng glances over and the system analyzes it. Level 20. Attribute, Yang type. Corpse size type, elite grade. Just a simple-minded beast. Another corpse type? Earlier, the green ghost nightmare was a ghost type, and now we've got a corpse type monster. Well, logically speaking, this has got to be their buddies coming for revenge. Pretty fast turnaround, huh? But what in the actual world is this? The white-bone corpse ape tries to attack, but its aim is seriously off. Gao Peng quickly covers his crotch, crossing his legs with a bright red face, screaming his lungs out. Oh my god, that is way below the belt! Suddenly, a familiar web foot lands squarely on the ape's arm, clamping down hard. Xiao Huang stares at it with dead eyes, striking pure terror into the white-bone corpse ape, talking tough like a straight-up mobster. Yo, you dare mess with this duck? How could the driver have ever predicted this plot twist? What is up with this duck? Why is it suddenly so massive? Used to this by now, Gao Peng scoffs at the driver. How could a brutal Neanderthal like you ever understand? We monster trainers fight with pure tactics. To make it easy to understand, Flamey illustrates the scene. Turns out our boy has had this all mapped out to maximize his edge. When I signed the contract with Xiao Huang, I already tested it out. Damage transfer can perfectly trigger its passive skill. This not only keeps me safe from getting my head chopped off, but it also rapidly boosts Xiao Huang's combat power. Talk about a win-win. Turns out, its outer feathers are just worn like a backpack. It can shed them whenever it wants. Now sporting a buff physique covered in mysterious runes, Xiao Huang plays a game of cat and mouse with the ape just for kicks. Standing below, Gao Peng can only praise it. Perfect! Meanwhile, the driver pulls an iron bar out of his car. You little brat! No idea if this idiot lost his brain, but he actually swings the bar, trying to hit Xiao Huang right in front of him. Go to hell! Suddenly, Gao Peng remembers his grandpa sitting on his back while he did push-ups, recalling his wise words. Xiao Peng, since you already know that monster trainers can draw energy from their familiars, next, I will teach you a fist technique. It'll keep you healthy while training you on how to actively channel this energy. The first step is to use your mental strength to sense the familiar's energy flowing inside you. Before the guy can even react, Gao Peng snatches the iron bar and clenches his other fist, then channels the energy to unleash his core power, boosting his explosive force from the inside out, hips, back, shoulders, and arms, gathering all that strength. Without wasting any breath, he strikes. A left hook sends the driver's chin flying skyward, blood spraying instantly as his fist connects. That's what you get for messing with his familiar. The guy instantly shuts down, flat on the ground. Talk about overestimating yourself. But what happens next is even wilder. Gao Peng turns around and sees Xiao Huang, now 2 heads taller than him, pouting as it tries to stuff the white-bone corpse ape down its wide-open gullet. Whoa, Xiao Huang, don't eat that. Grumbling, the duck still obeys, stomping its foot on the monster instead. But now he's totally lost, having no clue where the sketchy driver took him. I remember Grandpa saying I should contact this person if I ever need backup. Someone picks up. Young Master Gao, what are your orders? Gao Peng asks for rescue. I've run into some trouble. Right now, I don't know where the hell I am. Probably somewhere near the old city. Can you trace my location and send some capable guys over? The person on the other end seems to hold him in high regard. Young Master Gao, the moment you dialed this number, your location was instantly tracked. Should we head to your coordinates right now? Surprised by their high-tech efficiency, he responds, Whoa, fancy. Come on over then, I'll be waiting. A chopper is deployed in an instant. Gao Peng stands below, waving his hand. Over here! Huang Ya arrives with his crew. Young Master Gao, what are your orders? He thinks to himself, wondering what kind of crazy stuff they're assuming about him. They're even wearing matching uniforms, looking straight up like anime villains. With a cool, unmistakable vibe, Gao Peng slips his hands into his pockets. Thanks for the trouble. How should I address you guys? He replies. I'm Huang Ya. We all owe Chief G our lives and now we specialize in handling his off-the-books business. If there's anything you can't solve publicly, young Master Gao, we're your best bet. One glance at the captured driver and Huang Ya knows the guy is bad news. Tonight, my friend and I went to sort something out and ended up stepping in a pile of trouble. The other side definitely isn't a legit organization, and this guy is probably one of their lackeys. Huang Ya is ready to get to work. Understood. Leave it to us. Their intel updates ridiculously fast. Young Master Gao, this group is likely an underground gang that came here from the West Bone district. They have 7 key members and 2 commander-tier familiars, specifically a mid-tier commander White Nightmare and a low-tier commander Infant Ghost. Gao Peng takes off, knowing dealing with these punks will be a total piece of cake for his new crew. Only 2 weak-ass commander-tier monsters, and here I thought they were some elite dark syndicate with hundreds or thousands of members playing it super safe. Turns out they're just small fry. Alright then, I'll leave things in your hands from now on. Taking the assignment, Huang Ya immediately starts barking orders. They're just a bunch of rookies anyway. Don't you worry, young Master Gao. Everyone, listen up. Target, Jingmao building in the old town of Yuzhou. His crew shouts in unison. Roger that. Who knows what he's planning, but as they're about to leave, he calls out, hey, if possible, bring back those 2 familiars alive. But of course, safety first. Meanwhile, in a village in Yuzhou, a girl asks, why aren't you asleep yet? A man with a scar on his eye looks anxious. Something's wrong. There's been no word from Xiao Si and his phone is dead. He shoves his foot under the bed. Looks like we hit a brick wall this time. Pack up your stuff. We're getting out of here first, and we'll figure out the rest later. Turns out he's got a monster hidden in a tiny jar. My good boy, as long as you're here, my mind is at ease. He glances left and right, only cracking the door open, too chicken to step out. Carrying tons of bags with his woman, they look ready to make a run for it. The back door is clear. Let's move fast! But out of nowhere in the pitch black, with their hoods pulled low, a blinding flashlight shines right into their eyes, freezing them dead in their tracks. It's this damn late already. Where do you 2 think you're going? He realized someone was there. Turned out to be Huan A holding a flashlight. Everyone's in position. Team focus and fire the tranquilizer darts at the target. Simple enough. Got it. Once they went down, the team moved in to check. That green jar was shaking like crazy, and the monster broke free, totally losing its mind. Crap, the White Nightmare Devil is completely out of control. Huan A is standing right at the front and he's not even sweating it, so why the hell are you guys panicking? Watch out, don't let the illusion sound get into your heads. Suddenly, this horse-like beast leaped over the wall, looking absolutely badass. The second it showed up, its insane aura totally crushed the White Nightmare Devil. It easily stomped the monster under its hoof like it was nothing. Huan A didn't even blink. Mission accomplished. He was blown away by the speed. It hadn't even been 2 hours. That was crazy fast. Huan A played it cool, saying he was just glad he didn't mess up the order. The system auto-analyzed. Monster name, Scarlet Blood Warhorse. Level 32, Chieftain class. Status, healthy and arrogant as hell. Elite grade, Fire element. Yang Fire Level 2, lore. Evolved from a warhorse with intense hot-blooded energy, making it a hard counter against evil spirits. Hey young Master Gao, check this out. Monster name, White Nightmare Devil. Level 27. Chieftain class. Heavily wounded and pissed off. Elite quality ghost and undead attributes. Hidden ability, Illusion Level 2. But in reality, he was memorizing every single detail. This horse must belong to Huan A. Talk about a perfect counter to undead types. After noticing another monster nearby, the system's screen popped up. Monster name, Drought Ghoul, also known as the Infant Ghoul. Level 23. Chieftain class. Status, healthy but terrified. Normal quality, ghost and undead attributes. Illusion ability, Level 2. Monster lore. One of the 24 legendary demons, also called the Infant Ghoul or the Night-Crying Ghoul. Usually born from the spirit of a deceased child. Childish and super cowardly. Gao Peng released some kind of insane pressure that made it shake like a leaf. Pretty interesting. Aside from the Flood Dragon, this is actually my first time seeing one of the 24 legendary demons in real life. Huan A seriously has some great taste. Are you interested in this Infant Ghoul, young Master Gao? Gao Peng couldn't hide his surprise. The Infant Ghoul was back. Its common name was completely different from what the system showed. Meanwhile, the guys were still chatting away casually. The monster just froze, too scared to even twitch. Hey, leave this Drought Ghoul with me for a bit. I want to run some tests on it. Big Brother Huan, thanks for doing the heavy lifting on this trip. If you're free right now, how about swinging by my lab? Yeah, sure, why not? Looking at his beast, he couldn't help but get lost in thought. Lately, the group's dozen or so super popular potions were all made right in Gao Peng's lab, and he's the only researcher there. Seriously, this guy's family has a really weird way of talking. My little boss, this guy can help you evolve, so don't start whining later, okay? Just by looking at his face, you could tell how incredibly spoiled this Scarlet Blood warhorse was. It even had its own ridiculous motto: a true hero cannot be bought by wealth, corrupted by poverty, or broken by force. Suddenly, he realized this was all his own damn fault. If I'd known, I would have never let it watch the story of Lu Bu. Lately, its head's been in the clouds day and night, totally convinced it's a purebred red hair. Well, the wilder they are, the more fun they are to tame. He held out some treats to tempt it. Hey, big hero, you want some of this? Arrogantly holding its head high, it was like, I would never stoop so low for some. Let's see how long you can hold out, buddy. He gently popped the lid, and this insanely good aroma drifted out. There's literally nothing I can't tame. Any other stubborn beasts out there want to sign up for my taming class? How about now? Smells pretty damn good, right? Its eyes instantly lit up with stars. It was so embarrassing its master had to facepalm and pretend he didn't even know this creature. Totally throwing its pride out the window, its tail shot straight up and split in two from pure excitement. I want it! I want it! He'd seen these beasts get instantly humbled so many times he could only chuckle. Haha. This beast is getting way too cocky. Who wants to go 300 rounds with me? Haye quickly held it back before it went totally overboard. All right. I get that you're super hyped about evolving, but chill. I'll get you plenty of special herbs when we get back. Watching them walk away, he smiled. Man, they've got a seriously tight bond. Suddenly, Jihanwu cleared his throat to get his attention. Cough, cough. He turned around to greet him. Hey, Grandpa, you're back early today. I thought you'd be studying until 12. Showing love right off the bat. Cough, cough. So where are those beasts of yours? Have they made any real progress lately? He pointed straight ahead. They're actually training right now. Perfect timing for you to check them out. The two of them were sparring, but it was so intense it looked like a real match. Dazi and Stripey are both epic quality and around level 30, so they're pretty evenly matched. One is all about offense with flight skills, while the other is a defensive tank, and even though it can't fly, it has insane crowd control. As for the other guy, Xiao Huang, God knows who he's trying to mess with those webbed feet of his. Where did he even hide his feathers? Standing with his hands on his hips, he gave Dumby a light kick that sent him skidding, completely unable to break in time. Yeah, totally peaceful, friendly, and cooperative. They're doing just great. But then, Dumby summoned a massive high-damage weapon and swung it straight down. Xiao Huang immediately waddled away in a panic, screaming, "Since when did you learn to summon weapons?" That's straight-up cheating. He was totally thrilled with his beast's progress. Dumby has been grinding at the slaughterhouse for a solid 3 weeks. Now he's level 39, only 2 levels away from Lord class. 2 weeks ago, Xiao Huang broke through to Chieftain class, finally recovering his lost legendary quality, so sparring together is perfect for them. How could Grandpa not worry? There's only 1 week left until the World Youth Beast Trainer Championship. With your current strength, being a referee is barely passing. Just being good isn't enough, because proving yourself is harder than climbing to heaven. To shut everyone up and stop all the hate comments, you absolutely must secure a Lord-class beast before the tournament starts. He felt completely helpless. At this rate, Dumby might hit level 40 by the time the tournament starts, but pushing him all the way to Lord class is going to take a bit more time. How could Grandpa not see how hard he was working? Just keep training hard. Oh, by the way, White Dragon is about to break through tonight. Hearing that, his eyes instantly lit up. Whoa, out of nowhere. But if the White Flood Dragon evolves again, it'll become a legendary king-class beast, the highest tier humanity has ever known. He was suddenly bursting with energy. Awesome! I'll come protect you tonight while it happens, Grandpa? Grandpa just laughed and walked away. Haha, with your current level, you're going to protect me? Go get some proper rest. The moonlight shimmered on the suburban lake when suddenly water geysers shot high into the air. He couldn't resist sneaking out to check it out. White steam began rising from the water. Looks like the evolution has started. How could he possibly sleep? This is a god-tier king-class breakthrough, he gasped, his eyes flying wide open. What the hell was that? Whoa! Through the thick mist, a massive divine dragon was coiling around. Anyone would have lost their mind seeing that. Monster level, level 51. Level 51 already? Seriously? Wasn't it supposed to break through tonight? It's already done, so why is it roaring like that? Gao Peng completely froze. Did something go wrong, or did Grandpa have some crazy plan? No wonder he told me not to worry. Damn, the military's news network travels at 5G speeds. Breaking news, Jihanwu's Flood Dragon Beast is currently breaking through its level. But wait, that Flood Dragon was already at peak Lord class. If it breaks through again, it'll hit King class. What are they so worried about anyway? Old Man G is literally called G half the city, solely because of this peak Lord class beast. The Southern Sky Group has always been able to stay totally independent, Whether it's the government or us, everyone has to walk on eggshells around them. And now, that flood dragon is about to level up again. A guy with a goatee chimed in, "You got that right. No matter what, Ji-Han-woo is one of our own here in Yuzhou." The brown-haired guy next to him agreed. Actually, Ji-Han-woo is pretty chill. At least he doesn't throw his weight around, and he treats our military with actual respect. But some stubborn idiots just love talking trash behind his back. You just don't get the kind of guy Ji-Han-woo really is. He doesn't respect our military at all. He's just a smooth-talking opportunist who knows when to play nice. If you dug into his past, you'd know he's not some soft-hearted pushover. Suddenly, people started jumping into the conversation, comparing and dragging each other down. Exactly. If you guys want to be obedient little guard dogs for some filthy rich merchants, go right ahead. An argument instantly flared up, and they were still aggressively waving their hands and shouting right in front of their superior. What's that supposed to mean? Watch your mouth, kid. Am I wrong? Do you have any idea how much other safe zones are clowning our Yuzhou military district? A guy in a hat asks carefully. So are we making a move or what? Another hatted guy barks, finally breaking the tension. What is wrong with you guys? We haven't even dealt with the monsters outside, and you're already trying to start a civil war? Argue all you want, I'm out. He slams the door shut with a loud bang, totally spooking the two hatted guys. Long Jing walked out again. Seriously, that guy is always so uptight, acting all high and mighty, just because he got lucky with a decent beast. The boss shuts it down. Alright, let's put this on hold. New orders, everyone. Do not get involved or you're getting court-martialed. As soon as the boss walks off, some suck-up runs after him. Commander, wait up! What a joke! How does someone in the military even think of this? Commander, reporting. I have a plan. We can't get our hands dirty, but what if someone else does it for us? We can leak the intel. There's definitely someone out there who doesn't want Ji-Han-woo's beast to level up. The boss gives him the ultimate bombastic side-eye. No way this trash plan is going through. Get lost. Forget about selling that intel. In all of Yuzhou, nobody has the guts to mess with Ji-Han-woo. Nobody in Yuzhou, huh? The guy smirks like he's already got a backup plan. Don't be so sure about that. Meanwhile, a massive tiger stands on a cliff, hyped up to find such a rare prey. Looks like that human didn't lie after all. There really is a flood dragon about to evolve. A beast with dragon blood is the ultimate cheat code for my growth. Could it be a trap? Whatever, let's gamble. The rainbow-horned beast decides to leap down and check things out. Screaming like that, it's definitely still in the middle of evolving. Screw it. I can't miss this golden opportunity. Right off the bat, it gets a nasty surprise. From the empty ground, a dragon's head pops out, easily drawing 2 sprays of blood. Is our tiger friend gonna be okay? The giant white dragon appears, lifting the tiger up with just a few claws. Meanwhile, our boy has absolutely no idea what's going down, happily holding a cake with the number 100 and celebrating with his beast. On the other hand, Grandpa's is on the phone with his guy. Hey Xiaoxi, I'm all wrapped up here. How's it going on your end? Uncle on the projector screen seriously breaks down the situation, speaking in riddles. The security crew made a pretty big discovery. They did a purge inside the corp earlier, but some rats still managed to slip through the cracks. Perfect timing to sweep them all out for good. Sure enough, the moment you show even a tiny bit of weakness, those little punks can't wait to jump out. With his crew on top of things, Grandpa can finally relax. Let's roll. You've got the green light. Understood. The tech department guys in this corp aren't just styling. Their builds are absolutely massive too. A blue-haired dude shouts, "Minister Z, let them see who's boss. Let's see who dares to stand in our way." Boss, the door's locked, but don't worry, the beast's got this. Honestly, this beast has the exact same smug face as its master. Huang Jin gets the order, looking serious as hell as he steps up. A wooden door is child's play when you've got the strength to shatter concrete. Rocking a red scarf around its neck, it charges right in. Turns out there was a beast camping behind the door. What a cheap trick. With eyes glowing brighter than car-high beams, Huang Jin greets the enemy with a brutal gut punch, sending them straight to the Shadow Realm. Uncle Shu didn't even have to lift a finger to clean house. Xiaowang, take some guys and head inside. The blue-haired subordinate, Yang Lu, starts tearing the cabinets apart, searching for clues. Captain, a ton of documents are missing. Another tech guy isn't having any luck either. Captain, the files on the computer have been completely wiped. With those massive gains, this beast has every right to flex. Standing tall, it listens to the order. Huang Jin, sniff out our lovely Minister Zhao. Turn on the eye scanner mode. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What kind of madness is this now? A girl starts screaming her head off as Huang Jin trashes the place. Meanwhile, some guy in black, clutching a stack of documents, is rushing to his car, cursing up a storm. Damn it! Guang Yi sits in his car, nursing a massive headache because nothing is going his way. Why the hell did that stupid tiger have to turn traitor? Damn tiger!